Chapter 1. The Contest for Marriage. Madam, something terrible has happened. The steward of the Zhao family rushed into the main hall in a fluster. What is it? Inquired a middle-aged woman clad in a delicate green gown. This was none other than the current matriarch of the Zhao family, Douluo Xian. The steward, in a state of urgency, replied, Miss is outside, challenging others to a contest for marriage. Douluo Xian sprang to her feet, exclaiming, Nonsense. Quickly bring her back. The steward promptly acknowledged her command and turned to leave the Shanchuan city. The atmosphere was particularly lively today, with people bustling about the streets, engaged in animated discussions. I've heard that today Miss Zhao is hosting a contest for marriage. Really? That sounds exciting. Didn't the young Master Tang from the imperial capital come to propose to her just a few days ago? Shoo, keep your voice down. Do you value your life? On a bustling street, a makeshift arena had been erected. Above it hung a banner emblazoned with the words, Contest for Marriage. At that moment, a young girl, approximately 15 or 16 years of age, stood upon the stage. With delicate shoulders, a slender waist, brows like emerald feathers, and skin as pristine as snow, she donned a pink and white short dress that exuded an air of youthful innocence and beauty, captivating the gaze of all who beheld her. This girl was none other than Zhao Shuer, the eldest daughter of the Zhao family in Qingfeng City. On the stage, Zhao Shuer clasped her fists and addressed the gathered crowd. Dear elders and fellow townsfolk, today, I, Zhao Shuer, have set up this arena to challenge suitors. Whoever can defeat me shall become the son-in-law of the Zhao family. No sooner had she finished speaking than a burly man with a scruffy beard leaped onto the platform, brandishing a massive hammer. Miss Zhao, ha, watch how I Wang Dazue perform. Oh no, how did that scoundrel get up there? He is notorious as a bandit leader, exclaimed one spectator. Just as the words left his lips, a colossal hammer came flying towards him, crashing down onto his head without pause. Blood splattered forth, drenching those nearby. Wang Dazue on the platform glared down at the crowd, declaring, I, Wang Dazue, am an honest man. How dare you call me a bandit? You deserve this. Turning his attention to Zhao Shuer, he continued, Shuer, we needn't fight, you cannot possibly defeat me. Tonight, we shall consummate our union. Hearing these words, Zhao Shuer's face flushed crimson as she retorted, Why resort to murder? Murder? I haven't killed anyone. It was merely an accident. I mismanaged my hammer and struck him instead. It's his fault for not dodging, he laughed. Come, my dear Shuer, let's go home together. As he reached for Zhao Shuer's hand, she swiftly stepped forward, aiming her right hand towards his throat. Wang Dazue sidestepped her attack, seizing her arm and resting his hand on her shoulder. Lyra, my dear, do you wish to strike your husband? Zhao Shuer, her face a mix of green and red from fury, shouted, Let go of me. I will end you. Wang Dazue, unfazed, leaned closer to her, teasing, Oh, do you wish to kill me? Come, let's return home. I'll let you hit me all you want. Ha. Just as his laughter echoed, a sword came soaring through the air, aimed directly at Wang Dazue. The blade moved with astounding speed, covering the distance in the blink of an eye, closing in on him from several paces away. Wang Dazue squinted at the approaching sword, pushing Zhao Shuer aside, and swung his hammer fiercely at the incoming blade. With a resounding clang, the heavy hammer struck the sword, sending it crashing to the ground. At that moment, a young man stood opposite Wang Dazue. The youth, appearing no older than 16 or 17, donned a cloud-white brocade robe, his hair cascading like wisps of cloud, and his deep-set eyes exuded an air of refinement. As he appeared, many in the audience shouted, It is young Master Bai Yi from the Bai family of Chu City. Indeed, who would have thought young Master Bai would also attend? Surely, he isn't here for the martial contest and marriage proposal, is he? This is going to be interesting. Wang Dazue glared at Bai Yi, his tone brusque. Where did this little brat come from? Take this hammer. With that, he swung his iron hammer directly at Bai Yi's face. Bai Yi, taken aback by Wang Dazue's sudden attack, momentarily froze, his expression growing serious. He was at the 3rd level of qi condensation. While Wang Dazue was a formidable opponent at the 5th level, he questioned how he could withstand such a force. Before Bai Yi could ponder further, the hammer was upon him. He retaliated with a punch aimed at the hammer. With a thunderous crash, Bai Yi was sent flying several meters before finally halting. Wang Dazue sneered, Have you not yet matured enough to play the hero? Bai Yi, fixing his icy gaze upon the bearded Wang Dazue, retorted, Has your own hair fully grown on your face? At this remark, Wang Dazue was thoroughly enraged, ready to strike. When a thought seemed to cross his mind, he looked at Bai Yi and asked, Are you Bai Yi of the Bai family from Chu City? Bai Yi replied with a grin, Though your bearded face is rather unappealing, your eyes are perceptive, you even recognize your elder Bai. Wang Dachui's expression softened as he clasped his fists, saying, "Since it is young master by who has taken a liking to Shuo, I, Wang Dachui, shall step aside." With that, he turned to leave. However, Bai interjected, "After the insult you just hurled at Shuo, do you think it appropriate to walk away, just like that?" With that, he drew his sword, launching a fierce strike towards Wang Dachui. Wang Dachui, with a fierce countenance, responded, "Do you think I fear you?" He swung his hammer towards Bai Yi. The sword and hammer clashed with a metallic ring. Bai Yi's sword was jolted from his grasp, and Wang Dachui closed in, preparing to strike again. A wave of dread washed over Bai Yi. He feared he could not withstand this blow. Just then, the hammer was nearly upon him when an authoritative shout echoed from afar. "Impudent!" With that exclamation, a sheathed sword flew in, directly repelling the hammer back towards Wang Dachui's chest. Wang Dachui's eyes narrowed as he crossed his arms defensively over his chest. The hammer rebounded with a thunderous crash. Wang Dachui was sent flying 100 feet, and as he landed, blood spurted from his mouth. At that moment, an elder appeared beside Bai Yi. "Isn't that elder Bai Jintian from the Bai family?" The crowd recognized him instantly. Zhao Shuer hurried to Bai Jintian, bowing respectfully. "Uncle Bai, what brings you here?" Bai Yi turned to Bai Jintian, offering a slight bow. "Second uncle." Bai Jintian laughed heartily. "Ha, what is this, my dear niece Zhao? Have you organized a martial contest for marriage?" At that moment, the steward of the Zhao family hurried over, breathless. Miss, Madam requests your immediate return." Upon noticing Bai Jintian and his companion, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. "Elder Bai, young master Bai, what brings you here?" Bai Yi smiled and replied, "I heard that Shuer is hosting a martial arts contest to select a suitor, so I can't participate." Bai Jintian spoke sternly. Do not speak so recklessly." Afterward, he turned to the steward and continued, "We happened to pass by and noticed that Shuer encountered some trouble, so we lent a helping hand." The Zhao steward bowed respectfully. "Thank you, Elder Bai and young Master Bai, for your assistance." "Ah, no need for such formality, we are all family." Bai Jintian chuckled. The steward looked at Bai Jintian with a puzzled expression. Family. Chapter 2, A Date in the Grove. At this juncture, Zhao Shuer interjected, "Uncle Bai, brother Yi has come to my house. It has been quite a while since you last visited." With that, Zhao Shuer tugged at Bai Yi's sleeve, leading him towards the Zhao residence. Moments later, as they entered the hall of the Zhao family, the elegant Douluo Xian, seated at the head, was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Bai Jintian and Bai Yi. She then inquired, "Elder Bai, young Master Bai, what brings you both here today?" Hearing her tone, Zhao Shuer instantly became displeased. "What do you mean by what brings? I invited them here, is there a problem?" Sensing the tension, Bai Jintian quickly intervened. "Ahem, I apologize for the impromptu visit with my nephew." Douluo Xian glanced dismissively. "There's no need for apologies, please take a seat." Bai Jintian surveyed the surroundings and noticed 4 individuals seated nearby. The elder from the Tang family of the imperial capital, the elder from the Zhou family of the East City, the elder from the Li family of the border town, and the elder from the Sun family of Jincheng. After exchanging greetings, he found an empty seat to settle down. Douluo Xian then took a gentle sip of tea and addressed Zhao Shuer. "You may return to your room now. This matter does not concern you." Zhao Shuer stamped her foot in response and turned to leave. Once Zhao Shuer had departed, Douluo Xian addressed the assembly. "I trust that everyone is here for the same purpose." At this moment, the elder from the Tang family spoke up. "Madam Zhao, what is your stance on this matter?" Douluo Xian replied earnestly. "Shuer has been spoiled by her father since childhood, and she tends to be quite headstrong. Since everyone holds her in such high regard, I cannot hinder her. However, please continue." The elder from the Zhou family interjected suddenly. The elder from the Tang family then stated, "As long as Madam agrees to a union with my Tang family, I assure you that Zhao family members will be granted 5 slots each year to enroll in the prestigious Songyun Academy." This proclamation astonished not only Douluo Xian, but also the other 4 elders. Songyun Academy only admits 50 students each year. It must be noted that the Tang family's generosity was truly unexpected. Even the Tang family typically offers only 6 reserved spots annually, yet they were now providing 5. Among the elders, Bai Jintian was the most perplexed. He had not come to propose, he was merely passing by. How had he suddenly found himself entangled in their affairs? At this juncture, the elder from the Zhou family rose and clasped his fists. "Madam, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." "Are you leaving? If not, what are you doing here? There are only 5 spots, and the Zhou family has only 3 in total for the entire year." How to proceed? As Elder Zhou departed, Elder Li and Elder Sun exchanged glances and rose to bid farewell. At that moment, Douluo Xian turned her gaze toward Bai Jintian. Bai Jintian took a sip of tea and remarked, I too should be on my way, and I need to see you off. Devu Xian interjected before Bai Jintian could finish a sentence. With Bai Yi in tow, Bai Jintian turned to leave just as they reached the door. A voice called out, "Uncle Bai, Brother Yi, wait for me." Zhao Shuer hurried over. "Why are you leaving so soon? Can't you stay and play with me for a couple of days?" Bai Yi smiled gently. "This time, I have important matters to attend to with my second uncle. I will come to visit you when I have the time." Having said this, Bai Yi followed Bai Jintian out of the Zhao residence. Along the way, Bai Yi inquired, "Second uncle." At this point, Bai Jintian interrupted, "Are you curious why the prominent families are all seeking to propose alliances with the Zhao family?" Bai Yi nodded. "Indeed, what puzzles me even more is why the Tang family would offer so many spots. The admissions for Shanchuan Academy are notoriously stringent, and the slots are scarce." Bai Jintian smiled slightly. "Let me tell you about Shanchuan Academy. It has a history spanning several millennia. Legend has it that this region, Douluo Continent, is named after the academy itself. The founder's purpose in establishing Shanchuan Academy was to protect the people of this land." Bai Yi gazed at Bai Jintian in astonishment. "Second uncle, was that person truly formidable?" Bai Jintian replied earnestly, "Indeed, very formidable. It is said that he had reached the supreme realm." Bai Yi looked at Bai Jintian, puzzled. "Supreme realm? What does that entail?" Bai Jintian smiled faintly. "My dear Yi, the highest known realm on our continent is the Lord's realm. It is certain that the supreme realm surpasses even that." "Second uncle, what realm do you currently inhabit?" Bai Yi asked, looking at Bai Jintian. Bai Jintian chuckled. Let's not dwell on that. Instead, let's discuss that girl Shuer. It seems my suspicions were correct. Otherwise, those families would not be so eager to propose, especially the Tang family. Yes, they conversed. They arrived at a riverside, the boundary river of Qingfeng City. Crossing this river would lead them to Chu City. They approached a ferry boat, and Bai Jintian waved to the ferryman. "Ferry operator, we wish to cross the river." The ferryman emerged from the cabin, smiling as he respectfully greeted Bai Jintian and Bai Yi. "Please, esteemed guests, board the vessel." At that moment, a voice called from behind Bai Jintian, "Brother Bai, please hold on." Turning around, Bai Jintian saw an elderly man approaching. It was Elder Zhou Xing from the Zhou family of the Yi City. Bai Jintian smiled slightly. "Brother Zhou, what brings you here? Is there something you need?" Bai Yi offered a slight bow to Zhou Xing. "Greetings, Uncle Zhou." Zhou Xing glanced at Bai Yi and replied, "No need for such formalities, my nephew." Zhou Xing continued, "Brother Bai, do not rush to leave just yet, we have important matters to discuss with you." Bai Jintian raised an eyebrow in suspicion. "You, and who else?" Zhou Xing smiled calmly. "Indeed, it is I along with Brother Sun and Li." Bai Jintian inquired, "Is it about today's proposal?" Zhou Xing glanced around and replied, "Brother Bai, this is not the place for such discussions. Let us proceed to Qingfeng Tower." Bai Jintian, with a hint of gravity, conceded, "Very well." After the two departed, Bai Yi made his way to a nearby forest. Upon leaving the Zhao estate, a maid had discreetly slipped him a note that read, "Tonight, meet in the woods. Do not disappoint." Bai Yi chuckled softly, shaking his head. It was undoubtedly written by that girl, Shuer. Alas, there was no way to contend with her. They often snuck away to play in the woods together during their childhood. Though they resided in different cities, his uncle frequently brought him to Qingfeng City on business, allowing ample opportunity for interaction with Zhao Shuer. To describe them as childhood sweethearts would not be an exaggeration. Bai Yi arrived at the woods and settled onto a wooden stump. With the day still young and having little to occupy his time, he began to cultivate his energy. In the Shanchuan continent, each major realm is subdivided into 5 minor realms. Bai Yi currently stood at the 3rd level of energy condensation, with 2 more minor realms to ascend before reaching the Qi control realm. Naturally, one cannot rush the process of cultivation. Unbeknownst to him, he slipped into a meditative state, a phenomenon that would astonish anyone fortunate enough to witness it. This meditative state is typically attainable only upon reaching the Qi control realm. Through energy, one commands the spirit. Through spirit, one draws breath, and through breath, one forms a core. Even those within the Qi control realm can only enter this state at the 5th level of Qi control, just before transcending to the core formation realm. Remarkably, Bai Yi, at merely the 3rd level of energy condensation, had achieved it. Chapter 3, Bitten by a Python. In the main hall of the Bai residence, a middle-aged man sat quietly at his desk. This man was Bai Linyan, the patriarch of the Bai family and a master at the 4th level of the revered realm. Opposite him stood Bai Jintian in silence. Bai Linyan, with a solemn expression, remarked, "Indeed, they're already aware of Zhao Shuer's situation. Have you ascertained who leaked the information?" Bai Jintian responded, "Unfortunately, we have no leads. The individuals I dispatched are still conducting their investigation." Bai Linyan turned his gaze toward Bai Jintian and inquired, "Why has he not returned?" Bai Jintian replied, "It is possible that Zhao Shuer has detained him." Haha, Bai Linyan chuckled. Very well. Saint Vortuiye. He must seize the opportunity to grow closer to Zhao Shuer. Bai Jintian pondered, I suspect that woman from the Zhao family. Do not concern yourself with her, I will devise a way. However, the Tang family presents a bit of a complication. Bai Linyan continued, you may go now. After Bai Jintian departed, a slight smirk appeared at the corner of Bai Linyan's mouth. Humph. The Tang family. Meanwhile, in the forest, Bai Yi remained in a state of cultivation, enveloped in an ineffable and profound condition, his meditative state. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from his being. The leaves within a 10-zhang radius were instantly shredded, leaving only the swaying trunks behind. It seemed as if this formidable energy could send them flying at any moment, transitioning from the third level of energy condensation directly to the Qi control realm. Bai Yi had leaped over 2 minor realms. Slowly, he opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings, bewildered. What just transpired? That sensation? At that moment, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Brother Yi, came Schwenner's voice. Bai Yi turned toward the sound, and indeed, it was Zhao Shuer dashing toward him. Shuer, you have arrived. Yi go. Have you been waiting for a long time? Alas, that wretched second aunt of mine always sends people to keep an eye on me, preventing me from going out. I sneaked out. Bai Yi rolled his eyes. When have you not sneaked out? Is there something amiss now that night has fallen? Zhao Shuer, sitting beside Bai Yi, turned to him and said, Second aunt intends to marry me off to the Tang family. I am aware. I heard about it today when I visited your home, but I do not wish to marry. I have never even met that Tang Xiao, and even if I had, I would refuse. As she spoke, a faint blush began to rise on Zhao Shuer's cheeks. Noticing her sudden flush, Bai Yi inquired with curiosity, Shuer, are you feeling unwell? Your face is quite red. Ah, you're the one who is unwell. Your entire family is unwell. Humph, I won't talk to you anymore. With that, Zhao Shuer stood up and turned her back to Bai Yi, preparing to leave. A traveler embarks upon a journey across the Douluo Continent, where the grandeur of mountains and rivers rises majestically. Shanchuan, an ordinary modern mortal, led a life dictated by routine. However, an unexpected event transformed his fate dramatically. One fateful night, as Shanchuan walked home, a peculiar beam of light streaked across the sky, and he suddenly lost consciousness. Upon awakening, he found himself in an unfamiliar realm, surrounded by lush forests and an air imbued with mystery. Bewildered, Shanchuan pondered his whereabouts, just as confusion enveloped him. A torrent of information flooded his mind, revealing that he had traversed into the world of Douluo Continent. Douluo Continent? Isn't that the very novel I have read? I have truly crossed over. Shanchuan felt a blend of excitement and trepidation. He began to explore this new world, armed with his knowledge of Douluo Continent, understanding that survival here necessitated formidable strength. Thus, Shanchuan resolved to embark on a journey to become a powerful being. Along the way, he encountered a girl named Linger. Spirited and endearing, with a heart of gold, she, too, harbored dreams akin to his own. Brother Shanchuan, do you think we can become formidable soul masters? Linger inquired, her eyes twinkling with curiosity. The mountains and rivers gazed steadfastly at her and declared, it is indeed possible, provided we exert ourselves. The two companions journeyed forth, supporting one another. Before long, they arrived at a place known as Nodding City. Here, Shanchuan and Ling Er learned of Nodding Academy, an esteemed institution dedicated to the cultivation of soul masters. Ling Er, let us venture to Nodding Academy. Perhaps we may acquire formidable skills there, Shanchuan proposed. Ling Er readily agreed, and together they made their way toward the academy. During the academy's admission assessments, Shanchuan exhibited extraordinary perseverance and courage, successfully passing the evaluations and becoming a student of Nodding Academy. Likewise, Ling Er, through her innate talent, gained admission with ease. Within the academy, Shanchuan devoted himself to rigorous training, continuously enhancing his prowess. His diligence caught the attention of the faculty, and a teacher named Teeming took the initiative to offer him guidance. Shanchuan, your talent is commendable. However, to become a true powerhouse, you must exert even greater effort, Teeming stated with gravity. Mountain River expressed gratefully, Teacher Qin, I shall strive diligently. Under Teeming's guidance, Mountain River's prowess surged dramatically. Yet, he remained humble and unpretentious, dedicating himself even more fervently to his training. As time passed, both Mountain River and Linger gradually matured. During a trial organized by the Academy, they confronted a formidable soul beast. Everyone, be on high alert. This soul beast is not to be trifled with, Mountain River exclaimed. The group prepared themselves, engaging in a fierce battle with the soul beast. Throughout the conflict, Mountain River showcased his true abilities, skillfully maneuvering against the creature. Ultimately, through their collective efforts, they succeeded in vanquishing the soul beast. Following this trial, the bond between Mountain River and Linger deepened significantly. They made a pact to carve out their own brilliance on the Douluo Continent together. However, the path ahead was fraught with challenges. During an expedition, Mountain River and Linger fell victim to an ambush by a band of nefarious forces. Hand over your treasures, or you shall not leave here alive. The leader of the ruffians menaced. Mountains and Rivers stepped forth, standing protectively before Linger, declaring, "Not a chance. As long as I am here, you shall not harm Linger." A fierce battle erupted once more, with Mountains and Linger resolutely resisting. However, the overwhelming numbers of their adversaries gradually ensnared them in a dire predicament. Just at a pivotal moment, a mysterious and formidable figure emerged, assisting them in repelling the nefarious foes. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your assistance," Mountains expressed with deep gratitude. The enigmatic strongman cast a glance at him and remarked, "Young man, possessing courage is commendable, yet true strength is paramount. Strive diligently." With that, he vanished without a trace. Following this incident, Mountains developed a profound understanding of the significance of strength. Upon returning to the academy, he devoted himself to rigorous training, continuously pushing beyond his limits. At last, during a grand tournament for soul masters across the continent, Mountains, armed with his formidable power and indomitable spirit, led his teammates through numerous challenges, ultimately claiming the championship. By that time, Mountains had emerged as a prominent powerhouse in the Douluo Continent. Meanwhile, his bond with Linger, having weathered numerous trials, grew ever more resolute. Together, they forged ahead, continuing to inscribe their legendary tale upon the annals of the Douluo Continent. After winning the championship at the Continental Soul Master Tournament, the names of Mountains and Linger spread throughout the entire Douluo Continent. Yet, they did not rest on their laurels. Instead, they chose to persist, aspiring towards even greater heights. One day, while wandering through an ancient town, Mountains and Linger chanced upon a mysterious legend. It was said that in the distant northernmost lands, there lay a hidden relic, housing unparalleled treasures capable of significantly enhancing one's strength. A glimmer of determination flickered in Shanchuan's eyes. "Linger, I yearn to explore that ancient ruin. It may grant us the strength we seek." Linger nodded gently, "Brother Shanchuan, I shall accompany you." Together, they embarked on a challenging journey toward the farthest north. Along the way, they encountered harsh weather and formidable spirit beasts. Yet their unwavering companionship and encouragement kept their spirits alight. At last, they arrived at the fabled entrance of the ruins. "Be cautious, Linger," Shanchuan urged, gripping her hand tightly. As they stepped inside, an overwhelming pressure washed over them. The walls around them shimmered with strange luminescence, whispering ancient secrets. "This place feels eerie," Linger remarked, her voice tinged with anxiety. "Do not fear. I am here," Shanchuan reassured her. They cautiously ventured deeper, when suddenly, a trap was triggered, unleashing a barrage of deadly arrows toward them. The Mountains and Rivers swiftly shielded Linger behind him, conjuring a formidable spiritual force barrier to deflect the deadly arrows. "Are you unharmed, Linger?" he inquired with concern. "I am fine, Brother Shanchuan, but do take care," she replied, her heart still trembling. As they ventured deeper into the ruins, they encountered a perplexing riddle. "How shall we unravel this?" Linger furrowed her brow in contemplation. After a moment of contemplation, Shanchuan, leveraging his intelligence and profound knowledge of the Douluo Continent, successfully uncovered the answer. Deep within the ruins, the extraordinary treasure, a soul orb radiating immense energy, finally emerged. Just as Shanchuan prepared to reach for it, a mysterious figure materialized. This treasure is not something you can easily take," the enigmatic individual remarked coldly. "Mountains and Rivers show no fear. This treasure is destined for the worthy. We have endured countless hardships to arrive here and shall not relinquish our goal lightly. Do not blame me for being impolite." The mysterious figure instantly launched an attack. An intense battle ensued, with Mountains and Linger coordinating seamlessly against the enigmatic adversary. "Linger, let us execute our combined technique," Mountains exclaimed. "Certainly," Linger replied. The duo unleashed their formidable joint attack, ultimately vanquishing the mysterious figure. They successfully acquired the Soul Pearl. However, just as they prepared to depart the ruins, they discovered that the exit was sealed by a formidable force. "What shall we do, Brother Mountains?" Linger inquired anxiously. The Mountains and Rivers contemplated with calmness. There must be a way to unravel this mystery. After considerable effort, They discovered the flaw in the seal and successfully opened the exit. Upon returning to the Douluo Continent, with the aid of the Soul Pearl's power, their strength saw a remarkable enhancement. Their names became legends spoken among the people. However, a new crisis soon emerged. A nefarious organization had set its sights upon them, seeking to seize their power. "As long as you join us, mountains and rivers, you shall share in the glory and wealth," declared the leader of the malevolent organization. The mountains and rivers bellowed defiantly. "You shall not prevail. We will never conspire with you." Thus commenced a fierce battle for survival. With the mountains and rivers fighting side by side with Linger, their bond growing ever stronger amidst the tumult of war. "Linger, I will not allow anyone to harm you," declared the mountains and rivers with fervor. "Brother Shanchuan, I have faith in you," Linger responded. After a breathtaking clash, the duo triumphed over the malevolent organization, safeguarding the peace of the Douluo Continent. Their saga transformed into an eternal legend, inspiring generations of soul masters to forge ahead in pursuit of justice and strength. Following their victory over evil, Shanchuan and Linger relished a rare moment of tranquility. Yet, the shifting tides of the Douluo Continent never ceased, and new challenges quietly approached. One day, while wandering the streets, Shanchuan and Linger were taken aback by astonishing news. It was said that a mysterious island had emerged in the distant deep sea, imbued with enigmatic powers, drawing formidable warriors from all corners to seek its secrets. Linger turned to Shanchuan, her eyes alight with anticipation. "Brother Shanchuan, let us venture forth as well. Perhaps we shall uncover new opportunities." The mountains and rivers nodded with a smile. "Very well, let us venture forth to this mysterious island." The duo embarked on their journey into the deep sea. Along the way, they confronted fierce winds and colossal waves, yet with unwavering resolve and exceptional spiritual strength. They ultimately reached the enigmatic isle. Upon setting foot on the island, they immediately sensed a formidable pressure enveloping them. The surroundings were rife with uncertainty and peril. "Linger, exercise caution," Shanchuan advised. "Indeed, Brother Shanchuan, you must also remain vigilant," Linger replied. They cautiously explored the island, when suddenly, a deep, menacing roar echoed through the air. A colossal spirit beast leaped from the thicket, baring its fangs and claws as it lunged towards them. Mountains and rivers swiftly entered a state of battle, exclaiming loudly, "Linger, step back." Linger, filled with concern, replied, "Brother Shanchuan, please be careful." The mountains and rivers unleashed formidable soul techniques, engaging in a fierce battle with the spirit beasts. After a grueling struggle, they finally managed to repel the spirit beasts. "Linger, it is safe now," Shanchuan said, wiping the sweat from his brow. The duo continued their journey, and deep within the island, they stumbled upon an ancient palace. The grand doors stood resolutely closed, yet emanated a mysterious glow from within. "This must be the secret of the island," Shanchuan remarked. They attempted to push open the doors, only to discover that intricate seals adorned them. Linger furrowed her brow, pondering. "What shall we do now?" The mountains and rivers paused for a moment, then declared, "Allow me to attempt to unravel this seal." Through considerable effort, the mountains and rivers, utilizing their intellect and precise control over soul energy, successfully breached the seal. The door creaked open, revealing a sight that left them utterly astounded. Countless precious treasures and formidable soul skill manuals were displayed within. It was truly astonishing. Linger couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. Just as they were about to select their treasures, a mysterious voice echoed, "To claim these, you must first pass my trial. The mountains and rivers stand resolute. Come forth." "We fear not." The trial commences, and they are confronted with myriad formidable challenges, including powerful illusions and intricate puzzles. "Brother Shanchuan, I find myself somewhat bewildered," Lingo expressed with a hint of urgency. Mountains and rivers clasped her hand, offering words of encouragement. "Linger, believe that we shall surely overcome this adversity." Inspired by this support, Linger regained her resolve. Ultimately, they triumphed over the trial. Just as they prepared to depart the palace, they discovered that the island's power had begun to spiral out of control, resulting in violent tremors and a tsunami. "This is dire. We must devise a means to halt this catastrophe," mountains and rivers exclaimed. They searched desperately for a solution and uncovered that only by resealing the mysterious core within the palace could they quell the impending disaster. "Linger, I shall seal the core. You must find a safe place to hide," mountains and rivers declared resolutely. Linger vehemently shook her head. "No, Brother Shanchuan, I shall stay with you." Together, they joined forces and, through their combined efforts, successfully sealed the core, thereby saving the island and its surrounding regions. This adventure deepened the bond between mountains and rivers and Linger, amplifying their renown across the Douluo Continent. Upon returning to the mainland, they resolved to utilize their strength to protect this land brimming with wonders and challenges, continuing to inscribe their own legendary tale. The pinnacle path of Douluo, mountains and rivers. Upon their return from the enigmatic island, Shanchuan and Linger found their valiant exploits celebrated throughout the Douluo Continent, elevating them to the status of heroes in the hearts of the populace. However, behind the veil of glory often lurks a myriad of challenges and perils. One day, Shanchuan received a mysterious invitation, beckoning him to the most clandestine organization in the Douluo Continent, the Shadow Pavilion. It is said that this organization holds the most profound secrets and the mightiest powers of the realm. Linger gazed at Shanchuan with concern. Brother Shanchuan, could this be a trap? The mountains and rivers exude unwavering determination, regardless of whether it may be a trap. I yearn to explore it. Perhaps there, we might discover ways to grow stronger and better protect this land. Linger grasped Shanchuan's hand tightly. Then I shall accompany you on this journey. The mountains and rivers smiled gently, nodding in agreement as the two embarked on their journey to the Shadow Pavilion. Upon their arrival at the site of the Shadow Pavilion, they were taken aback by the sight before them. A towering black castle loomed high into the clouds, enveloped in an enigmatic mist. At the entrance of the castle, a shadowy figure emerged slowly. Welcome, Shanchuan and Linger. Mountains and rivers cautiously inquired, who are you? Why have you summoned us here? The shadowy figure chuckled softly. I am the master of the Shadow Pavilion. I have invited you due to your potential and courage. However, to gain entry into the Shadow Pavilion, you must first undergo our trials. Linger furrowed her brow. What kind of trials? The master waved his hand, and the surroundings transformed instantaneously, revealing a realm filled with illusions. In this illusion, you shall confront the deepest fears and desires within your hearts. Only by conquering them can you pass the trials, echoed the master's voice throughout the space. Mountains and rivers took a deep breath. Linger, do not fear. We shall prevail. Linger nodded, and hand in hand, they ventured into the illusion. Within this ethereal realm, mountains and rivers beheld their once ordinary life, witnessing the bullying endured due to their frailty. This is my past, yet I shall not allow such events to recur. Mountains and rivers roared, shattering the illusion. Linger, confronted by the dread of losing mountains and rivers, felt tears welling in her eyes. Brother mountains and rivers will not abandon me. I must be strong. Linger gritted her teeth, overcoming her trepidation. As they successfully emerged from the illusion, the master appeared before them. Congratulations, you have passed the trial. Upon entering the Shadow Pavilion, mountains and rivers discovered an abundance of precious cultivation resources and profound scriptures. However, they also encountered stringent rules and fierce competition. Mountains and rivers, from this day forth, you shall continually grow here and serve the Shadow Pavilion, the master declared. Mountains and rivers responded, we are willing, as long as it is for the sake of justice. During their time in the Shadow Pavilion, both mountains and rivers, along with Linger, diligently cultivated their skills, experiencing a rapid enhancement of their prowess. However, they gradually uncovered some of the dark secrets concealed within the Shadow Pavilion. Brother Mountains, I sense that something is amiss within the Shadow Pavilion. They seem to be plotting something dreadful, Linger expressed with concern. Mountains furrowed their brows. I share this sentiment. We must exercise caution in our inquiries. By a twist of fate, Mountains and Linger stumbled upon the fact that the master of the Shadow Pavilion was scheming to harness a forbidden power to dominate the Douluo Continent. We cannot allow him to succeed, Mountains declared with fervent indignation. Linger nodded in agreement. But what shall we do? Mountains and rivers pondered for a moment. We must unite with other righteous souls to thwart him. Thus, mountains and rivers, along with Linger, stealthily departed from the Shadow Pavilion, embarking on a quest to seek allies. Their endeavors, however, incited a relentless pursuit by the Shadow Pavilion. Mountains and rivers, you cannot escape. The assassins of the Shadow Pavilion relentlessly pursued from behind. Mountains and rivers clasped Linger's hand, reassuring her, do not fear, for I am with you. During their flight, they encountered a band of like-minded companions who resolved to unite against the machinations of the Shadow Pavilion. At last, the moment of reckoning arrived. Mountains and Linger led their comrades into a breathtaking confrontation with the Shadow Pavilion. Your scheme shall not prevail, Mountains proclaimed defiantly. The pavilion master sneered. Is it merely you who stands against me? The battle raged with unfathomable ferocity, inflicting grievous losses on both sides. Yet, Mountains and Linger remained undeterred. Their unwavering conviction and deep bond propelling them to fight until the very last moment. Ultimately, through their collective resolve, they triumphed over the Pavilion Master, thwarting the sinister designs of the Shadow Pavilion. The Douluo Continent was restored to peace, and Mountains and Linger emerged as eternal heroes in the hearts of the people. Hand in hand, they continued to safeguard this realm, embarking on a journey toward an even more resplendent future. After Shanchuan and Ling Er successfully thwarted the schemes of the Shadow Pavilion, they relished a period of tranquility on the Douluo Continent. However, the wheels of fate never ceased their relentless turning, and a new mission was quietly approaching. One day, while strolling through the forest, Shanchuan and Ling Er serendipitously encountered a mysterious elder. His gaze was profound, as if he could perceive the very essence of all things. Young ones, your mission remains unfinished, the elder spoke slowly. Shanchuan inquired with a hint of confusion. Senior, what do you mean by that? The elder gently stroked his beard and replied. Deep within the Douluo Continent, a dark force is awakening. If left unchecked, the entire land will be plunged into endless calamity. Lingo anxiously grasped Shanchuan's arm. Brother Shanchuan, what should we do? With unwavering determination, Shanchuan declared, in that case, we have no choice but to take on this responsibility. Senior, we kindly ask for your guidance. The elder nodded slightly and replied, in the far southern reaches of the continent lies an ancient relic, where one might uncover the key to countering the forces of darkness. However, the journey ahead is fraught with peril, so you must prepare yourselves accordingly. Shanchuan and Linger exchanged a glance, speaking in unison, we are grateful for your guidance. Esteemed elder, we shall exercise utmost caution. After bidding farewell to the old man, Shanchuan and Lingo promptly embarked on their journey to the far southern lands. Along the way, they encountered a myriad of treacherous weather conditions and formidable soul beasts. Be cautious, Linger, Shanchuan exclaimed, swiftly pulling her behind him to evade the strike of a colossal poisonous scorpion. Linger, still shaken, murmured, Brother Shanchuan, this journey has indeed proven to be quite arduous. The mountains and rivers consoled, saying, do not fear, as long as we are together, we shall surely overcome any obstacles. After several days of arduous travel, they finally arrived at the fabled ruins. The great door of the ruins stood firmly shut, surrounded by an eerie atmosphere. The mountains and rivers took a deep breath. Linger, are you ready? Linger nodded. Yes, let us proceed. As they stepped into the ruins, a chilling laughter echoed. Ha ha, yet another group of fearless souls has come knocking. The mountains and rivers resonated with a commanding voice. Who goes there? Step forth. A shadow emerged slowly from the darkness. To pass this way, you must first confront me. With that, the shadow launched an attack. The mountains and rivers, along with Linger, swiftly responded, engaging in a fierce battle with the shadow. Linger, let us employ our combined technique, called out the mountains and rivers. Very well, Linger replied. Through their seamless coordination, they ultimately vanquished the shadow. They pressed deeper into the ruins, unraveling one mechanism and riddle after another. In the depths of the ruins, they stumbled upon an ancient scroll, inscribed with secrets of dark powers and methods to counter them. So it is, mused the mountains and rivers, if we can locate 5 mysterious gems, we can seal away the dark forces. Linger expressed her concern, but these 5 gems are scattered across perilous lands. What shall we do? Mountains and rivers clasped Linger's hand, proclaiming, no matter how arduous the journey may be, we must endeavor to try. Their first destination was the Valley of Flames. In search of the first gem, the flame crystal. Within the valley, flames blazed fiercely, and the heat was almost unbearable. Be cautious, Linger, lest you be scorched. Mountain River expressed with concern. Linger wiped the sweat from her brow and replied, Brother Mountain River, you must also take care. After a challenging search, they ultimately discovered the flame crystal at the valley's depths. Without delay, they hastened toward the realm of ice and snow, in pursuit of the second gem, the ice crystal. It is so cold here, Brother Mountain River, Linger could not help but shiver. The mountains and rivers embraced Linger, whispering, you will feel warmer in my embrace. After overcoming numerous challenges, they successfully obtained the ice crystal. Subsequently, they endured countless hardships to locate the remaining 3 gems. As they gathered all 5 gems and prepared to return, they were ambushed by a group of enigmatic figures. Surrender the gems, and we shall spare your lives, commanded the leader of the mysterious assailants. Mountains and rivers glared defiantly. Not a chance. This is the hope for saving the continent, and we shall never surrender it to you. A fierce battle erupted once more. as the mountains and Linger exerted their utmost strength in a desperate struggle against the enigmatic figure. Just as their stamina began to wane, the elder from before suddenly appeared, aiding them in repelling the mysterious adversary. "Young one, well done. Quickly return and seal away the dark powers," the elder remarked. Shanchuan and Ling were overwhelmed with gratitude as they returned to the Douluo Continent, bearing the precious gemstones. Following the instructions inscribed in the ancient scroll, they successfully sealed the dark forces, thereby saving the Douluo Continent. Henceforth, the names of Shanchuan and Ling became eternal legends on the Douluo Continent, and their love, having weathered countless storms, grew ever more unbreakable. The sovereign of Shanchuan and Douluo. After unifying the various factions of the Douluo Continent, Shanchuan believed he could finally enjoy a period of tranquility. However, an insidious new crisis began to stir beneath the surface. One day, while exploring the mountains, Shanchuan and Linger stumbled upon a mysterious cave. The cave emanated an unusual glow, compelling them to venture inside for a closer inspection. "Be cautious, Linger. This place feels peculiar," Shanchuan warned with a sense of trepidation. Linger nodded, closely following Shanchuan. As they delved deeper into the cave, they beheld a colossal, slumbering soul beast, resembling the legendary devourer beast. The formidable aura radiating from the beast enveloped them, leaving Shanchuan and Linger breathless. Could this truly be the devourer beast? Linger exclaimed in astonishment. The mountains furrowed their brows, seemingly aware, yet perplexed by the reason for this slumber. At that moment, the sky-swallowing beast abruptly opened its eyes, a fierce glint flickering within. It unleashed a ferocious roar directed at the mountains and Linger. "This is dire. We must flee," exclaimed the mountains, grasping Linger's hand as they turned to escape. However, the sky-swallowing beast moved with astonishing swiftness, swiftly obstructing their path. "Humans, intruding upon my domain, you shall not leave unscathed," the beast proclaimed in human tongue. Mountains and rivers stood resolute. "Sky Devourer, we mean no offense. We merely stumbled upon this place by chance." The Sky Devourer snorted disdainfully. "Humph, words are futile. Prepare to meet your demise." With that, the Sky Devourer launched its assault. Shanchuan and Ling could only muster all their strength to resist. After a fierce battle, fatigue began to take its toll on Shanchuan and Ling "Brother Shanchuan, what shall we do?" Ling inquired anxiously. Shanchuan gritted his teeth and said, "Ling, do not fear, for I shall protect you." In that critical moment, Shanchuan's martial spirit unexpectedly awakened, unleashing a formidable power that surged forth from within him. Mountains and rivers seized the opportunity to unleash formidable soul techniques, temporarily repelling the devouring beast. "Now is our chance. Let us hasten our escape," urged mountains and rivers, swiftly pulling Linger away from the cave. Upon returning to their dwelling, mountains and rivers fell into deep contemplation. "Linger, I sense that the emergence of the devouring beast is no mere coincidence. It may bear some connection to the future of Douluo Continent," he remarked. Linger nodded thoughtfully. "Brother mountains and rivers, what shall we do next?" With unwavering resolve, Shanchuan declared, "We must devise a means to locate it once more and unravel its mysteries." After thorough preparations, Shanchuan and Linger embarked anew on their quest to find the Devourer of Worlds. After several days of searching, they finally discovered the creature nestled within a secluded valley. "Devourer of Worlds, we come not as adversaries this time. We seek only to engage in a meaningful dialogue," Shanchuan stated. The Devourer regarded them, its hostility diminishing slightly, and inquired, "What is it that you wish to convey?" Shanchuan earnestly remarked, "It appears that the Douluo Continent is on the brink of an unforeseen crisis, and I sense that you may hold the key." The Devourer beast fell silent for a moment before responding, "In truth, I am bound by a seal in this place. Only by finding one whose spirit resonates with mine can this seal be broken, allowing us to confront the impending peril together." Shanchuan and Lingo exchanged a glance, a silent understanding passing between them. "Devourer beast, we are willing to attempt a communion of our hearts," Shanchuan declared. After considerable effort, Shanchuan successfully established a connection with the Devourer beast, lifting its seal. In gratitude, the Devourer beast resolved to assist them in enhancing their strength. It bestowed upon Shanchuan a formidable soul ring, while Linger received a precious soul artifact. "With these gifts, you shall be better equipped to confront the impending crisis," proclaimed the Devourer beast. Mountains and rivers expressed their gratitude, saying, "Thank you, sky-devouring beast." In the days that followed, mountains and Linger diligently honed their skills, continually enhancing their strength. However, The crisis arrived sooner than anticipated. A malevolent force invaded the Douluo Continent, plunging countless soul beasts and humans into calamity. Linger, it is time to demonstrate our power and protect this land. Mountains declared. Linger resolutely replied, Brother Mountains, we shall fight together. The mountains and rivers led the masses into a thrilling confrontation against the forces of darkness. Throughout the battle, the mountains and rivers showcased their prowess, harmoniously collaborating with the devourer beast to repeatedly repel the assaults of the dark forces. Do not be complacent, mountains and rivers. We shall not surrender easily, growled the malevolent leader of the dark forces. The mountains and rivers scoffed, declaring, As long as I am here, you shall not disrupt the peace of Douluo Continent. After arduous battles, the mountains and rivers ultimately vanquished the forces of darkness, rescuing Douluo Continent. From that moment forth, the mountains and rivers became the sovereign of Douluo Continent, and the love between him and Linger grew ever more unbreakable. Together, they safeguarded this land, forging a splendid future. Following their triumphant defeat of the dark forces and the salvation of Douluo Continent, the mountains and rivers enjoyed a tranquil and joyous existence with Linger. Yet, this serenity was not destined to endure for long. One day, while engaged in cultivation, the mountains and rivers suddenly sensed an unusual fluctuation of power. He opened his eyes, a sense of inexplicable unease surging within him. Linger, I sense that something is about to occur, he remarked, his brow furrowed. Linger gently clasped his hand, offering solace. Do not worry too much, Brother Shanchuan. It may merely be your imagination. However, his intuition warned him that matters were far from simple. At that moment, a colossal rift appeared in the sky, emanating a formidable suction force. This is not good. It is a spatial rift, he exclaimed in alarm. Hastily, he embraced Linger, attempting to withstand the pull. Yet, the force proved overwhelming, and they were ultimately drawn into the chasm. When the mountains and rivers opened his eyes again, he discovered that he and Linger were in an unfamiliar realm. Surrounding them was a desolate desert, the heat unbearable. Linger, are you all right? He inquired with concern. Linger shook her head. I am fine, Brother Shanchuan, but where are we? Shanchuan gazed around thoughtfully for a moment and said, I am uncertain. But we must devise a way to find our way back. Just as they were preparing to move forward, a colossal sand scorpion spirit beast erupted from the sands, launching an assault upon them. Linger, be cautious. Shanchuan instantly summoned his martial spirit and engaged in a fierce battle with the sand scorpion spirit beast. After a strenuous struggle, Shanchuan successfully vanquished the beast and acquired a yellow soul ring. Linger, this soul ring may enhance my strength, aiding us in confronting the dangers that lie ahead, Shanchuan remarked. Linger smiled and nodded. Brother Shanchuan, please absorb it quickly. After absorbing the soul ring, Mountain River continued his journey through the desert alongside Linger. Before long, they encountered a mysterious elder. The elder gazed at Mountain River, a glimmer of astonishment flickering in his eyes. Young man, you possess an extraordinary aura. The mountains and rivers bowed in greeting. Esteemed elder, we have inadvertently arrived in this place and are uncertain how to return. The old man smiled gently. This is a forgotten realm. If you wish to return, you must seek out 3 sacred artifacts. 3 sacred artifacts? Linger inquired. The elder nodded. They are the soul-devouring sword, the spirit heart shield, and the star pearl. Only by gathering these 3 artifacts can you unlock the passage to the Douluo Continent. Shanchuan and Lingo expressed their gratitude to the elder and embarked on their quest for the divine artifact. Throughout their journey, they encountered formidable soul beasts and treacherous traps. Yet, they steadfastly supported one another, unwavering in their commitment. Brother Shanchuan, if we fail to locate the artifact, will we be unable to return? Linger spoke with concern. The mountains and rivers steadfastly gazed at her. Linger, do not worry. No matter how arduous the journey, I shall certainly bring you back. At long last, they discovered the soul-devouring sword within an ancient castle. Linger, we are one step closer to success, Mountain River exclaimed with exhilaration. Subsequently, in a mystical forest, they procured the spirit heart shield. Only the starry pearl remained. Filled with hope, Mountain River and Lingo continued their quest. At the edge of a precipice, they uncovered a clue to the starry pearl. Yet, to obtain it, they must face a formidable trial. Linger, this may be perilous, but I have faith that we shall prevail, Mountain River declared. Linger nestled closely beside him. Brother Mountain River, I am not afraid. Together, they confronted the challenge and ultimately succeeded in acquiring the starry pearl. With all 3 sacred artifacts in hand, Mountain River and Linger, guided by the elder's instructions, opened the portal to the Douluo Continent. Upon stepping once more onto the soil of Douluo, their hearts brimmed with emotion. Linger, we have finally returned, Mountain River said. Tears welled in Lingo's eyes. Indeed, brother Mountain River, we shall never part again. Unbeknownst to them, a new mission awaited on the horizon. The journey of glory. Upon their return to the Douluo Continent, Shanchuan and Linger had scarcely taken the time to recuperate before they discerned some peculiar signs manifesting across the land. The once tranquil soul beast forest had become restless, with rare and formidable soul beasts making frequent appearances. Brother Shanchuan, what could possibly be the cause of this? Linger inquired, her brow furrowed with concern. The mountains and rivers furrowed their brows, and after a moment of contemplation, remarked, I sense that a mysterious force seems to be at play behind this. We must investigate thoroughly. The two resolved to delve into the soul beast forest to uncover the truth. Within the depths of the forest, they encountered a two-headed blazing lion. A soul beast endowed with formidable fiery powers, causing the surrounding air to become searingly hot. Linger, keep your distance. I shall confront it, shouted Shanchuan. Linger, filled with concern, replied, Brother Shanchuan, please be careful. The mountains and rivers unleashed their martial spirits, engaging in a fierce battle with the two-headed blazing lion. After a grueling struggle, the mountains and rivers triumphed, earning a precious purple soul ring. With this soul ring, my strength will be significantly enhanced, he remarked. Linger smiled and replied, That's wonderful. Brother Shanchuan, let us continue our journey. As they ventured deeper, the soul beasts they encountered grew increasingly formidable. In a secluded valley, they stumbled upon a colossal frost dragon. Its scales shimmering with a chilling radiance, and the icy breath it exhaled sent shivers down their spines. This soul beast is far too powerful. We may not stand a chance, Linger expressed, a hint of trepidation in her voice. Mountains and rivers clasped her hand, offering reassurance. Do not fear. Let us devise a solution together. At that moment, an idea struck mountains and rivers regarding the newly acquired soul ring skill. Perhaps it was worth a try. Linger, stand guard for me. I wish to test this new ability, Mountains and Rivers declared. Linger nodded resolutely. Very well, brother Mountains and Rivers, you can do it. Mountains and Rivers focused their spirit, unleashing the soul ring skill, and engaged in a final confrontation with the frost dragon. After a thrilling battle, Mountains and Rivers ultimately triumphed over the frost dragon, acquiring a soul ring that had existed for 10,000 years. Linger, we have succeeded, Mountains and Rivers exclaimed with excitement. Linger rushed over, throwing herself into his embrace. Brother Mountains, you are truly amazing. However, just as they prepared to depart, a mysterious figure materialized. Do you believe you can leave so easily? The enigmatic individual spoke coldly. The Mountains and Rivers gazed at him with caution. Who are you? What brings you here? The mysterious figure smiled faintly. I have come to thwart your plans of destruction. Shanchuan and Linger exchanged a glance, their hearts brimming with confusion. What plan? Speak clearly. Shanchuan bellowed. Yet, the mysterious figure offered no further response, launching an immediate attack. Shanchuan and Linger were compelled to re-enter the fray. Amidst the conflict, Shanchuan realized the formidable strength of the enigmatic adversary, as both he and Linger gradually found themselves at a disadvantage. Linger, you must flee. I will hold him off, Shanchuan urged. Linger resolutely replied, No, brother Shanchuan, I shall fight alongside you. At that critical moment, Shanchuan's soul weapon suddenly emitted a brilliant radiance, a surge of immense power coursing through his being. With the aid of this newfound power, Shanchuan decisively vanquished the mysterious figure. What could this possibly mean? Shanchuan gazed at the soul artifact in his hand, murmuring to himself. Before the mysterious figure met his demise, he unveiled a shocking secret. A malevolent force sought to exploit the power of soul beasts to dominate the Douluo Continent. Having covertly manipulated the actions of these creatures all along, Shanchuan and Linger were acutely aware of the monumental responsibility resting upon their shoulders, the salvation of the continent. Linger, no matter how arduous the journey may be, we must not allow their nefarious schemes to succeed, Shanchuan declared resolutely. Linger nodded in agreement. Brother Shanchuan, I shall stand by your side unwaveringly. Thus, they embarked on a new quest, bravely confronting the unknown challenges that lay ahead in pursuit of peace and tranquility for the Douluo Continent. Upon discovering the nefarious plot of the malevolent forces, Shanchuan and Linger did not dare to pause for even a moment. They tirelessly commenced the gathering of further intelligence in preparation for the imminent battle. During their journey, they encountered a mysterious elder, who appeared to possess profound insight into the workings of the dark powers. Young ones, the elder intoned. his gaze penetrating as he looked upon Shanchuan and Ling. You are still woefully unprepared to confront that wicked force. The mountains and rivers humbly stated. I kindly request your guidance, esteemed elder. The old man nodded slightly. In the frigid lands, there exists an ancient soul beast, the ice Qilin. If you can earn its recognition and acquire its power, perhaps there lies a glimmer of hope for you. Shanchuan and Ling embarked on their journey towards the frigid realm without a trace of hesitation. Along the way, Ling could not resist inquiring, Brother Shanchuan, will this expedition prove perilous? The mountains and rivers held Ling's hand firmly, offering solace. Do not fear, Ling, as long as we are together, we can overcome any adversity. At last, they arrived at the realm of eternal frost, where the ice Qilin materialized before them, emanating a chill that made it nearly impossible to approach. Insignificant humans, what brings you to this place? The voice of the ice Qilin resonated within their minds. The mountains and rivers resounded with urgency. Elder Qilin, the Douluo Continent is facing an enormous crisis. We implore your assistance. The ice Qilin scoffed disdainfully. Do you truly believe that I would lend my aid to mere mortals such as yourselves? Ling quickly interjected, Elder Qilin. We possess unwavering faith and a resolute determination to protect our land. After a moment of contemplation, the ice Qilin relented. Very well, should you succeed in passing my trials, I shall lend you my strength. The trials proved to be exceptionally arduous, as Shanchuan and Ling battled against the biting cold, encouraging one another through their struggles. Ling, hold on, Shanchuan called out. Brother Shanchuan, I can do this. Ling replied resolutely. Ultimately, they triumphed over the challenges, and the ice Qilin bestowed upon Shanchuan a unique soul ring, significantly enhancing his power. Meanwhile, the forces of evil accelerated their insidious plans. On their way back, Shanchuan and Ling faced numerous assaults from the malevolent adversaries. You cannot escape our grasp, the enemy taunted. Mountains and rivers glare fiercely with my presence. You shall not prevail. Intense battles unfold continuously as Mountain and Ling, fortified by their indomitable will and ever-growing strength, repeatedly transform peril into safety. As time progresses, the day of reckoning draws ever nearer. Ling, are you afraid with the great battle approaching? Mountain inquired. Ling gazed resolutely at Mountain. With you by my side, I fear nothing. On the day of the decisive battle, Mountain and Ling led the righteous against the forces of evil on a vast plain for their ultimate confrontation. The battlefield surged with soul power, radiance intertwining. Ling, be cautious. Mountain intercepted a lethal strike meant for Ling. With a heart full of concern, she exclaimed, Brother Mountain, please do not get hurt. Shanchuan gritted his teeth and persevered in battle, his martial soul shining brilliantly as he repelled enemies time and again. In a pivotal moment, Shanchuan and Ling unleashed their formidable soul technique, honed through their shared training, which decisively turned the tide of the conflict. After a prolonged and fierce struggle, righteousness ultimately triumphed over evil, restoring peace and tranquility to the Douluo Continent once more. Mountains and rivers embraced as they wept, their bonds solidifying amidst the ravages of war. Ling, we shall never part again. Together we will safeguard this land, declared Shanchuan. Ling nodded with joy. Indeed, together forever. In the aftermath of the great conflict, the Douluo Continent basked in long-awaited tranquility. Shanchuan and Ling resolved to traverse the continent, aiding those who had suffered in the war to rebuild their homes. In a remote village, they encountered a wounded rare spirit beast, the phantom cat. Brother Shanchuan, it looks so pitiful, Ling said, her eyes brimming with compassion. Shanchuan stepped forward, gently examining the injuries of the phantom cat. We must assist it. Under their meticulous care, the phantom cat gradually regained its health. In gratitude, the phantom cat bestowed upon Shanchuan a mysterious soul artifact. This must be an invaluable treasure, Ling remarked. The mountain smiled upon her, perhaps hinting at a significant role they would play in the future. As they pressed onward, they heard whispers of a rare flower nestled within an ancient mountain range, one said to enhance the abilities of martial souls. Ling, I wish to seek it out, spoke the mountains. Ling nodded in agreement. I shall accompany you. The mountains are teeming with perilous spirit beasts, yet they rely on one another and triumph over numerous adversities. Shanchuan, be careful. Ling promptly warned Shanchuan to evade a sudden ambush by a spirit beast. At last, they discover the extraordinary flower. Shanchuan absorbs its power, leading to a further evolution of his martial soul, along with the acquisition of a formidable spirit ring. As time passes, the renown of Shanchuan and Ling spreads across the entire Douluo Continent, garnering respect and gratitude from the populace. However, the tranquil days do not persist indefinitely. A dark force emanating from a mysterious island begins to corrupt the Douluo Continent. Linger, it seems we face new challenges ahead, Shanchuan declares with a serious expression. Linger clasps his hand, affirming, no matter what, we shall confront it together. Upon reaching the enigmatic island, they find that the spirit beasts have fallen under the control of the dark force, transforming into ferocious creatures. What on earth is happening? Linger exclaims in astonishment. The mountains and rivers surveyed their surroundings. There must be a source orchestrating all of this. During their exploration, they encountered a formidable foe, one endowed with a bizarre martial soul and potent soul skills. You shall never triumph over me, the adversary proclaimed arrogantly. Mountains and rivers, undaunted, declared, let us see. In the midst of a fierce battle, Shanchuan and Linger coordinated their efforts with unwavering precision. Linger, let us unleash our combined soul technique, Shanchuan exclaimed. Absolutely, Linger replied. Through their steadfast belief and harmonious synergy, they gradually gained the upper hand. Ultimately, Shanchuan discovered the source of the dark power and sealed it away with a mysterious soul artifact. We have succeeded. Linger joyfully embraced Shanchuan. This trial deepened the bond between them. Upon returning to the continent, they continued to safeguard this land with their strength. Shanchuan, I will always be by your side, Linger said tenderly. The mountains and rivers embraced her tightly. Linger, you are my everlasting source of inspiration. Their tale became a beloved legend on the Douluo Continent, with the mountains and Lingo emerging as eternal guardians, ushering in peace and hope for the land. After successfully sealing the source of dark powers, Shanchuan and Lingo found their renown soaring throughout the Douluo Continent. Numerous young soul masters regarded them as idols and paragons, eagerly yearning for their guidance. In order to nurture a greater number of exceptional soul masters, Shanchuan and Linger resolved to establish a Soul Master Academy. Upon the announcement, aspiring individuals from all corners flocked to them. Linger, look at how many people believe in us. We must ensure the academy flourishes, Shanchuan declared with unwavering confidence. Linger smiled and nodded. Indeed, we will make it happen. However, as they embarked on the construction of the academy, they encountered a multitude of challenges, financial constraints, insufficient teaching staff, and inadequate educational facilities, among others. Brother Shanwan, what shall we do? Lingo expressed her concern. Mountain River reassured her, saying, do not worry. We shall tackle this step by step. I firmly believe that as long as we persevere, no obstacle is insurmountable. They traversed various paths, seeking support and assistance from all quarters. At last, through their relentless efforts, the Soul Master Academy gradually found its footing. Within the academy, Mountain River personally instructed the students in the cultivation of their martial souls, while Spirit took charge of imparting knowledge about soul beasts and strategies for dealing with them. The students were exceptionally diligent, making swift progress. One day, a mysterious guest arrived at the academy. Clad in resplendent robes and exuding an extraordinary presence, he inquired, is this the Soul Master Academy founded by Mountain River and Spirit? Mountains and rivers draw near. Indeed, may I inquire who you are? The guest smiled faintly. I am an envoy from the Douluo Hall, having heard of your remarkable deeds. I have come to extend an invitation for you to visit the hall and converse. Upon exchanging a glance filled with curiosity and anticipation, Shanchuan and Linger found themselves awestruck by the magnificence and solemnity of the Douluo Hall. This grand edifice had borne witness to the splendor and glory of countless soul masters. The envoy elaborated on its significance. Within the hall, they unearthed a wealth of ancient secrets and enigmatic soul techniques pertaining to the Douluo Continent. Linger, the knowledge housed here is invaluable. If we could bring it back to the academy, it would greatly aid the students' development, Shanchuan remarked. Linger nodded in agreement. However, acquiring this knowledge would not be a simple endeavor. They were tasked with the formidable mission of seeking a lost soul weapon. It was said that this weapon possessed immense power, yet lay concealed in a perilous location teeming with formidable soul beasts. Brother Shanchuan, no matter how treacherous it may be, we must endeavor to try, Linger declared resolutely. Mountains and rivers clasped her hand, saying, very well, let us embark together. They set forth on a quest to seek the soul artifact. Along the way, they encountered formidable soul beasts. Linger, be cautious. Mountains and rivers shielded Linger from a beast's assault. Linger gazed at him with concern. Are you unhurt? The mountains and rivers shook their heads with a smile, saying, I am fine, do not worry. After a grueling battle and an arduous search, they finally discovered the long-lost soul artifact. Upon returning to the Douluo Palace with the artifact, They received the palace's acknowledgement and generous rewards. This experience has bestowed upon us an abundance of insights, Linger remarked with deep emotion. As Shanchuan gazed upon her, he remarked, "Indeed, we must bring all of this back to the academy, allowing many more to benefit." Upon returning to the academy, Shanchuan and Lingo imparted their knowledge and experiences to the students, leading to a remarkable enhancement in the academy's strength. During a competition hosted by the academy, the students showcased exceptional abilities and a commendable spirit of teamwork. Witnessing their growth, Shanchuan expressed with satisfaction, "Our efforts have not been in vain." Leaning against his shoulder, Linger replied, "This is the fruit of our shared endeavors." As the academy continued to flourish, the bond between Shanchuan and Linger deepened significantly. Together, they nurtured generations of outstanding soul masters for the Douluo Continent, etching their own glorious chapter in history. "Shanchuan, look at this list," Linger exclaimed with excitement, handing him a lengthy roster filled with names of gifted children who had enrolled this year, her eyes shimmering with anticipation for the future. Shanchuan perused the list with great care, a satisfied smile gracing his face. "Indeed, our academy is gaining more influence. However, with the increasing number of students, our educational resources must be further expanded." "I share the same sentiment," Ling Er nodded, acknowledging the need for more exceptional educators and advanced teaching equipment. At that moment, an elderly man clad in a simple robe slowly entered the academy's conference hall. His face bore the marks of time, yet his gaze remained remarkably clear and resolute. "President Shanchuan, President Ling Er, I have traveled from the distant southern border. I have heard of your academy's esteemed reputation and have come specifically to pay my respects." The elder spoke, his voice deep and resonant. Shanchuan and Lingo exchanged a glance, courteously rising to greet the elderly gentleman. "Please, take a seat, sir. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit?" The old man smiled gently. "I bring tidings that may greatly aid the development of your academy, albeit accompanied by formidable challenges." "Oh, pray, do tell," Shanchuan replied, his brow furrowing slightly, though his tone remained composed. "In the depths of the southern mountains lies an ancient relic. It is said to conceal an artifact of primordial spirit, known as the Wheel of Stars. This artifact possesses immense power, capable of bestowing significant enhancements upon soul masters. However, the area surrounding the relic is fraught with perilous soul beasts, as well as numerous intricate traps. In my youth, I endeavored to explore it, but returned empty-handed. Today, I wish to share this information with you, hoping that you may succeed in obtaining the Wheel of Stars, thereby bringing prosperity to the soul masters of Douluo Continent." Upon hearing the words, Shanchuan and Lingo felt a mixture of excitement and apprehension. The thrill stemmed from the prospect of acquiring the ancient soul artifact, which would undoubtedly elevate the academy's prowess. However, the grave dangers described by the elder made them acutely aware of the challenges that lay ahead. "Esteemed elder, we are profoundly grateful for your trust. We shall give this proposal the earnest consideration it warrants," Shanchuan stated with solemnity. After deliberation, Shanchuan and Linger resolved to assemble an expedition team to venture into the southern regions in search of the Wheel of Stars. They meticulously selected 10 formidable and resolute students from the academy, each distinguished in their respective martial soul domains, possessing exceptional combat skills and a spirit of teamwork. "Brother Shanchuan, do exercise utmost caution during this adventure," Linger advised with genuine concern. The mountains and rivers gently clasped Linger's hand, assuring her, "Do not worry. I shall take care of myself. Moreover, with our multitude of exceptional companions, we shall undoubtedly overcome the challenges and bring back the Wheel of Stars." Under the guidance of the mountains and rivers, the expedition team embarked on their journey towards the southern frontier. Along the way, they traversed dense jungles, crossed turbulent rivers, and endured countless hardships and perils. Under the mentorship of their leader, the students continuously enhanced their abilities while also learning to support one another in times of adversity. At last, they arrived at the site of the ancient ruins. However, upon their approach, they were met with an onslaught of spirit beasts. A formidable horde of these creatures surged forth from all directions, encircling the expedition team. "Be cautious, everyone. The strength of these spirit beasts should not be underestimated," the leader warned loudly. The students swiftly formed a defensive formation, each unleashing their own martial spirits and soul techniques. The leader's martial spirit manifested as a colossal longsword, which he wielded to carve a bloody path through the chaos. Meanwhile, the students showcased their individual talents, some unleashing powerful soul ring attacks, while others deftly dodged and counterattacked using their soul techniques. Teacher Shanchuan, I shall assist you. One student exclaimed upon seeing Shanchuan besieged by several spirit beasts. Without hesitation, they charged forward, employing their soul technique to repel the beasts. Well done. Let us all strive together. We shall surely break through this encirclement. Shanchuan encouraged his team. After an intense battle, the expedition team ultimately repelled the assault of the spirit beasts, although a few students sustained minor injuries. Shanchuan promptly organized a moment of rest for the group, preparing them for the exploration that lay ahead. Teacher Shanchuan, the strength of these spirit beasts is formidable. Can we continue our advance? One student inquired with a hint of concern. Shanchuan resolutely declared, of course we can. Now that we are here, we must not easily concede. He continued, as long as we unite in purpose, no challenge is insurmountable. After repelling the soul beasts, the expedition team cautiously entered the ruins. The interior was dim and damp, filled with an ancient and enigmatic aura. The walls were adorned with peculiar symbols and patterns, seemingly narrating tales of old. Everyone, be mindful. The mechanisms here may spring to life at any moment, Shanchuan cautioned. They advanced with utmost care, each step taken as if traversing a fragile surface. Suddenly, the sound of mechanisms echoed throughout the ruins, and a massive stone slab plummeted from above, sealing their path. Quickly, scatter and search for the switch. Shanchuan reacted swiftly. The students immediately sprang into action, scouring the area for possible clues. One student discovered a small recess in the wall, which appeared to be designed to accommodate an object. Teacher Shanchuan, there is a recess here. Perhaps we need something to activate the mechanism? The student exclaimed with excitement. As Shanchuan carefully examined the surroundings, it became apparent that they needed to locate the corresponding item to unlock the mechanism. They continued their search within the ruins and eventually stumbled upon a uniquely shaped stone nestled in a secluded corner. Upon placing the stone into the recess, the mechanism began to activate, and the stone slab slowly ascended, revealing a path leading deeper into the ruins. Splendid! Let us proceed, Shanchuan exclaimed as he led the way into the depths. After a challenging exploration, the expedition team finally arrived at the core of the ruins. Here, they beheld a soul artifact known as the Wheel of Stars, radiating a dazzling brilliance. It hovered serenely in the air, surrounded by mysterious rings of light. Is this truly the Wheel of Stars? Its power is astonishing. The students marveled in awe. Mountains and rivers advanced, reaching out to touch the Wheel of Stars. Suddenly, a formidable force surged forth from the soul vessel, enveloping him entirely. His body began to tremble, and a painful expression overtook his face. Teacher Shanchuan, the students exclaimed, rushing forward in a bid to assist. Do not come closer. Shanchuan struggled to say, this is the power of the Wheel of Stars testing me. I must face it alone. In the throes of agony, Shanchuan, with unwavering determination and formidable soul power, gradually acclimated to the might of the Wheel of Stars. Ultimately, he succeeded in claiming the Wheel of Stars, and at that moment, his strength experienced a significant enhancement. We have succeeded. The students cheered exuberantly, flocking to congratulate Shanchuan. Indeed, we have triumphed, he reflected. This adventure, fraught with peril and challenges, was overcome through our unity and courage, leading us to victory. Upon returning to the academy with the Wheel of Stars, Shanchuan and Linger were met with a warm welcome from faculty and students alike. They integrated the power of the Wheel of Stars into the academy's curriculum, providing students with unprecedented advancement. At the celebration held by the academy, Shanchuan stood on the platform, gazing down at the eager faces below, his heart swelling with pride and contentment. Dear students, today we have achieved a monumental milestone. Yet this is but a small chapter in our academy's illustrious journey. In the future, we shall encounter even greater challenges and opportunities. I hope you will inherit our spirit. Courageously pursue your dreams and contribute to the noble cause of soul masters on the Douluo Continent. The students were profoundly inspired by Shanchuan's words, echoing their commitment. We will. Linga stood by Shanchuan's side, her eyes brimming with pride and affection. She recognized that Shanchuan was not only a great soul master, but also an exceptional leader and mentor. Under his guidance, the academy's future would undoubtedly shine even brighter. Gripping Lingo's hand tightly, Shanchuan silently vowed to pass on this brilliance, ensuring that the soul masters of the Douluo Continent would forever illuminate the annals of history. Beneath the sky of the Douluo Continent, the Soul Master Academy established by Shanchuan and Linger stood as a towering beacon, illuminating the path for countless soul masters. Their story would eternally resonate in every corner of the continent, inspiring future generations to relentlessly pursue excellence and craft their own magnificent legacies. Mission of the Douluo Legacy. Teacher Shanchuan, behold this list of new students. Each possesses extraordinary talent, promising a bright future, exclaimed the Academy's academic supervisor, an elder soul master in his 50s, as he excitedly presented a list to Shanchuan. The mountains and rivers received the list, and their gaze swept over it, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in their eyes. Indeed, it appears that our Academy's allure is growing ever stronger. However, this also signifies that we must shoulder a heavier responsibility of inheritance. Yes, the weight of this legacy. The elder soul master sighed, acknowledging the tireless efforts of you and Director Linger for the advancement of the Academy and the future of the soul masters. You have sacrificed so much. With a gentle smile, Shanchuan gazed out at the training grounds, where young soul masters were diligently pouring their sweat to enhance their abilities. Everything we endeavor is aimed at broadening the path of soul masters on the Douluo Continent. Only by nurturing more exceptional soul masters can we ensure the lasting peace and prosperity of this land. At that moment, a messenger clad in a resplendent robe hurriedly entered the hall of the Academy. His arrival instantly captured the attention of everyone present. Director Shanchuan. I am the envoy of the Douluo Hall. The Douluo Hall has pressing matters to discuss and has specifically dispatched me to invite you for a conversation. The messenger's voice resonated with an undeniable authority. The mountains and rivers furrowed their brows. The Douluo Palace, the most enigmatic and authoritative soul master organization on the Douluo Continent, seldom extends invitations to outsiders. This sudden summons undoubtedly signifies a matter of great importance. Please wait a moment, envoy. I must make some preparations, said Shanchuan in a low voice, while secretly pondering that this invitation from the Douluo Palace may be intricately linked to the future development of the Academy. Shanchuan, accompanied by several powerful disciples, followed the envoy to the Douluo Palace. This ancient edifice, concealed in the deepest recesses of the continent, was encircled by a mysterious barrier, evoking a sense of solemnity and reverence. Upon entering the palace, Shanchuan was immediately struck by the breathtaking sight before him. Towering stone columns were engraved with ancient soul master runes, while the walls were adorned with portraits of generations of soul masters, each radiating a formidable wave of soul power. Welcome, President Shanchuan, the venerable master of the palace, an elderly gentleman with flowing white hair, gradually rose from his throne and offered a respectful salute. Master, may I inquire about the purpose of this summons? Shanchuan asked with utmost respect, cognizant that even trivial matters within the Douluo Palace could bear significant implications for the continent's safety. The master replied gravely, President Shanchuan, are you aware that the peace of Douluo Continent is not everlasting? A dark force is quietly awakening, threatening the balance of the entire continent. After years of extensive research, we at the Douluo Palace have discovered a method to counter this dark power, but it necessitates a special soul artifact. A special soul artifact? A flicker of intrigue crossed Shanchuan's mind. Could this be related to their academy? Indeed, this soul artifact is known as the Heart of Light. It possesses the power to purify all evil. However, the Heart of Light has been lost for many years, and our Douluo Palace has searched in vain. Yet, we believe that with your strength and that of your academy, you may be able to uncover its whereabouts. The master's gaze was fixed intently on Shanchuan, as if awaiting his response. The mountains and rivers fell into a moment of silence. He understood that this was a formidable undertaking. Yet, for the sake of peace in the Douluo Continent, he must shoulder this responsibility. Master, I am willing to accept this task. I shall do my utmost to find the Heart of Light and safeguard the tranquility of the Douluo Continent. His voice was resolute and powerful. Upon returning to the academy, he promptly summoned all the core disciples to inform them of the quest to seek the Heart of Light. Master, where exactly is the Heart of Light? How shall we embark on this search? An eager disciple inquired. Shanchuan shook his head, expressing uncertainty regarding the precise location of the Heart of Light. However, according to the ancient texts of the Douluo Palace, its last recorded appearance was in the far northern reaches of the continent. This region is characterized by its harsh environment, rampant soul beasts, and myriad unknown dangers. Yet, for the sake of peace on the continent, we must embark on this journey. Teacher Shanchuan, we are willing to accompany you in the quest for the Heart of Light. The disciples voiced their determination, their eyes brimming with resolve and courage. Shanchuan nodded and said, very well. We shall set forth at once. However, prior to our departure, we must ensure that we are thoroughly prepared. We need to delve into the geographical intricacies of the far north, comprehend the habits of the soul beast residing there, and gather ample supplies and medicinal provisions. In the days that followed, the academy bustled with activity. Shanchuan led his disciples in perusing a myriad of ancient texts, scrutinizing the information pertaining to the far north. Simultaneously, they meticulously selected an array of soul equipment and medicinal remedies suitable for use in the frigid environment. At last, all preparations were complete. Shanchuan led an expedition team composed of elite disciples, embarking on the journey toward the far north. This desolate realm, blanketed in ice and snow, bore an exceedingly harsh climate, with temperatures plummeting and fierce winds howling, making each step akin to traversing a razor's edge. The expedition team trudged through the storm, determination etched upon each of their faces. Master Shanchuan, the conditions here are exceedingly severe. Can we truly continue onward? One disciple inquired, his voice barely audible amidst the howling winds and swirling snow. The mountains turned and gazed resolutely at the crowd, declaring, "We must persist. The heart of light lies ahead. We cannot falter. As long as we unite in purpose, no obstacle is insurmountable." Inspired by this declaration, the disciples regained their spirits and continued to march through the biting wind and snow. However, a graver threat loomed behind them. A formidable pack of frost soul beasts suddenly emerged from the snow, encircling the expedition team. Be cautious, everyone. These frost soul beasts are formidable adversaries, and we must not underestimate them. With swift determination, the mountains drew forth a long sword, unleashing a surge of powerful soul energy, ready to engage in battle. The disciples, too, unleashed their martial spirits, entering into a fierce confrontation with the frost soul beasts. In the midst of the chaos, the mountains moved like a bolt of lightning. Weaving through the throng of soul beasts, with each flash of the sword, one more beast fell. The disciples, undeterred, utilized their coordinated efforts and potent soul techniques to repel the relentless onslaught of the beasts. After a grueling battle, the expedition team finally fended off the attack of the frost soul beasts, although a few disciples sustained injuries. The mountains promptly organized a regrouping, preparing everyone for the next phase of their exploration. "Master, shall we venture deeper? These frost soul beasts were merely an appetizer. I fear even more powerful entities await us," remarked a concerned disciple, nursing their wounds. Mountains and rivers nodded in acknowledgement. I was acutely aware that the journey ahead would be fraught with greater challenges. Yet the heart of light awaited us. We could not falter, for the peace of Douluo Continent would remain unassured otherwise. After enduring countless crises and trials, the expedition team finally arrived at the deepest reaches of the far north. Here, a colossal iceberg stood majestically, its summit radiating soft beams of light. That was the heart of light. With fervor gleaming in his eyes, mountains and rivers excitedly pointed to the luminous peak. "Master Shanchuan, how shall we ascend? This iceberg is insurmountably high, and its surroundings are sheer ice walls, offering no foothold for climbing." The disciples' faces reflected their concern. After a moment of contemplation, Shanchuan suddenly conceived an idea. "I have a solution. We can utilize our spiritual energy to carve grooves into the icy wall, allowing us to ascend along these indentations." Without hesitation, Shanchuan unleashed a formidable surge of spiritual energy, creating a series of grooves on the icy surface. The disciples followed closely, relying on their own spiritual powers to gradually climb upward along the carved paths. During their ascent, shards of ice occasionally tumbled down, presenting various dangers. Yet, bolstered by their unwavering resolve and formidable spiritual strength, Shanchuan and his disciples ultimately triumphed in reaching the summit of the ice mountain. There, they beheld the heart of light, gently suspended in the air, emanating a soft yet potent radiance, as if it were awaiting their arrival. Is this truly the heart of light? Its power is utterly awe-inspiring. The disciples exclaimed in astonishment. Shanchuan stepped forward, reaching out to touch the heart of light. Suddenly, a warm and powerful force surged forth from the soul artifact, enveloping Shanchuan entirely. His body began to tremble, and an expression of anguish crossed his face. "Teacher Shanchuan," the disciples exclaimed, eager to rush to his aid. "Do not come any closer." Shanchuan managed to utter with great difficulty, "This is the power of the heart of light testing me. I must face it alone." In the throes of torment, Shanchuan, fortified by his unwavering resolve and formidable soul energy, gradually acclimated to the force of the heart of light. Ultimately, he succeeded in harnessing the heart of light, significantly enhancing his strength in that very moment. "We have triumphed." The disciples cheered, rushing forward to congratulate Shanchuan. "Indeed, we have prevailed," he replied. "Though this expedition was fraught with peril and challenges, we have achieved victory through unity and courage." Upon returning to the academy with the heart of light, Shanchuan was met with a warm welcome from the entire faculty and student body. They celebrated the glory of the Douluo Continent, where peace seemed merely a fragile veneer, easily shattered by the slightest touch. Standing at the pinnacle of the academy, Shanchuan gazed into the distant sky, an inexplicable sense of unease swelling within him. Since bringing the Heart of Light back to the academy, its strength had greatly increased. Yet Shanchuan was acutely aware that the true challenge was only just beginning. "Teacher Shanchuan, look over there," a disciple suddenly exclaimed, pointing towards the heavens. As the disciple pointed towards the horizon, Shanchuan beheld a dark shadow swiftly darting across the sky, vanishing beyond the distant mountains. What could it be? A sense of urgency gripped his heart as he immediately summoned the core disciples of the academy. "Did any of you catch a glimpse of that shadow?" Shanchuan inquired solemnly. The disciples shook their heads in unison, expressing that they had never encountered such an eerie phenomenon. "It seems that new variables may be emerging on the continent," Shanchuan remarked gravely. "We must remain vigilant and fortify the academy's defenses. Additionally, I require you to discreetly investigate to determine if anyone is orchestrating mischief from the shadows." "Yes, Master Shanchuan," the disciples responded in chorus, their eyes gleaming with resolute determination. Just as Shanchuan was enhancing the academy's defenses, a mysterious challenge letter arrived at the institution. The letter bore no signature, only a chilling line of text. "The peace of Douluo Continent is about to be shattered, and your academy shall be the first victim." Upon reading the challenge letter, Shanchuan's countenance darkened considerably. He promptly convened all the faculty and core disciples of the academy to deliberate on a strategy. The letter was evidently a deliberate provocation, yet we must not underestimate it. Shanchuan spoke solemnly, asserting the necessity of preparing ourselves for the impending challenge. "Master Shanchuan, what course of action should we take?" inquired one disciple. "First and foremost, we must fortify the academy's defenses. All teachers and senior disciples will be organized into small groups to take turns patrolling the vicinity of the academy. Furthermore, we must ensure an ample supply of resources and medicinal provisions to confront any potential confrontations. Lastly, I implore you to remain vigilant. Should you detect any anomalies, report them immediately." Shanchuan swiftly issued his directives. "Understood." The assembly responded in unison, promptly springing into action. As night descended, the academy was enveloped in a serene stillness. However, this tranquility was soon shattered. A cadre of shadowy soul masters materialized around the academy, unleashing formidable soul power in a ferocious assault. "Alarm! We are under attack." The patrolling disciples immediately sounded the alert. Upon hearing the alarm, Shanchuan promptly led his core disciples out of the dormitory to confront the adversaries. Drawing his longsword, he unleashed a formidable surge of soul power, striking at a dark-clad soul master. With a thunderous clash, the blade of light met the soul force, resulting in a resounding explosion. The dark-clad soul master was sent flying by Shanchuan's sword, yet a multitude of foes surged forth from all directions. "Be cautious, everyone. These enemies possess considerable strength," Shanchuan warned his disciples vocally. The disciples, in response, summoned their own martial spirits, engaging in fierce combat with the dark-clad soul masters. In the midst of battle, Shanchuan moved like a bolt of lightning, weaving through the ranks of foes. With each flash of his sword, an enemy fell. Meanwhile, the disciples, through their harmonious coordination and potent soul techniques, repelled one enemy after another. However, the foes seemed inexhaustible, continuously pouring in wave after wave. As fatigue began to set in, Shanchuan and his disciples felt increasingly overwhelmed, and the situation grew ever more dire. "Master Shanchuan, what should we do?" one disciple inquired anxiously. Mountains and rivers contemplated for a moment before suddenly formulating a plan. "I have an idea. We can harness the power of the Heart of Light to ensnare all these foes." Without hesitation, he retrieved the Heart of Light and raised it high. Instantly, a formidable radiance surged forth from the soul artifact, illuminating the entire academy as if it were midday. The power of the Heart of Light erupted, enveloping all the dark-clad soul masters within its embrace. They emitted anguished cries, their forms gradually dissipating in the brilliance. "Excellent work, Master Shanchuan. You have succeeded." The disciples cheered exuberantly, rushing forward to offer their congratulations. "Indeed, we have triumphed." However, this battle was merely a preliminary test. The true challenge lies ahead, Shanchuan remarked with a sense of reflection. Once the battle concluded, Shanchuan promptly dispatched a report regarding the skirmish to the Douluo Hall. Soon after, An envoy from the Douluo Hall arrived at the academy once more. Director Shanchuan, we are aware of the recent conflict. These dark-clad soul masters are affiliated with a mysterious dark force that has been secretly plotting to disrupt the peace of the Douluo Continent. The envoy spoke gravely. A dark force? What is their motive in this? Shanchuan inquired. The envoy shook his head. We are uncertain of their specific intentions, but it is clear that they will not relent. The Douluo Hall has resolved to fully support your academy in opposing this dark force. Thank you for the support of the Douluo Hall, Shanchuan expressed with heartfelt gratitude. Director Shanchuan, we at the Douluo Hall also possess a formidable soul artifact known as the Shield of Guardianship. This artifact possesses immense defensive capabilities, which can protect the academy from the onslaught of the dark forces. We have decided to lend you the Shield of Guardianship for your use. The envoy produced a soul artifact radiating golden light and handed it to Shanchuan. The Shield of Guardianship? Shanchuan accepted the artifact, feeling a surge of powerful energy emanating from it. Indeed, with the Shield of Guardianship, the defensive capabilities of your academy will be significantly enhanced, the envoy affirmed. Thank you for your trust and support, Douluo Hall. Shanchuan solemnly accepted the Shield of Guardianship, his heart brimming with gratitude. With the addition of the Shield of Guardianship, the academy's defenses were greatly fortified. However, the dark forces did not retreat. Instead, they intensified their assaults on the academy. One night, the dark forces launched another large-scale attack. This time, their onslaught was even fiercer, comprising not only dark-clad soul masters, but also various powerful soul beasts. The academy was shrouded in darkness, and the situation was perilous. All disciples, prepare for battle. Shanchuan commanded loudly, leading his disciples out of the academy to confront the enemy. As the battle was about to commence, Shanchuan drew his longsword, unleashing a formidable soul power, and struck towards the leader of the dark-clad soul masters. Meanwhile, the disciples unleashed their martial souls, engaging the enemies in fierce combat. The powers of the Heart of Light and the Shield of Guardians played a crucial role in the battle, not only safeguarding the disciples of the academy, but also inflicting significant damage upon their adversaries. However, the onslaught of the dark forces surged relentlessly, appearing as if it would never cease. Teacher Shanchuan, can we emerge victorious? A disciple anxiously inquired amidst the fray. Shanchuan turned to face the crowd, his gaze resolute as he declared, we must prevail. For the peace of Douluo Continent, for the honor of our academy, we cannot afford to lose. Inspired by Shanchuan's fervor, the disciples regained their spirits and resumed their fierce battle against the enemy. In the midst of the conflict, Shanchuan wielded his formidable soul power and exquisite swordsmanship, vanquishing foe after foe. Meanwhile, the disciples, through their harmonious cooperation and formidable soul techniques, repelled their adversaries one by one. After a grueling struggle, the dark forces finally faltered and began their retreat. Leading his disciples in a triumphant pursuit, Shanchuan expelled the enemy from the academy's territory. We have won. The disciples cheered joyously, rushing forward to congratulate Shanchuan. Indeed, we have triumphed. But this victory is merely fleeting. The dark forces will not relent. We must persist in our efforts to enhance our strength to genuinely safeguard the peace of Douluo Continent, Shanchuan reflected. Following the battle, Shanchuan promptly gathered all the disciples for a profound debriefing. Dear students, this confrontation has made it abundantly clear that the peace of Douluo Continent is not everlasting. The dark forces are ever watchful, coveting our tranquil existence. We cannot afford to be complacent, Shanchuan spoke gravely. Master Shanchuan, what should we do? A disciple inquired. First and foremost, we must continue our diligent training to fortify our abilities. Only with formidable strength can we stand resolute against the dark forces. Secondly, we must unite as one, offering mutual support. It is through our seamless coordination that we have repeatedly repelled our enemies. Lastly, we must remain vigilant, ever prepared to face new challenges. Shanchuan emphasized with heartfelt sincerity. Yes, Master Shanchuan. The disciples responded in unison, their eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. Mountains and rivers beheld these vibrant disciples, his heart brimming with hope. He understood that these students would embody the future promise of the Douluo Continent, shouldering the monumental task of safeguarding the realm's peace. Dear students, the future of Douluo Continent lies in your hands. I am confident that through your relentless efforts, you will forge your own illustrious chapters. Encouraging them, mountains and rivers gazed at the disciples with great anticipation. Deeply inspired by his words, the disciples fervently exclaimed, "We will!" Beneath the skies of Douluo Continent, The Soul Master Academy established by mountains and rivers stood tall like a majestic lighthouse, illuminating the paths of countless soul masters. Furthermore, Mountains and Rivers himself was revered as a legendary figure among many soul masters. Not only was he a formidable soul master, but he was also an exceptional leader and a custodian of tradition. Under his guidance, the future of the academy promised to shine even brighter, and the peace of Douluo Continent would be better safeguarded. Mountains and rivers would continue to embrace the mission of inheritance, guiding the soul masters of Douluo Continent and penning their legendary narratives. The path to awakening in Douluo. Once again, the skies of Douluo Continent were shrouded in ominous clouds, an inexplicable sense of oppression pervading the air. Standing in the academy's training ground, mountains and rivers gazed towards the distant horizon, a wave of intense unease surging within him. Since the last confrontation against the dark forces, the continent seemed to have momentarily regained its tranquility. Yet Mountains and Rivers was acutely aware that this calm was merely the stillness before the storm. "Teacher Mountains and Rivers, look over there," a disciple suddenly exclaimed, pointing towards the distant sky with astonishment. As Shanchuan gazed in the direction indicated by his disciple, he beheld a peculiar radiance flickering at the horizon, only to vanish beyond the distant mountains. What could that be? A sense of urgency gripped his heart as he promptly summoned the core disciples of the academy. "Does anyone recall that strange beam of light we just witnessed?" Shanchuan inquired with a grave demeanor. The disciples shook their heads in unison, expressing that they had never encountered such an enigmatic phenomenon before. "It appears that new variables may be emerging across the continent," Shanchuan remarked solemnly. "We must remain vigilant and bolster the academy's defenses. Additionally, I want you to conduct a discreet investigation to ascertain if anyone is orchestrating mischief behind the scenes." "Yes, Master Shanchuan," the disciples chorused, their eyes gleaming with determination. Just as Shanchuan intensified the academy's defenses, the mysterious light reappeared, this time swirling above the academy for a brief moment before gently descending, ultimately vanishing into the depths of the back mountain. "Master Shanchuan, the light has landed on the back mountain," one disciple hurriedly reported. Upon sensing a stir within the mountains and rivers, he promptly led several core disciples towards the rear mountain to investigate. They traversed through the dense forest and arrived at the spot where the radiance had vanished. There, they discovered a peculiar stone, emanating a faint glow, as if beckoning them closer. "What could this be?" one disciple inquired with curiosity. Shanchuan stepped forward, intently scrutinizing the stone before him. Suddenly, he was enveloped by a surge of formidable soul power emanating from the stone, resonating intensely with the soul power within him. This was a soul stone, and a particularly rare one at that. Shanchuan spoke solemnly. "It may be intricately linked to the future of our academy." "Soul stone? What purpose does it serve?" the disciples inquired with curiosity. "The soul stone is an essential auxiliary item for soul masters and their cultivation. It can enhance a soul master's soul power and even assist in awakening new soul skills," Shanchuan elucidated. "We must return this soul stone to the academy for in-depth study." "Understood, Teacher Shanchuan," the disciples chorused, carefully transporting the soul stone back to the academy. Upon their return, Shanchuan promptly convened a clandestine meeting, inviting several esteemed teachers and core disciples to jointly investigate the enigmatic soul stone. "Director Shanchuan, the soul power of this stone is extraordinarily potent, yet its precise applications remain uncertain," remarked a senior teacher. "I have an idea. We could attempt to fuse the soul stone with the academy's soul artifacts to explore potential new effects," Shanchuan proposed. "That is an excellent suggestion. We should certainly pursue it." The senior teachers concurred enthusiastically. Through their collective efforts, the soul stone successfully melded with the academy's soul artifacts. Suddenly, a brilliant radiance erupted from the artifact, illuminating the entire academy as if it were midday. Within the light, a figure gradually materialized, a venerable elder clad in an ancient robe, his face etched with the marks of time, yet his gaze remained remarkably clear and resolute. "I am the guardian of the soul stone. You have finally found me." The elder's voice resonated deeply and powerfully. "Who are you?" Shanchuan asked in astonishment. "I am an ancestor of the Douluo Continent. To protect this soul stone, I have slumbered here for countless years. Now, you have awakened me, proving your potential," the elder replied with a smile. "Can you reveal the secrets of the soul stone to us?" Shanchuan implored eagerly. "Certainly. This soul stone is known as the Stone of Awakening. It possesses immense power, capable of aiding soul masters in awakening new soul skills and even enhancing the quality of their martial souls," the elder explained slowly. "However, To harness its power, one must undergo a series of trials. Trials? Shanchuan and the disciples exchanged glances, their hearts brimming with anticipation and trepidation. Indeed, trials. Only by passing these trials can you truly attain the power of the Stone of Awakening, the elder concluded, his form gradually fading into the light. Teacher Shanchuan, how shall we proceed with the trials? The disciples excitedly inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Mountain River spoke. The elder mentioned a trial, which must surely pertain to our martial souls and soul power. We must first enhance our own strength to be worthy of facing this trial. Indeed, Master Mountain River. The disciples replied in unison, promptly immersing themselves in rigorous training. In the ensuing months, the Academy's disciples practiced diligently day and night, continuously augmenting their soul power and martial soul skills. Mountain River personally guided them, aiding the disciples in breaking through their limitations and strengthening their abilities. At last, one fateful night, while in meditation, Mountain River suddenly sensed a tremendous surge of soul power. He immediately opened his eyes to find the awakening stone radiating a brilliant light. Disciples, the awakening stone is stirring. Mountain River exclaimed loudly. The disciples ceased their training and gathered around. Suddenly, a beam of light shot forth from the awakening stone, enveloping Mountain River entirely. He felt a powerful force surging within him as his martial soul began to transform, awakening an unprecedented strength within. Master Mountain River, what is happening to you? The disciples inquired anxiously. As Shanchuan closed his eyes, he devoted himself entirely to sensing the transformations within his being. His martial soul, a humble long sword, suddenly transformed into a radiant sword of light, its blade adorned with enigmatic runes that emanated a formidable wave of soul power. I have awakened a new soul skill, Shanchuan exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Marvelous, Teacher Shanchuan. The disciples cheered exuberantly, rushing forward to extend their congratulations. Disciples, it is now your turn. The power of the Stone of Awakening is finite. You must seize the moment to undergo the trial and awaken your own soul skills, Shanchuan encouraged them. Yes, Teacher Shanchuan. The disciples replied in unison, eager to begin their attempts to communicate with the awakening stone. Under Shanchuan's encouragement, the disciples commenced their endeavors to awaken new soul skills. Some sat cross-legged in meditation, while others brandished their martial souls, striving to harness the power of the awakening stone. One disciple, whose martial soul was a fiery phoenix, suddenly felt an overwhelming blaze igniting within him. In an instant, his phoenix martial soul transformed into a resplendent firebird, radiating intense flames that enveloped him entirely. When he opened his eyes, he discovered that he had awakened the new soul skill, Inferno Blaze. Another disciple, wielding a colossal hammer as his martial soul, suddenly sensed a surge of immense power coursing through him. His hammer martial soul swiftly morphed into a brilliant light hammer, exuding a powerful wave of soul energy. Upon opening his eyes, he realized he had awakened the new soul skill, Earth Shatter. As time progressed, an increasing number of disciples successfully awakened their new soul skills. Their prowess saw a remarkable enhancement, and the atmosphere within the academy grew even more fervent and tense. Teacher Shanchuan, we have succeeded. The disciples excitedly gathered around, eager to showcase their newly awakened soul skills. Mountains and rivers beheld the vibrant disciples before him, his heart swelling with both comfort and pride. He understood that these students would embody the future hope of the Douluo Continent, destined to shoulder the sacred duty of safeguarding peace across the land. My dear students, you have all performed admirably. This awakening has not only enhanced your individual strengths, but has also significantly bolstered the collective prowess of our academy. However, remember that the true challenges lie ahead. We must not let our guard down, Mountain spoke solemnly. Yes, Teacher Mountains. The disciples chorused, their eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. With the awakening of the students, the academy's strength surged remarkably. Mountains recognized that they were poised to confront new challenges. He resolved to lead his disciples across the far reaches of the Douluo Continent, in search of more soul stones and soul tools to further augment the academy's capabilities. Students, our journey has merely begun. The Douluo Continent is replete with countless mysterious locations, concealing powerful soul stones and soul tools. Our mission is to uncover them, enhance our strength, and protect the peace of the Douluo Continent. Mountains inspired his disciples. Yes, Teacher Mountains. They responded in unison, their eyes alight with anticipation and fervor. Under Mountain's guidance, the Academy's disciples embarked on a new expedition. They traversed dense jungles, crossed turbulent rivers, and faced innumerable trials and tribulations. Along their journey, they encountered formidable soul beasts and perilous challenges, yet they overcame each obstacle with resolute will and immense strength. Teacher Mountains. Ahead lies an ancient relic. Let us explore it. One disciple exclaimed with excitement. Shanchuan nodded. Very well, let us take a look. They approached the ruins, discovering that the area was adorned with ancient runes and intricate mechanisms. Shanchuan led his disciples cautiously into the ruins, embarking on a quest to uncover the secrets within. Deep within the remnants, they stumbled upon an extraordinary soul artifact, the Wheel of Time and Space, radiating an overwhelming spiritual energy. This artifact possessed immense power, capable of manipulating both time and space, and was a remarkably rare treasure. Master Shanchuan, is this the Wheel of Time and Space? Its power is truly magnificent. The disciples exclaimed in awe. Mountains and rivers advanced, meticulously scrutinizing the Wheel of Time and Space. Suddenly, a formidable surge of soul power erupted from the soul device, enveloping the entirety of Shanchuan. His body began to tremble, and the expression upon his face contorted with agony. Teacher Shanchuan, the disciples exclaimed in alarm, eager to rush forth and assist. Stay back. Shanchuan managed to utter with great difficulty. This is the power of the Wheel of Time and Space testing me. I must confront it alone. Amidst the throes of pain, Shanchuan, with unwavering resolve and formidable soul power, gradually acclimated to the might of the wheel. His form was ensconced in layers of enigmatic halos as time seemed to stagnate around him and space subtly warped. I can feel it. Shanchuan's voice resonated through the void, his consciousness merging with the Wheel of Time and Space. Suddenly, a blinding radiance erupted from the wheel, illuminating the entire ruins as if it were the height of day. Within the brilliance, Shanchuan's silhouette ascended slowly, and at that moment, his soul weapon, a resplendent sword of light, underwent a cataclysmic transformation. Ripples of time and space swirled around the sword, each swing appearing capable of rending the fabric of space and distorting time itself. I did it. Shanchuan's voice brimmed with exhilaration and joy, having successfully integrated the power of the wheel into his soul weapon. Teacher Shanchuan, you are truly remarkable. The disciples rejoiced, rushing forth to offer their congratulations. Indeed, we have succeeded. This trial has not only enhanced my strength, but has also bestowed upon us a deeper understanding of the power of time and space. Shanchuan reflected with emotion. As Shanchuan triumphed in blending the power of the wheel, the atmosphere within the academy grew increasingly vibrant. The disciples gathered around, inquisitive about the mysteries of temporal power. Teacher Shanchuan, what is the power of time and space? What purpose does it serve? A disciple inquired with curiosity. The mountains and rivers, smiling gently, elucidated. The power of time and space is an extraordinarily enigmatic force, capable of manipulating both time and dimensions. In the heat of battle, we can harness this power to induce a temporal stasis, rendering our adversaries momentarily immobilized, thus granting us a strategic advantage. Furthermore, we can employ this force for spatial leaps, swiftly traversing the battlefield to any desired location, or even transporting our foes to distant realms. How wondrous! Exclaimed the disciples, their eyes sparkling with a fervent yearning for such power. However, the utilization of time and space demands an exceptionally high level of soul energy and precise control. A moment's carelessness may precipitate chaos in the fabric of time, potentially endangering oneself. The teacher cautioned earnestly. Master Shanchuan, we shall strive to cultivate our abilities. The disciples replied in unison, their eyes brimming with unwavering determination. After successfully merging with the power of the Wheel of Time and Space, Shanchuan resolved to lead his disciples on a temporal journey. They would exploit the power of time and space to explore the past and future of the Douluo Continent, seeking additional soul stones and soul tools to enhance the Academy's overall prowess. My dear students, our journey through time and space is about to commence. During this adventure, we shall traverse dimensions and explore uncharted territories. This is not merely an expedition, but a rare opportunity for enlightenment. Are you prepared? Shanchuan inspired his disciples. Ready, Master Shanchuan, they chorused, their eyes glinting with excitement and anticipation. Under Shanchuan's guidance, the disciples activated the power of time and space, ripples of temporal energy unfurling around them, enveloping them gently. Suddenly, a blinding light flashed, and they vanished from their original location, embarking on their journey through time and space. When Shanchuan and his disciples reopened their eyes, they found themselves in an unfamiliar land. Before them lay an expansive battlefield, thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder, as the sounds of war drums and clashing steel echoed all around. Where's this place? One disciple inquired, astonished. The mountains and rivers surveyed the surroundings, revealing an atmosphere steeped in antiquity. Soldiers clad in ancient armor wielded long spears and shields, engaged in fierce combat. "We have traversed into an ancient battlefield," Master Shanchuan remarked. "It appears that the power of time and space has transported us to the past of Douluo Continent. What shall we do, Master Shanchuan?" The disciples inquired, a hint of anxiety in their voices. "Let us first observe the situation and see if we can discover a way to return to the modern era," Shanchuan replied. They cautiously concealed themselves in a corner of the battlefield, attentively watching the unfolding conflict. Suddenly, a general clad in golden armor caught Shanchuan's attention. This commanding figure wielded a massive battle axe, exuding an aura of authority as he directed his soldiers in combat. "This general possesses remarkable strength. His martial soul appears to be a battle axe," Shanchuan whispered. "Should we offer him our assistance?" One of the disciples asked. The mountains and rivers contemplated for a moment, and then said, "Very well, let us assist him. Perhaps he can impart some knowledge regarding the fabric of time and space." They stealthily approached the general and, without warning, launched an assault, aiding him in repelling the surrounding adversaries. The general turned around, astonished to behold the mountains, rivers, and their disciples. "Who are you? What brings you to this place?" he inquired. Mountains and rivers bowed in greeting, saying, "General, we are soul masters from the future. We have traversed through the power of time and space to arrive here, and we hope you can assist us in finding a way back to the modern era." Upon hearing this, the general's eyes flickered with surprise, but he soon regained his composure. "Oh, I see. You are time travelers. I have heard tales of time and space, yet I have never encountered true time travelers. Since you have aided me, I am willing to assist you." "Thank you, General," Mount Chuan expressed with gratitude. With the general's support, Mount Chuan and his disciples sought out an ancient soul master. This master possessed formidable soul power and a wealth of knowledge about soul mastery. After listening to Mount Chuan's intentions, he nodded in agreement to help them. "The power of time and space is an exceedingly mysterious force. Your ability to wield it signifies immense potential. I can impart to you some ancient techniques of soul mastery to better harness the power of time and space," the soul master declared. "Thank you, Master." Mount Chuan and his disciples chorused in appreciation. In the days that followed, the soul master taught them numerous ancient techniques, including how to better control soul power, how to utilize soul skills to create powerful attacks, and how to maintain calmness and decisiveness in battle. These techniques greatly aided Mount Chuan and his disciples in their cultivation, further enhancing their strength. "Mount Chuan, your talents are truly remarkable. I believe you will undoubtedly become legends of the Douluo Continent in the future," the soul master remarked with admiration. "Thank you for your kind words, Master. We will strive to improve," Mount Chuan humbly replied. After a period of study, Mount Chuan and his disciples finally grasped sufficient knowledge and prepared to return to the modern era. With the assistance of the soul master and the general, they activated the power of time and space, and waves of temporal ripples unfurled around them once more. "Mount Chuan, I hope you will continue to uphold the spirit of the soul masters and protect the peace of the Douluo Continent in the future," the soul master said. "We will, Master," Mount Chuan replied resolutely. In a flash of light, Mount Chuan and his disciples returned to the modern era. They found themselves once again standing on the back mountain of the academy as if nothing had transpired. "Teacher Mount Chuan, we are back," the disciples exclaimed with excitement. "Indeed, we are back. This journey through time and space has enriched us profoundly. However, we must not rest on our laurels. The future of the Douluo Continent requires our continued efforts," Mount Chuan reflected. "Teacher Mount Chuan, we will keep striving." The disciples responded in unison, their eyes gleaming with determination. Upon returning to the academy, Mount Chuan immediately gathered all the disciples for a profound debriefing. "Dear students, this journey through time and space has allowed us to deeply appreciate the ancient history of the Douluo Continent and the enduring spirit of the soul masters. As soul masters of the new era, we must not only inherit the techniques and spirit of the ancient soul masters, but also continually innovate and enhance our own abilities." Mount Chuan spoke solemnly. "Teacher Mount Chuan, what should we do?" a disciple inquired. "First and foremost, we must persist in our cultivation, enhancing our spiritual strength and abilities. Secondly, we should maintain an open mind, absorbing the wisdom of ancient spirit masters while integrating it with contemporary technology and knowledge, thus forging our own unique path as spirit masters. Lastly, we must unite as one, collectively safeguarding the peace of the Douluo Continent." Shanchuan spoke earnestly. "Indeed, Master Shanchuan," the disciples responded in unison, their eyes shimmering with resolute determination. As Shanchuan gazed upon his vibrant disciples, a profound sense of hope blossomed within him. He recognized that these young souls would embody the future of Douluo Continent, entrusted with the noble duty of safeguarding peace across the land. Dear students, the fate of Douluo Continent lies within your hands. I firmly believe that with unwavering determination and relentless effort, you shall forge your own illustrious chapters, Shanchuan encouraged. His eyes shimmering with anticipation, the disciples, deeply inspired by Shanchuan's words, erupted in spirited affirmation. We shall. Beneath the expansive sky of Douluo Continent, the Soul Master Academy established by Shanchuan stood tall like a majestic lighthouse, illuminating the paths of countless soul masters. Shanchuan himself was revered as a legendary figure among them. Not only was he a formidable soul master, but also an exceptional leader and custodian of knowledge. Under his guidance, the Academy's future promised to be even more resplendent, ensuring a more secure peace for Douluo Continent. Shanchuan would persist in his mission of legacy, directing the soul masters of Douluo Continent and inscribing their legendary tales. Standing on the gentle hillside of the Academy, Shanchuan gazed at the distant sea of clouds, his heart brimming with reminiscences of his previous journey through time and space. However, it seemed that fate was reluctant to grant him a tranquil existence. A peculiar black light abruptly sliced through the sky, hurtling directly towards him. Before Shanchuan could react, he found himself enveloped by the ominous glow. After a dizzying whirl, he discovered himself amidst an unfamiliar forest. Shanchuan was taken aback, realizing that he might have been ensnared in an enigmatic event of transference. He attempted to channel his soul energy, only to discover that it flowed sluggishly within him, seemingly constrained by the oppressive environment surrounding him. What is happening? Where am I? Shanchuan murmured to himself. At that moment, a deep, rumbling growl resonated from ahead. Shanchuan became alert, drawing forth his luminous sword spirit. However, due to the suppression of his soul energy, the radiance of the sword was faint. Suddenly, a colossal soul beast emerged into his line of sight. This creature resembled a wolf, yet its size was several times greater than that of a typical wolf. Its eyes gleaming with an eerie green light. Human, you have trespassed into my territory. The soul beast spoke in human tongue. Shanchuan, feigning calmness, spoke, greetings. I did not intend to intrude. I was inexplicably brought here. The spirit beast, however, paid no heed to his explanation. Regardless of how one arrived in my territory, one must perish. With that, the spirit beast lunged toward Shanchuan. Although his soul power was suppressed, he was no stranger to adversity. He deftly sidestepped the beast's assault and swung his light sword, a manifestation of his martial soul, towards the creature's back. Yet, the blade merely sparked against its hide, inflicting no significant harm. Enraged, the spirit beast pivoted and charged at Shanchuan once more, its gaping maw revealing sharp fangs. Shanchuan recognized that continuing to engage in a head-on confrontation was not a viable strategy. While deftly evading the onslaught of the soul beast, he pondered a solution. He surmised that the creature's vulnerability lay within its eyes, as it exhibited signs of retreat whenever an attack approached that sensitive area. Amidst his evasive maneuvers, a sudden thought flashed through Shanchuan's mind. He was profoundly intrigued by the power of soul rings. Perhaps absorbing the soul ring of this formidable beast could bolster his own strength. However, the process of absorption was fraught with peril, especially considering that his soul power was currently suppressed. Resolutely, Shanchuan steeled himself and decided to take the risk. He feigned a weakness, allowing the soul beast's attack to miss its mark, and then, summoning all his strength, he charged toward the creature's eyes. The soul beast, taken aback by Shanchuan's unexpected assault on its vulnerable point, instinctively recoiled in alarm. Taking advantage of the moment, Shanchuan thrust his sword into the eye of the soul beast, eliciting a piercing scream from the creature. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly withdrew his soul energy to commence the absorption of the soul ring. Sensing Shanchuan's intent, the soul beast thrashed wildly. Yet as Shanchuan continued to draw in the soul ring, its strength gradually waned. After a strenuous struggle, Shanchuan ultimately succeeded in absorbing the soul ring of the beast. Upon the absorption, a formidable surge of power coursed through his body. His soul energy began to rejuvenate rapidly, more potent than ever before. His light, sword martial spirit underwent a transformation. The blade gleamed with increased brilliance, and the ripples of time and space around him became more pronounced. Ha ha! It seems fortune smiles upon me, Shanchuan exclaimed joyfully. At that moment, he noticed peculiar patterns appearing on his body, reminiscent of ancient runes. After studying them for a while, Shanchuan discovered that these runes enhanced his control over soul energy. Just as he reveled in the joy of acquiring the soul ring, a cacophony of noise reached his ears. The mountains and rivers moved towards the direction of the clamor, discovering a group of soul masters besieging a formidable soul beast. This soul beast was indeed a prime quarry. We must obtain its soul ring, one of the soul masters proclaimed. However, this soul beast radiated an overwhelming aura, instilling fear in the hearts of the soul masters, preventing them from approaching recklessly. Shanchuan stepped forward and inquired, "Do you require assistance?" The soul masters, upon seeing Shanchuan, questioned warily, "Who are you? From whence do you hail?" Shanchuan succinctly recounted his experiences. Upon hearing his words, the soul masters exchanged glances, sensing that Shanchuan was not fabricating his tale. "If you can indeed assist us, it would be nothing short of a blessing," the soul masters remarked. The mountains and rivers nodded slightly, then made their way towards the formidable soul beast. After Shanchuan entered the fray, he swiftly subdued the soul beast using the newly acquired power of his soul ring and the forces of time and space. Observing this, the soul masters launched into a more fervent assault. With their collective effort, the soul beast was ultimately subdued. "Thank you for your assistance. You truly are remarkable," one of the soul masters remarked to Shanchuan. The mountains and rivers smiled and said, "You're welcome. We are all soul masters, and it is only natural to assist one another." After the battle concluded, the soul masters gathered together to engage in conversation. "Did you not experience any backlash while absorbing the soul ring? I have heard that assimilating the rings of powerful soul beasts can be perilous," inquired a curious soul master. Shanchuan generously shared his experiences, detailing how he bravely ventured to absorb soul rings even when his soul power was suppressed. The soul masters, upon hearing his account, were deeply impressed by his courage and wisdom. "What is that temporal power you employ during battle? It appears truly remarkable," inquired another soul master. Shanchuan elucidated. "This is a power I have acquired from an enigmatic realm, one that grants the ability to manipulate certain aspects of time and space." Upon hearing this, the soul masters were filled with envy and yearning. Following their exchange, Shanchuan discovered that within this world resided numerous formidable soul artifacts. These artifacts possessed the potential to significantly augment a soul master's prowess. Acquiring a superior soul artifact would equate to an additional layer of assurance, one soul master remarked. Shanchuan harbored a profound interest in soul artifacts and resolved to embark on a quest with the soul masters to seek them out. They traversed the forest, diligently searching for locales that might conceal these mystical treasures. At long last, they stumbled upon an ancient cave, where they sensed an unusual aura emanating from within. The mountains and the soul masters cautiously ventured into the cavern. A mysterious aura enveloped the space, with ancient runes intricately etched upon the walls. These runes appeared rather formidable, prompting a warning from Shanchuan to exercise caution. As they delved deeper into the cave, a sudden sound of mechanisms activating echoed through the air. "There are traps," the soul masters exclaimed in alarm. Shanchuan meticulously surveyed his surroundings and discovered a loose stone. With considerable effort, he displaced the stone, causing the mechanism to cease its operation. As they proceeded further, they beheld a treasure chest. Could the soul artifact be contained within? An excited soul master exclaimed. Shanchuan stepped forward and opened the treasure chest. Inside lay a golden spear, emanating a powerful aura of soul energy. "This is the soul artifact we have been searching for," the soul masters exclaimed in unison. However, with the discovery arose a pressing dilemma. To whom should this soul artifact rightfully belong? "I was the first to find it. It should be mine," asserted one soul master. "Yet, each of us has made significant contributions. Why should it be yours alone?" countered another soul master. As the mountains and rivers observed the quarreling soul masters, they spoke. "Let us cease this dispute. This soul artifact rightfully belongs to the one most capable of wielding it. We shall engage in a contest. The victor shall claim the soul artifact." The soul masters found this proposal agreeable and thus commenced their competition. After a fervent display of skill, one soul master emerged triumphant. "Congratulations, this soul artifact is now yours," declared the mountains and rivers. The newly endowed soul master was filled with joy, expressing his gratitude to both the mountains and rivers as well as to the other soul masters. "Let us continue our exploration of this world. Countless mysteries await us," the mountains and rivers proclaimed. And so, they set forth on their journey once more. Unbeknownst to them what lay ahead, their hearts brimmed with anticipation for the future. In the days that followed, they encountered an array of challenges, from formidable soul beasts to intricate soul skill traps. Yet, with the bonds of friendship, wisdom, and courage that united them, the mountains, rivers, and their companions overcame each obstacle in turn. In this unfamiliar world, Shanchuan gradually matured, relentlessly absorbing soul rings, seeking soul tools, and enhancing his own strength. He understood that he might never return to his original world, yet he bore no regrets. For he had discovered his own value and purpose on the Douluo Continent. As time passed, Shanchuan's reputation spread throughout this realm, earning him the admiration of many soul masters. The tales of his adventures alongside his companions became legendary within the annals of Douluo. One fateful day, Shanchuan heard whispers of a mysterious castle at the continent's edge, said to conceal secrets capable of altering the fate of the entire land. "Let us journey to that castle," Shanchuan proposed. Although the soul masters were aware that the path to the castle was fraught with peril, they agreed without hesitation. Thus, Shanchuan led the soul masters towards the continent's terminus, their silhouettes resolute against the setting sun. The journey to the castle proved arduous, as they traversed dense mountain ranges and forded turbulent rivers. Amidst the mountains, they were beset by fierce storms. Howling winds threatened to cast them from the cliffs. "Stay close together. Do not scatter," Shanchuan shouted. They clasped hands, struggling against the tempest, while Shanchuan continually utilized his temporal powers to stabilize their bodies. At last, they emerged victorious from the mountains. As they crossed the river, they encountered attacks from aquatic soul beasts lurking beneath the surface. These creatures launched sudden assaults, injuring several members of the group. "Be cautious," Shanchuan warned. Employing his light sword martial soul, he conjured temporal barriers in the water to fend off the soul beast's onslaught. Through their collective efforts, they successfully navigated the river. After a lengthy journey, they finally beheld the enigmatic castle. Towering into the clouds, it emanated an aura of mystery. "How intriguing this castle appears. One can only wonder what secrets lie within," remarked a soul master. Mountain River proposed, "Let us venture inside." Upon entering the castle, they discovered it was riddled with various mechanisms. "Be cautious of the traps," Mountain River advised. They meticulously explored the castle. The intricacies of the mechanisms were formidable. A moment's carelessness could trigger a perilous trap. In one grand hall, they encountered a magnificent crystal orb, which exuded an aura of significance. "This crystal orb appears extraordinary," Mountain River remarked. As they approached, the orb suddenly emitted a blinding radiance. Within the luminous glow, an image materialized, depicting the history and future of the Douluo Continent. It became evident that the continent was on the brink of a grave crisis. In a forthcoming battle, it faced potential annihilation. The arrival of Mountain River and his companions was fated to avert this impending doom. "We must discover a means to save the continent," Mountain River declared resolutely. From the vision within the crystal orb, they learned that they needed to gather fragments of divine artifacts scattered across the world and unite them to rescue the continent. Thus, Mountain River led the Soul Masters on a new quest, scattering them across the globe in pursuit of the artifact fragments. In the course of his quest, Mountain River encountered countless hardships and challenges. Yet, he resolutely refused to yield. Upon an ancient continent, he discovered the first fragment of a legendary artifact. This shard emanated a formidable power, and the moment Mountain River made contact, a surge of profound knowledge flooded into his mind. He discerned the origins and purpose of this fragment. "It seems we have indeed found the right object," Mountain River remarked. He carefully secured the fragment and continued his search. With the collaborative efforts of his companions, they gradually unearthed additional shards. Once all the fragments were gathered, they ascended a mysterious peak, where they commenced the assembly of the artifact. Mountains and Rivers, along with the other Soul Masters, meticulously assembled the fragments according to the guidance of the crystal orb. After considerable effort, the divine artifact was finally reconstructed. It radiated a brilliant light that enveloped the entire Douluo continent. At that moment, the power that incited the crisis also emerged, igniting a breathtaking final battle. The mountains and rivers wielded their divine artifacts, leading the Soul Masters into the fray against their adversaries. Throughout the battle, the mountains and rivers adeptly harnessed the advantages of temporal and spatial powers, seamlessly traversing between foes and allies. Ultimately, through their collective endeavors, they successfully salvaged the Douluo continent. In the aftermath of the conflict, the mountains and rivers emerged as a hero of the Douluo continent. The tales of his exploits, alongside those of his companions, were immortalized, becoming an everlasting legend upon the Douluo continent. The mountains and rivers have finally found their rightful place in this world. He continues to explore this realm, safeguarding the peace and prosperity of the Douluo continent. The ascendancy of soul power in Douluo. After successfully rescuing the Douluo continent, Shanchuan's reputation soared, however. He did not succumb to arrogance or complacency. On the contrary, he increasingly sensed that his soul power possessed the potential for deeper exploration. And he became aware that there were many uncharted territories in this world awaiting his discovery. One day, while exploring a mysterious ancient relic, Shanchuan stumbled upon a crystal radiating an extraordinary luminescence. The moment he touched the crystal, a surge of potent energy coursed through his body, causing his soul power to fluctuate uncontrollably. What could this mean? A mixture of astonishment and elation filled Shanchuan's heart. At that moment, his companions were also drawn to the pulsating energy. "Shanchuan, are you all right?" One companion asked anxiously. "I'm not sure, but I feel as though my soul power is on the verge of undergoing a transformation," Shanchuan replied. As the energy continued to flow in, the space around Shanchuan began to warp, and a faint blue glow enveloped him. Although he had already absorbed numerous soul rings at that moment, those rings seemed to respond to a call, swirling around his body. "This is a sign of soul ring awakening," an experienced elder soul master exclaimed excitedly. Mountains and rivers closed their eyes, concentrating on the fluctuations of the soul power within. He discovered that his soul ring was gradually merging with a new force, a power seemingly emanating from the depths of the cosmos, imbued with endless mysteries. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide and exclaimed. At that moment, his first soul ring underwent a transformative change, elevating his previously ordinary soul skill to unprecedented heights. "My first soul skill can now inflict double damage upon my foes. And it also possesses a brief stunning effect," he declared with exhilaration. His companions rejoiced for him, yet they understood that this was merely the beginning. With the awakening of the first soul ring, a fervent desire surged within him. He yearned to seek out new soul rings to further enhance his prowess. "Let us embark on a quest for new soul beasts. I am confident there exists a soul ring suited for me," he urged his companions. They all voiced their agreement and set forth on their journey to discover soul beasts. Amidst a dense forest teeming with soul beasts, they encountered a colossal flame leopard, radiating intense heat and exuding formidable strength. "This flame leopard's soul ring appears to be a fitting match for me, yet its power cannot be underestimated," he remarked. Gazing at the magnificent creature, "We shall assist you," his companions affirmed. The mountains and rivers shook their heads and said, "I must acquire this soul ring on my own. This is also a test of my abilities." Shanchuan boldly approached the flame leopard, which sensed the impending threat. With a fierce roar, the flame leopard lunged toward Shanchuan. The mountains and rivers swiftly summoned their luminous sword spirit, employing the power of time and space to decelerate the fiery leopard's speed. With precision, they lunged towards the creature's head. The fiery leopard, agile and nimble, evaded the strike by sidestepping, then retaliated with a clawed swipe aimed at the mountains and rivers. Shanchuan leaped backward, evading the fiery leopard's assault. "Your speed is impressive, yet it remains insufficient," he remarked. The fiery leopard appeared to comprehend his words, launching another attack, this time with even greater swiftness. The mountains and rivers continuously harnessed the power of time and space to evade the attacks of the flame leopard, all the while seeking out its vulnerabilities. At last, the mountains and rivers discerned a fleeting pause in the flame leopard's onslaught. Seizing this moment, they thrust the luminous sword fiercely into the creature's abdomen. Wounded, the flame leopard became increasingly frenzied, yet its strength began to wane. After an intense struggle, the flame leopard ultimately succumbed and fell to the ground. Mountains and rivers approached the flame leopard, commencing the absorption of its soul ring. He seated himself cross-legged, channeling his own soul power into the soul ring of the flame leopard. He silently prayed that this soul ring would bestow upon him a substantial enhancement of his strength. As his soul power flowed in, the soul ring of the flame leopard gradually began to meld with his body. Mountains and rivers felt a surging torrent of fiery energy coursing through his being, his soul power continuously refined in the process. With renewed vigor, mountains and rivers opened his eyes once more, having successfully absorbed the soul ring of the flame leopard. "My second soul skill can unleash a formidable fire impact. Its power is truly astonishing," he exclaimed with exhilaration. Following the absorption of the new soul ring, a fresh idea sparked within him. "I wish to seek a soul tool that complements my new soul skill, enabling me to fully unleash my potential," he conveyed to his companions, who nodded in agreement. Together, they began to inquire about soul tools, and at last, they stumbled upon a legend regarding the location of fragments of divine artifacts. It was said that on a mysterious island, numerous powerful fragments lay hidden. Perhaps they could discover a suitable soul tool for mountains and rivers there. One of his companions remarked. Thus, they embarked upon a soul master ship, setting sail towards the enigmatic isle. As they traversed the sea, they encountered various perils, including tempestuous storms and assaults from sea soul beasts. Yet, through sheer will and their harmonious cooperation, they successfully reached the island. Upon their arrival, they beheld an array of peculiar creatures and formidable barriers. Though it appears perilous here, we must find the soul tool suitable for me, mountains and rivers declared resolutely. With utmost caution, they explored the island. Deep within the isle, they discovered a fragment radiating a dazzling light. This shard was unlike any artifact fragment mountains and rivers had previously encountered. It emanated a warm, inviting power. This fragment seems perfectly suited for me, he stated. Approaching it, he reached out to grasp the fragment. The moment his fingers made contact, an overwhelming force surged into his body. His soul power intertwined with the fragment's energy, and in his grasp, the shard gradually transformed into a magnificent sword. The might of this sword is extraordinary. I feel an uncanny connection with it, Mountains and Rivers joyously proclaimed. As Mountains and Rivers continued to evolve, his companions were not idle either. They too were diligently seeking soul rings and tools that suited them, significantly enhancing their strengths. Mountains and Rivers, see how powerful we've become. We can now challenge even stronger foes together, one of his companions remarked. The Mountains and Rivers nodded in agreement, stating, Indeed, yet we must not become complacent, for there remain countless unseen dangers in this world. Just as they were preparing to depart the island, a group of enigmatic powerful beings emerged before them. You have acquired fragments of the divine artifact on our island. They must be surrendered, declared one of the mysterious figures. The Mountains and Rivers echoed with the declaration of the wielder of the sword. This sword belongs to me, and we shall not surrender it. Upon hearing these words, the enigmatic powerful beings launched their assault. Mountains and Rivers, alongside his companions, exhibited no fear as they fought valiantly together, engaging in a fierce battle against the enigmatic powerful adversaries. Throughout the confrontation, Mountains and Rivers showcased the formidable prowess of his newly acquired soul skills and soul weapons. He harnessed the forces of time and space, unleashing fiery assaults that repeatedly repelled the foes. His companions, each utilizing their unique strengths, coordinated their efforts and gradually gained the upper hand. Ultimately, the mysterious adversaries were vanquished by their combined might. You are indeed formidable. We shall spare you today, declared the enigmatic foes before retreating in defeat. Shanchuan and his companions have triumphantly returned to the Douluo Continent. Their arrival was met with an exuberant welcome from the populace. You are truly remarkable, bringing hope to our land, the people exclaimed. Mountain looked at the jubilant crowd, a sense of accomplishment swelling within him. He understood that their mission was far from over. They must continue to safeguard this continent. Shanchuan realized that he had evolved into a formidable soul master, and he felt a profound obligation to impart his knowledge and experience to a greater number of individuals. Thus, he, along with his companions, established a Soul Master Academy. Within the hallowed halls of the academy, Shanchuan personally instructed the young soul masters on the intricacies of cultivating soul power, the art of absorbing soul rings, and the process of selecting soul tools that best suited their unique attributes. I hope you all can become powerful soul masters like us, safeguarding this continent, Shanchuan proclaimed to the eager young students. Inspired by his words, the young soul masters brimmed with motivation. Under Shanchuan's mentorship, an increasing number of young soul masters flourished, and under their vigilant protection, the Douluo Continent thrived ever more splendidly. Shanchuan gazed upon the young soul masters, his heart brimming with hope. I firmly believe that through our collective efforts, the Douluo Continent shall endure in everlasting peace, he remarked with deep emotion. Standing atop the academy's roof, he cast his gaze towards the distant sky, filled with anticipation for the future. He understood that he, along with his companions and these young soul masters, would together compose a more splendid chapter in the illustrious history of the Douluo Continent. At the edge of the enigmatic starry great forest, Shanchuan lingered, his gaze imbued with both a vigilant awareness of the lurking dangers and an irrepressible curiosity. He understood that this was the pivotal location for acquiring soul beasts and awakening soul rings. Yet the terrifying forces concealed in the shadows instilled a sense of trepidation within him. Shanchuan, are you truly going to venture in? Xiao inquired anxiously from beside him. Xiao Wu, a 100,000-year-old soul beast transformed from a soft-bone rabbit, had been captivated by Shanchuan's resilience and uniqueness since their acquaintance. Deciding to accompany him on this perilous journey, the Mountains and Rivers took a deep breath and resolutely declared, I must enter. Only in this way can I grow stronger and secure my place in this world teeming with both peril and opportunity. Xiao Wu shook her head helplessly and replied, You must stay close to me. The soul beasts in the Douluo forest are far more complex than they appear. Cautiously, they ventured deeper into the Douluo forest. The towering trees loomed above, their dense foliage allowing only fragmented shafts of sunlight to filter through. Suddenly, a low rumble echoed, and a white 10-year wind wolf emerged before them. The wolf's eyes glimmered with a fierce intensity, its lithe form suggesting that it had deemed both the mountains and Xiaowu as its prey. Mountains and rivers clenched their fists, acutely aware of the oppressive aura emanating from the wind wolf. Although a hint of trepidation lingered in his heart, it was overshadowed by an exhilarating thrill. For this was his inaugural encounter with the assault of a soul beast. The wind wolf initiated its attack, striking like a bolt of white lightning towards the mountains and rivers. With a deft sidestep, he evaded the wolf's lunge. Beside him, Xiaowu chuckled, mountains and rivers. Though the wind wolf is swift, its attacks are rather predictable. Simply seize upon its weaknesses. Shanchuan meticulously observed the movements of the wind wolf and noted that it would pause briefly after each attack. As the wind wolf lunged again, Shanchuan seized the moment, dashing towards it with a swift step, and delivered a powerful punch to its abdomen just as it prepared to turn for another assault. The wind wolf yelped in pain. After a fierce battle, Shanchuan ultimately triumphed over the wind wolf, bearing several scratches from its claws. Yet he remained unfazed, his face radiant with the joy of victory. Xiaowu regarded Shanchuan with admiration in her eyes. You are quite brave and possess commendable combat awareness. However, this is merely the beginning. You will encounter even more formidable spirit beasts ahead. As they delved deeper into the Douluo forest, they encountered a century-old mandala snake. The mandala snake, adorned in a vivid green hue with black stripes, had venomous fangs that glimmered ominously. Shanchuan, the venom of the mandala snake is exceedingly potent. Exercise caution, Xiaowu warned. The mandala snake flicked its tongue and hissed before launching an attack. Its body slithered with remarkable speed. Shanchuan remained vigilant, focusing intently on the confrontation. As the mandala snake approached, he kicked a nearby branch, striking the snake's head and causing it to momentarily halt. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaowu sprang into action, her body coiling like a spring as she delivered a decisive punch to the snake's vulnerable point. The mandala snake struggled briefly before collapsing to the ground. Shanchuan wiped the sweat from his brow and expressed his gratitude. Xiaowu, thank you. Without you, it would have been exceedingly difficult for me to confront this challenge. Xiaowu replied with a smile, we are partners, after all. After relentless exploration and fierce battles, Shanchuan finally discovered a millennium soul beast, the flame leopard, that suited him perfectly. The flame leopard radiated intense heat, embodying formidable power. Shanchuan, the flames of this leopard are quite potent. You must be cautious of its range of attack, Xiaowu advised earnestly. Mountains and rivers nodded slightly, his eyes brimming with determination. The flame leopard launched the first assault, unleashing a torrent of fire that surged toward the mountains and rivers. Swiftly, he rolled upon the ground, evading the fiery onslaught. Subsequently, he began his counterattack. A powerful force erupted from his body as he charged toward the flame leopard. Observing the approach of the mountains and rivers, the flame leopard expelled another burst of flames. Unfazed, he concentrated his energy, enveloping his body with spiritual power, and boldly plunged into the inferno. The flame leopard, taken aback by the mountains and rivers' fearless advance through the flames, was momentarily astonished. Upon closing in on the flame leopard, he delivered a punch aimed squarely at its head. The impact sent the flame leopard staggering backward, roaring in fury as it prepared to launch another strike. The mountains and rivers engaged in a fierce struggle for survival against the flame leopard. Throughout the battle, the mountains and rivers continually transcended their limits, their soul power steadily augmenting. Ultimately, the mountains and rivers triumphed over the flame leopard. The creature collapsed to the ground, transforming into a radiant light before vanishing, while a magnificent soul ring materialized around the mountains and rivers. Congratulations, you have successfully acquired the Millennium Soul Ring, exclaimed Xiaowu with exhilaration. Shanchuan felt the surging soul power within him, his heart brimming with joy. He recognized that this was a significant step towards his ascendance and strength. After acquiring the soul ring, Shanchuan set forth to seek a soul device. He had heard whispers of ancient ruins hidden deep within the soul beast forest, where formidable soul devices might be concealed. In a secluded valley, they stumbled upon an ancient castle. The grand entrance stood firmly shut, adorned with enigmatic runes. The atmosphere was undeniably peculiar. While it might harbor powerful soul devices, it could also conceal peril, as Xiaowu cautioned. Without hesitation, Shanchuan stepped forward and reached out to touch the runes etched upon the grand door. Suddenly, a brilliant light flashed, and the door creaked open slowly. They entered the castle, where an air of mystery enveloped them. In the hall of the castle, there lay a sword radiating a chilling luminescence. This sword appeared to be quite extraordinary, Shanchuan remarked. As he approached the blade, an immense force erupted from it, enveloping him entirely. Shanchuan felt as though his very soul was being stretched by an unseen power. And he struggled in agony. Shanchuan, Xiaowu cried out, yearning to assist, but was thwarted by an overwhelming force. Shanchuan persevered through suffering, his willpower remarkably resilient. Gradually, that force began to be absorbed by him, and the brilliance of the sword softened into a gentle glow. Ultimately, Shanchuan succeeded in taming the sword, which became his sole weapon, further enhancing his strength. Shanchuan departed from the castle with Xiaowu, continuing their exploration of the starry forest. They encountered a myriad of soul beasts, some exhibiting hostility towards them, while others displayed curiosity. On one occasion, they stumbled upon a small fox soul beast. The little fox had injured its leg and appeared to be in a state of great distress. Mountains and rivers evoke compassion within him as he crouches down to tend to the wounds of the little fox. Sensing the kindness of the mountains and rivers, the fox nuzzles against his hand. "You truly are a kind-hearted person," said Xiaowu. The mountains and rivers spoke with a smile. Every life deserves to be respected. As time progressed, the mountains and rivers continually flourished in the Douluo Continent. His name gradually spread, becoming a legend in the eyes of many. One day, a formidable team of soul masters arrived at the Stardow Forest, intent on capturing a powerful soul beast. "We discovered this place first. You cannot capture soul beasts here," Mountain River declared. The captain of the soul master team looked disdainfully at Mountain River, saying, "You, a mere mortal, dare to obstruct us? The mountains and rivers stand fearless. I shall not permit you to act with impunity here." The soul master team launched their assault, and Shanchuan fought side by side with Xiaowu. Shanchuan wielded his soul sword, emanating a formidable power from its blade. Meanwhile, Xiaowu showcased her agility, relentlessly striking at the foes. After a fierce battle, Shanchuan and his companions successfully repelled the soul master team. "Shanchuan, you have grown stronger once again," Xiaowu remarked. Shanchuan gazed into the distance, aware that his journey through Douluo was far from over. He anticipated encountering numerous challenges ahead. Yet he was imbued with an unwavering conviction to continually grow stronger and forge his own legend in this enchanting realm. In the days that followed, Shanchuan ventured further into the Douluo Continent, relentlessly confronting increasingly formidable soul beasts to procure higher-grade soul rings, all the while in pursuit of more powerful soul tools. His bond with Xiaowu deepened significantly as they faced various perils together, providing mutual support in this world where the strong preyed upon the weak. The name of Shanchuan resonates increasingly throughout the Douluo Continent, his tale being recounted by many, serving as a source of inspiration for countless souls in their pursuit of dreams. Meanwhile, he continues to traverse this enchanting land, delving into the mysteries that lie ahead, crafting a glorious narrative that is distinctly his own. He understands that as long as belief resides within his heart, and with relentless effort, there exists nothing he cannot conquer. Like a resplendent star, he radiates a unique brilliance across the sky of the Douluo Continent. Whether confronting the terrifying legions of soul beasts or contending with the envious soul masters intent on suppressing him, Shanchuan resolutely overcomes each challenge with his indomitable will and remarkable prowess. He persistently transcends his limits, journeying ever further along the path of soul masters, ultimately evolving into a true legend. The journey of Douluo's soul beasts and awakening unfolds. The reputation of Mountain River and Little Dance gradually spread throughout the starry forest, becoming known to many spirit masters and small creatures as two unique entities. One day, they ventured into a valley they had never explored before. The valley was permeated with a rich aura of soul power and was adorned with numerous peculiar plants. This place felt rather unusual. Mountain River. Little Dance observed her surroundings with vigilance. Indeed, yet danger often accompanies opportunity. Mountain River tightened his grip on the soul sword in his hand. Suddenly, a colossal shadow leopard sprang forth from the shadows. This shadow leopard was even more imposing than the flame leopard they had encountered before, its fur resembling the darkness of night, with eyes glimmering in eerie green. "Beware of its shadow powers, Shadow Leopard," Little Dance cautioned. The shadow leopard emitted no roar. Instead, lunging directly at Mountain River, he sensed a formidable pressure emanating from the creature and swiftly channeled his soul power. As the shadow leopard approached, Mountain River unleashed a new soul skill. A layer of blue radiance enveloped his light sword martial soul, a skill he acquired after merging with a new soul ring, Ice Spike Impact. Mountains and rivers infused their spiritual energy into the luminous sword, thrusting it towards the shadow leopard. The azure radiance upon the blade transformed into a shard of ice, hurtling towards the shadowy beast. In a swift motion, the shadow leopard evaded the icy projectile. Yet its claws grazed Shanchuan's arm. Such remarkable speed. Shanchuan furrowed his brow. The shadow leopard launched another assault, its form flickering in and out of visibility within the shadows. Shanchuan concentrated, harnessing the power of time and space to discern the leopard's location. Abruptly, he charged in a specific direction, swinging the sword and striking the leopard's tail. The creature howled in pain. Enraged, it charged towards Shanchuan, its velocity now heightened. Shanchuan remained vigilant, fighting alongside Xiaowu. Xiaowu nimbly leaped, evading the shadow leopard's strikes while targeting its eyes and abdomen with her fists. Meanwhile, Shanchuan employed the icy shards to continuously impede the leopard's movements. After a fierce battle, Shanchuan ultimately triumphed over the shadow leopard. The creature collapsed, dissipating into a beam of light, and Shanchuan's spiritual power experienced a newfound elevation. "You have grown stronger, Shanchuan," Xiaowu remarked with a smile. Deep within the valley, they stumbled upon an ancient cave, emanating waves of mysterious energy. "Perhaps there are treasures within," Shanchuan suggested. They cautiously ventured into the cave, which was suffused with an ancient aura, its walls adorned with runes. At the center of the cavern lay a crystal orb, radiating brilliance. As Shanchuan approached the orb, it suddenly emitted a beam of light that enveloped his body. The mountains and rivers felt a powerful influx of information surging into their minds, revealing knowledge about an ancient soul skill. "What is this soul skill?" Xiaowu inquired with curiosity. Shanchuan shook his head, expressing uncertainty, yet a profound strength resonated within him. After departing from the cave, Shanchuan and Xiaowu continued their exploration of the Douluo forest. They soon encountered an adorable little squirrel spirit beast. To their surprise, the little squirrel approached them without a hint of fear. "Greetings, I am Xiaosong," the squirrel announced in a sweet, youthful voice. "Hello, Xiaosong," Shanchuan replied with a smile. The little squirrel led them to the edge of a serene lake, where an array of peculiar fish spirit beasts swam gracefully. "The fish here are truly delightful. Would you care to sample them?" Xiaosong inquired. Shanchuan and Xiaowu shook their heads. Xiaosong gazed at them, his eyes brimming with curiosity. "You are not here to capture us, are you?" The mountains and rivers shook their heads, assuring, "We shall not harm you." Little Song burst into a joyful laugh, proclaiming, "Then you are indeed friends." The life of Shanchuan and Xiaowu in the starry forest is replete with joy. One day, a mysterious soul beast approached Shanchuan. "Are you Shanchuan?" inquired the enigmatic soul beast. "Indeed, and who might you be?" Shanchuan asked cautiously. "I am the guardian of the starry forest, and I am aware of your unique potential. I am willing to grant you a soul ring," proclaimed the mysterious soul beast. The mountains and rivers gazed in astonishment at the enigmatic spirit beast. "Why, you may ask?" "Because you are destined to be intertwined with our Douluo forest," the mysterious spirit beast proclaimed. Mountains and rivers gazed gratefully at the enigmatic spirit beast, expressing their gratitude. The mysterious spirit beast placed a colossal soul ring before them. Sitting cross-legged, they began to absorb the soul ring. During the absorption process, a tremendous surge of power flowed into their body. Their soul power continuously heightened, and the strength of the awakened soul ring intensified. "What is happening?" Xiaowu inquired, astonished. The mountains and rivers remained silent as he focused on absorbing the soul ring. Once he completed the absorption, a radiant golden aura enveloped his body. "My soul power has significantly increased, and I have also awakened a new soul skill," he exclaimed with excitement. The new soul skill is the Luminous Shield, capable of withstanding formidable attacks. Shanchuan and Xiaowu bid farewell to the Douluo forest and embarked on a new journey. They arrived in a bustling city, teeming with various spirit masters and spirit beasts. "It is indeed a lively place," remarked Xiaowu. "Indeed, there are greater opportunities and challenges here," Shanchuan replied. They settled in a Spirit Master Academy, where the students, upon seeing Shanchuan and Xiaowu, were filled with curiosity. "Where do you hail from?" inquired one of the students. "We come from the Douluo forest," Shanchuan answered. The students gazed at them with envy. Within the academy, Shanchuan and Xiaowu continued their training. Mountains and rivers continually challenge more formidable disciples, and his prowess is ever on the rise. One day, a powerful soul master confronted the mountains and rivers. "I have heard tales of your might. Today, I shall witness the extent of your strength," declared the soul master. The mountains and rivers remained silent as he drew forth the soul sword, preparing for battle. The clash commenced, with the soul master unleashing a formidable assault. Yet the radiant shield of light crafted by Shanchuan effectively withstood the onslaught. Subsequently, Shanchuan executed a novel soul technique, driving back the Soul Master. "You are indeed powerful, but I shall not be defeated," proclaimed the Soul Master. With renewed vigor, he launched an even fiercer barrage of attacks, while Shanchuan skillfully evaded, seeking an opportunity. Ultimately, through the strategic combination of icy spikes and the luminous shield, Shanchuan triumphed over the Soul Master. "You are truly remarkable," the Soul Master acknowledged with admiration. The mountains and rivers smiled and said, "Thank you." Within the academy, the mountains and rivers forged numerous friendships with Xiao Wu. Together, they cultivated their skills, fought side by side, and grew together. The name of Shanchuan is becoming increasingly renowned within the academy, and his tale has transformed into a legend among the students. One day, a mysterious figure approached Shanchuan. "Are you Shanchuan?" the enigmatic individual inquired. "Indeed." "And who might you be?" Shanchuan responded. "I am your adversary," the mysterious figure retorted with a chilling smirk. The mountains and rivers gazed warily at the mysterious figure. "What is your intention?" they inquired. "I seek to vanquish you and emerge as the most formidable soul master on the Douluo Continent," replied the enigmatic individual. Mountains and rivers gripped the soul sword tightly in hand, resolutely declaring, "I shall not allow you to succeed." The enigmatic figure launched an assault, prompting mountains and Xiao Wu to stand shoulder to shoulder in combat. The mysterious adversary possessed formidable strength. However, the synergy between mountains and Xiao Wu was remarkable. They employed a myriad of soul skills and strategies, engaging in an intense battle against the enigmatic foe. After a fierce struggle, mountains ultimately triumphed over the mysterious figure. "You are indeed powerful, but I will not concede," the enigmatic figure proclaimed. Mountains and rivers spoke with a smile. "I shall continue to grow stronger, leaving you no opportunity." Within the academy, he diligently pursued his training, his prowess constantly on the rise. He was acutely aware that his journey through the realm of Douluo was far from over, and that numerous challenges awaited him. Yet, he harbored an unwavering conviction to perpetually enhance his strength, aspiring to forge a legend of his own in this enchanting world. The bond between him and Xiao Wu deepened with each passing day as they faced various perils together, supporting one another in this ruthless world governed by the law of the survival of the fittest. Mountains and rivers resemble a resplendent star, radiating a unique brilliance in the sky of the Douluo Continent. Whether confronted by the terrifying army of soul beasts or those envious soul masters eager to suppress him, the mountains and rivers resolutely dispel each challenge with unwavering tenacity and remarkable prowess. He continuously transcends his limits, journeying further along the path of soul masters, ultimately evolving into a truly legendary figure. His name shall be eternally etched in the annals of Douluo Continent's history, becoming an idol and exemplar in the hearts of countless individuals. The awakening of soul tools and soul rings. After engaging in combat with a mysterious entity, Shanchuan's reputation within the academy soared, yet he remained undeterred by such a claim. One day, he resolved to embark on a solitary exploration of a forbidden area nestled in the mountains behind the academy. It was said that this place harbored ancient and formidable waves of power. As he stepped into the forbidden realm, the very air around him seemed to thicken with an ominous weight. Suddenly, a colossal three-headed canine spirit beast materialized before him, exuding a shroud of dark mist, with each head letting out a deep, resonant growl simultaneously. "Are you the guardian of this place?" Shanchuan inquired, taking a deep breath. One of the heads of the three-headed beast snarled fiercely, "Mortal, this is not a realm meant for your kind. Depart at once." Shanchuan gripped the soul sword firmly in his hand, resolutely seeking ways to enhance his strength, unwilling to retreat easily. The three-headed hound, having caught wind of this determination, launched an immediate assault. Each of its heads unleashed a torrent of black flames, icy spikes, and dark lightning. Swiftly, Shanchuan conjured a radiant shield, successfully deflecting these formidable attacks. This adversary proved to be quite challenging, Shanchuan mused inwardly. He continuously analyzed the attack patterns of the three-headed hound while channeling the soul energy within him. He noted that although the intervals between each head's assault were brief, there was a significant overlap in the coverage of their simultaneous strikes. At the opportune moment, Mountain River swiftly removed the luminous shield as the flames and icy spikes of the three-headed hound approached. In an instant, he darted towards the beast. The three-headed hound, taken aback by Mountain River's audacity, found itself unable to evade the impending assault. Shanchuan fiercely thrust his soul sword towards the central head of the three-headed hound. The creature, in pain, furiously swung its body, flinging Shanchuan aside. However, he quickly regained his balance. During the skirmish, Shanchuan unexpectedly discerned a conspicuous vulnerability on the three-headed hound, a scale on its chest that emanated a faint glow. He resolved to seize the opportunity to strike there. After a series of maneuvers and attacks, Shanchuan ultimately succeeded in piercing the scale with his soul sword. The hound let out a chilling wail as its massive body gradually succumbed. With its fall, a formidable soul ring materialized. As Shanchuan felt the power contained within the ring, he experienced a mix of exhilaration and trepidation. Absorbing this soul ring could pose immense risks, yet the potential for a significant enhancement in strength was undeniable, he mused. In the end, steeling himself, he settled cross-legged to commence the absorption of the soul ring. The energy surged into his body, and Shanchuan felt as though his meridians were being seared by flames. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and persevered amidst the agony. He sensed his soul power undergoing continuous transformation and fortification. I cannot give up, Shanchuan encouraged himself inwardly. As time passed, Shanchuan successfully absorbed the powerful soul ring. My soul power has achieved a qualitative leap, and I feel a heightened precision in my control over it, he exclaimed as he rose, filled with excitement. After the absorption, he stumbled upon a peculiar soul artifact deep within the forbidden area. It was a longbow radiating with a spectrum of colors, its body intricately etched with ancient runes. As Shanchuan approached the longbow, a surge of immense power coursed through his entire being upon his touch. This bow was extraordinary, seemingly resonating with the soul force within me, Shanchuan remarked. He endeavored to draw the bowstring, realizing it demanded a tremendous expenditure of soul energy. Yet, upon successfully pulling it back a short distance, a dazzling arrow of light coalesced upon the bow. At that moment, a small fox-like spirit beast scampered over. Who are you? Why have you taken away that which we protect? Inquired the fox, speaking in human tongue. Mountains and Rivers explained, I did not intend to offend. I am merely here to explore and discover that this bow resonates with me. The little fox circled around Mountains and Rivers, seemingly assessing the veracity of his words. This bow is a sacred relic of our clan. You may take it if you wish. But you must promise me to wield it wisely and ensure it does not fall into the hands of wrongdoers, the little fox remarked. Shanchuan solemnly nodded in agreement, and the little fox cast a glance at Shanchuan before turning to depart. Shanchuan meticulously examined the longbow he held, discovering a profound connection between its power and the newly absorbed soul ring. He pondered that the harmonious fusion of the two might yield unforeseen effects. Upon returning to the academy, Shanchuan entered a period of seclusion to delve into the optimal utilization of the longbow as a soul weapon. During his retreat, his friends were filled with concern for him. Xiaowu frequently visited the site of his seclusion, softly imploring, Shanchuan, you must succeed. In the confines of his secluded chamber, Shanchuan, though unable to respond to Xiaowu, could still sense the warmth of his friend's concern. After extensive exploration, he finally unearthed the secret to harmonizing the power of the longbow with the essence of his soul ring. When he drew the longbow once more, not only did the luminous arrow attain unprecedented might, but it also bore a unique effect bestowed by the new soul ring, capable of striking at the very essence of his adversary's souls. After the Mountains and Rivers emerged from the confines, I shared this good news with my friends. Mountains and Rivers, you have grown even more formidable. My friends offered their heartfelt congratulations. However, there were also some envious individuals within the academy. A student named Jack remarked, Mountains and Rivers, do not presume that your recent achievements make you exceptional. Let us settle this in the arena of practical combat. Shanchuan was aware that Jack was deliberately provoking him, yet he refused to show any sign of weakness. Very well, I accept your challenge. In the arena of combat, Jack unleashed his most formidable soul technique, launching an assault toward Shanchuan. The Mountains and Rivers moved with an unhurried grace. First, he employed a luminous shield to deflect Jack's assault, and then he seized his longbow, unleashing a radiant arrow imbued with a soul-shattering force towards Jack. Struck by the arrow, Jack trembled violently, as if his very essence had been dealt a crushing blow, causing him to collapse onto the ground. This contest significantly elevated Shanchuan's esteem within the academy. Yet, Shanchuan understood that this was merely a fleeting episode. He must persist in his quest for self-improvement. My aspirations extend beyond being merely a formidable presence within the academy. I yearn to emerge as a preeminent soul master across the entirety of Douluo Continent, he resolutely declared within his heart. Consequently, Shanchuan resolved to depart from the academy in pursuit of grander adventures. Without hesitation, Xiaowu chose to accompany him. Together, they embarked on a new journey, encountering a myriad of soul beasts along the way. On one occasion, they stumbled upon a horde of soul beasts led by a millennia-old tree spirit, the ancient tree spirit. Upon noticing Shanchuan and Xiaowu brandished its colossal branches and swept towards them. The mountains and rivers gracefully evade the onslaught. Mountains and rivers unleashed several luminous arrows from their longbows, striking the body of the tree demon, yet it appeared largely unscathed. Xiaowu, utilizing her agile prowess, leaped onto the branches of the tree demon, delivering powerful blows to its trunk. Through their combined efforts, the tree demon was ultimately vanquished. Throughout this ordeal, mountains and rivers continuously absorbed lessons from the skirmish, honing his combat skills and mastery over soul energy. As time progressed, the name of mountains and rivers resonated further across the Douluo Continent. They arrived at the ruins of an ancient castle, rumored to conceal higher secrets regarding soul beasts and soul tools. Upon entering the castle ruins, they were enveloped by an aura both mysterious and perilous. Mountains and rivers gripped the longbow tightly, and Xiaowu was likewise prepared for battle. Unknown dangers awaited them ahead, yet Shanchuan's heart brimmed with fearlessness. He understood that only through relentless challenges could one achieve growth and inscribe their own legend upon the fantastical and perilous Douluo Continent. Amidst the ruins of the castle, they encountered various traps and mechanisms, as well as formidable spirit beasts. However, Shanchuan, armed with his intellect, courage, and ever-increasing strength, transformed peril into safety time and again. Throughout this journey, he gained clearer insights into his abilities and future direction. No longer merely content with his own power, he aspired to explore a path where spirit masters, spirit beasts, and spirit tools could coexist in greater harmony, a pursuit with profound implications for the peaceful development of the entire Douluo Continent. As their exploration deepened, Shanchuan stumbled upon an ancient scroll containing long-lost spirit techniques and secrets of spirit beast evolution. This discovery was undoubtedly a tremendous boon, and Shanchuan cherished it dearly. Together with Xiaowu, he continued along the path filled with uncertainties and challenges, eager to craft an even more splendid tale of their own. The power of the soul rings of Douluo. The mountains and rivers gradually opened their eyes, revealing the vast and enigmatic starry great forest before them. He understood that he must quickly enhance his strength to survive in the perilous yet opportunistic Douluo Continent. The last awakening of the soul ring was merely the first step on his path to becoming powerful. Now, he yearned for greater strength. He cautiously advanced through the forest, where towering trees stood densely, allowing only fragmented rays of sunlight to filter through the leaves. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound caught his attention. He halted, alert, and beheld a small white fox peering out from the underbrush. Its eyes sparkled like blue gems, radiating cleverness. It gazed curiously at him, seemingly devoid of malice. "Who are you? What brings you here?" he inquired softly. The little fox tilted its head, offering no response, but instead bounced closer to him. He felt a stirring in his heart. There was a peculiar aura surrounding this fox. Perhaps it was a spirit beast. At that moment, a larger wolf sprang forth from the side. Its eyes glinted with ferocity, clearly perceiving both him and the fox's prey. "Be careful." He instinctively interposed himself before the fox. Drawing the short knife from his waist, he recognized that although it had not yet become a soul tool, it was nonetheless an essential instrument for his survival in this world. The wolf lunged ferociously, and he sidestepped, delivering a swift stab towards the beast. The wolf reacted quickly, twisting in midair to evade the strike. It then charged at him again, this time with increased speed. He dared not be careless. He focused his energy, mobilizing the faint soul power within him. He discovered that under the pressure of life and death, his soul power seemed to flow more smoothly. Just as the wolf was about to sink its teeth into him, a flash of blue light erupted as the little fox emitted a sharp cry. The wolf was momentarily stunned, its body quivering. Seizing the opportunity, he thrust his knife into the wolf's vital spot. The creature held in anguish before collapsing to the ground. Shanchuan let out a sigh of relief and turned to glance at the little fox. "Thank you," he said. The little fox wagged its tail and darted back into the depths of the forest, filled with curiosity yet understanding that he could not force answers. Shanchuan continued on his journey. As he walked, he arrived at a tranquil valley. A delicate mist enveloped the area, and the air seemed to resonate with a rich wave of spiritual energy. He realized that powerful soul beasts must inhabit this place. Suddenly, he was struck by an overwhelming sense of pressure as a colossal black panther emerged slowly from the fog. The panther's coat shimmered with a metallic sheen, and its eyes blazed like two fiery orbs. Mountains and rivers are aware that they are not a match for this black panther, yet they are reluctant to concede easily. Taking a deep breath, they procure a pair of windwalker boots from the system. The moment they don the boots, a surge of speed engulfs them, amplifying their velocity several-fold. The panther, sensing this transformation, emits a low growl and lunges towards them. With a powerful push from the ground, they dart toward the panther like a bolt of lightning. As they near the beast, they execute a swift roll, thrusting their dagger towards the panther's back. The panther, stung by the attack, pivots in a fit of rage to retaliate. In the ensuing exchange with the panther, they discern a pattern in its formidable strikes. With a calm demeanor, they begin to counteract, leveraging the speed bestowed by the Windwalker boots to gradually deplete the panther's stamina. After an arduous struggle, the panther's movements begin to falter. Seizing the moment, they channel their soul power, concentrating all their strength into the dagger. With a resounding cry, they charge towards the panther's vital point. The panther attempts to evade, but it is too late. The dagger finds its mark, piercing the panther's heart, eliciting a thunderous roar before it collapses to the ground. Shanchuan gasped for breath, his body weary from the tremendous expenditure of soul power. Yet, he was acutely aware that this battle had yielded substantial rewards. From the Black Panther, he had acquired 2 soul rings in total, 1 yellow 100-year soul ring and 1 purple 1,000-year soul ring. Mountains and rivers, he sat cross-legged, commencing the operation of his cultivation technique, preparing to absorb the 2 soul rings. His heart brimmed with anticipation, for he understood that the assimilation of these 2 soul rings would propel his strength to unprecedented heights. As the yellow soul ring enveloped his martial spirit, a warm surge of soul power flooded into his being, bestowing him with remarkable enhancements in both strength and speed. However, when the purple soul ring encircled his martial spirit, he endured excruciating agony. The potent soul power contained within the purple ring felt as if it might rupture his very form. Yet, with gritted teeth and resolute determination, he ultimately succeeded in absorbing the purple soul ring. Upon completing the absorption, he rose to his feet, acutely aware that his soul power had ascended to a new pinnacle. Gazing into the distant vast forest, his heart swelled with fervor. He recognized that a long journey lay ahead, one in which he must continuously elevate his prowess to explore the enigmatic continent of Douluo. As he continued his trek, he arrived at the banks of a crystalline stream. The waters shimmered with an otherworldly radiance. Just as he intended to crouch down for a sip, he noticed a small, luminous object glimmering within the stream. With considerable effort, he managed to retrieve the object, discovering it to be a delicate crystal necklace. The moment he grasped the crystal necklace, a flash of light enveloped him, and it melded into his body. To his astonishment, he realized he had acquired a unique ability to sense the emotions of nearby soul beasts. This newfound power enabled him to navigate interactions with soul beasts with greater finesse. He ventured into a habitat teeming with various soul beasts, where he spotted a young deer weeping sorrowfully, having become separated from its mother. A surge of sympathy welled up within him, and he resolved to assist the distressed fawn. Utilizing his newly acquired ability, he set forth to trace the whereabouts of the fawn's mother. In the course of his search, he encountered numerous other soul beasts. Some regarded him with wariness, while others welcomed him with warmth. Gradually, he came to understand that within the realm of soul beasts, a myriad of emotions and relationships flourished. At long last, he located the fawn's mother. In the moment of their reunion, the fawn leaped joyfully, and its mother gazed at Shanchuan with profound gratitude. In that instant, he gained a deeper appreciation for the rich diversity of this world. Shanchuan continued to delve into the depths of the forest, yearning to discover more formidable spirit beasts and acquire powerful spirit rings. His aspiration was to become the mightiest spirit master on the Douluo Continent, safeguarding all that he held dear. As he ventured further into the woods, he encountered a colossal bear-like spirit beast. This creature emanated an overwhelming aura, its strength rendering Shanchuan breathless. "You little rascal, how dare you intrude upon my territory?" bellowed the bear-like spirit beast. Shanchuan took a deep breath. Fully aware that retreat was not an option, he retrieved from his backpack another soul artifact, a protective bracelet, which he had acquired earlier. This bracelet had the capacity to withstand formidable attacks during critical moments. "Esteemed elder, I merely passed through this place and harbor no ill intentions," Shanchuan respectfully articulated. The bear-like soul beast let out a disdainful snort. "Pass through? This is my territory, and only powerful soul masters are permitted to traverse here." Shanchuan understood that he must demonstrate his prowess. He summoned the soul power within him, and the soul rings adorning his body radiated a brilliant light. "Predecessor, I am willing to accept your challenge." The bear-like soul beast regarded Shanchuan's resolute gaze and nodded in acknowledgement. "Very well, I shall grant you this opportunity." With that, the bear-like soul beast launched a fierce assault upon Shanchuan. Shanchuan utilized a shield bracelet to withstand the ferocious assault of the bear-type spirit beast, before unleashing his newly acquired soul skill in a counterattack. The battle between them was extraordinarily fierce, with everything around them succumbing to the overwhelming waves of soul power. Throughout the conflict, Shanchuan relentlessly tapped into his potential, honing his soul skills with increasing proficiency. The bear-type spirit beast regarded him with newfound respect, astonished by the formidable strength exhibited by this young soul master. After an enduring struggle, Shanchuan finally discerned the bear-type spirit beast's vulnerability. He delivered a decisive blow, causing the beast to stagger and gradually collapse. From its fallen form, Shanchuan obtained a radiant orange 10,000-year soul ring. As he absorbed this soul ring, an unprecedented pressure enveloped him. Yet, bolstered by his unwavering will and the experiences he had previously accumulated, he successfully integrated the orange soul ring. Once the absorption was complete, Shanchuan's power surged to new heights, transforming him into a formidable soul master whose name began to resonate across the Douluo Continent. However, he remained humble and unpretentious. Acutely aware that his journey was only just beginning, he resolved to continue exploring the enchanting realms of the Douluo Continent, ceaselessly challenging himself in pursuit of ever greater power. The journey of Douluo unfolds, marked by growth and adventure. After successfully absorbing the orange 10,000-year soul ring, Shanchuan experienced a significant enhancement in his abilities. He resolved to depart from the familiar forest region and venture towards areas inhabited by humans, in pursuit of greater knowledge regarding the world of soul masters, as well as to seek out soul tools and soul rings that may be more suited to him. He arrived at a quaint town on the outskirts of the Douluo Forest. The town was bustling with activity, predominantly filled with soul masters and their companions. Shanchuan's presence attracted considerable attention, as he emanated a unique and enigmatic aura. "Look, that young man appears to be quite extraordinary," a young soul master remarked to his companion. "He might just be a hidden master," the companion responded. Shanchuan stepped into the soul master shop in the quaint town, where an array of peculiar soul artifacts adorned the shelves. His gaze was captivated by a long sword emanating a ghostly azure glow. The sword appeared to be quite impressive. "This sword looks remarkable," Shanchuan remarked to the proprietor. The owner assessed him for a moment, stating, "This is a soul artifact obtained from a formidable sea soul beast, and it does not come at a modest price." After a moment of contemplation regarding the soul coins he possessed, Shanchuan hesitated but ultimately resolved to take a chance. "Boss, may I have a trial with it first?" he inquired. The proprietor pondered for a brief moment before giving a slight nod. Grasping the longsword, Shanchuan instantly felt a refreshing surge of power coursing through his arm and into his body, sensing a profound synergy between the blade and his soul energy. "Boss, I shall purchase it," Shanchuan declared with determination. Upon exiting the shop, he encountered an elderly man, whose ethereal presence exuded a formidable wave of soul energy. "Young man, that sword is indeed commendable, but do you know how to unleash its full potential?" the elder asked. The mountains and rivers shook their heads. He had only just acquired this sword and was still in the preliminary stages of exploration. The elder smiled, revealing that the true power of this sword lies in its ability to merge with the user's soul technique and transform its form according to the user's will. With a heart full of joy, Shanchuan eagerly sought the wisdom of the elder. The elder, in turn, began to impart his knowledge with great patience. Under the elder's guidance, Shanchuan gradually came to understand the unique abilities of the sword. After parting ways with the elder, Shanchuan continued to explore the quaint town. He heard whispers of a legend concerning soul beasts. A congregation of previously unseen soul beasts had emerged in the mountains nearby, each potentially possessing extraordinary soul rings. Mountains and rivers beckoned Shanchuan to venture into the mountains for a closer examination. Upon his arrival, he indeed encountered several uniquely shaped spirit beasts. These creatures bore a resemblance to wolves, yet radiated a golden light, their eyes twinkling like stars. The mountains and rivers approached with caution, as these spirit beasts seemed to sense his arrival, each adopting a defensive stance. "I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to understand you." Shanchuan attempted to convey goodwill through his soul power. One of the spirit beasts stepped forward, regarding Shanchuan with a peculiar gaze. "Human, you possess a unique aura. Yet our soul rings are not something you can covet." The mountains and rivers spoke sincerely. "I do not seek to seize your soul rings. Rather, I yearn to deepen my understanding of spirit beasts. Perhaps we could even forge a friendship." The spirit beasts exchanged glances, seemingly engaging in silent communication. After a brief moment, the leading spirit beast proclaimed, "You may approach us, but refrain from any improper actions." As the mountains drew nearer, he began to engage with these spirit beasts. He discovered that these creatures possessed remarkable intelligence, their wisdom rivaling that of humanity. During his interactions with the spirit beasts, he unexpectedly uncovered a unique awakening ability of his spirit ring. One of his yellow 100-year spirit rings, through its amicable contact with the golden wolves, suddenly emanated a warm energy that instilled a sense of comfort and tranquility in the surrounding beings. What could this phenomenon be? He pondered with curiosity, yet felt an overwhelming sense of joy. He continued to delve deeper into conversations with the spirit beasts, learning a wealth of knowledge about their survival, evolution, and the formation of spirit rings. After departing from the mountains, he arrived in a grand city where a spirit master competition was underway, attracting soul masters from all corners of the realm. Mountains and rivers also entered the competition. During the contest, he encountered a myriad of opponents. Among them was a scion of nobility who looked down upon him with arrogance. "How dare you, a nameless commoner, participate in this competition?" The mountains and rivers paid no heed to his provocation, plunging directly into a state of combat. Throughout the competition, Shanchuan wielded his unique soul skills, formidable soul weapon, and the wisdom gleaned from his communion with soul beasts, overcoming each challenge with remarkable prowess. His ethereal blue longsword played an immense role in the battle, continuously shifting its form, at times enhancing the sharpness of its blade, and at others transforming into a shield to thwart incoming attacks. Moreover, the profound emotional bond he had forged with the soul beasts enabled him to comprehend his opponent's sentiments more acutely during combat, allowing for more precise offensive and defensive maneuvers. As the competition progressed, Shanchuan encountered increasingly formidable adversaries, including one who possessed an exceptionally powerful beast martial soul, an entity that seemed nearly invincible in the fray. Amidst a fierce battle, Shanchuan remained undeterred. He meticulously analyzed his opponent's attack patterns while summoning every ounce of strength within him. At a pivotal moment, he awakened a new soul skill. His entire body radiated with glimmering soul rings, and a mysterious power surged forth from within. This potent force amalgamated the strength of his soul weapon, the wisdom gleaned from soul beasts, and the combat experience he had amassed over time. By manifesting this newfound soul skill, he instantaneously altered the tide of battle, triumphantly vanquishing his adversary. His victory elicited a resounding cheer from the audience, marking him as a brilliant new star in this competition. The success in the contest bestowed upon Shanchuan numerous advantages, including a substantial monetary reward and the opportunity to forge connections with like-minded companions. However, Shanchuan was not content with mere accolades. He recognized that his ambition was to become the preeminent soul master of the Douluo Continent. Thus, he embarked on a journey to seek out more soul beasts and soul weapons, continuously striving to awaken the power of his soul rings. He understood that countless challenges awaited him, yet he brimmed with confidence, firmly believing that through relentless effort, he would eventually realize his goals. Through interactions with various characters, Shanchuan's growth was unceasing. The unique bond he formed with soul beasts deepened his understanding of this world, while his rivalries and exchanges with other soul masters propelled his continuous advancement. In this realm replete with wonder and challenges, the tale of Shanchuan continues to unfold. The mountains and rivers have departed from the city, embarking on a new journey of exploration. He advances towards the legendary sacred land of soul beasts in the far north. It is said that there exist soul beasts of such formidable power that they could shake the very foundations of the Douluo Continent, concealing numerous secrets of precious soul rings and soul tools. On his way to the far north, he encounters a team of soul masters who are also bound for that destination. "Greetings, friend. Are you also traveling to the far north?" inquired one of the soul masters from the team. The mountains and rivers nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I have heard that there exist numerous formidable spirit beasts and precious resources in that region. Thus, we may journey together, as it would be considerably safer," remarked the soul master. After some contemplation, Shanchuan consented. During their journey, they exchanged their experiences and knowledge. Among the team was a soul master proficient in healing techniques, who imparted to Shanchuan invaluable skills for maintaining stamina and preventing injuries from worsening during combat. In return, Shanchuan shared the wisdom he had gleaned from the soul beast with them. As they approached the extreme northern region, the weather grew increasingly frigid. Shanchuan sensed that the cold was affecting his soul power, yet his determination propelled him onward. They entered the frigid expanse of the extreme north, a realm blanketed in ice and snow, where colossal glaciers and towering snow-capped mountains dominated the landscape. It was here that they encountered a massive ice spirit snow wolf, whose soul power radiated with formidable intensity, sending a bone-chilling cold coursing through them merely by proximity. Mountains and rivers were approached with utmost caution. Shanchuan drew forth his azure longsword, which emanated a warm glow, providing a measure of solace against the biting cold. They engaged in a harrowing battle with the ice spirit snow wolf. During the fray, Shanchuan discerned the creature's vulnerability lay within its eyes. Seizing the moment, he deftly harnessed his agility and the power of his soul artifact to strike successfully at the wolf's gaze. Wounded, the ice spirit snow wolf became even more frenzied. Yet, through the collective efforts of their team, it was ultimately vanquished. From the fallen beast, Shanchuan acquired a white 10,000-year soul ring. The process of absorbing the soul ring proved extraordinarily arduous, as the frigid environment of the far north severely hampered his soul power's flow. Nevertheless, bolstered by unwavering determination, Shanchuan persevered through the cold, ultimately succeeding in assimilating the ring. With this absorption, Shanchuan's soul abilities experienced a remarkable breakthrough. He discovered that his skills manifested unique effects in the frigid environment, such as the ability to freeze his enemy's movements or conceal his presence through the chilling air. Upon departing from the far north, Shanchuan and his companions parted ways. He continued his solitary journey, driven by the ambition to explore uncharted territories and seek opportunities to enhance his prowess. His path led him to a cursed island, rumored to harbor formidable evil beasts, yet also concealed treasures capable of altering one's fate. Upon ascending the island, Shanchuan was enveloped by a suffocating aura. The soul beast here exuded malevolence, launching a fierce assault upon his arrival. Mountains and rivers must exert their utmost effort to confront the challenges ahead. In the midst of battling these malevolent beasts, his heart undergoes a profound trial. At times, he contemplates the relentless pursuit of power. What, indeed, is its purpose? Yet, in those moments of doubt, he recalls the friends he cherishes in this world and those who depend on his protection. His conviction strengthens, and he resolves to surmount every obstacle in his quest to attain what he desires on this perilous island. Deep within the island's recesses, he uncovers a dagger exuding an aura of darkness. This dagger appears to possess formidable magical power, yet he senses it is not meant for him. Just as he intends to depart, a nefarious soul master materializes. Boy, surrender everything you have acquired on this island, or today shall mark your demise. The malevolent soul master threatens. The mountains and rivers grip the ethereal azure sword tightly, declaring that acquiring what is mine would not be so effortless. He engaged in a fierce battle with the malevolent soul master. This confrontation was marked not only by the clash of weapons, but also by the contest of soul techniques. With his intelligence and strength, Shanchuan gradually gained the upper hand. Ultimately, he vanquished the malevolent soul master and successfully purified the dagger, which had exuded a dark aura, transforming it into his own soul tool. This purified dagger became yet another formidable ally for Shanchuan. Shanchuan continues his adventures in the Douluo Continent, during which he experiences constant growth, interacts with a myriad of characters, and delves into the mysteries of soul beasts and soul tools, awakening the power of his soul rings. His name gradually spreads across the Douluo Continent, becoming a legendary figure among many soul masters. However, Shanchuan remains unperturbed by this burgeoning fame. He understands that his journey is far from over, and he will persist in his ascent towards the pinnacle of the Douluo Continent. The conflict and growth of Douluo. The adventures of Shanchuan in the Douluo Continent gradually positioned him as a focal point of attention, subsequently igniting a series of conflicts. Upon arriving in a bustling city-state, a place where commerce and soul master culture intertwine, Shanchuan was immediately enveloped by an unusual atmosphere. It seemed that conversations throughout the streets were centered around the emergence of this sudden soul master. At the heart of the city-state lay a colossal soul master tower, a gathering place for the soul masters of the realm and a battleground for the various factions vying for dominance. Intrigued, Shanchuan approached the soul master tower, only to be halted at the entrance by the vigilant guards. Outsiders are not permitted entry without authorization, the guard remarked indifferently. The mountains and rivers furrowed their brows. I merely wish to enter and behold the practices of the soul masters, which intrigue me greatly. Humph, this is not a place for insignificant individuals like you. The guard scoffed disdainfully. At that moment, a soul master adorned in resplendent attire emerged. Ah, where does this country bumpkin come from, daring to act so audaciously before me? Young master? Shanchuan cast a glance at him, asserting, I merely wish to enter for a visit. There is no need for such arrogance. The young master of the affluent family, a soul master, became incensed with indignation, declaring, if you do not present a sufficient amount of soul coins today, do not even think of leaving this place. Mountains and rivers seethed with indignation within his heart. Typically, he refrains from engaging in disputes over monetary matters. However, the other party's unreasonable provocation has roused his ire. I possess no soul coins to offer you, and you have no right to impede my passage. Upon hearing this, the affluent young soul master erupted into laughter. No soul coins. Then prepare to be taught a lesson. He summoned forth his martial soul, a magnificent fire eagle. As the fire eagle emerged, it radiated an intense heat, causing the temperature in the vicinity to rise dramatically. The mountains and rivers summoned their own ethereal blue sword, its blade shimmering with a ghostly light. I am intrigued to witness the prowess of your flame eagle. As the tension between the two escalated, an elder emerged from the Soul Master Tower. What are you two doing? Are you fighting on my territory as if the Soul Master Tower does not exist? The wealthy young Soul Master hurriedly replied, Elder, this fellow seeks to force his way into our Soul Master Tower. I merely intended to teach him a lesson. The elder glanced at the young man and inquired, Young man, what compels you to seek entry into the Soul Master Tower? The mountains and rivers responded serenely, expressing a profound yearning for knowledge pertaining to the cultivation of soul masters, hoping to acquire further wisdom within. The elder pondered for a moment, and then replied, If that is the case, come inside with me. The young master from a wealthy family changed his expression, exclaiming, Elder, this. The elder cast a stern gaze upon him, warning, If you continue to be so disrespectful, do not blame me for meting out punishment. Shanchuan followed the elder into the Soul Master Tower, where he beheld a myriad of soul skill manuals and research materials concerning soul beasts and soul rings. As he delved into these documents, Shanchuan gained a newfound understanding of soul rings. In a secluded corner, he stumbled upon a unique method for awakening a soul ring, one that necessitated a pact with a particular type of soul beast. Shanchuan resolved to depart from the city-state in pursuit of this soul beast. He ventured into an ancient forest, where legends spoke of a mystical spirit deer, said to be connected to the awakening of a unique soul ring. In the heart of the forest, Shanchuan treaded cautiously, his senses attuned to the surroundings. Suddenly, a melodious call of a deer echoed through the trees. Following the sound, he beheld a majestic spirit deer, radiating a luminous white glow. Its eyes sparkled like the stars in the night sky. Are you the spirit deer I have been seeking? Shanchuan inquired softly. The spirit deer cast a glance in his direction and nodded gently. I wish to forge a pact with you to awaken my soul ring. Shanchuan declared with sincerity. The spirit deer appeared to contemplate the request. After a moment, it approached Shanchuan and nuzzled his hand affectionately. Just then, a group of poachers emerged, their eyes set on the priceless spirit deer. Capture it, they shouted as they rushed forward. The mountains and rivers swiftly summoned a cerulean sword, positioning it protectively before the spirit deer. You shall not harm it. The poachers, noticing that the young man was merely an apprentice soul master, erupted into derisive laughter. Do you truly believe you can obstruct us? They charged forward en masse, yet Shanchuan stood resolute, showing no signs of retreat. He unleashed his most potent soul skill, engaging the poachers in a fierce confrontation. During the battle, Shanchuan discerned that these poachers were exceedingly cunning, employing a diverse array of offensive tactics. However, through the profound bond he shared with the spirit deer, the creature utilized its unique abilities to disrupt the poachers' assaults, enabling Shanchuan to respond more effectively. After an arduous struggle, he ultimately vanquished all the poachers. This incident deepened the connection between Shanchuan and the spirit deer. Upon returning to the city-state, Shanchuan prepared for his soul ring awakening. He and the spirit deer ventured to an open meadow just outside the city. Mountains and rivers, following the method observed earlier in the Spirit Master Tower, forged a contract with the spirit deer. Upon the completion of this covenant, an extraordinary radiance enveloped his form. One of his blue spirit rings, having previously awakened, began to shimmer with vibrant luminescence. As the light continued to infuse, the blue spirit ring underwent a remarkable transformation. It emanated a formidable ice blue energy, which not only augmented his offensive capabilities, but also bestowed upon him a unique power, a transient realm of ice. Within this icy domain, his movements became increasingly agile, and his attacks carried the chilling effect of frost. The transformation of the mountains and rivers incited jealousy and concern among certain soul masters within the city-state. A powerful organization of soul masters commenced clandestine schemes to counter this burgeoning force. The leader of this organization, a middle-aged soul master named Kronos, voiced his apprehensions. This mountain and river continue to grow in strength. If left unchecked, they will inevitably pose a threat to us in the future, he declared to his subordinates. One of them inquired, "Master, how shall we confront him?" Kronos replied with a sinister smile, "We shall first disseminate rumors, alleging that he has colluded with malevolent soul beasts, and then seize the opportunity to eliminate him." Thus, rumors about the mountains and rivers swiftly circulated throughout the city-state, leading many to cast disparaging glances and whispers in their direction. Upon hearing the rumor, Shanchuan was filled with indignation. How could these individuals so brazenly slander my name when I have never engaged in such actions? Shanchuan expressed to the spirit deer. The spirit deer responded with a low growl, seemingly conveying its support for him. Shanchuan resolved to uncover the mastermind behind the scheme. He embarked on an investigation into the origin of the rumor, and after considerable effort, he ultimately unveiled the conspiracy orchestrated by Kronos. Mountains and Rivers decided to confront Kronos directly. He arrived at Kronos' estate. "Kronos, why do you spread such slanderous rumors about me?" Mountains and Rivers demanded angrily. Kronos, upon seeing him, revealed a hint of disdain on his face. "Humph, you dare to come here, little brat. What do you think you can do to me? Your behavior is utterly immoral. Why would you act in such a manner?" Mountains and Rivers questioned. Kronos erupted in laughter. "This world is one of the survival of the fittest. Since you are so powerful, I must eliminate you." With that, he summoned his martial spirit, a colossal dark magic wolf. The Mountains and Rivers summoned a shimmering azure sword and a spirit deer. "Today, I shall make you aware of the consequences of slandering me," declared the mountains with unwavering conviction. The battle between the two was on the verge of erupting. Kronos was taken aback by the audacity of the mountains to launch a direct assault, and a flicker of anger crossed his visage. His dark magic wolf, imbued with formidable dark power, charged toward the mountains. The Mountains and Rivers harnessed the domain of ice, momentarily restraining the movements of the dark magic wolf. He then unleashed his most formidable soul skill, the azure longsword radiating with brilliant light. A breathtaking battle ensued between him and Kronos. During the confrontation, he discerned that although Kronos possessed immense power, his attacks were excessively reliant on dark forces, and his soul skills bore significant vulnerabilities. Mountains and Rivers seized upon these vulnerabilities, relentlessly assailing Kronos. Gradually, Kronos found himself at a disadvantage, his composure beginning to falter. Under the onslaught of the formidable Mountains and Rivers, Kronos' dark wolf spirit was shattered, leaving him gravely injured. "You dare to harm me. I shall not let you escape unscathed," Kronos spat venomously. Shanchuan declared, "It was you who first cast aspersions upon my character. Today, I merely impart a lesson." This confrontation not only clarified Shanchuan's reputation within the city-state, but also allowed many to recognize him as a trustworthy soul master. Subsequently, Shanchuan embarked upon his adventurous journey. His bond with the spirit deer deepened, and he continually enhanced his prowess, inscribing his own legend upon the ever-challenging and opportunity-laden Douluo Continent. The Mountains and Rivers are aware that numerous challenges await him in the future. However, as long as he possesses unwavering faith, he is confident in his ability to surmount all obstacles. He continues to delve into the realm of soul beasts, seeking out more formidable soul tools, persistently awakening his soul rings and engaging with a multitude of characters. Whether through camaraderie or conflict, each encounter serves as a stepping stone for his growth. Throughout this journey, he gradually comprehends his true mission, which transcends the mere pursuit of immense power. It is also about safeguarding the peace and justice of the Douluo Continent. The emergence of soul tools in Douluo. The Mountains and Rivers cautiously navigated through the ruins, each step imbued with a sense of trepidation. The surrounding walls were adorned with ancient runes, emanating an aura of mystery. Suddenly, a concealed projectile shot towards the Mountains and Rivers. Reacting swiftly, he sidestepped to evade it. "Who goes there?" he called out, his voice laced with vigilance. Emerging from the shadows were several figures cloaked in black, their features obscured. "Intruders. This is not a place for you," one of the shadows spoke coldly. The Mountains and Rivers clenched their fists, sensing the ill intentions of these individuals. "I merely came to explore, having no intention of causing offense." "Humph, the treasures here are not for your covetous eyes." With that, the shadows launched their assault. The Mountains and Rivers unleashed their soul techniques, engaging in a fierce battle. During the confrontation, Shanchuan discerned that although the assaults of his adversaries appeared chaotic, they were imbued with a hidden significance. Just as he began to acclimate to their rhythm of attack, he suddenly perceived that their targets seemed to be guiding him toward a particular location. "Where do they wish to lead me?" Shanchuan pondered, perplexed. He feigned retreat under their relentless onslaught, moving in the indicated direction. Abruptly, he stumbled upon a colossal stone door, intricately adorned with enigmatic patterns. As Shanchuan approached the stone door, it swung open of its own accord, revealing a blinding radiance within. Behind the door lay a sword, exuding an ancient aura. It was a soul weapon. A shiver coursed through Shanchuan's heart. Just as he intended to approach the soul weapon, the shadowy figures intensified their assaults, seemingly intent on preventing him from claiming the relic. Thus ensued a psychological duel with the enigmatic beings. The mountains and rivers are aware that in order to obtain the soul artifact, one must first confront these shadowy figures. Who are you? And why do you seek to impede my progress? As Shanchuan fought, he inquired. The shadows offered no response, merely continuing their relentless assault. In the midst of battle, Shanchuan commenced an analysis of their psyche. He surmised that these individuals might be the guardians of the soul artifact, yet they were unwilling to allow it to fall into the hands of outsiders. Or perhaps they were enmeshed in a more profound conspiracy. If he could convince them of his benign intentions, he might procure the artifact. Contemplating this, Shanchuan endeavored to soothe them with his words. I am genuinely interested solely in this soul artifact. I harbor no ill will towards this place. I assure you, should I obtain it, I will safeguard it with utmost diligence. The shadows appeared to momentarily hesitate, yet soon launched an even fiercer assault. The mountains and rivers are aware that mere words are insufficient. He must demonstrate his true prowess. He summoned the soul energy within him, launching a fervent assault against the shadows. His attacks grew increasingly fierce, and the shadows gradually found themselves unable to withstand the onslaught. In a pivotal moment of the battle, one of the shadows suddenly remarked, "Should you succeed in our trial, we shall bestow upon you the soul artifact." The mountains and rivers nodded in acknowledgement. Very well. I accept your trial. The trial of the soul beast is one of trust. After the shadows vanished, they were replaced by a colossal soul beast. This beast, towering like a mountain, emanated an overwhelming aura. Only by passing its test can one obtain the soul artifact. The voice of the previous shadows echoed in the air. As Shanchuan gazed upon the colossal spirit beast before him, a flicker of trepidation stirred within his heart. Yet, he understood that this was a confrontation he must embrace. The spirit beast charged towards Shanchuan, but he did not waver. Summoning his soul skills, he endeavored to strike at the creature's vulnerabilities. Amidst the clash, Shanchuan discerned that although this spirit beast was formidable, there lingered a glimmer of intelligence within its gaze. This revelation evoked memories of the cunning old fox spirit he had encountered earlier. I mean you no harm. We are merely engaged in a transaction. Shanchuan attempted to communicate with the spirit beast. It appeared to comprehend his words, and its onslaught momentarily abated. Shanchuan continued to engage with the spirit beast, treating it with his gentle demeanor. Gradually, the spirit beast began to accept him. Ultimately, the spirit beast acknowledged Shanchuan and cleared the way. As the mountains and rivers converged upon the soul artifact, a profound surge of power coursed through his body the moment he grasped it. This soul artifact took the form of a long sword, its blade adorned with ancient runes. It harmonized flawlessly with the martial spirit of the mountains and rivers. This sword shall become an essential companion for my survival in this world, he declared with fervent excitement in his heart. Upon acquiring the soul artifact, he departed from the ruins. Returning to the small town, he entered a period of seclusion, endeavoring to awaken a new soul ring. During this time of introspection, he sensed his soul power steadily escalating, a clear benefit of the soul artifact he had obtained. At last, he reached a new pinnacle of soul power, successfully awakening a new soul ring. This ring shimmered in a deep purple hue, symbolizing a millennium of strength. At the moment of awakening, he felt his body brimming with vigor, and his soul abilities were significantly enhanced. He unleashed a new soul technique, and a powerful radiance emanated from his long sword, warping the very air around him with the force of its might. In the heart of Shanchuan, joy overflowed. He realized that he had ascended to a higher echelon. Engaging in a psychological contest with other characters, Shanchuan's rise incited envy and trepidation in some. Among the most envious was Wang Ming, who had previously clashed with him. This fellow seethed with resentment, questioning why he was bestowed with such a formidable soul weapon and had awakened a new soul ring. Consumed by bitterness, Wang Ming began to disseminate rumors throughout the town, alleging that Shanchuan's soul weapon and soul ring were acquired through unscrupulous means. These rumors swiftly permeated the town. Upon hearing these rumors, Shanchuan felt a surge of indignation. How could these individuals so brazenly defame me? Shanchuan expressed to his companions. He resolved to confront Wang Ming regarding the matter. When Shanchuan located Wang Ming, he feigned innocence. Wang Ming, why do you propagate these slanders? Shanchuan inquired with fury. Wang Ming retorted, I have done no such thing. It is your own conduct that is in question. The mountains and rivers were aware of Wang Meng's attempts at evasion, and he resolved to let his strength speak for itself. The two engaged in an intense debate in the town square. With his wisdom and factual evidence, Shanchuan refuted Wang Meng's rumors. Gradually, the townsfolk began to place their trust in Shanchuan. Witnessing the failure of his nefarious plot, Wang Meng slinked away in disgrace. A new adventure awaited, accompanied by his soul beast companion. The mountains and rivers did not cease their course due to these events. He resolved to continue his exploration of the Douluo Continent. During one of his adventures, he came across a wounded little wolf spirit beast. This small wolf spirit beast had injured its leg and appeared exceedingly pitiable. Mountains and rivers evoke a sense of compassion. He utilized his soul power to heal the wounds of the little wolf spirit beast. The little wolf spirit beast sensed Shanchuan's benevolence and developed a fondness for him. "You are truly a good person," spoke the little wolf spirit beast with human-like eloquence. The mountains and rivers smiled gently. "Are you not afraid of me? I am human." The little wolf spirit beast shook its head. "You are unlike other humans." From that moment on, the little wolf spirit beast became a companion to the mountains and rivers. Together, they embarked on adventures across the Douluo Continent, bravely confronting various dangers. During an encounter with a formidable spirit beast, the little wolf spirit beast utilized its swiftness and agility to aid the mountains and rivers in evading the attack. Meanwhile, the latter wielded his longsword and spirit abilities to strike back at their adversary. Their synergy proved effective, successfully repelling the powerful foe. As time flowed, the mountains and rivers experienced numerous events in this world. He transformed from an ignorant mortal into a formidable spirit master. He faced countless battles, engaging in psychological warfare, forming profound friendships with spirit beasts, and acquiring precious spirit tools and spirit rings. Throughout this journey, not only did his strength enhance, but his inner self also matured significantly. I shall continue to explore this world, safeguarding those lives that require protection, while relentlessly improving my own prowess. The mountains and rivers vowed silently within. He recognized that the road ahead remained long, promising further challenges and opportunities. Yet, he held steadfast in his belief that as long as he persevered, he would undoubtedly inscribe his own legend upon this enchanting Douluo continent. The mountains and rivers accompany their companions as they embark on a new journey. Their silhouettes appear particularly resolute under the setting sun as they advance toward an unknown future, ready to embrace new challenges and forge even greater glories. The of Douluo. The adventures of Mountain and Little Wolf in the world of Douluo Continent continue unabated. One day, they ventured into an ancient and enigmatic forest, shrouded in a delicate mist. The towering, venerable trees seemed to conceal countless untold secrets. As they delved deeper into the woods, they encountered a mysterious group of soul masters, led by a figure named Lingyu. His long, white hair framed a face that radiated an air of arrogance. "Look, there is a little wolf spirit beast. Capturing it could fetch a handsome price," remarked one of Lingyu's subordinates. Shanchuan furrowed his brow and stepped in front of the little wolf. "You cannot harm it." Lingyu cast a disdainful glance at Shanchuan. "And who might you be? Does a mere soul master dare to obstruct us?" Shanchuan declared, "It is my friend, and I shall not allow you to harm it." Lingyu chuckled disdainfully, "Then do not blame me for being impolite." Behind him, a cohort of spirit masters unleashed their martial spirits, poised to launch an assault on Shanchuan and the little wolf. Mountains and rivers stirred a sense of tension within his heart, yet he understood that for the sake of the little wolf, he must engage in battle. Shanchuan gripped the long sword tightly in his hand. This soul weapon, acquired from the ruins, emitted a faint glow. The little wolf sensed the impending danger, growling softly, its body taut and poised for battle at any moment. Lingyu was the first to launch an assault, summoning a colossal fiery bird spirit that surged toward Shanchuan with fierce intent. Shanchuan deftly utilized the agility of his long sword, sidestepping the assault of the fiery bird. He understood that Lingyu possessed formidable strength, and he could not engage in a direct confrontation. The mountains and rivers began to contemplate strategies for counteraction. He observed that although Lingyu's assaults were formidable, there existed brief pauses between each strike. He resolved to exploit this vulnerability, seeking an opportunity to retaliate. Meanwhile, the little wolf busied itself by harassing Lingyu's spirit master team, employing its swiftness and agility to incessantly disrupt the adversaries. Amidst the tumult of battle, the little wolf suddenly emitted a distinctive cry. The mountains and rivers were astonished to discover that a faint halo had enveloped the little wolf's body, seemingly enhancing its speed and strength. Was this a newfound ability of the little wolf? A wave of joy surged within the mountains and rivers. Harnessing this new power, the little wolf launched a more ferocious assault on Ling Yu's team. It lunged at a soul master, who attempted to evade, but the little wolf's speed was too swift, and it pounced directly onto him, pinning him to the ground. Ling Yu, witnessing his subordinate being overpowered by the little wolf, was filled with rage. He intensified the assault of the firebird, causing its flames to blaze even more fiercely as it charged towards the mountains and rivers. Shanchuan took a deep breath, channeling the soul power within him into his longsword. The blade emitted a dazzling radiance that collided with the flames of the fiery bird. Amidst the fierce battle, Shanchuan sensed the relentless depletion of his soul energy. Yet, he also discerned that this intense confrontation appeared to awaken the latent potential of his soul rings. His violet Millennium Soul Ring began to shimmer, hinting at the emergence of newfound abilities. As the heart of the mountains and rivers stirred, he recognized this as a pivotal opportunity. No longer hesitating, he concentrated his efforts, guiding his soul energy towards the convergence of the soul ring. The surrounding soul masters gazed in astonishment at the remarkable fluctuations of soul energy emanating from him. Ling Yu felt a twinge of panic, for he had not anticipated such a transformation in Shanchuan under these circumstances. As the soul energy continued to amass, Shanchuan's purple soul ring suddenly erupted with a formidable force. This power surged throughout his being, rendering his physique even more robust and enhancing his soul abilities. Shanchuan unleashed a new soul skill. A radiant blade infused with formidable power shot forth from his longsword, directly cleaving towards Ling Yu's fiery bird. The flame bird was struck by the luminous blade, vanishing in an instant. Ling Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated Shanchuan's extraordinary prowess. After the battle concluded, Ling Yu gazed at Shanchuan, his heart brimming with admiration. "You are truly formidable. I had underestimated you," Ling Yu remarked. Shanchuan remarked, "You should not harm the spirit beasts for the sake of profit." Ling Yu, feeling a sense of shame, lowered his head. "I understand now. This time, it was my fault." Shanchuan and Xiaoling graciously accepted their apologies. Through this encounter, Shanchuan and Ling Yu's team came to understand one another better. Ling Yu confided in Shanchuan that they were part of a team dedicated to procuring rare spirit beasts for their clients in order to obtain spirit rings. Although their previous methods had indeed been somewhat unethical, Shanchuan advised them to alter their approach, emphasizing the importance of not solely focusing on personal gain, but also respecting the lives of soul beasts. Ling Yu pondered Shanchuan's words and found them quite profound. As they continued their exploration of the forest, Shanchuan and his companions encountered a soul beast in distress. It was a white fox soul beast, ensnared by a trap that bound its leg. Shanchuan and the little wolf hurriedly approached to offer their assistance. The white fox, upon noticing them, was filled with caution in its gaze. The mountains and rivers softly reassured him, "Do not fear, we shall assist you." With the aid of the little wolf, the mountains and rivers successfully unraveled the trap. The white fox gazed at the mountains and rivers, its vigilance dissipating. "Thank you," spoke the white fox in human tongue. The mountains and rivers spoke with a gentle smile. "You are most welcome." The white fox, sensing the kindness emanating from the mountains and rivers, resolved to accompany them. Thus, the mountains and rivers gained yet another soul beast companion. With the addition of this new partner, their understanding of soul beasts deepened. They realized that not all soul beasts were malevolent. Many possessed their own emotions and wisdom within the depths of their heart. They became increasingly resolute in their commitment to protect these creatures. In this world, both humans and soul beasts ought to coexist in harmony, the mountains and rivers mused internally. Together with their soul beast companions, they continued to explore the forest. They encountered many breathtaking vistas and faced perilous soul beasts, yet through their mutual trust and cooperation, they adeptly navigated every challenge. One day, they came upon a legend concerning ancient ruins, which were said to conceal powerful soul artifacts and precious soul rings. The group, known as Shanchuan, resolved to embark on an exploration of the ancient ruins. Upon arriving at the site, they discovered that it was sealed by a formidable force. The mountains endeavored to unravel the seal, yet he discovered that the task was far from simple. Alongside the little wolf and other soul beast companions, he meticulously researched the methods to break the seal. After considerable effort, they ultimately uncovered the means to dismantle it. As the seal was lifted, a formidable force surged forth. Upon entering the ruins, they beheld an array of treasures, among which was a bow radiating with a resplendent spectrum of colors. As Shanchuan approached the bow, he sensed an extraordinary resonance with his soul force. Upon grasping the bow, a surge of formidable energy coursed through his body. This bow became his new soul weapon. With the acquisition of this new soul weapon, Shanchuan's strength significantly increased. As they departed from the ruins, they encountered several traps. Shanchuan and his team members collaborated harmoniously, successfully evading the traps. In the face of peril, they gained a profound appreciation for the strength of teamwork. Shanchuan and his companions departed from the ruins, embarking on further adventures across the Douluo Continent. Their renown gradually spread, transforming them into legends in the eyes of many. Shanchuan is aware that he has a long journey ahead of him. He must incessantly enhance his strength, safeguard more soul beasts, and delve into uncharted territories. Together with his soul beast companions, he strides toward broader horizons, ready to embrace new challenges and craft his own magnificent saga. In this realm of Douluo, replete with enchantment and peril, the narrative of Shanchuan and his allies unfolds further, their future brimming with boundless possibilities. The odyssey of resistance in Douluo continues. The legendary tale of Shanchuan and the Douluo continent continues to unfold, yet a new crisis silently approaches. At this moment, he is exploring a mysterious ruin in search of powerful soul tools. This ancient site conceals primordial forces, and it is said that the soul tools within possess the power to alter the very fabric of the continent. Shanchuan is acutely aware of this, but his intent is not to dominate the land. Rather, he seeks to harness this strength to better safeguard the territory he cherishes. Just as he is wholly absorbed in deciphering the mechanisms of the ruin, a formidable aura suddenly envelopes the entire site. Shanchuan instinctively raises his head, witnessing the clouds above swiftly coalescing as several figures gradually descend from the heavens. These are the gods of the Douluo continent. Leading them is the god of thunder. Surrounded by dazzling arcs of electricity, his gaze imbued with authority and vigilance. Shanchuan, how dare you trespass into this place in pursuit of forbidden artifacts? Do you comprehend the calamity this may unleash? The voice of the god of thunder reverberates through the ruin like a thunderclap. The mountains and rivers tightened within him, and he understood that the deities had undoubtedly misconstrued his intentions. With utmost respect, he elucidated, "O Lord of Thunder, I have ventured into this realm solely in the hope of discovering treasures that may aid in safeguarding our continent. I harbor no ulterior motives. My heart is filled with reverence for this land, and I would never entertain thoughts of destruction." However, it appeared that the gods were not swayed by his words. The god of war stepped forth, emanating an intense aura of battle. "Humph, you, a mere mortal, have experienced such rapid growth and strength while continuously delving into these perilous domains. How can we possibly trust you?" The soul beast companions of the mountains and rivers sensed their master's plight. The little wolf growled softly, while the white fox perked up its ears, adopting a defensive stance. The thunder god was the first to launch an attack, thrusting his palms forward as a formidable bolt of lightning surged toward the mountains and rivers. This lightning contained the power to annihilate the heavens and obliterate the earth, distorting the very fabric of space in its wake. Shanchuan, without a moment to ponder, swiftly summoned forth his newly acquired soul weapon, a colossal sword emanating an ethereal blue glow. As he infused it with soul power, the sword erupted in a radiant blue shield, colliding with the oncoming lightning. A tremendous roar resounded, causing the very ruins to tremble. Observing that the god of thunder's assault had been thwarted, the god of war charged towards Shanchuan, wielding his battle axe. His speed was astonishing, and he appeared before Shanchuan in an instant, the axe slicing through the air with a piercing wind. Beneath the mountains, his steps were nimble as he deftly sidestepped the onslaught of the god of war. With a powerful swing of his heavy sword, he conjured a gleaming crescent blade of silver light, aimed at the waist of the god of war. Just as the radiant blade was about to make contact, the god of light manifested. He extended a hand, and a shield of white luminescence appeared before the god of war, intercepting the attack from the mountains. "Mountains, your actions have surpassed the bounds of our tolerance. Today, we must put an end to your transgressions," the god of light proclaimed emphatically. Mountains and rivers gazed upon the deities before him, his heart brimming with helplessness. He understood that without resolving this misunderstanding completely, he would be unable to continue his journey of guardianship. "O Lord of Light, I harbor no ill intentions. I am willing to endure any trial you present to demonstrate my innocence," he spoke earnestly. Yet, the gods paid no heed to his words. Convinced that the power of mountains and rivers had already posed a threat to the balance of the continent. At this moment, the soul beast companions of Shanchuan played a crucial role. The little wolf grasped the hem of Shanchuan's garment, urging him to flee deeper into the ruins. In an instant, Shanchuan comprehended the wolf's intent and sprinted towards the heart of the ruins. The deities pursued relentlessly. During the chase, Shanchuan sensed that his soul power was waning. Yet he also perceived a peculiar phenomenon. It seemed that his soul rings were undergoing a transformation in the face of such peril. His Millennium Soul Ring began to shimmer, as if drawn by some enigmatic force. A spark of realization ignited within Shanchuan. He recognized this as a potential opportunity. He focused his mind, channeling the power within the soul ring. As he directed this energy, the Millennium Soul Ring suddenly unleashed a formidable wave of soul power, which surged towards Shanchuan's consciousness. In Shanchuan's mind, ancient images began to materialize, depicting a harmonious coexistence between soul beasts and humanity. It appeared as if an age-old force was guiding him toward the right path. At that moment, the little wolf unexpectedly unleashed a remarkable soul skill, enveloping its body in a delicate purple luminescence. This radiance transformed into chains that surged toward the deities. The gods were taken aback by the wolf's unforeseen offensive capabilities, momentarily thrown into disarray. Seizing the opportunity created by the wolf's assault, Shanchuan halted his flight. Taking a deep breath, he addressed the divine beings with conviction. Esteemed gods, you have long believed that I would disrupt the balance of the continent. Yet, all my actions have been aimed at combating the dark forces lurking within it. My quest for soul artifacts is not a pursuit of domination, but a means to strengthen my abilities, enabling me to better protect all of you. Upon hearing Shanchuan's words, the god of thunder softened his expression slightly and inquired, "Is what you say truly genuine?" The mountains and rivers nodded resolutely, declaring, "I swear upon my very soul that all my actions are rooted in benevolence." The deities began to converse among themselves, gradually discerning from the gaze of mountains and rivers and his past experiences that he appeared to speak the truth. After a moment of contemplation, the god of light spoke. "Mountains and rivers, while we place our trust in you, the soul artifact you wield indeed harbors perilous power. You must ensure that it never falls into the hands of malevolent beings." Shanchuan promptly nodded, assuring, "I guarantee it. I stake my life on it." Once the misunderstanding was resolved, the deities vanished. Shanchuan gazed at the heavy sword in his hand, his heart brimming with emotions. This soul weapon would become an essential instrument in his quest to protect the continent. Together with his soul beast companions, he delved deeper into the ruins, and ultimately, they uncovered the fabled soul artifact. This artifact was a staff radiating with resplendent hues, crowned with a magnificent celestial gemstone at its apex. The moment Shanchuan grasped the staff, he felt his soul power harmoniously merge with it, and his soul rings were further enhanced by the staff's formidable energy. "I shall wield this power to safeguard the entirety of Douluo Continent," Shanchuan mused inwardly. With the newly acquired soul artifact in hand, he departed the ruins alongside his soul beast companions. Yet, Shanchuan was acutely aware that many unknown dangers awaited him across the continent. Armed with this newfound strength, he would continue his journey to protect Douluo Continent, embrace further challenges, and carve out his own legend. Upon acquiring a new soul instrument, Shanchuan experienced a remarkable surge in his strength. Together with his soul beast companions, he continued to explore the Douluo Continent, seeking greater opportunities and challenges. One day, Shanchuan came across intriguing news. A vast expanse of ice had become the dwelling place of numerous rare soul beasts, and a mysterious soul ring was in the process of gestation. This revelation stirred his excitement, prompting him to embark on a journey to the ice field for further investigation. The mountains and rivers embarked on a journey toward the icy expanse. The frigid winds on the glacier pierced to the bone, while snowflakes danced chaotically through the air. Braving the harsh climate, the mountains, alongside his ethereal beast companions, pressed onward. Deep within the frozen wilderness, they encountered a pack of white ice spirit wolves. These wolves emanated an aura of chilling cold, their eyes sparkling like blue gemstones. Upon sensing the approach of the mountains and his companions, the ice spirit wolves assumed aggressive stances, ready to defend their territory. Shanchuan hastily gestured for his soul beast companions to exercise caution. The little wolf stood resolutely beside Shanchuan, its gaze fixed intently upon the ice soul wolves. Meanwhile, the white fox nestled behind Shanchuan, sensing the formidable danger posed by these ice soul wolves. Mountains and rivers stepped forward, attempting to communicate with the ice spirit wolves. "We mean no harm. We merely pass through this place," he declared. The ice spirit wolves appeared to comprehend his words, yet they remained ever vigilant. One particularly large ice spirit wolf slowly emerged from the pack. "Humans, this expanse of ice is our territory. You should depart at once." It spoke with a voice that echoed human speech. The mountains and rivers are aware that to traverse the icy expanse smoothly, one must earn the approval of the ice spirit wolves. He began to exhibit his soul power and presented several precious items he had collected during his journey, attempting to negotiate passage through the frozen wasteland. The ice spirit wolves, witnessing his sincerity, began to waver in their resolve. Ultimately, the larger of the ice spirit wolves declared, "Very well, you may cross the icy plains. But you must not disturb anything here." Shanchuan nodded appreciatively. During their traverse across the icy expanse, he discovered a unique rapport with the ice spirit wolves. The wolves appeared to harbor little enmity towards this outsider. They successfully navigated through the frozen landscape, and at its terminus, they stumbled upon a magnificent ice cavern. Shanchuan sensed a formidable wave of soul power emanating from within the ice cave. He understood that the enigmatic soul ring resided within. As he entered the cavern, the temperature plummeted, an icy chill piercing through him. Deep within the cave, a soul ring radiating a kaleidoscope of colors hovered in midair. This extraordinary ring exuded immense power. And the moment Shanchuan approached, he felt his own soul energy being subdued by an overwhelming force. Shanchuan understood that this was a formidable opportunity, yet also an immense challenge. Taking a deep breath, he began to summon the soul power within him, endeavoring to absorb this soul ring. His soul beast companions sensed Shanchuan's intentions and rallied around him, offering their protection. A faint halo began to envelop Shanchuan's body, as his soul power continuously converged deep within his essence. The soul ring gradually moved closer to him, and as the distance diminished, he felt an overwhelming pressure. His body struggled to withstand this force, yet he persevered. Gritting his teeth, he continued to guide the soul ring. At last, the soul ring merged with his being. With its integration, Shanchuan experienced a tremendous enhancement of his soul power. His soul ring awakened a new ability, Soul Freeze. This power could instantaneously immobilize an enemy's soul, rendering them incapable of movement. After absorbing the soul ring, Shanchuan emerged from the icy cave. The ice soul wolves gazed upon him with a glimmer of envy in their eyes, having witnessed his successful absorption of the soul ring. "Human, you are indeed formidable," remarked the leader of the ice soul wolves. The mountains and rivers smiled and said, "Thank you for your assistance. Without you, it would have been exceedingly difficult for me to absorb this soul ring." The leader of the ice spirit wolf shook his head, replying, "This is your own endeavor." After bidding farewell to the mountains and the ice spirit wolves, the traveler continued on his journey. Along the way, he encountered an elderly man, clad in a flowing white robe, his countenance benevolent. "Young one, the aura surrounding you is quite extraordinary," the old man remarked. The mountains and rivers curiously inquired, "Old man, who are you?" The elder smiled gently and replied, "I am merely a man who has dwelled in this land for many years. I see great strength within you, yet I sense that there remains much untapped potential waiting to be unveiled." Upon a stir within the mountains and rivers, he realized there remained much for him to learn. "Elder, might you impart some wisdom upon me?" The old man nodded, "Certainly, but be aware that the path of cultivation is long and fraught with challenges." Shanchuan nodded resolutely. Under the guidance of the elder, his soul power experienced significant enhancement, and his proficiency in wielding soul devices became increasingly adept. However, Shanchuan's growing strength attracted the attention of some nefarious forces. A malevolent organization of soul masters set its sights on Shanchuan's soul device, dispatching numerous skilled individuals to seize it from him. Mountains and rivers, along with his spirit beast companions, were ambushed by these individuals. "Surrender your soul apparatus, or today shall mark your demise," declared an ominous soul master with a menacing tone. Mountains and rivers, with a heavy sword in hand, prepared for battle alongside his soul beast companions. "You shall not prevail," he declared resolutely. The confrontation was imminent, and Mountains and his allies faced formidable challenges. Yet, they did not falter. Through their profound synergy and formidable strength, they engaged in a fierce struggle against the malevolent soul masters. In this tumultuous clash, Mountains showcased his prowess and intellect. Harnessing his newly awakened soul skill, Soul Freeze, he successfully immobilized the souls of several wicked soul masters, thus securing precious moments for the fight. His soul beast companions played pivotal roles as well, with the sharp strikes of the little wolf, the formidable defense of the white fox, and the newly acquainted ice spirit wolf joining the fray, collectively standing against the evil soul masters. After an intense battle, Mountains and his companions triumphed in repelling the malevolent foes. Their valiant deeds echoed throughout the entire Douluo Continent. Mountains and rivers have become the heroes in people's hearts. He continues to explore the Douluo Continent alongside his soul beast companions, aware that greater challenges await him in the future, yet he feels no fear. He will persistently cultivate to enhance his strength, using his power to safeguard the Douluo Continent. He firmly believes that as long as there is faith in his heart, he can overcome any adversity. In this realm filled with wonder and adventure, the legendary tale of mountains and rivers continues to unfold as he embraces his dreams and convictions, ready to confront future challenges and create even more brilliance. The Battle of the Soul Beast in Douluo. Shanchuan has wandered in the mysterious starry forest for several days. He is acutely aware that danger lurks at every corner, yet in his quest for a soul ring that befits him, he must cautiously delve deeper. At this moment, he clutches a rudimentary yet keen iron sword in his hand. This sword is his soul weapon and the inaugural artifact of his soul. The creation of this soul artifact is rather extraordinary. By a stroke of fortune, Shanchuan sensed a faint yet pure metallic soul power emanating from an ancient mine. Utilizing his keen perception, he devoted several days to extracting the ore imbued with soul energy and tirelessly forged and polished it. Despite the arduous process, under his meticulous craftsmanship, the iron sword gradually emanated a unique luster, with subtle patterns of soul energy flowing along its blade. When he first infused it with soul power, the sword quivered as if it possessed life, and he could feel its yearning for the soul energy. As Shanchuan traversed the terrain, the surrounding trees grew increasingly dense, allowing sunlight to filter through the layered branches, casting a mosaic of light and shadow. Suddenly, a low, rumbling growl emanated from ahead, causing his heart to race. Before him emerged a colossal wolf-like spirit beast, radiating a haunting azure glow. Its eyes, akin to profound amethyst gems, glimmered with a chilling intent to kill. Shanchuan recognized it as the purple shadow demon wolf, renowned for its agility and formidable attacking prowess, presenting a considerable challenge for him in his current state. The purple shadow demon wolf was the first to strike, launching itself at Shanchuan like a bolt of blue lightning. He deftly sidestepped, thrusting his iron sword towards the beast. The wolf executed an agile twist in midair, evading the blade, and with its razor-sharp claws, it lunged at Shanchuan's face. He leaped backward, silently lamenting the creature's swiftness. I cannot remain on the defensive any longer, he mused. Channeling his soul power into the iron sword, it suddenly emanated a brilliant light. Shanchuan commenced a proactive assault, employing the sword techniques he had mastered in the mundane world. The flickering shadows of his blade momentarily overwhelmed the purple shadow demon wolf. Yet, the beast, empowered by soul energy, possessed combat experience far superior to that of an ordinary opponent. It abruptly froze, then unleashed a powerful surge of soul energy, causing the very air around them to feel as if it had been frozen in time. Was it preparing to deliver a fatal blow? Shanchuan's heart raced in alarm. Just as he braced himself to withstand the impending attack, the purple shadow demon wolf unexpectedly pivoted and fled into the depths of the forest. Shanchuan stood momentarily stunned, before comprehending that the wolf had deemed him unworthy of further confrontation, recognizing its own limitations. However, he did not pursue, for he understood that he lacked the requisite strength to vanquish such a formidable spirit beast at this juncture. As the mountains and rivers delved deeper into the forest, he arrived at the edge of a tranquil lake. The water was crystal clear, revealing the lakebed below. Upon a massive boulder by the shore, he discovered a stone emanating a gentle glow. Approaching it, he felt a surge of warm spiritual energy coursing through his body upon touching the stone. He realized this might be a significant opportunity in his quest for a soul ring. Just as he was enveloped in this spiritual energy, the lake began to churn violently. A colossal water attribute soul beast leapt from the depths, an ice spirit water dragon. Its body stretched for dozens of meters, covered in translucent scales that radiated an intense chill. Human, how dare you covet what belongs to my domain? The ice spirit water dragon spoke, its voice as sharp and cold as a blade of ice. Shanchuan hastily remarked, I harbor no ill intentions. I merely chanced upon this stone, believing it might serve some purpose for me. The ice soul water serpent scoffed coldly. Do you think you can easily depart from here? You are the first human to dare trespass upon my territory. With that, the ice soul water serpent swung its massive tail toward Shanchuan. Fully aware of the futility of direct confrontation, he channeled his spiritual energy, concentrating it in his feet, and leaped towards a nearby grand tree. The serpent's tail struck the tree with tremendous force, causing it to splinter instantly. I cannot continue to evade like this, Shanchuan pondered. He once more infused his iron sword with spiritual energy and noticed that, after absorbing his power, peculiar runes manifested along the blade. These runes emanated a formidable force, instilling him with a newfound sense of strength. Mountains and rivers surged forward, wielding an iron sword against the icy spirit water serpent. The serpent, with its gaping maw, lunged to bite him. In a swift motion, he leaped through the serpent's jaws, simultaneously thrusting the iron sword towards its eyes. The icy spirit water serpent, feeling the sting of pain, furiously swiped its claws at him. Struck by the claws, he was propelled backward and landed heavily on the ground. Shanchuan felt as though his very internal organs had been displaced, yet he gritted his teeth and rose to his feet. I cannot perish here. I must become a formidable warrior. His heart brimmed with resolute determination. The ice spirit water serpent lunged at him once more. Taking a deep breath, Shanchuan concentrated all his soul power and shouted, "Sword of demon breaking." Before his eyes, an immense beam of light erupted from his iron sword, cleaving directly towards the ice spirit water serpent. Sensing this formidable force, the serpent attempted to evade, but it was already too late. The light sword struck the serpent's body, shattering its scales, and it let out a wretched cry as it gradually succumbed to the ground. As the ice spirit water serpent fell, a blue soul ring ascended from its form. Shanchuan knew that this was the soul ring he had long sought, yet he dared not be complacent. Following the soul ring absorption techniques he had learned in the Douluo Continent, he cautiously approached the ring. Just as he was about to absorb it, the spirit of the ice spirit water serpent suddenly manifested. "Human, should you dare to absorb my soul ring, I shall haunt you even in death." Mountains and rivers beheld the soul of the ice spirit water dragon, uttering, "I possess no alternative. I must grow stronger to endure in this world." The soul of the ice spirit water dragon, filled with fury, charged towards the mountains and rivers. Yet, the latter closed his eyes, resolutely channeling his soul power to commence the absorption of the soul ring. The soul of the ice spirit water dragon relentlessly assailed his mental defenses, causing the sensation that his head might burst asunder, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Eventually, the soul of the ice spirit water dragon began to dissipate, and mountains and rivers successfully absorbed the soul ring. He felt a profound elevation in his strength. His soul power became more robust, and he acquired a new soul skill, the ice spirit shield. This skill could conjure an azure shield around his body, capable of withstanding attacks while also inflicting a freezing effect on any foes who dared to draw near. After absorbing the soul ring, Shanchuan continued his exploration of the Douluo forest. He encountered a myriad of soul beasts, some exhibiting hostility towards him, while others regarded him with curious glances. He learned to coexist peacefully with several weaker soul beasts, gaining a wealth of knowledge about the Douluo Continent from them. One day, he stumbled upon an injured little fox soul beast. Its leg was caught in a hunter's trap, blood streaming from the wound. Compassion welled up within Shanchuan, and he employed his knowledge of herbal medicine to bandage the fox's injury. The little fox gazed at him, its eyes brimming with gratitude. "Thank you, human," it spoke, articulating words with human-like clarity. The mountains and rivers smiled and said, "You're welcome, but do exercise caution in the future." The little fox replied, "Do you know? Deep within the forest lies an ancient ruin, where it is said that many powerful treasures can be found, yet numerous perilous traps also await." As the mountains and rivers stirred within him, he understood that the moment for exploration had not yet arrived. He needed to first enhance his own strength. As time passed, his experiences in the starry forest became increasingly profound. His iron sword, a manifestation of his soul, was continuously evolving. Eventually, he stumbled upon a mysterious mineral within the lair of a soul beast. After integrating this mineral into his iron sword, its power grew exponentially. The runes etched upon the blade became more intricate, and it gained the ability to unleash various soul power skills. In a fierce battle, Mountain River confronted a formidable flame leopard spirit beast. The onslaught of the flame leopard was relentless, its flames threatening to engulf Mountain River entirely. Armed with an iron sword, he summoned the ice soul shield. The flames collided with the shield, producing a resounding roar. Subsequently, Mountain River unleashed a new skill, Flame Sword Break, which he had deciphered from his iron sword. A blazing inferno ignited upon the sword as he charged towards the flame leopard, engaging in a fierce confrontation. Ultimately, through his wisdom and courage, Mountain River triumphed over the flame leopard. From this victory, he acquired a crimson soul ring, significantly enhancing his fire attribute soul power. The mountains and rivers have gradually transformed him into a formidable human warrior, one that even soul beasts regard with reverence. No longer does he merely struggle for survival on the Douluo Continent. He has cultivated his own aspirations and ideals. striving to uncover the myriad secrets of this world and to become a truly preeminent figure within Douluo. His legendary tale continues to unfold. The Blue Soul Beast of Douluo. Shanchuan's journey through the vast and star-studded forest has deepened considerably. He has transformed from a naive newcomer into a formidable soul master, instilling fear in many lower-tier soul beasts. One day, Shanchuan arrived at a grove of ancient shrubs within the forest, suffused with an air of mystery. He sensed that this place might conceal rare treasures or powerful soul beasts. His gaze settled upon a soul beast not far away. Resembling a raccoon but endowed with extraordinarily large ears, radiating an eerie green luminescence. It was a spirit-luminescent raccoon. The spirit-luminescent raccoon regarded Shanchuan warily, its small eyes brimming with suspicion. "Human, have you returned to usurp our territory once more?" Its voice resonated within Shanchuan's mind. Shanchuan hastily waved his hand and said, "I did not mean to imply that. I merely passed through this place and intended no offense." However, the ethereal spirit fox scoffed disdainfully. "Humans possess no noble qualities. Each time you arrive, it is solely for the purpose of hunting us, the soul beasts." As the mountains and rivers stirred within him, he yearned to alter the ethereal fox's perception of himself. Thus, he retrieved several spirit fruits from his storage soul guide, an artifact he had fortuitously acquired during his previous trials. Capable of holding items and possessing a degree of defensive power, "I bear no ill will. These spirit fruits are beneficial to me. Yet I believe they may serve to replenish your soul power even better," he stated with sincerity. The ethereal fox gazed at the fruits he presented with a measure of surprise. After a moment's hesitation, it accepted them. "Do you truly harbor no ulterior motives?" "Indeed. I merely wish for us to coexist in harmony," he replied with a smile. Perhaps the flavor of the spirit fruits had somewhat eased the ethereal fox's wariness, for it began to engage in conversation with him. "Did you know? Deeper within this forest lie many wondrous places. There exists a spirit spring whose waters possess the miraculous ability to cleanse and rejuvenate one's essence. Yet it is heavily guarded by formidable enchantments and a powerful guardian beast." The mountains and rivers stirred within him, presenting a tremendous opportunity. However, he was reluctant to jeopardize the fragile relationship he had painstakingly cultivated with the ethereal luminescent spirit fox due to his own avarice. "Could you guide me on how to reach that place?" he inquired. The spirit fox pondered briefly and, moved by his sincerity, replied, "I can provide you with a general direction. However, you must exercise caution, for that realm is fraught with peril." After bidding farewell to the ethereal spirit fox, Mountain River proceeded in the direction it indicated. Not long after, he encountered his old friend, the once injured little fox spirit beast. The little fox had grown a bit since their last meeting, appearing even more spirited. "Brother Mountain River, why do you venture into such perilous places once again?" the little fox inquired with concern. The mountains and rivers conveyed their thoughts to the little fox, who furrowed her brow in concern. "Brother Shanchuan, that place is truly perilous. I have heard that many formidable soul masters have ventured there and never returned." Shanchuan declared, "I understand, yet I aspire to grow stronger. It is only through relentless self-challenge that I can endure in this perilous world." The little fox gazed into Shanchuan's resolute eyes and refrained from further discouragement. "Brother Shanchuan, allow me to accompany you on this journey." The mountains and rivers were somewhat moved, thus, they proceeded with caution. They traversed the winding path, skillfully evading the territories of numerous formidable soul beasts along the way. At last, they beheld the region described by the illuminescent spirit weasel. A delicate mist enveloped the area, and the surrounding flora appeared extraordinarily colossal. Beside the spiritual spring lay a soul beast resembling a qilin, yet radiating a mesmerizing azure glow as it slumbered. This was the guardian of the spiritual spring, the azure qilin. Shanchuan and the little fox approached cautiously, striving to make no sound. However, just as they were nearing the spiritual spring, the ethereal blue qilin suddenly opened its eyes. Two beams of azure light emanated from its gaze, and Shanchuan felt as though his very soul had been frozen. "How dare you trespass into my domain?" The voice of the ethereal blue qilin resonated in their minds, thunderous and imposing. The mountains and rivers hastily elucidated, "My lord qilin, we harbor no intention of offense. We merely heard of the existence of a spiritual spring here and seek to harness its power to enhance our own abilities. Should you permit us, we are prepared to pay any price." The ethereal blue qilin scoffed. "Humans, in their relentless pursuit of strength, resort to any means necessary. How can I place my trust in you?" With a tightening in his heart, Shanchuan realized the challenge of persuading the azure blue qilin. At that moment, an idea suddenly struck him regarding his iron sword soul artifact. He drew forth the sword and infused it with his soul energy. Instantly, the sword radiated a dazzling light, with runes flickering within its brilliance. Esteemed Qilin, this is a soul artifact forged with my own soul power, embodying my unwavering conviction. I wish to use it to demonstrate my sincerity, Shanchuan declared. The azure blue Qilin gazed at the iron sword, a flicker of surprise crossing its eyes. This soul artifact was indeed extraordinary, yet it was still insufficient. Shanchuan gritted his teeth and recounted his experiences in the Douluo Continent, his original intentions, and his fervent desire for peaceful coexistence to the azure blue Qilin. The azure blue Qilin listened intently, and after a prolonged silence, it spoke slowly. In light of your sincerity, I shall grant you the opportunity to utilize the spiritual spring. However, you may only absorb a small portion of its waters, and this must be conducted under my vigilant supervision. Mountains and rivers rejoiced with the little fox, promptly expressing their gratitude to the ethereal blue Qilin. They approached the spiritual spring, and at the Qilin's behest, began to absorb the spring's waters. Mountain River felt a surge of formidable energy coursing through his body, his soul power being refined continuously, while his physique grew increasingly robust. During this process of absorption, Mountain River suddenly sensed a stirring force within him. He recognized it as the harbinger of his soul ring's imminent awakening. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. He understood that this was a pivotal moment. He quickly centered himself, channeling his soul power to guide the burgeoning energy. Brother Mountain River, what is wrong? The little fox inquired anxiously. I am fine. I am about to awaken a new soul ring, Mountain River replied through gritted teeth. As time progressed, a faint golden glow began to emanate from his body. The luminescence intensified, ultimately coalescing into a magnificent soul ring encircling him. This is my fourth soul ring. I can feel my strength elevated to a new echelon, Mountain River exclaimed with exhilaration. The ethereal blue Qilin regarded him, a glimmer of approval evident in its eyes. You are quite remarkable for a human. Make good use of your power. After bidding farewell to the ethereal blue Qilin, Shanchuan departed from the spirit spring alongside the little fox. However, during their journey, they encountered some unforeseen troubles. A hunting party comprised of human soul masters spotted the little fox by Shanchuan's side, and they sought to capture it. Surrender that spirit beast, or you shall not leave, growled one of the soul master leaders menacingly. The mountains and rivers gazed coldly upon them, addressing those who resorted to unscrupulous means for their own gain. I shall not allow your schemes to succeed. The leader of the spirit masters scoffed. You foolish wretch. Do you truly believe we fear a solitary individual such as yourself? With that, he commanded his team members to launch an assault against the mountains and the little fox. Mountains and rivers wielded an iron sword, demonstrating the soul technique he had recently comprehended. First, he conjured an icy shield, sheltering the small fox behind him, then charged towards the hunting party. His sword darted through the enemies like lightning, leaving the members of the hunting team astonished by his formidable prowess, causing them to descend into a state of disarray. As the mountains and rivers engaged in fierce combat, a profound inner monologue unfolded. These individuals are reminiscent of the invaders of yore, driven solely by the desire to plunder. I cannot allow them to harm the little fox. After an intense struggle, the mountains and rivers triumphed, successfully repelling the hunting party. The members of the hunting team fled in disarray. The little fox gazed at the mountains and rivers with gratitude, saying, Thank you, Brother Shanchuan. The mountains and rivers smiled as they gently patted the little fox's head, proclaiming, We are friends, and naturally, I shall protect you. After enduring these trials, Shanchuan's resolve to become a formidable force in the Douluo Continent, to safeguard the vulnerable and uphold peace, has only intensified. He continues on his journey, unaware of the challenges and opportunities that await him ahead. The journey of bonds in Douluo. The mountains and the little fox continued their journey through the starry forest, their bond growing ever more intimate. Shanchuan's affection for the little fox transcended mere companionship. It was a reflection of his attitude towards all spirit beasts. They arrived in an area lush with peculiar herbs, which exuded an enchanting fragrance. Shanchuan instantly recognized several of them as precious materials capable of enhancing soul power. Just as he contemplated gathering a few, a magnificent unicorn spirit beast materialized before them. This unicorn, resplendent in its pure white coat, bore a spiraled horn on its forehead that radiated a sacred luminescence. Upon noticing Shanchuan approaching the herbs, a look of fury flickered in its eyes. Human, these herbs are under my protection. You are forbidden to pick them, the unicorn spirit beast declared with haughty authority. Shanchuan hastily replied, Esteemed unicorn, I understand the significance of these herbs to you. I merely wish to gather a small quantity for research purposes, harboring no ulterior motives. Furthermore, I am willing to perform a task for you in exchange for the right to utilize these herbs. The unicorn spirit beast scoffed. What could you possibly do for me? After reflecting for a moment, Shanchuan offered, I can assist you in eliminating some lower-tier spirit beasts that frequently disturb your tranquility. The unicorn spirit beast pondered briefly before responding. Very well, but you may only gather a limited quantity of herbs. Mountains and rivers nodded in delight, expressing gratitude to the esteemed unicorn. He began to meticulously gather herbs, with the little fox assisting beside him. During the foraging process, Mountains inadvertently pricked his hand on a thorn from the herbs. Brother Mountains, are you all right? The little fox inquired with concern. The mountains and rivers chuckled softly, shaking their heads. Such minor wounds were of no consequence. After they had gathered the medicinal herbs, Shanchuan did not forget his promise. He commenced his search for those low-tier soul beasts in the vicinity. Soon, he stumbled upon several sharp-toothed rabbits, indulging in the forbidden feast of unicorn soul beast herbs. The mountains and rivers did not directly assault the sharp-toothed rabbit soul beasts. Instead, they emanated a gentle voice infused with spiritual energy. Sharp-toothed rabbits, you must cease consuming these herbs, for they belong to the esteemed unicorn lord. Perceiving no malice from the mountains and rivers, the sharp-toothed rabbit soul beasts huddled together in trepidation. We are famished, with no alternatives available. Shanchuan retrieved some provisions from his soul guide storage device and tossed them to the sharp-toothed rabbit soul beasts. You may consume this. Please refrain from devouring the herbs of the unicorn lord. The sharp-toothed rabbit soul beast joyfully feasted on the provisions before scampering away. Shanchuan returned to the side of the unicorn spirit beast and shared some provisions with it. Dear unicorn, I have taken care of it, he said. The unicorn spirit beast gazed at Shanchuan with a hint of astonishment, remarking, You are indeed an extraordinary human. You may leave now. Take with you the herbs you desire. After expressing gratitude to the unicorn spirit beast, Shanchuan departed with the little fox. In another part of the forest, Shanchuan stumbled upon an injured bear spirit beast. This bear appeared exceedingly feeble, bearing several deep wounds upon its body. A wave of sympathy surged within the mountains and rivers as he and the little fox approached the bear spirit beast. Brother bear, how did you come to be injured? The bear spirit beast glanced at him weakly and replied, I was wounded while battling other spirit beasts. I lack the strength to move. Mountains and rivers swiftly produced their herbs, commencing the task of bandaging the wounds of the bear spirit beast. The little fox also assisted nearby. Brother Shanchuan, why are we aiding this bear spirit beast? It might turn on us, the little fox inquired softly. Shanchuan spoke. Every life is deserving of love and care, be it human or spirit beast. If we do not extend our assistance today, it may perish here. Under the tender care of Shanchuan and the little fox, the bear spirit beast's injuries gradually healed. It gazed gratefully at Shanchuan and the little fox. Thank you, humans. I had always believed that humanity was inherently malevolent. Yet you have transformed my perspective, the bear spirit beast remarked. The mountains and rivers spoke with a smile. Brother bear, I hope you take good care of your injuries and continue your journey. The mountains and rivers sensed that their soul power had reached yet another bottleneck. They understood that they needed to seek a new soul ring to break through. They arrived near an ancient relic, which emanated a mysterious aura, surrounded by formidable restrictions. Mountains and rivers yearned to delve into the ancient ruins, yet he was acutely aware of the perils that lay within. Just as he hesitated, an ancient phoenix spirit beast materialized before him. The creature was enveloped in flames, its gaze radiating an aura of unfathomable authority. Human, you should not venture here. Shanchuan respectfully remarked. Phoenix Lord, I am aware of the peril that resides here, yet I seek a means to transcend my own spiritual prowess. I require a formidable soul ring. The phoenix soul beast cast a glance at him, aware that the soul rings within were not easily attainable, and that numerous treacherous restrictions and traps lay in wait. The mountains and rivers resolutely declared, I am aware, yet I fear not the trials ahead. I am willing to take the risk and venture forth. The phoenix soul beast pondered for a moment and replied, Very well, should you succeed in overcoming the challenges within, you shall be rewarded with a formidable soul ring. However, should you falter, you shall meet your demise within. The mountains and rivers nodded appreciatively, expressing their gratitude to the esteemed phoenix. He and the little fox cautiously ventured into the ruins. Within the ruins lingered an air of mystery, with the surrounding walls adorned with ancient runes. As they continued their journey, they suddenly encountered a mechanized trap. Countless arrows were unleashed, hurtling towards them. Shanchuan swiftly conjured an icy shield, sheltering the little fox behind him. The arrow struck the shield, producing a series of thunderous sounds. "Little fox, stay behind me." "I shall devise a plan," Shanchuan declared. Mountains and rivers converged their soul power, unleashing the skill of flame sword break. A blazing inferno ignited upon the iron sword as it was plunged into the ground, causing flames to spread across the surface and melting the arrows that assailed them. They pressed onward, ultimately discovering the location of the soul ring. However, a formidable soul beast stood guard over it. This beast resembled a gluttonous creature, its eyes glimmering with avarice. "How dare you come to seize my soul ring?" Mountains and rivers spoke. "Lord Taodai, I do not come to seize. My sole desire is to transcend my own spiritual power. I harbor no ulterior motives." The Taodai spirit beast let out a cold snort. "Humans, I have witnessed your malice too often. Today, I shall not allow you to easily take the spirit ring." With that, the Taodai spirit beast lunged towards the mountains and rivers. Mountains and rivers wielding iron swords engaged in a fierce battle against the voracious soul beast. During the clash, the mountains and rivers discovered the beast's assaults were exceedingly ferocious, for its jaws possessed the capacity to devour all. Mountains and rivers engaged in battle while contemplating strategies. He recalled his ice spirit shield, realizing he could lure the gluttonous soul beast onto the shield and subsequently freeze it using his soul power. The mountains and rivers began to execute this plan, drawing the voracious soul beast towards the icy shield and subsequently freezing the beast with soul energy. The voracious soul beast struggled fiercely, unleashing a formidable force that shattered the icy shield. Shanchuan staggered back a few steps, yet he did not yield. Once more, he unleashed his soul technique, engaging in a final battle with the formidable Taodai soul beast. After a fierce confrontation, Shanchuan ultimately subdued the Taodai soul beast. He removed the soul ring from its form and began the arduous process of absorption. The endeavor proved to be exceptionally challenging, as Shanchuan felt as though his very body were on the brink of being torn asunder. "I cannot afford to fail. I must grow stronger," he silently affirmed within his heart. He concentrated his spirit, guiding the power of the soul ring to merge with his own essence. Gradually, Shanchuan succeeded in assimilating the soul ring, feeling a significant enhancement in his soul power, and his physique became increasingly robust. He and the little fox departed from the ruins, returning to the forest. Within the woodland, Shanchuan continued to express his affection for the little fox and other soul beasts. He utilized his herbal remedies to aid the injured soul beasts and wielded his strength to protect the vulnerable among them. The mountains and rivers are aware that in this realm of Douluo, the bond between him and the soul beast will only deepen. He shall persist in wielding his strength to safeguard the tranquility and harmony of this world. His tale with the little fox continues, and his legend is perpetually recounted across the Douluo Continent, accompanied by the soul beasts and soul tools. After the elevation of his soul power level, Shanchuan understood the necessity of continually enhancing his strength. One day, as he traversed a desolate expanse, the sky suddenly darkened, and a colossal avian soul beast circled ominously above. This creature exuded a pungent sulfuric aroma, its massive wings stirring up a tempestuous wind. Shanchuan felt a jolt of alarm. He had never encountered such a formidable soul beast. "How dare a diminutive human intrude upon my domain?" the avian beast screeched. Gripping his soul artifact dagger tightly, Shanchuan replied, "I merely pass through, harboring no ill intent." The soul beast snorted disdainfully, asserting, "Passing through is unacceptable. This territory belongs solely to me." As the standoff ensued, a lupin soul beast leaped forth from the shadows, declaring, "Friend, let us unite against it." Grateful, Shanchuan cast a thankful glance towards the wolf-like creature. The avian soul beast, upon spotting its companion, let out another furious roar. "You traitor, consorting with a human!" In an instant, battle erupted. The avian soul beast of down, its sharp claws aimed menacingly at Shanchuan. Swiftly, he sidestepped the attack while wielding his dagger, unleashing a blade of soul energy that surged toward the avian beast. The creature deftly flapped its wings, narrowly evading the onslaught. Seizing the opportunity, the lupin soul beast launched its assault, pouncing from the side. The avian beast retaliated with a powerful flap of its wings, sending the wolf-like creature tumbling back several meters. Shanchuan pondered privately, "This avian soul beast is extraordinarily powerful. I must discern its vulnerabilities." He began to meticulously observe the creature's movements, noting its brief pauses after each strike. Waiting for the opportune moment, he summoned all his strength and hurled the dagger as the avian beast swooped down once more. The dagger transformed into a streak of light in midair, piercing precisely into the beast's eye. The avian soul beast emitted a mournful wail, its might beginning to wane. The lupin soul beast seized the moment, lunging forward to grasp the avian creature's neck. After a fierce struggle, the avian soul beast finally succumbed. Shanchuan wiped the sweat from his brow, grateful for the presence of his companion. The wolf-like spirit beast wagged its tail in acknowledgement. Following their recent battle, Shanchuan realized that he required additional soul skills. Thus, he resolved to seek a second soul ring that would suit him. They ventured into a swamp, a habitat for numerous formidable soul beasts. Shanchuan treaded cautiously, acutely aware of the myriad dangers lurking around him. Suddenly, a colossal water snake spirit beast surged forth from the mire, its massive form towering as it flicked its long tongue. "Human, this is the death swamp. It is not a place for you," the water snake spirit beast snarled menacingly. The mountains and rivers were not intimidated by its grandeur. "I have come here with a request. I wish to forge a pact with you and have you become my spirit beast." Upon hearing this, the water serpent spirit beast erupted in laughter. "You? Do you not realize that I am one of the most formidable spirit beasts in this marshland?" Shanchuan sincerely remarked, "I am aware of your current strength. Yet I possess immense potential. I firmly believe that our collaboration will lead to even greater advancements." The water serpent spirit beast gazed at Shanchuan and inquired, "What abilities do you possess that would inspire my trust in you?" The mountains and rivers revealed the might of their soul skills and soul weapons. After a moment of contemplation, the water snake soul beast consented. "Very well. I am willing to forge a contract with you." During the contract's formation, Shanchuan felt an immense power merging within him. He successfully absorbed the 200-year soul ring of the water snake soul beast, acquiring a new soul skill, water snake entanglement. This skill allows him to summon countless water snakes to ensnare or assault his foes. As Shanchuan's strength continued to grow, so too did his renown, spreading far and wide. Many soul masters began to regard him with a sense of awe. One day, while in a small town, Shanchuan encountered an elderly man gravely injured. He approached the elder, offering assistance. "Elder, what has befallen you?" The old man weakly replied, "I have been pursued by a band of nefarious soul masters. My family possesses a precious soul weapon, and they seek to seize it." A sense of justice surged within Shanchuan as he reassured the elder, "Do not worry, I shall protect you." No sooner had he spoken than the nefarious spirit masters pursued them. "Hand over the elder, or we shall slay you," one of the wicked spirit masters threatened. With a cold sneer, Shanchuan retorted, "You vile miscreants, I shall not allow you to succeed today." As the battle loomed, Shanchuan unleashed the full extent of his spirit abilities, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the malevolent spirit masters. His wolf-shaped spirit beast and water serpent spirit beast joined the fray. The evil spirit masters, taken aback by Shanchuan's formidable strength, began to falter in their resolve. Under the relentless assault from Shanchuan and his spirit beasts, the malevolent adversaries gradually found themselves at a disadvantage. In the end, Shanchuan successfully repelled the wicked spirit masters. The elder, filled with gratitude, exclaimed, "Thank you, young man. You are truly a great hero. My family will surely repay your kindness." Shanchuan smiled and replied, "There is no need for thanks, elder. It is my duty." Later, the elder's family extended an invitation for Shanchuan to visit their household. Within their abode, he encountered a remarkable spirit artifact known as the Wheel of Time, an extraordinary device capable of transporting individuals to the past or revealing glimpses of the future. Shanchuan harbored a profound interest in the soul artifact, prompting him to seek counsel from the elders of the old man's clan regarding its intricacies. Recognizing Shanchuan's benevolent nature and formidable prowess, the elders graciously imparted the knowledge of wielding the Wheel of Time to him. Shanchuan returned to the dwelling of his wolf-type spirit beast and water snake spirit beast. Accompanied by the cyclical nature of time, he embarked on an exploration of the secrets held within the Wheel of Time. After considerable effort, Shanchuan finally mastered the art of utilizing the Wheel of Time. Through its power, he glimpsed fragments of his previous life, granting him a profound understanding of his past. Simultaneously, he beheld visions of the future of Douluo Continent, a future rife with warfare and calamity, igniting within him a resolute determination to avert such a fate. Mountains and rivers began their relentless cultivation, aspiring to enhance their prowess in order to confront the challenges that lay ahead. Throughout this journey, the spirit beasts accompanying them also experienced significant growth. The wolf-type spirit beast evolved into the Wolf King, gaining considerable strength and wisdom. Similarly, the water snake spirit beast transformed into the Water Snake King, with its soul abilities becoming even more formidable. The synergy between Mountain River and his soul beasts grew ever more harmonious. Together, They ventured into uncharted territories and confronted formidable adversaries. One day, Mountain River learned of a revelation concerning the relics of the divine. It was said that within this sanctuary lay numerous potent artifacts, as well as secrets that could enable soul masters to transcend their limits. Shanchuan resolved to embark on a journey to the ruins of the divine. Accompanied by his soul beasts, he set forth towards this sacred destination. Within the ruins of the divine, Shanchuan encountered numerous trials and tribulations. There were formidable mechanisms and terrifying soul beasts. However, neither Shanchuan nor his soul beasts faltered. Armed with unwavering conviction and formidable strength, they overcame each obstacle with determination. At long last, they discovered the heart of the ruins. At this core, there resided a colossal divine soul crystal, radiating an immense and potent divine power. Shanchuan felt the immense allure of this divine power. He understood that if he could absorb it, his strength would experience a remarkable transformation. Thus, he commenced the process of absorbing the essence of the divine soul crystal. Throughout this endeavor, his body endured excruciating agony, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. His spirit beast stood vigil beside him, offering unwavering mental support. After a strenuous struggle, Shanchuan ultimately succeeded in harnessing the power of the divine soul crystal, elevating his spirit power to an unprecedented pinnacle. He departed from the remnants of the divine and returned to the Douluo Continent. At that moment, Shanchuan had emerged as one of the most formidable spirit masters on the continent. With his newfound strength, he averted several impending calamities. He established a peaceful organization that united spirit masters across Douluo, collectively safeguarding their world. The tale of his bond with his spirit beasts and spirit equipment became a legendary narrative, eternally etched in the annals of Douluo Continent. Standing at the pinnacle of Douluo Continent, Shanchuan gazed upon the breathtaking expanse before him, his heart swelling with pride. He understood that his mission remained unfulfilled. He would persist in his endeavors to render this world even more splendid. He was aware that in the days to come, a myriad of challenges awaited him. Yet, he held steadfast in his belief that as long as he had his spirit beasts and spirit tools by his side, he would undoubtedly surmount all obstacles. The tale of the mountains and rivers continues, and its legend shall forever be celebrated by the people. Under the influence of these majestic landscapes, the soul masters of the Douluo Continent have ceased their relentless struggles for personal gain, instead embracing unity and mutual assistance. Inspired by the example set by the mountains and rivers, children diligently cultivate their skills, aspiring to become great soul masters akin to these revered natural wonders. As Shanchuan gazed upon these transformations, his heart brimmed with gratification. He understood that this was the very goal he had tirelessly pursued. Furthermore, he resolved to continue crafting his own legendary tale on the enigmatic and challenging Douluo Continent. His gaze was resolute and radiant, as if he had already glimpsed the boundless hope that the future held. With this hope in his heart, he would forge ahead, delving into the mysteries of the soul beast realm. At the edge of the ancient forest in the Douluo Continent, Shanchuan stood, his heart brimming with an insatiable desire to delve deeper into the realm of soul beasts. This forest marked his initial foray into the world of soul beasts. Yet he understood that the distant unknown harbored even more wonders and perils awaiting his discovery. Companions, let us set forth. Today we shall venture deeper into the forest, Shanchuan announced to the wolf-like soul beast by his side. The creature wagged its tail joyfully, its eyes sparkling with excitement. They traversed the winding path, the surrounding trees growing ever taller and more robust, with sunlight filtering through the dense foliage, casting dappled patterns upon the ground. Suddenly, a deep roar resonated through the air. Imbued with an ancient and enigmatic power, Shanchuan became alert, drawing forth a long sword-shaped soul weapon from behind him. This blade, a serendipitous find from an ancient ruin, bore mysterious runes that augmented his soul power during battle. Before long, a colossal bear-like soul beast appeared before them, its form reminiscent of a mountain, its fur glimmering with a metallic sheen. "Intruders, you are not welcome here," the bear-like soul beast intoned gravely. Shanchuan took a deep breath and said, "We harbor no ill intentions. We merely wish to explore this forest and understand the realm of soul beasts." The bear-type soul beast snorted disdainfully, retorting, "You humans always approach with greedy motives." Shanchuan hastily clarified, "I am not like those individuals. My companions and I genuinely aspire to coexist peacefully with the soul beasts." The wolf-type soul beast barked in agreement from the sidelines, seemingly corroborating Shanchuan's sentiments. The bear-type soul beast regarded them, its hostility slightly diminishing. "Humph. I hope you truly mean what you say." As Shanchuan ventured forth, he discovered that the soul beasts in this region exhibited unique behaviors. Some were adept at concealing their presence, effortlessly weaving through the branches, while others possessed the ability to instantaneously traverse the earth. Throughout his exploration, Shanchuan felt his soul power being continually nourished by the surrounding environment. He understood that the deeper he delved into the realm of soul beasts, the more beneficial it would be for the enhancement of his own abilities. Suddenly, they arrived at the edge of a mysterious lake. The water shimmered with an unusual blue hue, emanating faint waves of soul power. Intrigued, Shanchuan approached the lake, but the wolf-like soul beast behind him emitted a warning growl. At that moment, a colossal fish-like soul beast leapt from the water. Its body appeared to be crafted from crystal, radiating an enchanting glow. "You should not encroach upon my territory," resonated the voice of the fish-like soul beast within Shanchuan's mind. The mountains and rivers hastily offered their apologies, expressing regret for merely passing by and being drawn to this peculiar lake. The fish-shaped spirit beast reproached them, stating that the insatiable curiosity of humankind often leads to peril. As Shanchuan was about to elucidate his thoughts, he suddenly discerned a faint glimmer emanating from the lake's depths. He mused that it could potentially be a treasure or a clue related to the soul rings. Thus, he felt an irresistible urge to plunge into the water for a closer investigation. The wolf-like soul beast seemed to comprehend his intentions, anxiously pacing along the lake's edge. Shanchuan gently patted its head, reassuringly stating, "Rest assured, I shall exercise caution." The mountains and rivers gradually descended into the depths of the lake. The deeper he ventured, the greater the pressure of the water became, yet his soul force continued to sustain him. Upon reaching a shimmering area, he discovered a soul ring radiating a mesmerizing blue light. This soul ring appeared to possess an ancient lineage. In the depths of his heart, Mountain River felt a surge of excitement, for he recognized that this could be an opportunity to significantly enhance his strength. However, he was also aware that the assimilation of this soul ring would not be a simple endeavor. Gradually, he approached the soul ring, initiating an attempt to communicate with it. The soul ring appeared to possess its own consciousness, shifting shapes continuously under the touch of his soul power. "Do you wish to absorb me? Do you possess the capability to do so?" It seemed as if the soul ring was testing him. Shanchuan resolutely proclaimed, "I am willing to attempt this. I believe I possess the potential." He continuously infused his soul power into the soul ring, striving to forge a connection with it. On the shore, the wolf-like soul beast awaited anxiously, while the fish-like soul beast observed quietly from the side, seemingly assessing whether Shanchuan would succeed. The body of Shanchuan began to endure immense pressure as the force of the soul ring incessantly assaulted him. He felt as though his soul power was on the verge of exploding, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. "I cannot give up. This is a splendid opportunity for me to enhance my strength," Shanchuan silently encouraged himself. After a strenuous effort, he finally succeeded in establishing a connection with the soul ring, beginning to absorb its power. Under the transformative influence of the soul ring, his body grew stronger, and the capacity of his soul power was significantly enhanced. As he emerged from the depths of the lake, he had become a soul master endowed with a new soul ring. The wolf-like soul beast joyfully leaped onto him, while the fish-like soul beast cast a glance of approval. "Thank you, my friend. Without your consent, I would not have been able to acquire this formidable soul ring," Shanchuan expressed to the fish-like soul beast. The fish-like soul beast flicked its tail and replied, "Since you have successfully absorbed the soul ring, it indicates that you are fated for this. I hope you will treat the soul beasts in this world with kindness." Mountains and rivers continued their journey, leading him and the wolf-like spirit beast to a secluded valley. An enigmatic aura pervaded the air, suggesting that the spirit beasts dwelling within this valley possessed remarkable intelligence. Amidst the valley, he encountered a spirit beast resembling a white fox, its gaze imbued with cunning. "Human, your presence here indicates that you possess certain abilities," spoke the white fox-like spirit beast. The mountains and rivers spoke with a smile. "I merely wish to explore more realms and comprehend the world of soul beasts." The white fox-shaped soul beast circled around him, remarking, "You possess many intriguing things, such as your soul artifact." Shanchuan gently caressed the sword-shaped soul artifact in his hand, a treasure acquired from an ancient ruin. The white fox soul beast displayed a fleeting glimmer of avarice in its eyes. "May I have a glimpse?" After a moment of contemplation, Mountain River decided to demonstrate his intentions, for he aspired to coexist harmoniously with the spirit beasts. He drew his sword, its blade shimmering with radiant runes. The white fox spirit beast, upon sighting the weapon, revealed a look of astonishment in its eyes. Could this be a fragment of an ancient artifact? Shanchuan was taken aback. How do you know? The white fox spirit beast replied proudly. We spirit beasts have existed in this world far longer than humans, and thus we are privy to certain ancient truths. The mountainous landscapes and the white fox spirit beast engaged in an extensive dialogue regarding the enigmatic secrets of the spirit beast realm. The white fox spirit revealed to him that deep within the valley lies an ancient palace, housing formidable soul artifacts, yet fraught with numerous perilous traps. Mountains and rivers stirred within him as he found himself captivated by the formidable soul artifacts. Yet, he was acutely aware of the peril that lurked therein. Should he venture forth in search of them? A tumult of thoughts engulfed his mind. Should he acquire those soul artifacts, his power would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. However, the fear of being ensnared by traps or vanquished by the mighty guardian soul beasts loomed large, rendering the endeavor a potentially futile pursuit. The white fox soul beast, perceiving his hesitation, remarked, "If you possess sufficient strength and courage, you may attempt it. However, be prepared for what lies ahead." After a moment of contemplation, Shanchuan turned to his companion, the wolf-like spirit beast, and inquired, "Would you care to accompany me?" The wolf-like spirit beast responded with a resolute howl, signifying its willingness. Thus, Shanchuan and the wolf-like spirit beast ventured deeper into the valley. They cautiously navigated past numerous traps, ultimately arriving at the entrance of an ancient palace. The grand doors were firmly shut, adorned with intricate and enigmatic runes. Drawing upon his acquired knowledge, Shanchuan endeavored to decipher the runes inscribed upon the door. After considerable effort, the doors creaked open, unleashing a formidable surge of spiritual energy. Inside the palace lay an array of various soul artifacts, leaving Shanchuan momentarily awestruck. Yet, he remained vigilant, aware that further dangers lurked within. Indeed, a colossal stone gargoyle spirit beast emerged before them, wielding a massive stone axe, and declared, "Intruders, this place is not meant for your kind." Mountain River grasped the sword-shaped soul device firmly in hand, expressing a desire to observe without any malice. However, the gargoyle spirit beast was not deceived by his words. It brandished its stone axe and charged towards Mountain River. Mountains and rivers unleashed their soul skills, engaging in a fierce battle with the gargoyle soul beast. The wolf-like soul beast also joined the fray, utilizing its agility to relentlessly strike at the gargoyle's vulnerabilities. Amidst the clash, mountains and rivers discerned that while the gargoyle possessed formidable defenses, its attack speed was comparatively sluggish. Upon seizing the opportune moment, Mountain River channeled his soul power into the sword-shaped soul device, unleashing a formidable blade of soul energy that struck directly at the vital point of the gargoyle soul beast. The gargoyle soul beast fell with a resounding crash. Mountains and rivers sighed deeply as he began to select a soul artifact suitable for himself. He chose a bracelet-shaped soul artifact, which not only enhanced his defensive capabilities, but also had the ability to unleash a formidable shield at critical moments. The mountains and rivers, accompanied by a new soul artifact, departed from the ancient palace alongside the wolf-shaped soul beast. Following this adventure, the journey of exploration in the realm of soul beasts for the mountains and rivers continues unabated. He is aware that numerous unknown territories await his discovery, and many formidable soul beasts are eager for his acquaintance. With unwavering resolve, he is determined to engage with the soul beasts peacefully and to jointly explore this world. Each interaction with the soul beasts, every acquisition of a new soul artifact, and each awakening of a new soul ring fortifies his strength and imbues him with greater confidence in this wondrous realm. His camaraderie with the wolf-shaped soul beast deepens, akin to that of sworn brothers, as they support one another in facing the challenges that lie ahead. In the days to come, the mountains and rivers will persist in their quest to explore the world of soul beasts, carrying with them their convictions, soul artifacts, and loyal companions, in pursuit of the myriad secrets this world holds, ultimately striving to become a truly recognized human soul master within the realm of soul beasts. The odyssey through the world of soul beast awaits. Mountains and the wolf-like soul beast continued their journey through the soul beast world of Douluo Continent, where the surroundings grew increasingly primal and enigmatic. They wandered into an ancient maple forest, where the leaves blazed like fire, carpeting the ground in a thick layer that crunched beneath their feet. "The scenery here is truly breathtaking," Mount exclaimed in awe. However, the wolf-like soul beast cautioned, "Yet, this place may conceal peril." Its keen ears twitched attentively. At that moment, a melodious sound of a flute wafted through the air. Mount exchanged a glance with the wolf-like soul beast, both filled with curiosity. How could the depths of this maple forest be resonating with the notes of a flute? They followed the direction of the enchanting melody and soon stumbled upon a peculiar wooden cabin. In front of the cabin sat an elderly man clad in unusual attire, holding a green flute, which was the source of the enchanting sound. "Greetings, esteemed elder," Mount approached politely. The old man slowly opened his eyes, revealing a profound light within them. "Young one, what brings you to this treacherous maple forest?" The mountains and rivers elucidated. "I am delving into the realm of soul beasts, yearning to acquire deeper knowledge." The elderly man chuckled softly. "Your courage is indeed commendable. However, this place is not as simplistic as you may envision." Behind the mountains and rivers, a wolf-like soul beast growled softly, seemingly harboring a certain wariness towards the elder. The elder glanced at the wolf-like creature, remarking, "You, little wolf cub, appear quite astute. Yet, I sense a peculiar aura emanating from you, human." The mountains and rivers stirred within my heart, sensing a unique aura. The elder rose to his feet, remarking that there was an enchanting essence about you, one that draws the soul beasts near, a truly rare quality. The mountains and rivers seemed to ponder, and I too am uncertain. I merely wish to coexist peacefully with the spirit beasts. The elder nodded. "Then do you know the secrets hidden within this maple forest?" The mountains and rivers shook their heads. The elder pointed towards the depths of the maple forest, where an ancient maple tree stood majestically. Upon this venerable tree resided a formidable soul ring, yet acquiring it was no simple feat. Not only was it fiercely guarded by powerful soul beasts, but it was also bound by unique restrictions. As the heart of the mountains stirred within him, he felt an urge to embark on a journey. The elder gazed at him, remarking on the youthful vigor that radiated from the young man. However, before he could proceed, the elder presented him with a small cloth pouch. "Within this pouch lies a seed," he said, "which may very well save your life in times of peril." Shanchuan gratefully accepted the cloth bag, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, dear old man." With the elder's blessing, Shanchuan and the wolf-shaped spirit beast ventured deeper into the maple forest. The further they progressed, the heavier the pressure became. Suddenly, a colossal firebird spirit beast manifested before them. Its feathers were ablaze, and its eyes radiated a fierce light. "How dare you trespass into my domain, coveting the spirit ring upon that maple tree?" The firebird spirit beast bellowed in fury. Shanchuan calmly stated, "We mean no offense. Yet that soul ring holds great significance for us." The fiery bird spirit beast, however, paid no heed to his words and charged directly toward Shanchuan. The mountains and rivers unsheathed their sword-shaped soul weapons, engaging in a fierce battle with the fiery avian soul beast. The wolf-shaped soul beast, standing by, lent its aid by utilizing its swiftness to disrupt the fiery creature. Shanchuan discovered the vulnerability of the firebird soul beast lay in the sparsest feathers of its abdomen. Seizing the opportunity, as the firebird soul beast dove down, he summoned all his strength to thrust his sword-shaped soul device into its belly. The firebird soul beast, wounded, shrieked in fury. It flapped its wings, unleashing a torrent of flames toward Shanchuan. He swiftly evaded, feeling the searing heat of the flames nearly engulfing him. Just as despair began to settle in, he recalled the seeds bestowed upon him by the elder. He hurriedly retrieved the cloth bag and scattered the seeds upon the ground. In an instant, they took root and sprouted, evolving into a colossal vine-like plant that swiftly ensnared the firebird soul beast, rendering it immobile. Taking advantage of the moment, Mountain River launched another assault, triumphantly vanquishing the firebird soul beast. He approached the ancient maple tree, where the soul rings upon its branches shimmered even more brilliantly than he had previously observed. Shanchuan began to attempt the absorption of the soul ring, settling onto the ground as he infused his soul power into it. Everything around him seemed to freeze in time, as he became enraptured in the process of assimilating the soul ring. His body was continuously transformed by the power of the ring, leading to a significant enhancement of his soul power capacity. Upon completing the absorption, he acquired a new soul skill, the Maple Leaf Shield. This skill enabled him to instantaneously summon countless maple leaves to form a formidable shield, which not only boasted exceptional defensive capabilities, but also inflicted rebound damage upon any attackers. The mountains and rivers departed from the maple forest, enriched with newfound treasures. As they continued along their path, they encountered an eccentric duo of spirit masters. One, a diminutive figure with a cunning glint in his eye, and the other, a towering presence with a rather simplistic intellect. "Ah, what do we have here?" A lad accompanied by a spirit beast, Adorned with quite a few treasures, the shorter spirit master remarked in a sly manner. "What do you intend to do?" Shanchuan inquired with vigilance. The tall spirit master brandished his hefty staff and declared, "We shall do as we please. Hand over the valuables you possess." The mountains furrowed their brows, disapproving of your actions. The diminutive soul master chuckled softly, proclaiming that this world operates on the principle of might. With that, he launched the first strike. Shanchuan deftly evaded his opponent's assault, subsequently unleashing his own soul skill. His maple leaf shield successfully deflected the towering soul master's attack, after which he directed a soul power blade towards the diminutive soul master. Taken aback by Shanchuan's formidable prowess, the smaller soul master hastily sought refuge. A chaotic skirmish ensued between the two soul masters, Shanchuan and the wolf-like soul beast. Amidst the fray, Shanchuan discerned that although the two soul masters lacked harmonious coordination, their individual soul skills still posed a considerable threat. The mountains and rivers stood resolutely as he wielded his sword-shaped soul device, relentlessly assailing the two soul masters with his formidable soul skills. After a fierce struggle, he triumphed over them. "You ought to mend your ways. Resorting to violence to seize what belongs to others is unacceptable," he admonished them. The two soul masters, thoroughly dejected, fled in shame. Shanchuan continues to delve into the realm of soul beasts, and his renown spreads ever farther across this continent. It is widely known that a benevolent and formidable soul master is exploring the world of soul beasts, coexisting harmoniously with them while consistently enhancing his own prowess. As his strength grows, the challenges he faces become increasingly formidable. Yet, time and again, he triumphs over adversity through his ingenuity, the power of his soul tools, and the support of his soul beast companions. His inner conviction solidifies with each encounter. He aspires to become a great soul master who fosters harmony between humanity and soul beasts. Along his journey, he encounters a myriad of fascinating soul beasts, such as a loquacious squirrel soul beast that reveals to Shanchuan the locations of rare herbs, and a gentle wild boar soul beast, whose seemingly clumsy demeanor belies an astonishing strength in battle. The legendary tale of the mountains and rivers continues within this enigmatic and challenging realm of soul beasts. Like a resplendent star, it radiates a unique brilliance across the skies of Douluo Continent. Each new discovery, each interaction with soul beasts and novel characters, deepens his comprehension of this world and enriches his very soul. He understands that countless mysteries lie ahead, awaiting his exploration. With unwavering belief, courage, and the companionship of his allies, he shall persist in inscribing his own legend upon this wondrous Douluo continent. The journey of soul beast adventures. The mountains and the wolf-type spirit beast embarked on their adventurous journey across the Douluo continent. They arrived at a region known as the Misty Forest, perpetually shrouded in a delicate veil of fog, where the light was dim and visibility was obstructed. Upon entering the forest, Shanchuan felt an unsettling chill enveloping him. "Something feels amiss here, my companion," he remarked to the wolf-type spirit beast. The creature, alert, perked up its ears and tail. They proceeded with caution when suddenly, a faint sound of sobbing pierced the silence. Exchanging a glance, Shanchuan and the wolf-type spirit beast followed the sound, leading them to a clearing where they discovered a small fox spirit beast, curled up in a corner, weeping with several wounds adorning its body. "What troubles you, little fox?" Shanchuan inquired, kneeling down. The little fox lifted its head, eyes wide with fear. "I got separated from my mother and was then attacked by a pack of wild wolves." Shanchuan felt a tightening in his heart as he beheld the wolf-like spirit beast. The creature shook its head, indicating that it was not of its own kind. "Do not fear, we shall protect you," Shanchuan reassured. Just then, the surrounding trees began to sway, as if something were approaching. Before long, a pack of wild wolf spirit beasts emerged before them, their eyes gleaming with a greenish light, drool dripping from their mouths. "Haha, we have found ourselves a meal," one of the wild wolf spirit beasts remarked with a grin. Shanchuan gripped the sword-shaped soul device tightly in his hand, declaring that anyone wishing to harm the little fox must first contend with him. The wild wolf soul beasts erupted in laughter, mocking the audacity of a mere human daring to oppose them. In an instant, battle commenced. Shanchuan summoned the maple leaf shield and charged towards the pack of wild wolf soul beasts. The wolf-shaped soul beast, undeterred, deftly navigated through the ranks of its foes, seeking out their vulnerabilities. Shanchuan discovered that although the wild wolf spirit beasts were numerous, their attacks were rather predictable. With the agility of his sword-shaped soul weapon, he deftly evaded their assaults while launching counterattacks. Under the watchful gaze of the little fox spirit beast, Shanchuan grew increasingly valiant in battle. He unleashed a new soul skill, transforming the maple leaf shield into a barrage of razor-sharp maple leaf projectiles that soared towards the wild wolf spirit beasts. Struck by these leaf blades, the wild wolves sustained injuries. Seizing the opportunity, the wolf-type spirit beast pounced upon the leading wild wolf spirit beast, swiftly severing its throat. Witnessing their leader's defeat, the remaining wild wolf spirit beast scattered in panic. Shanchuan let out a long sigh of relief as he approached the little fox spirit beast. Do not be afraid. The danger has passed. The little fox spirit beast gazed at Shanchuan with gratitude and replied, Thank you, dear human brother. Shanchuan, accompanied by the little fox spirit beast, continued their journey forward. As they ventured deeper into the misty forest, they stumbled upon an ancient stone tablet inscribed with archaic characters. Shanchuan meticulously deciphered the engravings, which detailed a unique method for awakening soul rings. Filled with excitement, Shanchuan exclaimed. Suddenly, a shadow darted forth, seizing the little fox spirit beast. Little fox! Shanchuan cried out. The wolf-like spirit beast charged after the shadow, with Shanchuan closely in pursuit. They arrived at the entrance of a cave, where the shadow vanished within. Cautiously, Shanchuan stepped into the cave, greeted by a putrid stench that permeated the air. Deeper inside, they encountered a colossal shadow leopard spirit beast, its claws gripping the little fox spirit beast. Why have you taken the little fox? Shanchuan demanded angrily. The shadow leopard spirit beast scoffed. This little fox is a rare spirit beast, and I intend to present it to my master, who will reward me handsomely. Amidst the fury of the mountains and rivers, you shall not prevail. He, alongside the wolf-like spirit beast, launched an assault on the shadow leopard spirit beast. The shadow leopard spirit beast, possessing remarkable swiftness, navigated the cavern with ease, evading the strikes from both the mountains and the wolf-like spirit beast. The mountains and rivers unleashed their full potential as the sword-shaped soul weapon relentlessly launched assaults. The wolf-type soul beast encircled the shadow leopard soul beast, incessantly tearing at it. However, the defense of the shadow leopard soul beast was formidable, making it difficult for them to vanquish it in that moment. Mountains and rivers in thought. It was imperative to identify the weaknesses of the shadow leopard soul beast. He meticulously observed the creature's movements and discerned that its underbelly was particularly vulnerable. He exchanged a knowing glance with the wolf-like soul beast, which understood the cue. Intentionally exposing a flaw, he lured the shadow leopard soul beast to leap towards him. Just as the creature soared through the air, the wolf-like soul beast pounced from the side, seizing the shadow leopard's underbelly with its jaws. The shadow leopard howled in agony, and in that moment of distraction, he thrust his sword-like soul tool towards its vital point. The shadow leopard collapsed to the ground, and the little fox soul beast was rescued by the wolf-like creature. Thank you, said the little fox soul beast. The mountains and rivers spoke with a gentle smile. There's no need for formalities. They continued to delve into the inscriptions upon the stone tablet. After considerable effort, the mountains and rivers finally succeeded in awakening a new soul ring, following the method inscribed upon the stone. This soul ring bestowed upon him a novel soul skill, Cloak of Mist, which enabled him and his companions to conceal their forms within the fog, eluding the notice of their adversaries. With the acquisition of this new skill, the mountains and rivers felt a significant enhancement in their prowess. Together with the wolf-like soul beast, they emerged from the misty forest, accompanied by the little fox soul beast, who had to part ways to seek its mother. The mountains and rivers, along with the wolf-like soul beast, bid farewell to the little fox soul beast. As they continued along their path, they encountered a mysterious elder. The elder sat beneath a grand tree, eyes closed. Young one, you possess commendable strength. Yet there remains much for you to learn, the elder suddenly proclaimed, opening his eyes. Mountains and rivers approached. Grandfather, could you offer me some guidance? The old man smiled. I can bestow upon you an item, but you must agree to a condition. What condition? Inquired mountains and rivers. You must use your strength to safeguard the peace of this continent. The mountains and rivers resolutely declared, I promise you. The old man retrieved a necklace from his bosom, upon which hung a blue crystal. This necklace is a formidable soul artifact, capable of amplifying your spiritual power and ensuring your survival in critical moments. The mountains received the necklace and adorned it around their neck. Thank you, dear grandfather. The mountains and the wolf-like spirit beast continued their adventurous journey. They arrived near a volcanic crater, where the environment was exceedingly harsh, with scorching lava everywhere. How can there be so much lava here? Mountain River inquired with curiosity. The wolf-like spirit beast remained vigilant, surveying the surroundings. Suddenly, a flame dragon spirit beast erupted from the molten lava, enveloped in flames. Its emergence caused the temperature in the vicinity to soar dramatically. "How dare you trespass into my territory?" roared the flame dragon spirit beast. The mountains and rivers concealed themselves in a shroud of mist, while the wolf-like soul beast stealthily approached the flame dragon soul beast. They launched a sudden assault, catching the flame dragon soul beast completely off guard. The mountains and rivers wielded their sword-like soul weapon, thrusting towards the head of the flame dragon soul beast. Meanwhile, the wolf-shaped soul beast lunged at the legs of the flame dragon soul beast. Once the flame dragon soul beast regained its composure, it retaliated with a furious breath of fire. Shanchuan swiftly evaded, conjuring a maple leaf shield to deflect the onslaught of flames. Amidst the fervent battle, he discerned the vulnerability of the fire dragon spirit beast lay within its eyes. He bided his time, and when the fire dragon spirit beast momentarily closed its eyes after unleashing a torrent of fire, he charged towards its gaze. With all his might, he thrust his sword-shaped soul artifact towards the beast's eye. The fire dragon spirit beast roared in agony, thrashing its claws in a frenzied manner. The mountains and rivers, along with the wolf-type spirit beast, deftly evaded the onslaught of the fiery dragon spirit beast, while simultaneously seeking an opportune moment. After a fierce battle, the mountains and rivers ultimately triumphed over the fiery dragon spirit beast. Within the lair of the defeated foe, he discovered a resplendent crimson spirit ring. Upon absorbing this spirit ring, the mountains and rivers acquired a new spirit skill, Flame Impact. This skill enables him to unleash a formidable wave of fire, inflicting tremendous damage upon his adversaries. With newfound soul skills, the protagonist departed from the volcanic crater alongside his wolf-like soul beast. His adventurous saga continues, marked by relentless growth and the audacious challenge of formidable foes, his name resonating ever more widely across the Douluo Continent. Through his strength, he safeguards the peace of this realm, while the bond with his soul beasts deepens with each passing day. Every adventure and discovery enriches his understanding of this world, fortifying his spirit in the process. He recognizes that countless challenges loom ahead, yet he remains undaunted, determined to inscribe his own legend upon this wondrous Douluo Continent. Armed with his convictions, soul weaponry, and loyal companions, throughout this journey, he encounters a myriad of intriguing individuals and events, his tale unfolding like an endlessly captivating series, drawing more souls to explore the mysteries and challenges that define the Douluo Continent. The secrets of soul beasts and the legends of soul weapons await. After departing from the volcano's mouth, the mountain rivers and the wolf-type soul beast ventured forth into the realms of the unknown. Their footsteps led them into a place known as the Forest of Starlight. This forest earned its name because, with the arrival of night, the branches and leaves of the trees twinkle with glimmering lights, resembling the scattered stars of the night sky descending upon the earth. Mountains and rivers curiously surveyed their surroundings, their hearts brimming with a desire to explore the secrets of this enigmatic forest. "My companion, this place appears remarkably different," they murmured softly to the wolf-like spirit beast. The wolf-like spirit beast, meanwhile, was sniffing the air, its tail intermittently swaying, seemingly acclimating to this extraordinary environment. As they ventured deeper into the forest, a spirit deer radiating a blue luminescence emerged before them. The antlers of the spirit deer were as exquisite as coral, and its fur shimmered with a silken sheen. "Intruders, what brings you to the starry glade?" The voice of the spirit deer resonated within the mind of mountains and rivers, like a crystalline spring. The mountain streams answered with reverence. "We merely seek to explore this forest and understand the realm of the spirit beasts, harboring no ill intentions." The spirit deer beast regarded him for a moment, seemingly assessing the veracity of his words. "Your aura is quite peculiar, distinct from that of the greedy humans. However, this forest conceals many perilous secrets, so you must tread carefully." After expressing gratitude to the ethereal deer spirit for its guidance, Shanchuan pressed onward. As they ventured deeper into the forest, they stumbled upon an ancient temple. The temple emanated a sacred aura, and the surrounding fluctuations of spiritual energy were remarkably intense. Perhaps there lay treasures within, Shanchuan mused internally. He glanced at the wolf-shaped spirit beast, which nodded in agreement to explore the temple. Upon entering the temple, a formidable force surged towards them, nearly knocking them off their feet. Shanchuan steadied himself and observed a stone pedestal at the center of the temple's grand hall, upon which rested a luminous orb radiating with a spectrum of colors. What could this be? Curiosity propelled Shanchuan closer to the pedestal. Just as he reached out to seize the orb, the surrounding runes ignited, unleashing a barrage of spiritual energy attacks directed at him. Hastily, Shanchuan summoned the maple leaf shield to defend himself. This must be a mechanism guarding the treasure, he contemplated. Meanwhile, the wolf-shaped spirit beast endeavored to uncover the flaw in the mechanism, scratching at the walls with its claws and occasionally emitting low growls. After considerable effort, the wolf-shaped spirit beast discerned a symbol on the wall that was distinct from the others. Following the beast's indication, Shanchuan shattered the symbol. The assault ceased, and he successfully claimed the radiant orb. The moment he grasped the orb, a surge of potent spiritual energy flooded into his body, causing his soul rings to begin shimmering. It turned out to be a unique treasure capable of facilitating the awakening of soul rings. Seizing the opportunity, Shanchuan settled down to absorb the orb's energy and initiate the awakening of his soul rings. During the absorption process, he felt as though his soul had transcended into an extraordinary realm, filled with countless flickering orbs of light, each representing a legacy of soul skills or powers. The consciousness of the mountains and rivers traverses within, ceaselessly absorbing these formidable energies. His body undergoes continuous transformation, with his soul power becoming increasingly robust and his soul rings solidifying further. Upon emerging from the state of awakening, he discovers that he has acquired two new soul skills. The first is the stellar radiance, enabling him to summon a brilliance akin to that of the stars, which can be wielded to assault foes or illuminate the darkened realms. The second is the guardian of the spirit deer, a skill that grants him a fleeting semblance of the protective prowess of the spirit deer, allowing him to engage in a unique communion with the surrounding soul beasts. Shanchuan rose with excitement, feeling the transformation brought forth by newfound strength. "My friend, we have grown stronger," he said with a smile to the wolf spirit beast, which wagged its tail joyfully. After departing from the temple, they rested by a brook. Shanchuan gazed into the water, contemplating his reflection, thoughts swirling within him. "I am continuously evolving, yet this world holds countless mysteries awaiting my discovery. I must become a more formidable spirit master, so I can safeguard the beautiful things and delve deeper into the realm of spirit beasts," he pondered silently. As they ventured further into the starry forest, they encountered a mysterious old man. Cloaked in darkness, his features remained obscured. "Young one, the spirit artifact you possess is quite extraordinary." The old man's voice was hoarse and deep. The mountains and rivers gazed warily at the old man. "Who are you?" they inquired. The elderly figure slowly raised his hand, gesturing towards the sword-shaped soul artifact resting beside the mountains and rivers. This blade possessed ancient power, yet it still held the potential for further enhancement. The mountains and rivers stirred within the heart. "Could you enlighten me on how to strengthen it?" The elder smiled gently, revealing that in the distant, far northern realm lies a castle of ice. Within this fortress resides an ice crystal, which resonates with the essence of your sword-shaped soul weapon, amplifying its power manifold. In the depths of his heart, Mountain River felt a twinge of hesitation. The far northern lands appeared both distant and perilous. Yet, in pursuit of greater strength, he resolved to embark on this venture. "Dear companion, would you accompany me?" Mountain River inquired, casting a glance at the wolf-like spirit beast. Without a moment's hesitation, the wolf-like spirit beast wagged its tail, signifying its willingness to join the quest. Thus, they commenced their journey to the far north. Along the way, they encountered fierce storms and faced cold attribute spirit beasts that sought to devour them. However, through Mountain River's soul techniques and the agility of the wolf-like spirit beast, they repeatedly turned peril into safety. Eventually, they arrived at the ice castle of the far north. The castle emanated a bone-chilling cold, and Mountain River felt as though his very blood were on the verge of freezing. They cautiously explored the castle in search of the ice soul crystal. In a grand hall, they discovered a massive ice pillar, with the ice soul crystal perched atop it. However, a colossal ice bear spirit beast guarded the area around the pillar. Upon noticing the arrival of Mountain River and his companion, the ice bear let out a thunderous roar and charged towards them. The mountains and rivers unfolded as the spirit deer guardian enhanced its own defenses, then charged towards the ice bear soul beast. The sword-shaped soul device appeared to undergo some peculiar transformation in the frigid environment, its strikes imbued with a piercing chill. The mountains clashed with the formidable ice bear soul beast in a fierce battle. The strength of the ice bear was immense, as each of its strikes forced the mountains to retreat several paces. However, the mountains, utilizing their agile movements in conjunction with the wolf-like soul beast, relentlessly sought the weaknesses of the ice bear. They discovered that a fleeting moment of pause followed each of the ice bear's attacks. Seizing this opportunity, they thrust their sword-shaped soul weapon fiercely towards the ice bear's eye. Wounded, the ice bear furiously lashed out with its claws. Seizing this opportunity, the mountains and rivers unleashed the power of stellar brilliance, enveloping the ice bear spirit beast in a radiant light that momentarily disoriented it. The wolf-shaped spirit beast took advantage of this moment, lunging forward to seize the ice bear's hind leg. As Shanchuan seized the opportunity to ascend the ice pillar, he acquired the ice soul crystal. When he placed the ice soul crystal alongside the sword-shaped soul artifact, the latter radiated a dazzling brilliance. The sword-shaped artifact absorbed the power of the ice soul crystal, becoming even sharper, with its runes becoming more distinct. The mountains and rivers sensed that this soul weapon had undergone a profound transformation. Amidst this arduous journey, he had acquired a formidable new armament. Armed with the newfound power of the soul weapon, the young man and the wolf-like soul beast embarked on their journey home. They understood that countless adventures awaited them on the Douluo Continent, with myriad secrets of soul beasts yearning to be unveiled. With anticipation and ever-growing strength, they were destined to continue inscribing their own legendary tale. As they traveled back, his heart brimmed with aspirations for the future. With enhanced capabilities, he could better safeguard all that existed upon this earth. Both humans and soul beasts should coexist harmoniously within this world, he silently affirmed to himself. Each step he took became increasingly resolute, and his gaze sparkled with a thirst for exploration into the unknown. Beside him, the wolf-like soul beast seemed to sense his determination, steadfastly keeping pace with him. Together, they resembled two eternal companions, advancing through the enchanting and challenging realm of the Douluo Continent. The mountains and rivers are aware that, as he continues to grow, he will encounter increasingly formidable spirit masters, more powerful soul beasts, and challenges beyond his imagination. Yet, he firmly believes that with his intelligence, courage, and the unique bond he shares with the spirit beasts, he will surely overcome every obstacle and emerge as a great spirit master, forever etched in the annals of this continent. Each adventure he undertakes, every interaction with the spirit beasts, and the acquisition of new soul skills and artifacts will become vital components of his legendary life, inspiring him to strive toward ever loftier goals. His name, Shanchuan, will resonate throughout the Douluo Continent, becoming a symbol imbued with legend. His story will be recounted in every corner of human society and in the lore of the spirit beasts, a magnificent tale of harmonious coexistence, relentless exploration, and the audacity to confront challenges. He will persist in exploring this enigmatic land, like an indefatigable wanderer, driven by a profound love for the world and an unwavering quest for strength, journeying toward the unknown. Beside him, his wolf-like spirit beast will remain his most steadfast companion, accompanying him through every hardship and facing each challenge together. Their bond is akin to a seed that, nurtured by the passage of time, has grown into a towering tree, becoming an integral part of their strength and supporting them as they continue to inscribe their own legend in this world. The tale of Shanchuan continues. Akin to a resplendent star illuminating the heavens of the Douluo Continent, with its unique brilliance, captivating the attention of many as it unfolds its legendary journey. Whether it be the young spirit master's yearning for power or the soul beast filled with curiosity about humanity, all shall be moved by his narrative and inspired by his indomitable spirit. Shanchuan, in turn, shall carry this attention and encouragement forward, crafting more magnificent chapters that belong solely to him on the Douluo Continent. Each of his adventures, every decision he makes, and every battle he engages in will profoundly impact those around him and the fate of the entire Douluo realm. He is like a gentle spring breeze that sweeps through every corner of this perilous and challenging world, bestowing hope and transformation upon both humans and soul beasts alike. His legendary saga shall resonate eternally across the Douluo Continent, evolving into an everlasting myth. The silhouettes of mountains and wolf-like soul beasts fade into the distance under the fading glow of the setting sun, as they resolutely advance towards a future filled with hope and the unknown. They remain unaware of the specifics that await them ahead. Yet they are certain that as long as they stand by one another and harbor unwavering faith in their hearts, there is nothing insurmountable. This optimism for the future and trust in each other shall become the wellspring of their motivation as they continue their journey across the Douluo Continent. They are acutely aware that in this ever-changing realm, each new day may usher in fresh opportunities and challenges. Nevertheless, they are prepared, ready to embrace every sunrise and every new adventure with even more steadfast steps and a braver heart. Mountains and rivers, the traveler from the realm of mortals, has inscribed his own legendary tale upon the mystical land of Douluo Continent, abundant with soul power and enigma. Yet, this narrative is far from its conclusion. Together with his companion, the wolf-shaped soul beast, he shall persist in exploring, adventuring, and evolving within this enchanting world, ultimately becoming an everlasting legend etched in the annals of Douluo Continent. The legend of the soul beast of Douluo. As the mountains gradually opened their eyes, an unfamiliar yet enchanting forest unfolded before them. Towering trees loomed overhead, casting a canopy that allowed only scattered rays of sunlight to trickle through the leaves, forming a delicate tapestry of light upon the forest floor. He vividly recalled being an ordinary individual, yet for reasons unknown, he found himself traversing this so-called Douluo Continent. What could possibly be the explanation for this? Murmured the mountains, rising to his feet and brushing off the dust from his attire. He commenced his exploration of this strange new world. Not venturing far, he was suddenly met with a deep, resonant growl. A wave of tension surged through him, compelling him to cautiously approach the source of the sound. Peering through the dense thicket, he beheld a colossal soul beast. This creature bore a resemblance to a wolf, yet it was several times larger than any ordinary wolf, radiating an eerie blue luminescence, with eyes that glowed like two blazing flames. His heart raced, for he realized he was utterly defenseless, with no weapons to combat such a formidable beast. At that moment, a faint light flickered across his arm. He glanced down and discovered an unusual pattern, reminiscent of an ancient rune. What could this possibly signify? Confusion enveloped him, but there was no time for contemplation, for the soul beast had already caught sight of him and was charging in his direction. The mountains and rivers instinctively recoiled to one side, leaving the soul beast to strike at emptiness. Seizing the moment, he surveyed his surroundings, hoping to discover a refuge or a weapon to employ. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a sharp branch upon the ground. He swiftly picked it up and gripped it firmly in his hand. Although this branch might be regarded as nothing more than a trinket by the soul beast, at that moment, it represented his sole glimmer of hope. The soul beast launched another attack, its cavernous maw opening wide as it lunged at him. With determination, he thrust the branch fiercely towards the creature's eye. The beast yelped in pain and angrily shook its head. Taking advantage of this moment, he retreated a few steps, his heart racing, sweat soaking his garments. I cannot be defeated so easily, he encouraged himself inwardly. At that instant, the runes upon his arm began to glow more intensely. Suddenly, a formidable force surged from within him, and his eyes sparkled with an extraordinary light. He felt his body grow lighter, and instinctively sensed that he could harness the elemental powers surrounding him. Shanchuan endeavored to concentrate power within his grasp, and soon a soft azure glow manifested in his palm, gradually coalescing into a petite orb of light. What manner of power is this? Shanchuan marveled at the luminous sphere he held. Before he could fully comprehend the phenomenon, the spirit beast lunged at him once more. Without hesitation, he hurled the orb towards the creature. The orb struck the spirit beast, which let out a dreadful cry before collapsing to the ground, motionless. Shanchuan exhaled in relief, collapsing onto the earth. He gazed at the rune in his hand, his mind awash with curiosity, yet also tinged with an inexplicable exhilaration. He realized that he seemed to possess some unique ability in this world. A few days later, Shanchuan encountered an elderly man in the forest. Clad in a gray robe, the elder's eyes shimmered with profound insight. "Young one," he inquired, "I sense an extraordinary aura about you. How did you acquire such power?" Shanchuan recounted to the elder the extraordinary event of encountering a soul beast, during which the runes on his arm suddenly illuminated. The elder nodded slightly, suggesting that the runes adorning your arm might be an ancient legacy mark. In this realm of Douluo Continent, strength is derived from both soul beasts and soul tools. Soul beasts possess formidable spiritual power, while soul tools serve as instruments to aid spirit masters in battle. "What does this signify for me?" Shanchuan inquired. "Perhaps during your traversal, you activated a unique force, bestowing upon you an exceptional ability," the elder replied. "However, should you wish to truly grow in strength, you must awaken the soul ring." "Soul ring? What is that?" Shanchuan asked with curiosity. The soul ring is a crystallization of spiritual power that forms after the demise of a soul beast. Upon absorbing a soul ring, a spirit master can acquire some of the beast's capabilities, thereby enhancing their own prowess, the elder elucidated. As Shanchuan's heart stirred, he resolved to seek a soul ring that would befit him. Under the guidance of the elder, Shanchuan ventured into a valley frequented by soul beasts. The air was thick with an aura of mystery as he tread cautiously. Suddenly, he beheld a diminutive soul beast. This creature resembled a rabbit, yet its ears were reminiscent of wings, shimmering with iridescent colors. It was an ideal soul beast for beginners, possessing a gentle soul ring. should he succeed in absorbing it. He would undoubtedly gain significant rewards, remarked the elder. Mountains and Rivers took a deep breath and then approached the soul beast. Upon seeing Mountains and Rivers, the soul beast's previous wariness dissipated, replaced instead by a curious gaze. Mountains and Rivers extended his hand, yearning to caress the soul beast. To his surprise, the soul beast gently licked his hand, warming his heart. I am about to absorb your soul ring. I hope you will not hold it against me. Mountains and Rivers murmured softly. The soul beast seemed to comprehend his words, quietly lying down and closing its eyes. Shanchuan seated himself cross-legged and began to absorb the spirit ring as instructed by the elder. He focused his mental energy on the spirit beast, attuning himself to the essence of the spirit ring. As time elapsed, the power of the spirit ring gradually integrated into his being. Shanchuan sensed his body brimming with strength, perceiving a notable enhancement in both his speed and power. I have succeeded, he exclaimed with exhilaration. The elder nodded with approval, saying, Indeed, you are a natural-born spirit master. However, this is merely the initial step on your path to greatness. You must continually seek out more formidable spirit beasts and absorb higher-level spirit rings. The mountains bid farewell to the elder, setting forth on a solitary journey. He understood that in this perilous yet opportunistic realm of Douluo Continent, a vast road lay ahead. No longer was he the ordinary individual, but rather a soul master brimming with infinite potential. In the days that followed, he persistently challenged increasingly formidable soul beasts. He encountered ferocious bear-like soul beasts whose gigantic paws nearly flattened him. He also faced cunning serpent-like soul beasts, narrowly escaping their venomous onslaught. Yet, with each trial, he adeptly transformed peril into safety through his wisdom and ever-evolving strength. The acquisition of a soul weapon was an unexpected delight. On one occasion, while exploring an ancient cave, he was enveloped by an enigmatic aura permeating the air. The walls were adorned with archaic runes and patterns. Curiosity led him deeper into the cave, where he discovered a sword emanating an icy luminescence. The hilt was embedded with a blue gem, while the blade appeared as clear as autumn waters. Upon grasping the sword, a powerful force surged through his being, suggesting a profound connection between them. He attempted to strike a massive boulder with the sword, and the blade effortlessly sliced through it, causing the stone to shatter into fragments. Is this truly a soul weapon? How wondrous! His heart brimmed with joy, for he recognized that with this soul weapon, he would navigate battles with greater ease. However, he was also acutely aware that as his strength grew, so too would the challenges he faced. In this realm where the strong reign supreme, he must continually elevate himself to safeguard his own well-being and that which he cherished most. Within the depths of his heart, Shanchuan was brimming with indomitable spirit as he gazed into the distance, his eyes radiating unwavering determination. I shall carve out a realm of my own in this world, he vowed silently. During a fierce battle, Shanchuan encountered a formidable throng of soul beasts, each possessing extraordinary strength, encircling him with predatory intent. Gripping his sword tightly, he felt no trace of trepidation. Come, I shall not fear you, Shanchuan proclaimed boldly. The clash erupted instantaneously as Shanchuan unleashed a myriad of skills he had mastered, engaging in a desperate struggle against the horde of soul beasts. His sword danced through the ranks of the creatures, each swing eliciting a spray of crimson. After a grueling encounter, Shanchuan ultimately vanquished the assembly of soul beasts. Exhausted, he sank to the ground, his garments drenched in sweat and his body bearing numerous wounds. Yet, his eyes sparkled with exhilaration. I have grown even stronger, he mused, filled with a profound sense of accomplishment. As time flowed onward, Shanchuan's reputation gradually spread across the Douluo Continent, transforming him into a legendary figure in the eyes of numerous soul masters. Many aspiring soul masters looked up to him as a paragon, striving to emulate his combat techniques and indomitable spirit. However, Shanchuan remained humble, fully aware of the vast expanse of knowledge and skill he still had to acquire. He continued his exploration of the wondrous Douluo Continent in search of mightier soul beasts, soul rings, and soul artifacts, perpetually enhancing his prowess. His adventure was far from over, and he was destined to inscribe his own magnificent chapter in this realm teeming with challenges and opportunities. The Titan giant ape of Douluo. At the edge of the starry great forest, Mountain River stands, gazing upon this vast expanse that is both enigmatic and perilous, a crucial realm for his ascension and strength. Having dwelled in this world for a considerable period, he has encountered numerous battles and adventures. However, this time his ambition is to acquire a soul ring of superior quality. Mountains and rivers inhaled deeply, slowly stepping into the vast starry forest. The surrounding trees stood tall and dense, with sunlight filtering through the layers of leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound piqued his alertness. He gripped tightly the sword of the soul artifact, which emanated a soft glow. An artifact he had fortuitously discovered in an ancient ruin. From the thicket, a small white fox-like soul beast cautiously emerged, its eyes sparkling with the brilliance of amethyst gems. The little fox regarded the mountains with curiosity, refraining from launching an immediate attack. "Greetings, little one. Do you happen to know where powerful soul beasts reside within this forest?" he inquired in a gentle tone. The small fox tilted its head, seemingly pondering his words, before turning and darting off in a particular direction. A spark of hope ignited within him. Perhaps this was a fortuitous opportunity, and he carefully followed in pursuit. The little fox weaved through the forest with remarkable speed. Yet he kept pace closely behind. After an indeterminate passage of time, they arrived at a more open area, saturated with an aura of formidable danger. The small fox halted, a flicker of fear evident in its gaze. Before him loomed a colossal soul beast, a titan giant ape whose form was as imposing as a mountain. Upon noticing the mountains and the little fox, the titan giant ape let out a thunderous roar, its enormous fists pounding against its chest, causing the surrounding trees to tremble precariously. "Why have you led me to this perilous place, little fox?" he silently chastised, but there was no time for reflection. The titan giant ape was already charging towards him. He swiftly swung the soul artifact sword, aiming for the titan giant ape's arm. With a resounding clang, he felt a numbing shock reverberate through his arm, while the titan giant ape seemed largely unscathed. "This soul beast is overwhelmingly powerful. I must devise a strategy," he thought, evading the titan giant ape's assaults while contemplating his next move. At that moment, the little fox unexpectedly emitted a series of sharp cries, bounding around the titan giant ape. The titan giant ape appeared agitated by the fox's antics, attempting to catch it, but the little fox was remarkably agile. Seizing this opportunity, he concentrated his spirit energy, channeling it into the soul artifact sword. The blade shimmered with a dazzling light as he shouted and charged towards the titan giant ape's eyes. Caught off guard by his sudden ferocity, the titan giant ape recoiled. Yet he was already upon it, the sword's edge grazing the titan giant ape's eye. The titan giant ape roared in pain, its fury intensifying as it turned to retaliate against him. Shanchuan recognized that continuing in this manner was futile. His soul power was depleting rapidly. Suddenly, he noticed a spot on the titan giant ape that radiated an intense aura of soul power. He surmised that this might be the location of its soul ring. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to take a daring risk. Seizing the brief moment during one of the titan giant ape's attacks, he leapt high into the air and with all his might aimed for the center of soul power on the creature's body. The titan giant ape sensed the impending danger and attempted to evade, but it was too late. The blade pierced its flesh, eliciting a thunderous roar of fury. At that moment, a beam of light emanated from the wound, gradually coalescing into a massive soul ring. Shanchuan felt the immense power contained within this soul ring, yet he was acutely aware of the formidable challenge of absorbing it. "I must absorb this soul ring," he silently urged himself. Drawing upon his prior experiences with soul ring absorption, he sat cross-legged before the ring, striving to establish a connection. Although the titan giant ape was wounded, it was not yet defeated. Upon witnessing Shanchuan's intent to absorb its soul ring, it thrashed in anger, desperate to retaliate. Suddenly, a small fox leapt atop the titan giant ape's head, using its body to restrain the creature, as if to assist Shanchuan in his endeavor. The mountains and rivers gazed in astonishment at the little fox, their hearts brimming with gratitude. "Thank you, little one," Mountain River silently expressed within. He then devoted all his mental energy to forging a connection with the soul ring. The power of the soul ring surged through Mountain River's body, a sensation akin to being pierced by countless swords simultaneously, inflicting excruciating pain. Yet, he gritted his teeth and persevered, held aloft by an unwavering conviction. "I must not fail. I must grow stronger." As time passed, Mountain River's body gradually acclimated to the soul ring's formidable power, and he began to absorb it slowly. This process endured for an extended period, during which he felt his soul force steadily augmenting, accompanied by wondrous transformations within his physique. Upon fully assimilating the soul ring, Mountain River slowly opened his eyes, sensing a qualitative leap in his strength. Rising to his feet, he felt a tremendous power surging forth from within. "Thank you for your assistance, little fox." Mountain River approached the little fox, wishing to caress it. The fox affectionately nudged his hand. With this newfound strength, I should be able to carve out a more illustrious reputation in this world, Mountain River declared with confidence. In a quaint town, Mountain River encountered several young spirit masters. "Who are you? You appear quite formidable," one of the young spirit masters inquired. "I am Mountain River, just returned from training in the Douluo Forest," he replied succinctly. "You acquired a soul ring in the Douluo Forest? That must be impressive," another spirit master remarked with envy. "Indeed, but the journey was fraught with challenges." Mountain River responded. "Could you share with us about your soul weapon?" one spirit master asked, eyeing the sword in Mountain River's hand with curiosity. "This sword was a serendipitous find within a mysterious ruin. It seems to possess a unique bond with me, unleashing formidable power in each battle," Mountain River elucidated. The young spirit masters listened with palpable envy. Observing their expressions, Mountain River urged them to diligently cultivate their skills and embrace challenges. For it is through such endeavors that one may continually grow. The mountains and rivers continued their journey, leading him to an ancient valley. Within this valley seemed to lie hidden secrets, for he felt an enigmatic force drawing him in. Upon entering the valley, he discovered a massive altar, adorned with ancient runes that radiated a mysterious luminescence. As he approached the altar, a brilliant light flickered, and suddenly, a cascade of ancient memories flooded his mind. These memories appeared to pertain to a formidable soul technique, one capable of commanding the forces of nature. Filled with exhilaration, he began to practice this soul technique according to the methods etched in his recollections. After a period of diligent training, he finally grasped the fundamentals of this soul technique. During a confrontation with a powerful soul beast, he unleashed this newfound ability. The surrounding trees, flowers, and stones heeded his command, launching an assault on the soul beast. Caught off guard, the beast was ultimately vanquished by him. As his strength continued to grow, so too did his circle of friends in this realm. He assisted many in overcoming the troubles posed by soul beasts and, in return, gleaned a wealth of information about this world. One day, a mysterious elder approached him. "Young man, your strength has reached impressive heights, yet your journey is far from over. There are ancient secrets within this world waiting for your exploration," the elder proclaimed. "What secrets?" he inquired with curiosity. "The origins of soul beasts and soul artifacts, as well as the truths behind powerful soul techniques. You possess a unique opportunity. I believe you are destined to uncover these mysteries." With that, the elder vanished. In his heart, the mountains and rivers brimmed with curiosity and a fervent desire for exploration. He understood that he was about to embark on a new journey. Armed with his soul weapon and unwavering conviction, he ventured into the unknown. He firmly believed that in the days to come, he would continually surpass himself and craft even more legendary tales that belonged to him in this world of Douluo Continent. As Shanchuan continued his adventures in the Douluo Continent, he stumbled upon an ancient cavern adorned with murals. These murals vividly depicted the fierce battles between soul beasts and human soul masters from a bygone era, alongside striking representations of peculiar soul tools wielded by these masters. One particular image captivated his attention, a soul master brandishing a soul tool that radiated a golden luminescence. Surrounded by formidable soul beasts that seemed to hold the tool in reverent awe. What manner of soul tool could this be? Shanchuan pondered deeply. Upon exiting the cave, he sought information regarding this enigmatic soul tool. He learned of a distant, mysterious mountain range where similar ancient soul tools might exist. Thus, he embarked on a journey towards this enigmatic range. Along the way, he encountered an adventurous team, also in pursuit of treasures. Among them were soul masters skilled in tracking and others endowed with formidable defensive capabilities. "Greetings. We too are headed to that mysterious mountain. Would you care to join us on this journey?" One of the soul masters from the team invited warmly. After a moment of contemplation, Mountain River concluded that having companions would indeed provide a greater sense of security, and thus he acquiesced. Along their journey, they were beset by a natural calamity. A ferocious tempest swept in, causing everything around them to sway perilously. Together, Mountain River and his companions invoked their spirit techniques to establish a defensive formation, barely managing to withstand the onslaught of the storm. United in purpose, they found that no challenge was insurmountable. Mountain River inspired his comrades to persevere. As they pressed onward, they ultimately arrived at the enigmatic mountain range. This range was fraught with treacherous traps and formidable spirit beasts. They navigated cautiously when suddenly, a colossal flying spirit beast descended from the heavens. With immense wings, it unleashed flames from its maw. Shanchuan and his companions swiftly launched a counterattack. Shanchuan brandished his soul weapon sword, charging towards the airborne soul beast, while his other companions assailed from various directions. After a fierce battle, They triumphed over the flying soul beast. As they ventured deeper into the mountains, they ultimately discovered the fabled location of the ancient soul weapon. It was a divine artifact radiating an endless brilliance, enveloped in an aura of mysterious and formidable power. As the mountains and rivers converged upon the divine artifact, a surge of powerful information flooded his mind the moment his hand made contact with it. He learned that this extraordinary object possessed the ability to alter the very fabric of space and time, yet the conditions for wielding such power were exceedingly stringent. Shanchuan, alongside his companions, diligently investigates the utilization of this extraordinary artifact. Throughout their relentless explorations, he has forged profound bonds of friendship with his allies. As Shanchuan's prowess and circle of friends expand, so too does his significance within the Douluo Continent. With his intellect and strength, he continually addresses the myriad crises confronting this world. His inquiries into soul beasts, soul tools, and the nature of his own power persist with unwavering depth. His legendary tale flows like an unceasing river, echoing throughout the Douluo Continent, inspiring countless successors to fervently pursue strength in their aspirations. The journey of the soul in Douluo is vast and magnificent. Shanchuan's journey through the continent of Douluo has been filled with numerous thrilling and perilous encounters. Yet he comprehends that an abundance of unknown challenges awaits him ahead. On this particular day, Shanchuan ventured into a territory inhabited by soul beasts that he had never previously explored. The soul beasts here exuded an untamed ferocity, and a palpable sense of danger permeated the air. Shanchuan treaded cautiously, his eyes perpetually vigilant to the slightest movement around him. Suddenly, a soul beast resembling a leopard but possessing 3 eyes sprang forth from the underbrush, its speed astonishing as it appeared before Shanchuan in an instant. Another formidable soul beast. Shanchuan mused inwardly. He tightened his grip on the soul device in his hand, bracing himself for battle. This 3-eyed leopard soul beast did not launch an immediate attack. Instead, it circled around Shanchuan, seemingly assessing him. "What are your intentions?" Shanchuan inquired loudly. In response, the 3-eyed leopard soul beast emitted a deep, resonant growl before lunging towards Shanchuan with remarkable swiftness. With a swift motion, Shanchuan sidestepped and swung his sword towards the 3-eyed cheetah spirit beast. The agile creature deftly evaded the strike and lunged at Shanchuan once more. In response, he executed several backflips, increasing the distance between himself and the beast. "This cannot continue. I must discover its weakness," Shanchuan pondered. He observed that each time the 3-eyed cheetah lunged, the central eye flickered momentarily. An ingenious plan formed in his mind as he deliberately exposed a vulnerability, enticing the 3-eyed cheetah spirit beast to charge at him. When the beast was in close proximity, Shanchuan seized the opportune moment, channeling his soul power into the soul tool and thrusting it toward the beast's central eye. The 3-eyed cheetah spirit beast yelped in pain and, in a fit of rage, lashed out with its claws at Shanchuan. As the mountains and rivers evaded the onslaught, a cunning thought struck him on how to deliver a fatal blow to the 3-eyed cheetah spirit beast. Suddenly, he noticed a sharp stone lying on the ground, and a clever plan formed in his mind. Channeling his soul power, he propelled the stone towards the 3-eyed cheetah spirit beast, striking its leg and causing it to lose its balance. Shanchuan seized the opportunity to swing his sword towards the neck of the 3-eyed leopard spirit beast. Caught off guard, the beast was struck on the neck. It let out a piercing scream before collapsing. Shanchuan let out a sigh of relief, for he recognized that the soul ring from the 3-eyed cheetah spirit beast presented an excellent opportunity for enhancement. Following his previous methods, he began to absorb the soul ring. During the absorption process, Shanchuan felt a powerful force surging into his body. His soul power continuously escalated, and he experienced various transformations within himself. "I must become stronger," Shanchuan silently vowed. After completing the absorption of the soul ring, he continued on his journey and arrived at a quaint little town. The townsfolk were engrossed in discussions regarding a matter concerning a soul artifact. "Have you heard? A mysterious soul artifact has appeared in the antique shop," one resident remarked. "Is that true? What kind of soul artifact is it?" Another inquired with curiosity. A stirring within Shanchuan's heart compelled him to seek out the enigmatic soul artifact. He ventured into an antique shop, where he beheld the mysterious object, a dagger emanating a captivating violet glow, adorned with ancient runes intricately carved upon its surface. This dagger appeared remarkably unusual, Shanchuan mused. Inquiring about its origins, he learned from the shopkeeper that even he was unaware of its history, having acquired it purely by chance. Shanchuan resolved to acquire the dagger. Upon returning to his abode, he commenced an exploration of this enigmatic weapon. He discovered that the dagger harbored a mysterious power, one that appeared to be intricately linked to the fabric of space. If I could harness this power, I would wield a greater mastery in combat, Shanchuan mused. He began to endeavor in establishing a connection with the dagger, and after a period of diligent effort, he ultimately succeeded in mastering its force. Now that I possess a new soul artifact, my strength shall undoubtedly be significantly enhanced, Shanchuan proclaimed with fervor. Shanchuan, imbued with a newfound spirit artifact, embarked on his journey once more. He found himself in a mysterious forest, teeming with various perilous soul beasts. Within this enchanted woodland, Shanchuan encountered a colossal bear soul beast. The creature exhibited formidable strength, and its assaults proved challenging for Shanchuan to withstand. I cannot be vanquished so easily, he resolutely mused to himself. He began to employ the myriad skills he had acquired, engaging in a fierce battle against the bear soul beast. During the skirmish, Shanchuan discerned that the bear's hide was exceptionally thick, rendering conventional attacks ineffective. Resolute, he opted to harness his newly mastered spatial powers to confront the beast. Utilizing this ability, he ensnared the bear soul beast within a confined space. Enraged by its entrapment, the creature relentlessly assaulted the walls of its prison. Taking advantage of the moment, Shanchuan launched an assault, channeling his soul energy into the soul weapon before directing it towards the bear spirit beast. The bear spirit beast was struck by Shanchuan's attack, letting out a piercing cry. After a fierce battle, Shanchuan ultimately triumphed over the bear spirit beast. He understood that the soul ring of this bear spirit beast presented an excellent opportunity for his own advancement. Shanchuan began to absorb the soul rings of the bear spirit beast, feeling his soul power continuously elevate during the process. After completing the absorption of the soul rings, Shanchuan pressed on and arrived at a cave, where an air of mystery pervaded the atmosphere. As Shanchuan ventured into the cave, he discovered its walls adorned with ancient runes. These inscriptions emanated a mysterious luminescence, filling him with a sense of enigmatic power. As Shanchuan ventured through the cavern, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a secret passage. Following this hidden route, he arrived at an enigmatic realm. Within this space, Shanchuan beheld a colossal soul beast, emanating an overwhelming aura that instilled in him a profound sense of pressure. Is this the legendary divine beast? Shanchuan pondered silently. He recognized the formidable strength of this creature, compelling him to proceed with utmost caution. The divine beast regarded Shanchuan with a flicker of disdain in its eyes before launching an assault. Shanchuan swiftly evaded the attack. During his evasive maneuvers, he discerned the potency of the beast's strikes, realizing how challenging it was to find an opportunity for counterattack. I must devise a strategy to retaliate, Shanchuan resolved inwardly. He commenced employing a repertoire of skills he had mastered, engaging in an intense battle with the divine beast. In the throes of combat, Shanchuan identified a vulnerability in the beast's abdomen. He resolved to harness his spatial powers to ensnare the creature before striking at its weak point. Utilizing his spatial abilities, he confined the divine beast within a dimensional space. Trapped, the beast writhed in fury, relentlessly assaulting the walls of its confinement. Taking advantage of the moment, Shanchuan launched an assault, infusing his soul power into the soul tool before directing his attack towards the abdomen of the divine beast. Struck by Shanchuan's onslaught, the beast emitted a piercing cry. After a fierce battle, Shanchuan ultimately triumphed over the divine creature. He recognized that the soul ring of this beast presented a remarkable opportunity for his enhancement. The mountains and rivers began to absorb the soul rings of the divine beasts, and during this process, he felt his soul power continuously enhancing. After completing the absorption of the soul rings, he proceeded on his journey and arrived in a city where the inhabitants were engrossed in discussions regarding a matter concerning soul beasts. Have you heard? A formidable soul beast has emerged in the forest beyond the city, and many soul masters have already fallen to its might, remarked one resident. Is that true? What shall we do? Inquired another. The mountains and rivers stirred within him, prompting his decision to seek out the soul beast. He ventured into the forest beyond the city, where he encountered the magnificent creature. This soul beast bore the semblance of a tiger, yet sported majestic wings, exuding immense power. You are formidable, but I shall not yield, he mused to himself. He commenced a fierce battle, employing a myriad of skills he had mastered. During the clash, he discerned a vulnerability in the beast's wings. Resolute, he resolved to ensnare the creature using spatial powers and then target its wings. With deft precision, he confined the soul beast within a dimensional space. Enraged by its entrapment, The beast relentlessly assaulted the barriers of its confinement. The mountains and rivers seized the opportunity to launch an assault, as he invoked the power of the Soul Master's contract with the spirit of the Douluo. In his previous adventures, Shanchuan had gradually evolved into a formidable soul master. However, he was acutely aware that on this enigmatic Douluo Continent, there remained a long journey ahead of him. This time, he had heard whispers of extraordinary soul beasts residing in a distant, ancient mountain range, said to bestow unique enhancements upon those who forged a pact with them. With such anticipation, Shanchuan embarked on his expedition to the ancient mountains. As he traversed the dense forests along the way, low-level soul beasts occasionally darted out, but he effortlessly dispelled them. At last, the ancient mountains loomed before him, shrouded in mist and exuding an aura of mystery and antiquity. Upon entering the mountain range, Shanchuan proceeded with utmost caution. Suddenly, a melodious flute tune wafted through the air, imbued with an enchanting quality that beckoned him towards its source. In a secluded valley, he beheld a gathering of soul beasts that resembled ethereal sprites. Their diminutive forms were adorned with translucent wings, and their eyes sparkled with an animated brilliance. "Greetings. I am Shanchuan, and I come here with no ill intent," he spoke softly. One soul beast, appearing to be the leader, fluttered before him, tilting its head as it scrutinized him. "Your essence as a human is unlike that of others who have ventured here before." Mountains and rivers spoke earnestly. "I am aware that you are the guardians of this mountain range. I have heard that forging a pact with a formidable spirit beast can bestow immense power. I have come here in hopes of establishing a contract with one of you." The leader of the spirit beast smiled slightly. "It is not so simple. We only choose contractees who possess a pure heart and sufficient potential," Shanchuan resolutely proclaimed. "I have endured numerous battles in the Douluo Continent, tirelessly striving to enhance my strength, and I hold a deep respect for all forms of life." The chief soul beast circled around Shanchuan, seemingly assessing the veracity of his words. "Then, demonstrate your power," it suggested. Shanchuan nodded slightly, drawing forth his soul weapon, a sword that shimmered with radiant light. He executed a newly acquired soul technique, and the air around him seemed to be guided by his formidable power, forming streams that surged into the distance. The soul beasts around him displayed expressions of astonishment. "Your strength is indeed commendable, yet you must still endure our trials," declared the leader of the soul beasts. As the words left its mouth, a swarm of soul beasts began to circle Shanchuan, darting swiftly through the air. They unleashed waves of spiritual energy that assaulted Shanchuan's mind. He closed his eyes tightly, focusing intently to resist. Within his heart, he repeatedly affirmed, "I shall not be defeated. My conviction is unwavering." After a period of struggle, Shanchuan successfully withstood the onslaught of spiritual force. "Well done. But the final trial requires you to engage in combat alongside us, to see whether you can trust us and coordinate effectively," the leader of the soul beast stated. At that moment, a colossal soul beast emerged from the depths of the mountains. It resembled a giant bear, yet boasted 8 sturdy legs and exuded an overwhelming soul pressure. Shanchuan felt a tightening in his chest, but he quickly regained his composure. The battle commenced, and Shanchuan synchronized his movements with the soul beasts. He adjusted his strategy according to their rhythm of attack, wielding his soul weapon to strike at the giant bear's legs, while the soul beast targeted its vulnerable areas, such as its eyes, from various angles. The giant bear roared ferociously. Its assaults were fierce, yet Shanchuan and the soul beast grew increasingly harmonious in their collaboration. After an intense battle, they ultimately triumphed over the giant bear soul beast. "You have passed our trial. We can now forge a contract with you," the leader of the soul beast announced. During the contract signing, Shanchuan felt a warm energy flowing from the contracted soul beast into his body, merging with his own soul power. He could distinctly perceive the thoughts of these soul beasts, while they, in turn, could understand his intentions. "Now we are partners, destined to fight side by side henceforth," Shanchuan exclaimed joyfully. With the boon of the contracted soul beast, his strength received a significant enhancement. He resolved to continue his quest for soul rings suitable for his absorption. Shortly thereafter, he discovered traces of a formidable soul beast in another part of the mountains. It was a fire wolf soul beast, radiating intense flames that reduced all vegetation in its vicinity to ashes. Shanchuan did not act impulsively. Instead, he meticulously observed the patterns of the fiery wolf spirit beast's movements. He discerned that after each attack, this spirit beast would momentarily pause to catch its breath, revealing its vulnerability. As the fiery wolf spirit beast lunged toward him once more, Shanchuan adeptly evaded its onslaught with the assistance of his contracted spirit beast, and seized the opportunity to counterattack during its brief respite. His soul weapon, a sword, found its mark, piercing the vital points of the fiery wolf spirit beast, which then collapsed to the ground. The mountains and rivers began to absorb their soul rings. During this process of absorption, he felt his soul power surging forth like tumultuous waves, relentlessly crashing against the threshold of a new realm. Surrounding his body, a radiant red glow flickered, signifying the fusion of the soul ring's might with his own essence. Upon completing the absorption of the soul ring, Shanchuan experienced a profound elevation in his strength. In the ensuing adventures, Shanchuan and his contracted soul beasts encountered a myriad of challenges. On one occasion, they inadvertently stumbled upon a mysterious relic. Within this relic lay various intricate mechanisms and formidable guardian soul artifacts. Everyone, be cautious, Shanchuan warned his soul beasts. They meticulously navigated the traps. And when confronted by the guardian soul artifact, Shanchuan, employing both his intellect and newly acquired power, endeavored to communicate with it. I understand that you guard this place. We mean no offense, he conveyed his thoughts through his soul power. The guardian soul artifact seemed to sense his sincerity, and after a brief exchange, it revealed to Shanchuan that a powerful soul technique manual was concealed within the relic. After acquiring the ancient tome, Shanchuan commenced an arduous journey of study. Throughout his exploration of the text, his contracted spirit beast provided invaluable assistance. Some of these spirit companions utilized their intellect to elucidate the more obscure passages within the tome, while others aided him in rigorous trials of strength. As his training progressed, Shanchuan's reputation on the Douluo Continent burgeoned. Other soul masters regarded his spirit beast companions with a mixture of envy and curiosity. One day, a formidable team of soul masters approached Shanchuan, seeking to challenge him. We have heard tales of your unique spirit beast companions. Today, we shall see just how formidable you truly are, one of the soul masters provocatively declared. Shanchuan calmly declared, I do not wish to engage in battle. However, should you insist on challenging me, I shall not show mercy. Once the combat commenced, Shanchuan and his contracted spirit beasts demonstrated a remarkable synergy. The formidable spirit techniques they unleashed left their adversaries utterly unprepared. The opposing spirit masters were taken aback by the extraordinary prowess of Shanchuan and his companions, gradually finding themselves at a disadvantage. Ultimately, Shanchuan and his allies secured an effortless victory. You are indeed formidable. We concede defeat. The opposing spirit master team retreated in dismay. The mountains and rivers continue their journey. And he is acutely aware that in this realm of Douluo, replete with enchantment and peril, he must incessantly elevate himself, safeguard his covenant partner, and delve into the myriad of unknown secrets. His legendary tale shall persist in echoing throughout this land. The legend of reincarnation in Douluo. The mountains and rivers gradually opened their eyes, only to be met with a piercing pain in his head as the surroundings slowly came into focus. He found himself ensconced within a dense forest where towering trees obscured the sun. And beneath his feet lay a soft carpet of grass interspersed with peculiar flowers exuding a subtle fragrance. A jolt of alarm surged through him. Where was this? Had he not been resting in the comfort of his home? Suddenly, a deep, reverberating growl echoed from afar, causing his body to tense instinctively. He beheld a colossal wolf-like creature approaching with deliberate grace, its eyes gleaming with an eerie green luminescence, and its fur as unyielding as steel. Was this indeed a spirit beast? A flicker of fear danced in Shanchuan's heart, yet he understood that retreat was not an option at this moment. You, little wolf. Why do you roar in this place? Shanchuan summoned his courage and inquired boldly. Upon hearing his words, the spirit beast paused momentarily before responding. You, diminutive human, dare to speak so within my domain. I am the 10-year wind wolf, and this territory belongs to me. In the depths of his heart, Shanchuan silently lamented. Though the wind wolves of the past decade were not overwhelmingly powerful, they still posed a significant threat to him, an ordinary mortal devoid of any strength. At that moment, a voice suddenly resonated within his mind. Host, you may now awaken your soul ring. In the heart of the mountains and rivers, a spark of joy ignited within him, for he realized that this might be the key to his survival in the Douluo Continent. Following the guidance that echoed in his mind, he settled into a cross-legged position and began to concentrate his spirit. A faint glow enveloped his body, and a mysterious force surged within him. The wind wolf, sensing the anomaly in Shanchuan, glanced at him with a flicker of wariness. It could not comprehend the intentions of this human, yet it sensed an aura of danger. What trickery is this, diminutive human? The wind wolf roared once more. The mountains and rivers remained silent, as his body radiated an increasingly intense light. Suddenly, a luminous halo appeared above his head, a golden soul ring. He felt a powerful surge of energy flooding into his being, significantly enhancing his strength, speed, and perception. Is this the power of the soul ring? Excitement coursed through Shanchuan's heart. He rose to his feet, gazing at the Windwolf, now possessing a newfound confidence. The Windwolf, startled at the sight of the golden soul ring hovering above Shanchuan, was taken aback. Although merely a 10-year soul beast, it understood the potency of a soul ring. It had not anticipated that this human could awaken such a formidable power with such ease. Human, you are impressive. But today you shall still fall beneath my claws, declared the Wind Wolf, lunging towards Shanchuan. The mountains and rivers swiftly retreated, and in his hand, a long sword had inexplicably materialized. This sword was his soul weapon. It had emerged alongside his awakened soul ring, its blade shimmering with a chilling light. As though it possessed boundless power, the mountains and rivers brandished their long swords, striking towards the Windwolf. The Windwolf nimbly evaded the assault, then extended its claws to swipe at the mountains and rivers. Swiftly sidestepping, the mountains and rivers retaliated with a kick aimed at the Windwolf. The creature staggered back a few paces after being struck. You little wolf, today I shall claim you as my companion, declared the mountains and rivers. Hearing these words, the Windwolf scoffed. You, a mere human, wish for me to be your partner? What a futile dream. The mountains and rivers remained silent as he once again launched an assault against the Windwolf. This time, he unleashed a skill he had recently acquired from the soul ring, the Wind Shadow Sword technique. His figure moved like a fleeting shadow, the long sword in his hand dancing gracefully, sending forth waves of sword energy towards the Windwolf. The creature, unable to evade the onslaught, was struck repeatedly, leaving a series of wounds upon its body. Aware of its inferiority to Shanchuan, the Windwolf was resolute, unwilling to concede defeat so easily. At that moment, Shanchuan ceased his attack, gazing intently at the Windwolf. Windwolf, I recognize your strength. If you are willing to become my companion, we can explore this world together. I will protect you, and in turn, you shall grow even more powerful. The Windwolf regarded Shanchuan, its heart filled with uncertainty. It had never contemplated forging a bond with a human, yet it now realized there were no other options available. Human, do you truly mean what you say? Will you indeed protect me? The Wind Wolf inquired. Absolutely. I would never deceive you, Shanchuan replied earnestly. After a moment of contemplation, the Wind Wolf nodded and declared, very well, I am willing to become your companion. At that instant, a radiant light enveloped both Shanchuan and the Wind Wolf. This was the luminous manifestation of their bond, marking the inception of their partnership, one that would endure through life and death. Shanchuan felt a profound joy in his heart. The greater the number of companions he had, the higher his chances of survival in the Douluo Continent. Feng Lang, having lived in this forest for such an extended period, you must be aware of the formidable soul beasts and other perils that dwell here, Shanchuan inquired. Feng Lang nodded and replied, this forest is home to numerous powerful soul beasts, such as the century-old tree demon and the blaze leopard, among others. Additionally, there are many human adventurers who, at times, engage us in battle for the sake of soul rings from these beasts. Mountains and rivers tightened in his heart, for he was acutely aware of the myriad challenges that lay ahead. Yet, fear did not envelop him, with the Windwolf as his steadfast companion. Coupled with his soul tool and soul rings, he held an unwavering belief in his ability to endure. What shall we do now? Mountain River inquired. Let us first depart from this forest and explore the wonders of the outside world, replied the Windwolf. The world beyond is captivating, filled with formidable soul beasts and treasures aplenty. Mountains and rivers nodded in acknowledgement, and then, alongside the Windwolf, ventured forth towards the outskirts of the forest. During their journey, mountains and rivers encountered numerous extraordinary soul beasts. One was a colossal turtle adorned with sharp spines upon its shell, known as the century-old spiked turtle. Another was a winged tiger soaring gracefully through the sky, referred to as the wind-winged tiger. In the heart of the mountains and rivers, there resided an insatiable curiosity about the world, for it was a realm brimming with countless secrets yearning to be unveiled. Suddenly, a colossal soul beast materialized before them, a millennium-old blazing flame lion. Its flames roared with intensity, emanating a formidable aura. You two little creatures dare to intrude upon my territory? Bellowed the blazing flame lion. The mountains and the winds grew immediately vigilant, for they understood that this blazing infernal lion was not a foe to be trifled with. Esteemed elder of the infernal lion, we meant no intrusion upon your territory. We are merely passing through, spoke the mountains with utmost respect. The blazing infernal lion gazed at the mountains, a flicker of disdain crossing its eyes, and replied, passing through? Human, Do not attempt to deceive me. Humans are perpetually fond of misleading us spirit beasts. In the heart of Shanchuan, there lay a sense of helplessness. He was acutely aware that humanity's reputation on this continent was far from commendable. Elder Flame Lion, I swear upon my soul that we are merely passing through, Shanchuan declared earnestly. The Flame Lion regarded Shanchuan with a discerning gaze, sensing the sincerity in his words. After a moment of contemplation, it replied, Very well. Since you are but travelers, make haste and depart. Shanchuan and Fo Lang exhaled in relief as they nodded towards the Flame Demon Lion before proceeding to exit the forest. During their passage, Shanchuan observed numerous adventurers. Some were hunting soul beasts, while others were in search of traces of soul artifacts. Fo Lang, look at those humans. They are so ruthless, Shanchuan remarked. Fo Lang nodded in agreement, responding, This world is indeed merciless. Humans will resort to any means for the sake of power. Deeply moved, Shanchuan realized that he must strive to grow stronger in order to protect his companions in this world. Upon emerging from the forest, he arrived at a quaint little town bustling with numerous buildings and a lively marketplace. There, he encountered an array of items related to soul beasts and soul tools. Let us take a moment to rest here, Windwolf, Shanchuan suggested. The Windwolf nodded in agreement and accompanied him into the town. Within this vibrant community, Shanchuan absorbed a wealth of information about the world around him. He learned that on this continent, there existed many formidable soul masters whose powers could reach the prestigious rank of title Douluo. To ascend to such heights as a powerful soul master, one must continually acquire soul rings and obtain ever more potent soul tools. In the depths of Mount Chuan's heart, a yearning flourished, for he understood that relentless effort was essential to becoming a formidable soul master. Mount Chuan, observe yonder, there lies an auction for soul masters, spoke Windwolf. As Shanchuan gazed in the direction indicated by the Windwolf, he beheld a throng of individuals congregated in a particular locale, which was undoubtedly the site of the auction. Let us go and take a look, Shanchuan proposed. He and the Windwolf maneuvered through the crowd, arriving at the heart of the auction. Within this vibrant setting lay an array of precious artifacts, the soul rings of millennia-old soul beasts, formidable soul weapons, and an assortment of peculiar soul techniques. The breathtaking landscapes overwhelmed his senses, intensifying his yearning for power. At that moment, an auctioneer ascended the stage, commencing the sale of a remarkable item. Esteemed soul masters, the auctioneer proclaimed, Today we have the privilege of auctioning an extraordinarily precious artifact, a soul bone that has existed for 100,000 years. Shanchuan was taken aback. A soul bone that had existed for 100,000 years was indeed an exceedingly precious artifact. What powers does this soul bone possess? Someone inquired. This soul bone can significantly enhance a soul master's soul power and bestow upon them a formidable skill, the auctioneer replied. Many began to place their bids, and the price soared rapidly. In the heart of Shanchuan, there lay a sense of helplessness. He currently lacked the sufficient funds to purchase this coveted soul bone. Shanchuan, let us also place a bid, spoke Fenglang. Shanchuan shook his head and remarked, Fenglang, we currently lack sufficient funds. Let us observe for the time being. Fenglang nodded in agreement, and together they continued to watch the auction unfold. Although Shanchuan did not secure the coveted soul bone, he gleaned a wealth of knowledge regarding soul beasts, soul tools, and soul skills at the auction. He understood that to acquire greater power in this world, he must embark on an endless journey of exploration. Once the auction concluded, Shanchuan and Foglang departed from the small town, setting forth towards a broader world in pursuit of new opportunities and challenges. As they traversed the path, a myriad of thoughts swirled within Shanchuan's mind. I must become a formidable soul master, safeguarding my companions and unraveling the secrets of this world. Though fraught with peril, this realm brims with opportunities. I shall not falter. I am determined to forge ahead, he silently resolved. Fenglang sensed Shanchuan's unwavering resolve and gently nudged his hand, as if to offer encouragement. Thus, Shanchuan and his companion Foglang embarked on a new journey, their story continuing to unfold. The pinnacle of soul masters in Douluo. After the mountains and rivers, the Wind Wolf departed from the small town, journeying onward into uncharted territories. As Shanchuan traversed the landscape, he engaged in conversation with the Wind Wolf. Wind Wolf, he mused. If only we could discover a realm abundant with soul beasts, I could acquire a greater variety of soul rings and become even more formidable. His eyes sparkled with aspirations. The Wind Wolf shook its head gently, replying, Shanchuan, in this world, powerful soul beasts often possess their own territories, which are frequently accompanied by peril. Take, for instance, the previously mentioned blazing demon lion. Its domain may very well be guarded by other formidable soul beasts, and we must remain vigilant against human traps as well." Mountains and rivers nodded, aware that Wind Wolf spoke with wisdom. Suddenly, a range of mountains emerged before them, enveloped in potent fluctuations of soul power. The intensity of the soul energy here indicates the presence of numerous formidable spirit beasts. Mountains and rivers exclaimed with excitement. "Yet, it is perilous. You must exercise caution," Windwolf cautioned. They cautiously ventured into the mountains. Before long, they encountered a spirit beast resembling a fox, adorned with 9 tails, the 9-tailed fox, a millennium-old entity. The 9-tailed fox regarded mountains and rivers with a wary gaze, declaring, "Intruders, this is not a place for you." The mountains and rivers bowed slightly. Addressing the venerable 9-tailed fox, "We mean no offense. We merely pass through in search of opportunity." The 9-tailed fox let out a cold snort, remarking that humans often disguise their intentions with such pretexts. However, she noted that this little one possessed a relatively pure aura, unlike those greedy and cruel individuals of their kind. In the heart of the mountains, Shanchuan let out a sigh of relief. He desired to delve deeper into the range and thus inquired, "Esteemed elder, could you enlighten me on the dangers that lurk within these mountains?" The 9-tailed fox pondered for a moment and replied, "Deep within this mountain range resides a shadow leopard that has lived for millennia. Its speed is unparalleled. Its attacks exceedingly fierce, and it possesses a remarkable talent for concealment. Additionally, there are hidden spatial rifts. Should one fall into them, they may become lost in an alternate dimension." The mountains and rivers recorded this information, yet his gaze was captivated by an object shimmering in a corner. What could it be? Curiosity piqued, he approached and discovered a soul artifact emanating a soft blue glow, resembling a delicate dagger. The 9-tailed fox, witnessing his discovery, remarked, "This was left behind by a formidable soul master who sought to subdue me. Alas, he met his demise, besieged by other soul beasts, and his soul artifact was lost here." As the mountains and rivers converged upon the dagger, it seemed to possess a unique sensitivity, soaring into his hand as he approached. He felt waves of spiritual energy surging into his body, as if the dagger were merging with him. "It appears this dagger has acknowledged you as its master," the 9-tailed fox exclaimed in astonishment. In the heart of the mountains, a surge of joy enveloped him as he acquired a new soul weapon, instilling within him a sense of newfound assurance. At that moment, however, he sensed an overwhelming presence drawing near, unmistakably that of the ancient shadow leopard. The shadow leopard emerged slowly from the depths of a shadow, its voice dripping with disdain. "9-tailed fox, how curious that you find yourself in the company of such a feeble human." The 9-tailed fox positioned itself protectively in front of the mountains, declaring firmly, "Shadow leopard, it would be wise for you to refrain from making any aggressive moves toward him." The shadow leopard regarded the mountains with contempt, remarking, "A mere human such as this hardly warrants my attention." Shanchuan gripped the dagger tightly in his hand, confronting the shadow leopard. "Though my strength may not match yours, I shall not cower before you." The shadow leopard suddenly launched an astonishingly swift assault. Shanchuan was caught off guard, but the wind wolf immediately leapt forward, attempting to intercept the shadow leopard. "Wind wolf, be cautious," Shanchuan shouted. Although the wind wolf deftly evaded the shadow leopard's strike, it still sustained injuries. In a state of anxious anticipation, Shanchuan sought to unleash an assault using his newfound soul weapon. He communicated with the dagger in his mind and, in an instant, activated a skill known as ice spike piercing. The dagger launched several icy spikes toward the shadow leopard, caught off guard by Shanchuan's unexpected method of attack. The shadow leopard was unable to evade and was grazed by the icy projectiles. "You human possess some skill," it roared in fury. At this moment, Shanchuan also calmed himself. Fully aware that he could not engage the shadow leopard in a direct confrontation, he needed to seek an opportunity. He recalled his soul ring skill and activated an ability that would enhance his speed, causing his form to become instantaneous swifter. He maneuvered to the side of the shadow leopard, relentlessly striking at its eyes and other vulnerable areas with his dagger. The shadow leopard grew increasingly agitated by Shanchuan's persistent assaults and launched an all-out offensive. However, Shanchuan and the wind wolf exhibited a remarkable synergy. The wind wolf used its speed to distract the shadow leopard while Shanchuan seized the moment to strike. After a fierce battle, the shadow leopard finally retreated. Mountains and rivers gazed at the injured wind wolf, a profound sense of guilt filling his heart. "Wind wolf, it is my recklessness that has brought this upon you." The wind wolf shook his head and replied, "Mountains and rivers, we are companions. It is only natural that we assist one another." Through this battle, he felt he had experienced a measure of growth. Together, he and the wind wolf sought a safe haven within the mountains to rest. As night fell, He lay upon the ground, lost in introspection. In this Douluo Continent, I have encountered an abundance of peril. Time and again. It is my companions and the fortuitous opportunities that have enabled my survival. I am acutely aware of my shortcomings. Although I managed to repel the millennium-old shadow leopard, I have also recognized the chasm that separates me from truly formidable soul beasts. I must relentlessly strive for self-improvement, acquiring more soul rings to augment my strength. Furthermore, I must delve deeper into the secrets of soul beasts, comprehending their language and culture to foster a more harmonious coexistence. The following day, he and the Wind Wolf continued their exploration of the mountains. They stumbled upon a mysterious cave, from which emanated a rich essence of soul power. Proceeding with caution, they ventured into the depths of the cave, where mountains and rivers discovered a stone radiating a dazzling array of colors. What is this? He wondered, as he curiously reached out to touch the stone. Suddenly, it unleashed a potent surge of soul power that coursed through his body. He felt his soul power escalating. And to his astonishment, he noticed signs of loosening within his soul rings. What could this mean? He exclaimed in surprise. The Wind Wolf approached, seemingly attuned to the energy as well. Mountains and rivers are aware that this may be an opportunity for the awakening and advancement of his soul ring. He settled into a meditative posture once more, adhering to the methods previously learned for awakening his soul ring. The surrounding soul power continuously converged towards him, enveloping his body in a brilliant radiance. His first soul ring began to transform, gradually shifting from yellow to purple, while its size also expanded significantly. Shanchuan successfully elevated his first spirit ring from 10 years to a century, marking a significant leap in his prowess. Shanchuan, you are truly remarkable, Fenglang exclaimed joyfully. Shanchuan rose to his feet, feeling an overwhelming surge of strength. This marks a new beginning for me, and I firmly believe that I shall become even more formidable in the future. As they ventured deeper into the cave, they encountered a new spirit beast, resembling a colossal rabbit, yet its ears were akin to wings. This was the Millennium Spirit Rabbit. The Millennium Spirit Rabbit appeared quite docile, showing no hostility towards Shanchuan and the Wind Wolf upon their arrival. Greetings. How did you come to be here? The Spirit Rabbit inquired. Shanchuan briefly recounted their experiences with the Wind Wolf. Ling Tu nodded, acknowledging their bravery. This cave harbors numerous elements conducive to the enhancement of spiritual energy. Yet it is fraught with peril. You must exercise caution. Thankful for the reminder from the ethereal rabbit, Shanchuan forged a friendship with it. The rabbit revealed to Shanchuan that at the deepest recesses of this cavern lies an ancient legacy of soul techniques. In his heart, a stirring arose, compelling him to seek the inheritance of this soul technique. Guided by the spiritual rabbit, they ventured to the innermost depths of the cave. There, they discovered a stone platform, intricately adorned with ancient runes. As the mountains approached the stone platform, a radiant light suddenly emanated from it, enveloping the landscape. The mountains sensed a surge of information flooding their minds, revealing an ancient soul technique. This technique, known as the ethereal shadow step, possessed the remarkable ability to elevate their speed to an astonishing degree, while simultaneously conjuring illusions to confound adversaries during movement. Shanchuan successfully mastered this soul skill, and he joyfully said to the Spirit Rabbit, "Thank you, Spirit Rabbit." The Spirit Rabbit smiled and replied, "No need for thanks. I hope you thrive in this world." After bidding farewell to the ethereal rabbit, the mountain and Wind Wolf departed from their cave. His strength continued to escalate, and his reputation gradually spread across the Douluo Continent. One day, they encountered a beleaguered Soul Master team, which had nearly met its demise due to a formidable spirit beast. The mountains and rivers, along with the Wind Wolf, came to their aid, successfully repelling the spirit beast. The captain of the Spirit Master team addressed the mountains and rivers, saying, "You are truly formidable. Would you be willing to join us in forming a team?" After a moment of contemplation, Shanchuan concluded that having companions was indeed a blessing. Thus, he nodded in agreement. Together, they formed a new team, embarking on a journey across the perilous Douluo Continent, continuing to inscribe the legendary tale of Shanchuan, the precious soul rings of Douluo. As the team led by Shanchuan ventured forth, they heard whispers of an ancient valley ahead, rumored to be home to numerous formidable soul beasts and concealing unparalleled soul artifacts and precious soul rings. The members of the team engaged in animated discussions, yet Shanchuan harbored his own contemplations. Gazing into the distance, he mused internally, "This valley is undoubtedly fraught with peril, but I cannot afford to miss this opportunity to grow stronger." "Fenglang, what is your take on this?" Shanchuan inquired, turning to his companion Fenglang. Fenglang shook his head, his ears twitching intermittently. Shanchuan, I sense a powerful and dangerous aura emanating from that place. Yet to acquire greater strength, we must embrace the risk. Upon entering the valley, the atmosphere around them grew palpably tense. Suddenly, a colossal soul beast materialized before them. It was a millennia-old rock-armored beast. Its entire body was enveloped in a thick, rock-like armor, with each stone gleaming with a metallic sheen, and its eyes resembled two enormous rubies. Insignificant creatures, how dare you intrude upon my territory? The deep voice of the rock-armored beast reverberated throughout the valley. Shanchuan inhaled deeply and stepped forward, addressing the venerable rock-armored beast. We did not intend to intrude upon your domain. We have merely heard tales of the precious treasures that lie within, and we seek opportunities to enhance our own abilities. The rock-armored beast let out a furious roar. I have heard of the insatiable greed of your kind. Today, I shall not permit you to leave unscathed. At that moment, several soul masters within the team were eager to launch an attack, but Shanchuan quickly intervened. Let us not act impulsively. This rock-armored beast possesses formidable strength. We must devise a thoughtful strategy. As the mountains and rivers spoke, they pondered their strategies. He glanced at the wind wolf and inquired, "Do you possess the means to obscure its line of sight?" The wind wolf nodded affirmatively. "I can emit a unique aura to disrupt it, but only for a fleeting moment. Then let us seize this opportunity. I shall endeavor to identify its defensive vulnerabilities." Mountain River declared. Without hesitation, the wind wolf released its essence, causing the rock-armored beast to experience a moment of disorientation. Seizing the chance, Mountain River circled to the side of the rock-armored beast, meticulously examining its anatomical structure. He discerned that a portion of the beast's abdomen bore a slightly different hue, leading him to conjecture that this might be the location of its weakness. The mountains and rivers drew forth their sole weapon from the waist, a long blade radiating a blue luminescence. This exquisite sword had been acquired during a prior adventure, capable of augmenting the wielder's attack power by 30%, while also bestowing a freezing effect. Shanchuan unleashed a skill known as Ice Blade Breaker with his long sword. A long blade of ice materialized, aiming directly at the vulnerable underbelly of the rock-armored beast. Sensing imminent danger, the beast attempted to evade, yet the disruptive presence of the wind wolf hindered its movements. The ice blade struck true, creating a fissure in its rocky armor. In a fit of rage, the rock-armored beast roared fiercely, swinging its massive claws toward Shanchuan. Shanchuan swiftly leapt backward, while his comrades simultaneously unleashed their attacks upon the rock-armored beast, diverting its attention. Under the barrage of their assaults, the beast gradually began to weaken. Seizing the opportune moment, Shanchuan launched another offensive. Channeling his soul power into his long blade, he activated a new skill, the Annihilation Slash. The blade radiated with brilliant light as a colossal arc of energy surged forth towards the rock-armored beast. This time, the creature could not withstand the onslaught. It was struck by the blade's energy and fell with a thunderous crash. As the beast collapsed, a black soul ring manifested upon its forehead. Shanchuan recognized it as a Millennium Soul Ring, a tremendous opportunity for him, albeit one that came with substantial risks during the absorption process. The heart of Shanchuan was deeply troubled. He understood that should he fail in his absorption, he might face dire repercussions. "Shanchuan, you must contemplate this matter with utmost caution," remarked an experienced soul master from the team. Shanchuan gritted his teeth, recalling the myriad experiences he had encountered in the Douluo Continent. Remembering his desire to protect his companions and his dream of becoming a formidable soul master. "I have decided to give it a try," Shanchuan declared resolutely. He approached the corpse of the rock-armored beast, seated himself cross-legged, and commenced the absorption of the soul ring, employing the method he had learned previously. Sweat beads began to form on the forehead of the mountain, and a radiant glow enveloped his body. The surrounding spiritual energy surged towards him as the black, ancient soul ring gradually approached, settling upon his existing soul ring. Shanchuan felt his soul power surging within him like a tumultuous tide, threatening to burst his meridians. He gritted his teeth, diligently circulating his soul energy in an effort to harness this formidable force. Throughout the process of absorbing the spirit ring, a myriad of illusions flooded his mind. He envisioned himself as the most powerful soul master in the realm, safeguarding those he cherished and his comrades. Yet, he also witnessed the backlash of the spirit ring's power, rendering him powerless. Nevertheless, his conviction remained unwavering, as he continually reassured himself of his impending success. After enduring considerable hardship, Shanchuan finally assimilated the millennium-old spirit ring. Rising to his feet, he felt a qualitative leap in his strength. His soul power level surged significantly, and he acquired a new soul skill, the Rock Armor Shield. This ability enabled him to summon a layer of rocky armor for his protection, absorbing a certain proportion of attack power and converting it into his own soul energy. The news of Shanchuan's successful absorption of the Millennium Soul Ring spread throughout the entire team, and everyone rejoiced for him. However, Shanchuan did not succumb to pride or arrogance. He understood that in the fiercely competitive Douluo Continent, there remained much for him to learn and improve. He continued to explore the valley alongside his companions. Deep within the valley, they stumbled upon a mysterious cave, suffused with an ancient and enigmatic aura. Upon entering the cave, they were taken aback by the breathtaking sight before them. The walls of the cave were adorned with a myriad of intricate carvings, seemingly narrating the ancient history of the Douluo Continent. At the innermost recess of the cave stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested a uniquely designed soul weapon. This soul weapon took the form of a bow, its body shimmering with a golden light, while its quiver held an arrow radiating a spectrum of vibrant colors. As Shanchuan stepped forward and grasped the bow and arrow, he felt a surge of formidable power coursing through his veins. This bow and arrow were no ordinary artifacts. They were undoubtedly of divine caliber, a sacred soul weapon. Shanchuan exclaimed with exhilaration. At that moment, a soul beast concealed within the cave revealed itself. This was a holy soul beast, known as the Radiant Spirit Deer. Its form radiated a dazzling brilliance, and its antlers were as transparent as crystal. Humans, you have no right to take this bow and arrow. It is a sacred relic of our soul beast clan, declared the Radiant Spirit Deer. Shanchuan hastily explained. Esteemed Radiant Spirit Deer, we did not intend to cause any offense. We merely stumbled upon this place and discovered this bow and arrow. The Radiant Spirit Deer gazed at Shanchuan, seemingly sensing his sincerity. Humans, it spoke. This bow and arrow possess immense power, yet they are also accompanied by great peril. Only those destined may wield them. Upon the stirring of his heart amidst the mountains and rivers, he pondered that perhaps he was the fated one. The Radiant Spirit Deer continued, stating that should you wish to take away this bow and arrow, you must first pass my trial. Shanchuan glanced at the bow and arrow in his hand, then turned his gaze toward the Radiant Spirit Deer. He nodded and said, Elder, I am willing to accept the challenge. The Radiant Spirit Deer returned the nod and replied, Very well. My trial is for you to find a spirit pearl that radiates with a kaleidoscope of colors within a forest filled with illusions. This forest harbors many perilous soul beasts, as well as numerous traps. You must proceed with caution. Mountains and rivers ventured into the enchanted forest, where a veil of mist enveloped the surroundings, significantly constraining their vision. Relying solely on his keen spiritual energy, he navigated forward. Suddenly, a colossal spider spirit beast descended from the trees. This spider spirit beast, known as the 1,000-year venomous shadow spider, possessed venom potent enough to instantaneously claim the life of an ordinary spirit master. Shanchuan swiftly unsheathed his longsword, declaring, Poison Shadow Spider, do not hinder me. The venomous arachnid unleashed a long strand of silk, hurtling toward Shanchuan. In response, he summoned a rock armor shield, effectively deflecting the silken assault. Mountains and rivers brandished their long blades, striking towards the venomous shadow spider. The venomous shadow spider nimbly evaded the assault of the mountains and rivers, then unleashed a spray of toxic venom in retaliation. The mountains and rivers unleashed icy blades to shatter armor, as a shard of ice soared towards the venom, encasing it in midair. Taking advantage of the moment, Shanchuan unleashed the spirit shadow step, swiftly closing the distance to the venomous shadow spider, and with a single stroke, he dispatched the creature. He pressed onward, persistently searching for the elusive spirit pearl within the depths of the forest. At long last, he stumbled upon the radiant gem, emanating a kaleidoscope of colors. As he grasped the spirit pearl, the illusory forest dissolved into nothingness. Shanchuan returned before the Radiant Spirit Deer, holding the ethereal orb in his hands. The Radiant Spirit Deer gazed at the orb with approval and nodded. Human, you have successfully passed my trial. This bow and arrow are now yours. Shanchuan joyfully grasped the bow, feeling an extraordinary connection with this artifact-level soul weapon. He departed the cave, bow in hand, alongside his companions. As they journeyed through the valley, Shanchuan encountered various other soul beasts. Some approached with the intent to attack, while others sought to befriend them. The mountains and rivers, along with the wind wolves, engage in interactions with these spirit beasts. They have forged contracts with some benevolent spirit beasts, becoming companions. As the number of partners around Shanchuan continues to grow, so too does his formidable strength. He is acutely aware that on this continent of Douluo, his legend is still being inscribed. He is determined to exert relentless effort in his quest to become the most powerful soul master in this realm, safeguarding those he cherishes and his companions. Together, they embark on a new journey, advancing towards uncharted territories. Shanchuan's heart brims with anticipation and confidence for the future. He firmly believes that through unwavering perseverance, he will undoubtedly realize his dreams. The unique bond he has forged with the soul beast will serve as a vital asset on this continent of Douluo. He will confront various challenges alongside these soul beast allies, crafting a magnificent saga that belongs to them. As he delves deeper into the continent, Shanchuan's reputation burgeons. He emerges as a legendary figure in the eyes of many soul masters, his tale echoing throughout the Douluo Continent. Meanwhile, he continues to unearth the myriad secrets of soul beasts, soul tools, and soul rings, striving to enhance his prowess as he ascends towards the pinnacle of Douluo. The awakening of Shanchuan in Douluo. On the vast expanse of the Douluo Continent, Shanchuan stood gazing at the distant undulating mountains, his heart swelling with boundless ambition and longing. He, an ordinary mortal from a mundane world, had traversed into this realm brimming with enchantment and adventure for several months. During this time, he had endured countless trials and tribulations, yet he had also garnered invaluable friendships and strength. Shanchuan, you are daydreaming once more. The voice of the Wind Wolf jolted him back to reality. The Wind Wolf, his first spirit beast companion, was a wolf spirit endowed with the power of wind. Its keen gaze perpetually reflected loyalty and concern for Shanchuan. Wind Wolf. I was pondering that we have journeyed through so many places on this continent and encountered numerous spirit beasts. Yet my spirit power seems perpetually on the verge of a breakthrough, unable to ascend to a higher realm, Shanchuan remarked, a hint of confusion shadowing his brow. The Wind Wolf softly reassured him, Shanchuan, the enhancement of spirit power necessitates time and opportunity. You have worked diligently. Moreover, have we not been in search of spirit beasts and spirit tools that could aid in your breakthrough? Indeed. I believe that one day I shall discover the fortuity that is meant for me, Shanchuan responded, taking a deep breath to revitalize his spirits. At that moment, an unusual sound emerged from the distant forest, as if some colossal creature was traversing within. Shanchuan and the Wind Wolf exchanged glances, excitement and vigilance flickering in their eyes. Let us investigate the source of that commotion, Shanchuan declared, leading the way toward the sound, with the Wind Wolf closely following. Navigating through the dense thicket, they arrived at an open area. Before them, a colossal spirit beast was engaged in a fierce battle with a group of lesser spirit beasts. This formidable creature was a pinnacle flame lion king of the 9th rank, its body adorned with a mane resembling flames, its eyes ablaze with intense fire, exuding an aura of majesty. Flame Lion King, why do you trouble yourself with these lesser spirit beasts? Shanchuan called out, attempting to halt the conflict. The Flame Lion King turned its gaze upon Shanchuan, momentarily taken aback, before displaying a look of disdain. Human, do you presume to meddle in my affairs? These lesser spirit beasts have disrupted my cultivation, and I must naturally cleanse my domain. While cultivation is indeed vital, it should not come at the cost of harming the innocent. If you could master your strength, such conflicts might be averted, Shanchuan urged patiently. Well aware of the pride and obstinacy inherent in spirit beasts, yet still hopeful for a peaceful resolution. Your human lectures are of no consequence to me. However, if you can withstand a single strike from me without faltering, I might consider sparing them, the Flame Lion King replied, a glimmer of cunning in its eyes, seemingly doubting Shanchuan's capabilities. As the mountains and rivers smiled faintly, he realized this was an opportunity bestowed upon him by the Flame Lion King, as well as a test. He swiftly entered a state of combat, his soul power coursing through his body, while the soul weapon in his hand, a long dagger radiating a blue glow, emanated a chilling light. Come forth, Flame Lion King, allow me to witness your true strength, he declared, his voice imbued with unwavering determination and confidence. The Flame Lion King let out a thunderous roar, and in an instant, a powerful blaze erupted around its body, forming a colossal fireball that surged toward the mountains and rivers. His gaze sharpened, and with a deft motion, he wielded the long dagger, unleashing a barrage of icy blades that collided with the fireball, producing a sizzling sound as the spectacle of ice and fire unfolded in the air. The battle raged on for an extended period. Employing his soul skills and soul weapon, he skillfully evaded the Flame Lion King's assaults while seeking opportunities to counterattack. Gradually, the Flame Lion King began to regard him with newfound respect, astonished by the formidable prowess of this human soul master. Ultimately, in a moment of clever reprisal, the long dagger grazed the mane of the Flame Lion King. Though it left merely a faint scar, it elicited a twinge of pain from the mighty beast. Well done. Human, you have passed my trial. I, the Flame Lion King, am willing to forge a pact with you and become your sole beast companion. The tone of the Flame Lion King bore a hint of reverence as it lowered its head, offering a strand of its mane into the hands of the mountains and rivers. Shanchuan grasped the mane, feeling a warm current surge within him. He understood that this was not merely a formidable spirit beast companion, but also a bond of trust and responsibility. He held the mane tightly in his hand, merging it with his soul ring through his own soul power. Blazing Lion King, we welcome you to our ranks, Shanchuan said with a smile, his eyes sparkling with joy. The Blazing Lion King rose, shook its mane, and let out a jubilant roar. The surrounding lower-tier spirit beasts sensed this atmosphere of peace and dispersed. Shanchuan, you are truly remarkable, Fenglang said, drawing closer, his eyes filled with admiration. This is the result of our collective efforts, Shanchuan humbly replied, knowing that without Fenglang's assistance, he would not have navigated the Blazing Lion King's trial so effortlessly. Next, we must seek out the soul artifacts that can aid in your soul power breakthrough. Fenglang reminded him. Indeed, I have heard of an ancient ruin deep within the continent, where countless treasures and powerful soul artifacts are concealed, Shanchuan replied, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Then what are we waiting for? Let us set forth at once, Fenglang exclaimed, eager to embark on the adventure. Mountains and rivers nodded, accompanied by the Wind Wolf and the Flame Lion King, as they set forth towards the ancient ruins. They traversed through dense forests and crossed numerous rivers, enduring countless trials and tribulations. At last, on a moonless and tempestuous night, they arrived at the entrance of the ruins. The site was enveloped by a mysterious barrier, radiating an eerie glow. This barrier appeared to possess formidable power, necessitating cautious engagement. Mountains and rivers gazed intently at the barrier, a solemn expression flickering in their eyes. Allow me to attempt, declared the Flame Lion King, stepping forward. Instantly, flames erupted around his form, coalescing into a colossal fireball that hurtled towards the barrier. However, upon contact, the fireball was repelled by an overwhelming force. Clearly, this barrier was not easily breached. After a moment of contemplation, mountains and rivers suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Windwolf, try utilizing your power of the winds. The Windwolf nodded, and a tempestuous gale formed around its body, surging towards the barrier. The fierce winds collided with the barrier, producing a howling sound, and to their astonishment, a fissure appeared. Excellent, Windwolf, continue your assault. I shall assist you. Mountains and rivers drew forth his long blade and unleashed the ice blade break skill, sending forth a flurry of ice blades towards the fissure, aiding the Wind Wolf in widening the crack. Through their combined efforts, the barrier was finally shattered, and a beam of light erupted from the ruins, illuminating the entire night sky. Quickly, we must enter, Mountains and Rivers exclaimed excitedly, rushing into the ruins with his companions. Inside, the ruins were filled with ancient mechanisms and traps, yet Mountains and Rivers, armed with wisdom and courage, deftly navigated through them. They traversed numerous corridors until they arrived at the core of the ruins. There, they beheld an ancient soul weapon, a long sword, exuding a faint golden light. Its blade adorned with mysterious runes, emanating a powerful surge of soul energy. Is this the soul weapon we seek? Mountains and Rivers approached cautiously, lifting the sword. And a wave of warm, potent energy surged into his being. Indeed, this sword harbors immense soul power, capable of propelling you to a higher realm, the Windwolf spoke, tinged with excitement. However, it seemed that the sword possessed its own consciousness, awaiting a fated individual. A flicker of uncertainty crossed Mountains and Rivers' eyes as he sensed the profound soul energy within the sword resonating with his own. Perhaps you are that destined individual. The Flame Lion King's voice bore a note of conviction. Mountains and Rivers clasped the longsword tightly, closing his eyes as he endeavored to communicate with the soul power residing within the blade. His own soul power coursed through his body, intertwining with that of the sword, unleashing a formidable force that erupted within him. A painful groan escaped from his lips as he felt the overwhelming soul power battering against him, as if his meridians were on the verge of rupture. Yet, he refused to relent, gritting his teeth and continuously circulating his soul power in an effort to tame this immense energy. Amidst the agony and struggle, Shanchuan's soul power finally transcended its limits, reaching a new realm. A brilliant radiance enveloped his body, and the long sword emitted a resonant chime, as if celebrating his breakthrough. I have succeeded. Shanchuan opened his eyes, tears of exhilaration glimmering within them. He could sense the potent soul power coursing through him, signifying a qualitative leap in his strength. Shanchuan, you are remarkable, exclaimed the Wind Wolf and the Flame Lion King, approaching him with eyes filled with admiration and joy. "It is thanks to everyone's support that I could achieve this breakthrough," Shanchuan replied with a smile, acknowledging that without his companions, this accomplishment would have been unattainable. "Next, we shall continue our adventures across this continent, seeking further opportunities to grow stronger," Shanchuan declared resolutely, his eyes shimmering with anticipation for the future. "Indeed, our legend has only just begun," the Wind Wolf replied excitedly, eager to continue the journey. The Flame Lion King also let out a jubilant roar, its eyes sparkling with dreams of what lay ahead. The mountains and rivers, accompanied by their companions, have embarked on a new journey. On this land of Douluo Continent, they have left behind their footprints and legends. Their tale shall be recounted by future generations, becoming an enduring part of the mysteries of the soul abyss of Douluo. At the edge of Douluo Continent, Shanchuan gazed upon the enigmatic expanse shrouded in mist, a tumult of indescribable excitement and trepidation swirling within him. This was the legendary Soul Abyss Secret Realm, a domain rife with the unknown and perilous, yet brimming with boundless opportunities. It was said that those who ventured within the Soul Masters either emerged with formidable soul rings and soul tools or perished within, their remains lost to oblivion. "Shanchuan, have you truly resolved to enter?" The voice of the Wind Wolf bore a hint of concern, its keen gaze fixed intently upon Shanchuan, as if seeking any sign of hesitation in his eyes. "Wolf, I am acutely aware of the dangers that lie ahead. Yet I also comprehend that only by entering the Soul Abyss Secret Realm can I uncover the key to transcending into the tidal Douluo realm." A faint smile graced Shanchuan's lips, his eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve. "Moreover, we have prepared for this moment for so long, and with you by my side, there is naught to fear." The fiery Lion King approached, its colossal form gently nudging Shanchuan. In a deep, comforting tone, it assured, "Shanchuan, we are your companions. Regardless of the dangers that await, we shall stand shoulder to shoulder with you, ready to face whatever challenges arise." As warmth enveloped Shanchuan's heart, he understood that with the companionship of the Wind Wolf and the Flame Lion King, he possessed ample courage to confront the challenges ahead. Taking a deep breath, he boldly stepped into the Soul Abyss Secret Realm. Instantly, the mist enveloped them, rendering their vision unclear. Relying solely on his soul power for guidance, Shanchuan cautiously ventured forward. He could sense a formidable wave of soul power permeating the surrounding air, instilling within him a blend of exhilaration and vigilance. The potency of the soul energy here was palpable, making each step feel fraught with peril. The Wind Wolf's voice quivered slightly, yet it steadfastly trailed behind Shanchuan. "Indeed, the soul beasts in this realm are of an exceptionally high caliber. We must exercise utmost caution," Shanchuan cautioned, his grip tightening around the golden longsword, a soul weapon he had acquired from the ruins, which had now become his most reliable ally. At that moment, a deep roar resonated from ahead, causing the nerves of Shanchuan and his companions to tense instantaneously. They swiftly entered a state of readiness for the impending confrontation. A colossal soul beast emerged from the fog, a pinnacle-level 9th-grade shadow python, stretching several dozen meters in length, its body adorned with black scales, and its eyes glimmering like two obsidian gems, radiating a frigid light. "Humans, how dare you trespass into my territory, seeking your demise?" The shadow python's voice dripped with ire, its massive form unleashing a powerful surge of soul energy that dispersed the surrounding mist. "We mean no hostility towards you. We merely pass through this place," Shanchuan declared loudly, striving to avert unnecessary conflict. "Humph, merely passing through? This is the Soul Abyss Secret Realm, and none can leave so easily." A glint of cunning flashed in the shadow python's eyes. "Unless, of course, you can defeat me. The mountains and rivers are aware that the battle is unavoidable." He swiftly unsheathed his golden longsword and unleashed the golden radiance/skill, sending a beam of golden light towards the shadow python. Simultaneously, the Wind Wolf and the Flame Lion King launched their own assaults. The Wind Wolf summoned a tempest to obscure the shadow python's vision, while the Flame Lion King emitted a searing blaze to strike at the serpent's form. The shadow python let out a furious roar, coiling its massive body to deflect all of Shanchuan's attacks. In an instant, it lunged towards him. Shanchuan hastily retreated, wielding his long sword in a flurry, creating a network of golden blades to thwart the serpent's advance. The battle raged on for an extended period, with both sides sustaining varying degrees of injury. Shanchuan's soul energy gradually waned, yet he persevered, aware that surrender would render their escape from this secret realm impossible. Just as he felt on the verge of collapse, a flash of inspiration illuminated his mind. He recalled the sensation he experienced while absorbing the 10,000-year soul ring. the flow of soul energy within him harmonizing with the ring's power. He quickly recalibrated his focus, channeling his soul energy into the golden longsword and activating the soul abyss detonation skill. The longsword emitted a clear, resonant chime as a powerful golden beam shot forth from its tip, striking the shadow python squarely on the head. The creature let out a piercing shriek, its vast form being propelled away by the force of the light and crashing heavily to the ground. "How could you defeat me?" the shadow python echoed its voice, tinged with a hint of resentment, as its immense body began to fade, ultimately vanishing into the mist. "We have won," exclaimed the wind wolf, its keen eyes sparkling with joy. "Indeed, we have triumphed," Shanchuan replied, a smile gracing his lips, his heart brimming with exhilaration and pride. He understood that this battle not only secured their victory, but also bestowed upon them invaluable experience and growth. "Next, we shall delve deeper into the soul abyss." Seeking further opportunities, Shanchuan declared resolutely, his gaze shimmering with anticipation for the future. "Shanchuan, you truly are remarkable." The Flame Lion King's voice resonated with admiration as it closely followed his lead. "Yes, Shanchuan, you always manage to unleash astonishing power at critical moments." The Wind Wolf concurred, its eyes filled with respect. With a subtle smile, Shanchuan recognized that none of this would have been possible without the unwavering support and assistance of his companions. He took a deep breath and continued to venture into the depths of the soul abyss with his allies. As time passed, they encountered an increasing number of formidable soul beasts, each battle fraught with danger and challenge. Yet, armed with his intellect, courage, and the cooperation of his friends, Shanchuan triumphed over his adversaries time and again, acquiring precious soul rings and soul artifacts. During a confrontation with a pinnacle-level frost giant bear, he obtained a Millennium Soul Ring and an Ice Attribute Soul Artifact, the Frost Shield. This artifact could generate a protective layer of frost, safeguarding Shanchuan from attacks while also converting a portion of the incoming force into his own soul power. "Shanchuan, this soul artifact is truly remarkable," exclaimed Windwolf, its eyes gleaming with envy. "Indeed, with this artifact, our strength has been significantly enhanced," nodded the Blazing Lion King, its gaze filled with anticipation. The mountains and rivers spoke with a smile. "All of this is inseparable from your assistance. We are a team, and only through unity can we conquer all adversities. We will always support you." "Mountain River," echoed the Wind Wolf and the Flame Lion King in unison, their eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve. Deep within the abyss of souls, they stumbled upon a colossal cave, suffused with an ancient and enigmatic aura, as if concealing endless secrets. "What place is this?" Mountain River inquired curiously, his eyes gleaming with the light of exploration. "I do not know, but I sense that this place is perilous," replied the Wind Wolf, a hint of apprehension in its voice as its sharp gaze fixated on the cave's entrance. "Indeed, the atmosphere here is formidable. We must exercise utmost caution," the Flame Lion King cautioned, its eyes glinting with vigilance. Shanchuan nodded, aware of the necessity to act with caution. Taking a deep breath, he stepped into the cave first. The Wind Wolf and the Flame Lion King closely followed, vigilantly observing their surroundings. The interior of the cave was laden with various mechanisms and traps. However, Shanchuan, armed with his intellect and courage, deftly navigated through each challenge. They traversed passage after passage until they finally arrived at the heart of the cave. There, they beheld an extraordinary soul artifact, a long black bow. The bow emanated a faint black light, its body intricately carved with enigmatic runes, and a formidable wave of soul power radiated from it. "Is this the soul artifact we seek?" Shanchuan approached cautiously, lifting the long bow, and an overwhelming force surged into his body. Indeed, this bow harbored immense soul power, capable of propelling one to a higher realm, the Wind Wolf's voice tinged with excitement. Yet, this long bow seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, waiting for a destined individual. A flicker of doubt crossed Shanchuan's eyes as he sensed the powerful soul energy within the bow resonating with his own. "Perhaps you are that destined one." The Flame Lion King's voice conveyed a sense of certainty. Mountains and rivers held tightly to the longbow as Shanchuan closed his eyes, embarking on an endeavor to commune with the soul energy embedded within the bow. His own soul energy coursed through his body, merging with that of the longbow, and a formidable force erupted within him. A pained groan escaped Shanchuan's lips as he was battered by the overwhelming soul energy, threatening to rupture his meridians. Yet, he did not relent. He gritted his teeth, persistently channeling his soul energy in an attempt to harness this immense power. Amidst the agony and struggle, Shanchuan's soul energy ultimately transcended its limits, achieving a new realm of existence. A brilliant radiance enveloped his body, and the longbow emitted a crisp twang, as if celebrating his breakthrough. I did it. Shanchuan opened his eyes, shimmering with tears of exhilaration. He could feel the potent soul energy within him, marking a qualitative leap in his strength. Shanchuan, you are remarkable. The Wind Wolf and the Blazing Lion King surrounded him, their eyes brimming with admiration and joy. This achievement is due to everyone's support. I could not have reached this stage without my companions, Shanchuan replied with a smile, aware that without the backing of his friends, his ascension would not have been so seamless. Next, we shall continue our discourse on the Douluo Continent. After successfully repelling the forces of darkness, Shanchuan's reputation soared. Yet he remained humble and unassuming. On the contrary, he was acutely aware that within the vast expanse of the Douluo Continent, countless unknown dangers and challenges awaited him. To further enhance his strength, Shanchuan resolved to venture into the heart of the Soul Beast Forest accompanied by Huiying and Lingxue. This region harbored more formidable soul beasts and concealed deeper mysteries regarding soul tools and soul rings. They navigated cautiously through the forest, where the trees grew ever taller and more majestic, with sunlight filtering through the layers of foliage, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. Suddenly, a deep and resonant roar echoed, causing the leaves to rustle in response. Before them stood a colossal bear-shaped soul beast, radiating a golden aura. Shanchuan instantly recognized this as a Millennium Soul Beast. Notable for its extraordinary power, Shanchuan felt a tightening in his heart, but he quickly regained his composure. He exchanged a glance with Huiying and Lingxue, then brandished his soul weapon, readying himself for battle. Friends, let us proceed with caution, Shanchuan murmured. Huiying was the first to charge at the Millennium Bear Spirit Beast, skillfully darting around the creature with its agile form, launching intermittent strikes. Meanwhile, Lingxue remained at the side, channeling soul energy to bolster both Shanchuan and Huiying. The Millennium Bear Spirit Beast swung its enormous paw, aiming a blow at Huiying. With remarkable agility, Huiying evaded the strike, then leaped onto the bear's back, sinking its teeth into the beast. Huiying, be wary of its counterattack, Shanchuan shouted. The Millennium Bear Spirit Beast, furious, shook its body violently in an attempt to dislodge Huiying. Seizing the moment, Shanchuan charged forward, sword in hand. Infusing his weapon with soul energy, the sword blazed with brilliance as it pierced toward the Millennium Bear Spirit Beast. The creature effortlessly deflected Shanchuan's assault, regarding him with a look of disdain. Human, do you truly believe you can defeat me? The Millennium Bear Spirit Beast rumbled. The mountains gazed deeply into its eyes and spoke. I shall not yield easily. I respect your formidable strength. Yet I hope you will also honor the battle that unfolds between us. The ancient bear spirit, seemingly moved by the words of the mountains, ceased its assault and sat upon the ground. You humans are unlike the others. You possess great courage and wisdom. The mountains and rivers seized the opportunity to say, I wish to befriend you. We can assist one another. The Millennium Bear Spirit pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well. I am willing to forge a pact with you, but I must witness your sincerity first. In the heart of Shanchuan, a glimmer of joy ignited within him, for he recognized this as a moment of opportunity. He commenced the intricate process of contract formation, gradually merging his soul power with that of the 1,000-year-old bear spirit beast. After considerable effort, Shanchuan successfully forged a covenant with the ancient creature, bestowing upon it the name Talon. Talon's strength was formidable, and its presence greatly enhanced the prowess of Shanchuan and his companions. Master, henceforth I shall be your protector, Talon intoned in a deep, resonant voice. Shanchuan cheerfully patted its shoulder, saying, Very well, let us embark on an exploration of this vast continent together. With Talon's presence, their endeavors within the Soul Beast Forest became increasingly seamless. They encountered a multitude of soul beasts, some of which became allies, while others maintained a stance of neutrality. As they delved deeper into the forest, Shanchuan stumbled upon a remarkable locus of concentrated soul energy. He sensed that this place might harbor the power necessary for him to awaken a new soul ring. Resolutely, he decided to attempt the awakening here. He instructed his companions to stand guard around him and then commenced his preparations. Mountains and rivers settled cross-legged, adjusting his soul power to its optimal state. His companions watched him anxiously from the side. This time, success was imperative. Mountains and rivers silently vowed within. He began to guide the surrounding soul power to converge upon his body, where it circulated continuously. However, the process of awakening the soul ring proved to be anything but smooth. A formidable backlash relentlessly assaulted mountains and rivers' body. "Master, hold on." Gray Shadow, Spirit Snow, and Talon cried out. Shanchuan gritted his teeth, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. He felt as though his very soul was on the verge of being torn asunder. "I cannot give up. My comrades are still relying on me," he silently implored himself. He continuously adjusted his soul power, gradually subduing the backlash. After a grueling struggle, he ultimately succeeded in awakening a new soul ring. His strength experienced a profound transformation, and he sensed the formidable power bestowed by the newly acquired soul ring. With the awakening of the soul ring, Shanchuan discovered that his soul weapon, a treasured sword, had undergone a remarkable change as well. The gem embedded in the hilt radiated an even more dazzling brilliance, while mysterious runes appeared along the blade. As he attempted to wield the sword, he realized its might had grown significantly stronger than before. He found himself capable of executing new sword techniques he had never known before. "It seems this new soul ring has upgraded my soul weapon," Shanchuan exclaimed joyfully. His companions shared in his elation. Under Talon's guidance, they ventured to an ancient ruin. Within the relics lay numerous secrets pertaining to soul beasts. They uncovered ancient inscriptions and murals that chronicled the history of soul beasts and some powerful soul beast abilities. Shanchuan and his companions meticulously examined the inscriptions and murals, acquiring a wealth of new knowledge. To their astonishment, the spirit beasts harbored so many secrets. Shanchuan remarked in awe. They diligently documented this newfound wisdom, intending to delve deeper into their studies in the future. However, their promising journey was abruptly interrupted. A mysterious dark force re-emerged on the Douluo Continent, more formidable than any preceding malevolent power, beginning its insidious encroachment upon both spirit beasts and humanity. Mountains and rivers, along with his companions, understood that they must rise once more. "We cannot allow the forces of darkness to prevail," declared Mountains and Rivers resolutely. His companions nodded in agreement. They began to rally, uniting with other forces of righteousness to combat the dark powers. In the climactic confrontation with the forces of darkness, Mountains and Rivers and his allies played an instrumental role. Shanchuan wielded the upgraded soul weapon sword, unleashing formidable swordsmanship as he charged toward the heart of the dark forces. Gui Ying, Ling Shui, and Tai Long also manifested their utmost strength. Their synergy was impeccable as they engaged in a fierce struggle against the dark powers. After a breathtaking battle, they ultimately triumphed over the malevolent forces. The Douluo Continent was restored to peace once more. Shanchuan and his companions have ascended to the status of heroes. Their remarkable deeds are celebrated and recounted by the people. Standing atop the mountain, Shanchuan gazed at the breathtaking Douluo Continent, his heart brimming with emotion. "We still have a long journey ahead. This land harbors countless secrets waiting for us to uncover," Shanchuan remarked. His companions stood beside him, their eyes reflecting the anticipation of the future. Thus, with a sense of purpose, Shanchuan and his companions embarked once more on a new adventure, destined to inscribe their own legendary tale. In the southeastern region of Douluo Continent, there lies an expansive and enigmatic sea, shrouded in perpetual mist. This ocean is said to conceal numerous formidable soul beasts and ancient soul devices, yet few dare to delve into its depths. Standing on the shoreline, Shanchuan surveyed the unknown waters, a surge of adventurous desire welling up within him. "Shanchuan, are you truly resolved to venture into that sea?" Ling Shui inquired with concern, her eyes filled with worry. "Indeed, there are myriad unknowns awaiting our exploration, and perhaps we may even discover opportunities to enhance our strength," Shanchuan replied resolutely, his gaze sparkling with a thirst for adventure. "Moreover, I sense a mysterious soul force calling to me." "Then we shall accompany you," both Huiying and Tai Long declared in unison, their eyes brimming with determination. They boarded a specially crafted vessel and set sail into the mysterious waters. The sea roiled with turbulent waves, the thick mist rendering visibility nearly non-existent. Suddenly, a colossal wave surged towards them, violently rocking the ship. Shanchuan and his companions clung tightly to the railing, steadying themselves. "Be careful," Shanchuan shouted, as a massive figure erupted from the surf. A gigantic whale soul beast, spanning dozens of meters and radiating a blue luminescence, clearly an ancient soul beast. "This is a 10,000-year whale soul beast. Everyone, proceed with caution." Shanchuan swiftly drew his soul device sword, its runes shimmering with brilliant light. Huiying transformed into a shadow, darting swiftly around the whale soul beast in search of an opportunity to strike. Lingxue summoned her soul power, enveloping Shanchuan and Huiying in protective barriers. Tailong let out a furious roar and charged at the whale's soul beast, aiming a massive paw at it. The whale's soul beast swung its enormous tail, conjuring towering waves that crashed towards them. Shanchuan and his companions struggled to resist, but the force of the waves was overwhelming, threatening to capsize their vessel. This won't do. We must find a way to communicate with it, Shanchuan exclaimed. Mountains and rivers took a deep breath, channeling their spiritual energy, and proclaimed aloud, "Esteemed elder of the whale spirit beast, we harbor no ill intentions. We merely seek adventure in these waters and hope for your mercy." The whale spirit beast ceased its assault, turning its immense form to gaze upon the group with its profound eyes. "You humans dare to intrude upon my territory and yet claim to mean no harm?" Its voice resonated with a deep, powerful timbre. "We truly bear no malice. Our curiosity about the soul beasts and soul tools of these waters drives us, and we wish to coexist peacefully with you and the creatures here." Mountains and rivers earnestly replied. The whale spirit beast fell silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating something. "Among your kind, few possess the respect you show for soul beasts. Very well, I shall spare you, but you must agree to one condition. Speak, and as long as it is within our capacity, we shall comply." Mountains and rivers responded without hesitation. "Help me drive away a group of malevolent soul beasts that are invading my domain and disrupting the ecological balance here." The whale spirit beast stated. "We accept your request," they exclaimed in unison. After aiding the whale spirit beast in expelling the nefarious soul beasts, its demeanor towards mountains and rivers underwent a significant transformation. "You humans are indeed remarkable. I am willing to forge a contract with you and become your ally." Shanchuan was overwhelmed with joy, fully aware that this was a rare opportunity. "We are immensely honored to enter into this pact with you, and we shall always hold you in the highest regard, standing by your side through thick and thin." Thus, Shanchuan began to invoke the sacred art of the contract, gradually merging his soul energy with that of the whale spirit beast. The whale spirit beast cooperatively released its own soul energy, and the two forces intertwined, slowly becoming one. "Master, henceforth I shall be your companion, and I will wield my strength to protect you," echoed the voice of the whale spirit beast, imbued with unwavering loyalty. The mountains and rivers tenderly caressed the immense form of the soul whale beast. "Thank you, my new companion. Together we shall safeguard the tranquility of these waters." After forging a pact with the soul whale beast, Shanchuan and his companions continued their exploration of the enigmatic sea. One day, they stumbled upon an extraordinary cave on a solitary island, resonating with a potent surge of soul energy. "There must be a force here that will aid in awakening my new soul ring," Shanchuan exclaimed with excitement. He instructed his comrades to stand guard outside the cave while he ventured alone within. The interior of the cave was dim and damp, yet the soul energy intensified with each step. Shanchuan discovered a spacious area, seated himself cross-legged, and began to attune his soul power. "This time, I must succeed in awakening the new soul ring to enhance my strength for the forthcoming adventures," he silently affirmed. He commenced guiding the surrounding soul energy to converge upon his being, as it flowed ceaselessly within him, gradually forming a formidable vortex. However, the process of awakening the soul ring proved to be fraught with challenges. A sudden surge of overwhelming backlash surged forth, assaulting Shanchuan's body. He felt as though his very organs were being torn asunder, engulfed in excruciating pain. "Master, hold on." Gray Shadow, Lingxue, and Talon cried anxiously from outside the cave. Mountains and rivers clenched their teeth, sweat pouring down his forehead. He felt as though his very soul was on the brink of being consumed by this backlash. "I cannot surrender. My companions are still waiting for me. I must awaken this soul ring," he silently declared within. Continuously, he adjusted his soul power, endeavoring to suppress the retaliatory force. Time ticked away, and Shanchuan's body grew increasingly feeble, yet he persevered. At last, following a potent backlash, Shanchuan successfully transformed the repulsive energy into the impetus needed for the awakening of the soul ring. Suddenly, his body erupted in a dazzling radiance, a formidable surge of soul power soaring from within him. When the brilliance faded, Shanchuan slowly opened his eyes, discovering that he had indeed awakened a new soul ring. His strength had undergone a qualitative leap, and he could feel the immense power bestowed by the new soul ring. "I have succeeded," Shanchuan exclaimed with exhilaration. His companions, hearing his voice, rushed into the cave, rejoicing at his successful awakening. "Master, you are truly remarkable. Gray Shadow exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. Shanchuan, your strength has increased tremendously. This is wonderful, Ling Shui said with a smile. Tyrone, in his deep voice, added, Master, we can now challenge even more formidable soul beasts. As Shanchuan gazed upon his soul weapon, the sword, he noticed it had undergone a transformation. The gem embedded in the hilt gleamed more brilliantly, and the runes etched upon the blade were more pronounced. Upon wielding the sword, he discovered its power had intensified beyond previous limits, enabling him to execute new sword techniques. It appeared that this newly acquired soul ring had bestowed an upgrade upon his soul weapon, he remarked joyfully. In this enigmatic sea realm, the classification of soul beasts diverged from that of the mainland. In addition to the commonly recognized categories of century, millennium, and 10,000-year soul beasts, there existed a unique classification known as the Ocean Soul Realm. The soul beasts of the Ocean Soul Realm are the most formidable entities within the ocean. Possessing the ability to command the forces of the sea, their strength immeasurable. The whale soul beast exemplified a soul beast in the early stage of the Ocean Soul Realm, its might far exceeding that of typical 10,000-year soul beasts. Through their interactions with the whale soul beast, Shanchuan and his companions gradually came to understand the characteristics and habits of the Ocean Soul Realm soul beasts. The whale soul beast exhibited a gentle disposition, yet once provoked, it could unleash formidable power. It held the ecological balance of this marine domain in high regard, permitting no foreign forces to disrupt it. Master, I have observed that the soul beasts in this sea region possess a remarkable intelligence. They collaborate harmoniously to safeguard this territory, Gray Shadow remarked. Indeed, while the soul beasts here possess high levels, their relationships are remarkably harmonious. We are truly fortunate to have forged a pact with the whale soul beast. Ling Shui smiled as she spoke. Talon then added, Master, we can learn various marine combat techniques from the whale soul beast to enhance our prowess. Mountains and rivers nodded in agreement, a splendid idea indeed. We could seek counsel from the whale spirit beast. Perhaps we might discover methods to enhance our soul power. After successfully awakening the soul ring and forging a pact with the whale spirit beast, Shanchuan stood atop the island's peak, gazing out at the vast ocean, his heart brimming with emotion. This enigmatic sea was indeed rife with opportunities and challenges. Not only had I awakened a new soul ring, but I had also gained a formidable partner in the whale spirit beast. Our strength has significantly increased, and we are now poised to explore deeper waters. Yet, I am acutely aware that within this domain lurk even more powerful soul beasts and perilous challenges awaiting us. I must remain ever vigilant, continuously augmenting my own strength to safeguard my companions and preserve the tranquility of these waters. A resolute determination shone in Shanchuan's eyes. I am convinced that as long as we unite our hearts and courageously confront adversity, we shall undoubtedly inscribe our own legendary tale within this mysterious sea. With a brief respite behind them, Shanchuan and his companions embarked once more on a new journey. They navigated their vessel into the deeper ocean, in search of more unknowns and challenges. Master, ahead lies a vast coral reef, potentially guarded by powerful soul beasts, Gray Shadow pointed out. Very well, let us investigate, Shanchuan replied, his eyes sparkling with the thrill of adventure. Little did they know what awaited them ahead on the path of Douluo's counterattack. In the enigmatic seas, Shanchuan and his companions persist in their adventures. Their pact with the soul whale beast has significantly augmented their strength. Yet they remain acutely aware that this mysterious expanse conceals countless unknown dangers and challenges. One day, as Shanchuan stood contemplatively at the bow of the ship, Ling Shui approached gently and in hushed tones asked, Shanchuan, what occupies your thoughts? Mountains and rivers slightly raised their heads, gazing into the distant mist, and spoke. I ponder, our adventure has merely commenced. How many secrets lie within these waters, awaiting our discovery? Gray Shadow, leaping forth with a grin, replied, Fear not. With us here, we can confront any peril. Talon, in a deep, resonant voice, affirmed, Indeed, Master, we shall undoubtedly grow stronger. Just then, the vessel began to sway violently, prompting everyone to steady themselves. With a stern expression, Mountains warned, Be cautious, danger may be approaching. As anticipated, a colossal octopus soul beast emerged from the depths, extending its tentacles toward the ship. The group instantly shifted into battle mode. Mountains wielded his sword, the runes upon its blade gleaming brightly as he leapt forth to strike at the octopus's tentacle. Ling Shui summoned her soul power, conjuring a formidable water curtain in an effort to thwart the beast's assault. Gray shadow darted like lightning among the octopus's tentacles, seeking an opportunity to attack. Meanwhile, Talon unleashed his immense strength, delivering a powerful blow to the creature's body. However, the octopus soul beast proved to be exceedingly resilient, its tentacles impervious, rendering their efforts momentarily ineffective. Just as they found themselves in a predicament, the whale soul beast sensed their peril and swiftly arrived. With a thunderous roar, the whale's sonic waves caused the octopus's tentacles to quiver. It charged with its massive form, crashing into the octopus soul beast and forcing it to retreat. Taking advantage of the moment, Shanchuan and his companions intensified their assault, and at last, with their combined efforts, they managed to repulse the octopus spirit beast. Through this fierce battle, Shanchuan realized the necessity of continually enhancing their prowess. He resolved to seek out additional spirit artifacts and spirit rings to bolster the combat capabilities of himself and his allies. In the days that followed, they persisted in their exploration of the enigmatic sea region. One day, they arrived at a mysterious isle, shrouded in a veil of enigmatic mist that obscured the conditions within. Shanchuan cautiously remarked, "This island appears quite extraordinary. Everyone should tread carefully." They ventured onto the island with great caution, discovering peculiar flora and ancient relics scattered throughout. Amidst the remnants, they unearthed a long spear radiating with formidable spiritual energy. Shanchuan grasped the long spear, feeling the immense power it contained. This spear must be a formidable soul weapon, one we can utilize to our advantage. Just as they were about to depart from the ruins, a ferocious tiger-like soul beast suddenly emerged. This creature emanated a potent aura, clearly indicating that it was a powerful 10,000-year soul beast. Shanchuan and his companions swiftly prepared for battle, with Huiying leading the charge against the ferocious tiger-type soul beast. Lingxue stood by, harnessing her soul power to provide support for Huiying. Talon and Shanchuan soon joined the fray. The tiger-type soul beast was exceedingly fierce, its attack speed so rapid that evasion seemed nearly impossible. However, Shanchuan and his allies did not waver, fueled by their indomitable spirit and seamless cooperation. They engaged in a breathtaking confrontation with the beast. During the skirmish, Shanchuan discerned the creature's vulnerability lay within its eyes. Seizing the moment, he aimed his spear at the tiger-type soul beast's eye. The beast let out an anguished roar before collapsing to the ground. The group successfully vanquished the tiger-type soul beast and claimed its soul ring. Shanchuan absorbed the soul ring, further enhancing his strength. As their adventure in the enigmatic sea deepened, they encountered increasingly formidable soul beasts. On one occasion, they faced a colossal sea turtle soul beast, renowned for its formidable defense, rendering their attacks nearly ineffective. After a moment of contemplation, Shanchuan remarked, "We cannot engage in a direct confrontation. We must devise a strategy to uncover its vulnerabilities." They observed the movements of the sea turtle spirit beast and discerned that its underbelly appeared relatively soft, possibly indicating a weakness. Consequently, Shanchuan formulated a meticulous plan. They would first divert the attention of the sea turtle spirit beast, enticing it to pursue them. At an opportune moment, Shanchuan and Huiying swiftly maneuvered to the rear of the sea turtle spirit beast, launching an assault on its underbelly. Meanwhile, Lingxue and Tailong continued to captivate its attention from the front. After a fierce battle, they ultimately triumphed over the sea turtle spirit beast, securing its spirit ring and a precious spirit artifact. Throughout their adventure, Shanchuan and his companions also encountered several other spirit masters, who were similarly in search of their fortunes within the enigmatic sea domain. The adventures of Mountain River and his companions in the enigmatic sea continue unabated. Their pact with the soul whale has bestowed upon them formidable support in this realm teeming with the unknown. Yet they are acutely aware that further challenges await them on the horizon. One day, Mountain River stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the tumultuous waves, his mind awash with myriad thoughts. Lingxue approached and softly inquired, "Mountain River, what occupies your mind?" As Shanchuan gently turned his gaze towards Lingxue's enchanting visage, he mused aloud, "I ponder when our adventure shall reach its conclusion. How many formidable soul beasts and enigmatic soul artifacts lie in wait for our discovery within these waters?" Lingxue smiled and replied, "No matter the challenges that lie ahead, we shall confront them together." At that moment, Huiying leaped over from the other end of the ship, brimming with excitement as he exclaimed, "Hey, look, there seems to be some activity over there." Following Huiying's pointed direction, the group beheld a colossal vortex emerging upon the distant sea surface. Shanchuan's expression turned grave as he cautioned, "Everyone, exercise caution. This vortex may be more than it appears." They approached the vortex with utmost care, when suddenly, a massive shark soul beast burst forth from its depths. This formidable creature was immense, with razor-sharp teeth and exuding an overwhelming aura of soul power. Mountains and rivers immediately drew forth their treasured swords, preparing for battle. Talon roared in fury, adopting a combat stance. Ling Shui swiftly conjured her soul power, bestowing protective enhancements upon her comrades. The shark soul beast opened its gaping maw, lunging toward them. Mountains nimbly evaded the shark soul beast's attacks while seeking its vulnerabilities. Gray shadow darted around the shark soul beast, attempting to divert its attention. After a fierce confrontation, Mountains discerned that the creature's eyes were its Achilles heel. He called to his companions, "Strike at its eyes." United in purpose, they ultimately succeeded in hitting the shark soul beast's eyes. The beast howled in agony, retreating into the whirlpool. Once the battle had concluded, they pressed onward. Before long, they arrived at a mysterious isle, shrouded in an enigmatic mist that obscured the scene within. The mountains and rivers cautiously remarked, "This small island appears quite extraordinary, everyone. Tread carefully." They stepped gingerly onto the island, discovering an abundance of peculiar flora and ancient relics. Among the remnants, they unearthed a battle axe radiating a formidable spiritual energy. Mountains and rivers grasped the battle axe, sensing the formidable power contained within. This axe must undoubtedly be a potent soul weapon, ripe for our utilization. Just as they were poised to depart from the ruins, a colossal spider soul beast emerged unexpectedly. This spider was adorned with vibrant patterns, presenting a truly terrifying visage. The mountains and rivers swiftly prepared for battle, with the shadow rushing forth to engage in a fierce confrontation with the spider soul beast. Ling Shui stood by, channeling her soul power to bolster Shadow's efforts. Talon and Shanchuan soon joined the fray as well. The spider soul beast, cunning and treacherous, relentlessly spewed out webs in an attempt to ensnare them. However, Shanchuan and his companions remained undaunted. Through their indomitable spirit and seamless coordination, they embarked on a breathtaking struggle against the spider soul beast. During the skirmish, Shanchuan discerned that the beast's abdomen was its vulnerable point. Seizing the opportunity, he struck with his battle axe, landing a blow to the creature's underbelly. The spider soul beast let out a tormented roar before collapsing onto the ground. Together, they triumphed over the beast and obtained its soul ring. Shanchuan absorbed the soul ring, further enhancing his prowess. As their adventures in the mysterious ocean deepened, they encountered increasingly formidable soul beasts. On one occasion, they faced a colossal dragon soul beast, endowed with tremendous offensive capabilities and swiftness, plunging them into a grueling struggle. As Shanchuan gazed at the soaring dragon spirit beast, contemplations of strategy swirled within his mind. He addressed his companions, stating, "We must not engage in a brute force confrontation. Instead, we must devise a means to uncover its vulnerabilities." Upon observing the movements of the dragon spirit beast, they discerned that its wings were indeed its Achilles heel. Consequently, Shanchuan formulated a meticulous plan. They would first divert the attention of the dragon spirit beast, enticing it to pursue them. At an opportune moment, Shanchuan and the shadowy figure, Hueying, swiftly maneuvered to the rear of the beast, launching an assault upon its wings. Meanwhile, Ling Shui and Talon continued to captivate its focus from the front. After a fierce and arduous battle, they ultimately triumphed over the dragon spirit beast, securing its soul ring and a valuable soul artifact. Throughout their adventurous journey, Shanchuan and his companions encountered several other soul masters, who too were in search of their fortunes within the enigmatic sea. They exchanged experiences, offered mutual assistance, and collectively confronted various challenges. One fateful day, they stumbled upon a captivating legend. This legend spoke of an immensely powerful spirit beast dwelling in the depths of the mysterious sea, endowed with arcane powers capable of forging contracts with humankind, a mystical covenant of the Douluo realm. The adventure of Shanchuan and his companions in the enigmatic ocean continues unabated. They engage in battles with various formidable soul beasts, perpetually in search of new soul tools and soul rings to enhance their strength. One day, while resting on a desolate isle, Ling Shui gazed contemplatively at the distant sea and inquired, "Shanchuan, how many secrets do you suppose this mysterious ocean conceals?" As the mountains and rivers approached Ling Shui, gazing at the tumultuous sea, he remarked, "Our journey thus far has led us to encounter numerous formidable soul beasts and enigmatic soul artifacts. The secrets of this maritime expanse are likely to surpass our wildest imaginations." Meanwhile, Hueying danced excitedly nearby, exclaiming, "Hee hee, regardless of how many secrets await, we shall uncover them all." Talon, With a composed demeanor, cautioned, "Master, we must proceed with utmost caution. The perils of this region are not to be underestimated." Just then, a peculiar call echoed from the sky. The group looked up to behold a colossal avian soul beast soaring above them. Its feathers were a dazzling array of colors, and with wings spanning several meters. Its eyes glimmered with an enigmatic radiance. Shanchuan warned alertly, "Everyone, be cautious. This soul beast appears formidable." Suddenly, the avian soul beast swooped down, launching an attack upon them. Instantly, Shanchuan and his companions entered a state of combat. Lingxue summoned her soul power, conjuring a curtain of water in an attempt to shield them from the avian soul beast's onslaught. Huiying transformed into a shadow, darting swiftly around the avian soul beast, seeking an opportunity to strike. Tyren let out a fierce roar and charged toward the avian soul beast, aiming to strike it with his enormous paw. However, the avian soul beast proved to be extremely agile, effortlessly evading their assaults while unleashing powerful waves of soul energy. Armed with his sword, Shanchuan engaged in a fierce battle with the avian soul beast, quickly realizing its remarkable speed made it challenging to land a hit. In the midst of combat, a sudden idea struck Shanchuan. He called out to Lingxue, "Lingxue, harness your soul power to manipulate the sea water and create a vortex to ensnare the avian soul beast." Without hesitation, Lingxue wielded her soul power, guiding the sea water to form a colossal vortex. The avian soul beast found itself trapped within the swirling waters, unable to escape. Seizing the opportunity, Shanchuan rushed forward and pierced the beast's wing with his sword. The avian soul beast let out a pained cry and collapsed to the ground. Together, they succeeded in vanquishing the avian soul beast and obtained its soul ring. Through this battle, Shanchuan and his companions recognized that within this enigmatic maritime expanse, they must continually enhance their strength to confront the myriad of powerful soul beasts. Shortly thereafter, they heard a legend regarding a mysterious soul artifact. According to the tale, deep within the mysterious sea lay an ancient staff, imbued with immense power capable of controlling various soul beasts. Shanchuan, deeply intrigued by the legend, resolved to lead his companions in search of the enigmatic staff. Following the clues woven into the tale, they arrived at a mysterious island. A dense veil of fog enveloped the isle, obscuring their vision of what lay within. Shanchuan cautiously advised, "Be vigilant, for this island may conceal peril." Treading carefully onto the island, they discovered an array of peculiar flora and ancient relics scattered throughout. In the depths of the ruins, they finally unearthed the elusive staff. It radiated a formidable spiritual energy, adorned with a magnificent gemstone. As Shanchuan grasped the staff, he felt the immense power it harbored. At that moment, a colossal serpentine spirit beast materialized before them. Its body was clad in scales, eyes glimmering with a crimson light, and it exhaled a stream of ominous black venom. The mountains and rivers swiftly prepared for battle, with the gray shadow leading the charge against the serpentine soul beast in a fierce confrontation. Lingxue stood by, channeling her soul power to provide support for Gray Shadow. Talon and Shanchuan soon joined the fray. The serpentine soul beast was exceedingly ferocious, its venom possessing a formidable corrosive quality that deterred the others from approaching. Nevertheless, Shanchuan and his companions did not falter, armed with unwavering determination and seamless teamwork. They engaged in a thrilling struggle against the serpentine beast. During the battle, Shanchuan discerned that the creature's 7-inch mark was its Achilles heel. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed a powerful surge of soul energy from his staff, striking the beast at its vulnerable point. The serpentine soul beast let out a pained roar and collapsed to the ground. The group triumphed, successfully vanquishing the beast and acquiring its soul ring. This encounter deepened their understanding of the mysterious staff's power. They resolved to harness its strength to forge contracts with more soul beasts, collectively safeguarding this enigmatic marine expanse. In the days that followed, they continued their adventures in the mysterious sea, encountering a myriad of soul beasts, including colossal sea turtle beasts, fierce lion beasts, and agile monkey beasts, each exhibiting unique abilities and personalities. Shanchuan and his comrades needed to. Shanchuan and his companions persist in their adventurous odyssey across the enigmatic Douluo Continent. They traverse formidable challenges, engaging in battles against a myriad of powerful soul beasts, all the while seeking new soul tools and soul rings to enhance their strength. One day, they paused for rest in an ancient forest. Lingxue leaned against a grand tree, gazing at the sky and contemplatively remarked, "Shanchuan, when do you think we shall discover more potent soul tools?" Mountains and Rivers sat to the side, polishing the sword in hand, and remarked, "I am uncertain, yet I firmly believe that as long as we persist in our efforts, we shall ultimately reap the rewards." The gray shadow, frolicking on a nearby branch, enthusiastically chimed in. "Hee, I have a feeling we shall soon encounter a formidable soul artifact. Perhaps the next one will be extraordinarily powerful." Talon, standing resolutely nearby, vigilantly surveyed the surroundings and cautioned, "Master, we must not let our guard down. This continent is rife with unknown dangers." At that moment, a deep growl resonated through the forest. The group immediately became alert. Mountains and Rivers tightened their grip on the sword and whispered, "Be cautious, a soul beast approaches." Shortly thereafter, a colossal bear-shaped soul beast emerged from the thicket. Towering several meters high, its body was cloaked in dark fur, and its eyes gleamed with a crimson light. Its claws were exceedingly sharp, causing the ground to tremble with each step. Ling Xue gasped, "This soul beast appears immensely powerful." Shanchuan spoke calmly, urging everyone not to panic and to unite their efforts. Instantly, the group fell into a state of readiness for battle. Huiying was the first to dash forward, transforming into a shadow that swiftly maneuvered around the bear spirit beast, seeking to uncover its vulnerabilities. Ling Xue, on the other hand, summoned her spiritual power to conjure a wall of water, shielding her companions from any sudden onslaught from the beast. With a ferocious roar, Tailong charged at the bear spirit beast, striking it with his massive paw. The beast retaliated with a thunderous growl, swinging its claws and engaging the group in a fierce confrontation. Shanchuan adeptly dodged the creature's attacks, searching for an opportunity to counterstrike. He observed that while the bear spirit beast possessed formidable strength, its movements were somewhat sluggish. During the fray, Shanchuan shouted to his comrades, urging them to coordinate their efforts and target the creature's legs to destabilize it. Heeding his command, the group concentrated their assaults on the beast's lower limbs. After an intense battle, they ultimately succeeded in vanquishing the bear spirit beast. In the aftermath, they acquired its spirit ring, which Shanchuan absorbed, further augmenting his abilities. As they continued their journey, they stumbled upon a legend regarding a mysterious soul artifact. It was said that within a distant, enigmatic valley lay a sword endowed with extraordinary powers. This sword, once wielded by a mighty spirit master, possessed the ability to summon devastating storms of spiritual energy, annihilating all foes in its path. The mountains and rivers brimmed with curiosity regarding this legend. Thus, he resolved to lead his companions in search of the enigmatic sword. Following the clues of the tale, they arrived at the mysterious valley. A layer of enigmatic mist enveloped the valley, obscuring the circumstances within. The cautious Shanchuan remarked, "Be wary, for this valley may conceal peril." They treaded carefully into the depths of the valley, discovering an abundance of peculiar flora and ancient relics. Deep within the remnants, they finally beheld the enigmatic sword. The blade was embedded in a colossal stone, emanating a formidable wave of spiritual energy. Shanchuan approached, gently grasping the hilt, and was instantly overwhelmed by a surge of immense power. At that moment, a gigantic serpentine spirit beast emerged from the earth. The creature shimmered with a violet luminescence, its eyes sparkling like precious gems. Its body stretched for dozens of meters, and it exhaled a stream of black venom. Ling Xue uttered in terror, "This spirit beast is truly fearsome." The mountains and rivers spoke calmly, "Do not fear, we shall fight together." Instantly, everyone readied themselves for battle. The gray shadow transformed into a dark figure, swiftly weaving around the serpent spirit beast in an attempt to divert its attention. Ling Xue then channeled her soul power, conjuring an ice wall to shield against the serpent spirit beast's venomous assault. Tyrone let out a furious roar as he charged towards the serpent spirit beast, engaging in a fierce struggle with his immense strength. Shanchuan wielded a mysterious sword and engaged in a breathtaking battle with the serpent soul beast. He discovered that the sword possessed immense power, capable of effortlessly slicing through the beast's scales. Throughout the confrontation, Shanchuan persistently sought the creature's vulnerabilities. After a fierce struggle, he ultimately discerned that the beast's 7-inch mark was its Achilles heel. Seizing the moment, he thrust the sword decisively into the serpent soul beast's weak point. The beast emitted a pained roar before collapsing to the ground. The group triumphed over the serpent soul beast, claiming its soul ring. Shanchuan gazed at the Douluo's boundary-breaking quest in his hand. The adventures of Mountain River and his companions on the Douluo Continent are far from over. They have just triumphed over a formidable serpentine soul beast, acquiring a precious soul ring, and the enigmatic sword has significantly enhanced their strength. Mountain River. "This sword is truly remarkable," exclaimed Ling Xue, her eyes gleaming with excitement. The mountains gently caressed the blade of the sword, sensing the immense power it contained. Indeed, with this sword in hand, we would embark upon our forthcoming adventures with renewed confidence. Gray Shadow hopped excitedly nearby, exclaiming, "Let us hasten to seek more soul tools and soul beasts." Talon, however, spoke with a calm demeanor. "Master, we must not let our guard down. The Douluo Continent harbors many unknown dangers." As they journeyed onward, they encountered a myriad of diverse soul beasts. On one occasion, they came upon a colossal avian soul beast. Its wings, spanning several meters, were as resilient as steel, and its eyes glimmered with a piercing light. "Be cautious. This soul beast is formidable," warned Shanchuan with vigilance. Ling Xue immediately summoned her soul power, conjuring a water barrier to prepare for the avian soul beast assault. Gray Shadow morphed into a shadow, swiftly circling the avian beast in search of an opportunity to strike. With a fierce roar, Talon charged at the creature, attempting to force it back with his overwhelming strength. The avian soul beast emitted a sharp cry, flapping its wings and stirring up a tempest. Shanchuan, wielding the sword, adeptly evaded the beast's strikes while searching for its vulnerable spot. "Everyone, take heed. This bird moves swiftly. We must coordinate our efforts," Shanchuan called out. After an intense battle, they finally discerned that the creature's eyes were its Achilles heel. Seizing the moment, Shanchuan unleashed a powerful soul attack with his sword, striking true upon the avian soul beast's eye. The beast cried out in agony as it plummeted to the ground. They acquired the avian soul beast's soul ring, and upon Shanchuan's absorption of it, his strength surged further. As they continued their adventures, they heard whispers of a legend surrounding a mystical soul tool. It was said that deep within an ancient mountain range lay a mysterious cave, concealing an immensely powerful soul tool, one that possessed the ability to alter destinies. Mountains and Rivers resolved to lead his companions in search of the enigmatic soul artifact. They traversed dense forests and scaled towering mountains, ultimately arriving at the fabled cave. A veil of mysterious mist enveloped the cave's entrance, obscuring the interior from view. Cautiously, Mountains and Rivers advised, "Be vigilant, for this cave may be fraught with peril." They stepped gingerly into the cavern, which was dark and damp, with walls shimmering with strange luminescence. Deep within the cave, they stumbled upon a colossal stone platform, upon which rested a suit of armor radiating an otherworldly glow. Could this indeed be the legendary soul artifact? Ling Xue exclaimed in astonishment. Shanchuan stepped forward, scrutinizing the armor, which appeared immensely powerful, warranting utmost caution in their approach. Just as they were about to seize the armor, a colossal spider soul beast descended from the cavern's apex. This fearsome creature was adorned with sharp spines, its eyes glimmering with a menacing crimson light, and it spewed forth viscous silk from its maw. "Not good, it's the spider soul beast," Talon exclaimed. Instantly, the group transitioned into a combat stance, with Gray Shadow darting swiftly around the spider soul beast, endeavoring to disrupt its movements. Ling Xue harnessed her soul energy to conjure a wall of ice, effectively blocking the silk emitted by the creature. Shanchuan, brandishing his sword, engaged in a fierce battle with the spider soul beast. The creature proved to be exceedingly cunning, relentlessly releasing silk in an attempt to ensnare Shanchuan and his companions. Yet, undeterred by fear, they fought valiantly, their indomitable spirit and seamless cooperation culminating in a breathtaking confrontation. During the fray, Shanchuan discerned that the beast's abdomen was its Achilles heel. Seizing the moment, he thrust his sword into the vulnerable spot. The spider soul beast let out an agonizing roar before collapsing to the ground. Their triumph over the spider soul beast granted them its soul ring. Shanchuan picked up the enigmatic armor, feeling the potent energy pulsating within. Upon donning the armor, his strength surged significantly. They continued their adventurous journey across the Douluo Continent, encountering more formidable soul beasts and challenges. On one occasion, they arrived at a mysterious desert, where howling winds stirred the sands into a tempest. Deep within this arid expanse, they encountered a gigantic scorpion soul beast. This formidable creature towered over them, its venomous stinger glinting ominously. Its eyes shone with a dreadful red glow, instilling a sense of dread. "Everyone be cautious. This scorpion soul beast is exceptionally perilous," Shanchuan warned. Ling Xue summoned her soul energy. The adventurous journey of Mountain River and his companions on the Douluo Continent continues unabated. They have just triumphed over a colossal scorpion soul beast in a mysterious desert, securing a precious soul ring as a reward. At this moment, they are gathered together, deliberating their next course of action. "Mountain River, we have encountered numerous formidable soul beasts, Yet we have yet to discover the ultimate soul tool, Ling Shui remarked, her brow slightly furrowed. The mountains and rivers contemplated for a moment before responding. I too have pondered this issue, yet I firmly believe that as long as we persevere, we shall undoubtedly uncover the legendary soul artifact. The gray shadow danced excitedly nearby, exclaiming, "Indeed, indeed, we will certainly find it. Perhaps the next encounter will be it." Tyran, however, spoke with a calm demeanor. "Master, we must also remain vigilant for the formidable soul beasts that may appear at any moment during our quest for the soul artifact." Just as they were engaged in discussion, a stranger approached from a distance. The traveler appeared weary, yet his gaze conveyed an unwavering determination. "Greetings," he inquired. "I have heard that you are in search of a powerful soul artifact." The mountains and rivers, ever vigilant, gazed upon the traveler and inquired, "Indeed. Do you possess any news?" The traveler smiled gently and replied, "I am acquainted with a legend concerning a mystical soul weapon. It is said that on a distant and enigmatic island lies a sealed divine sword, endowed with unparalleled power, capable of severing all malevolence." Upon hearing this, Shanchuan and the others were filled with a surge of excitement. "Where is that island?" Ling Shui inquired eagerly. The traveler shook his head and replied, "I am unaware of its precise location, but I have heard that the passage leading to that island only appears at certain times and places." Mountains and rivers fell into contemplation. He understood that although this clue was vague, it was still worth pursuing. "Thank you for your message. We shall continue our search," he said to the traveler. The traveler nodded and turned away. Shanchuan and his companions resolved to continue their exploration of the Douluo Continent, in search of the passage leading to the enigmatic island. Throughout their journey, they encountered numerous diverse spirit beasts. On one occasion, they arrived at an ancient forest, shrouded in a mysterious mist that obscured the path ahead. "Be cautious. The mist here is peculiar and may conceal dangers," Shanchuan warned. They ventured cautiously into the forest when, suddenly, a colossal monkey spirit beast leapt down from the trees. Towering several meters high and adorned with a coat of golden fur, its eyes sparkled with an intelligent gleam. "This spirit beast appears quite extraordinary," Ling Shui remarked. In an instant, Huiying transformed into a shadow, darting towards the monkey spirit beast in an attempt to gauge its strength. The monkey spirit beast effortlessly evaded Huiying's attack and emitted a resounding roar. Mountains and rivers, wielding a treasured sword, prepared to engage in battle. The soul beast, a formidable ape, swung its colossal fists, aiming to strike the mountains and rivers. With agility, they deftly evaded the blows while seeking an opportunity to counterattack. During the skirmish, they discerned that the ape's speed was remarkable and its strength immense. Only through their combined efforts could they barely contend with the soul beast. Continuing in this manner was not sustainable. "We must devise a strategy to uncover its vulnerability," remarked the mountains and rivers. After a moment of contemplation, Ling Shui suggested, "I suspect its eyes may be a weak point. We could attempt to strike at them." Mountains and rivers nodded. Then addressed Talon and Gray Shadow, "You shall divert its attention while Ling Shui and I seek an opportunity to strike at its eyes." Talon and Gray Shadow sprang into action, relentlessly assaulting the ape spirit beast, leaving it no respite to focus elsewhere. Meanwhile, Mountains and Ling Shui diligently searched for a chance. At last, when the ape spirit beast lunged at Talon, an opportunity presented itself. They unleashed a formidable surge of soul power simultaneously, striking true at the eyes of the beast. The ape spirit beast emitted a pained roar and collapsed to the ground. They had triumphed over the ape spirit beast and acquired its soul ring. Following this battle, Mountains and his companions grew increasingly cautious. They continued their quest across the Douluo Continent, seeking a passage to the enigmatic island. Finally, on a moonlit night, they stumbled upon a mysterious glow emanating from a cliff by the sea. Within the radiance, a pathway seemed to shimmer. Could this be the passage to the enigmatic island? Ling Shui exclaimed with excitement. Mountains and rivers observed the radiant glow with keen interest and remarked, "It is highly probable that we should venture within." They cautiously stepped into the brilliance, only to be enveloped by an overwhelming force. In an instant, darkness engulfed them, and they lost consciousness. Upon awakening, they discovered themselves on an unfamiliar island. The island was shrouded in an air of mystique, evoking the sensation of being transported to a fantastical realm. Endless adventures in Douluo. Shanchuan and his companions gradually opened their eyes, only to find themselves on an unfamiliar island. The very air seemed to be infused with an enigmatic power, while the surrounding scenery was breathtakingly beautiful, adorned with exotic flowers and peculiar plants. In the distance, ancient structures appeared to emerge from the mists. "Wow, what a place! It's stunning," Ling Shui exclaimed in awe. Mountains and rivers rose majestically as they vigilantly surveyed their surroundings. It seemed they had arrived at the fabled mysterious island. Everyone should exercise caution, for hidden dangers may lurk in the shadows. The gray figure nearby hopped about in excitement, exclaiming, "Surely, there are numerous formidable soul beasts and soul artifacts awaiting us." Talon spoke with a calm demeanor. "Master, we must remain vigilant and be prepared to confront any potential threats." They advanced cautiously, their eyes widening at the sight of various extraordinary plants along the way. Suddenly, a vividly colored bird soared overhead, leaving behind a series of melodious chirps. "What a beautiful bird!" Ling Xue exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration. The mountains furrowed their brows. In this unfamiliar realm, we could not afford to be complacent. Perhaps this seemingly beautiful little bird was, in fact, a soul beast. As the mountains had anticipated, the bird suddenly veered back, its form expanding instantaneously into a colossal raptor soul beast. Its feathers were as impenetrable as steel, and its eyes glimmered with a fierce light. "Prepare for battle," Mountain shouted, brandishing his sword as he charged forward. Ling Xue immediately harnessed her soul power, conjuring a curtain of water in an attempt to thwart the raptor soul beast's assault. Hui Ying transformed into a shadow, darting swiftly around the raptor soul beast in search of an opportunity to strike. Talon roared in fury, launching himself at the raptor soul beast, engaging in a fierce struggle with his immense strength. "This creature is incredibly swift," Ling Xue exclaimed. As Shanchuan dodged the fierce attacks of the raptor spirit beast, he urged his companions, "Everyone, coordinate your efforts and target its wings to render it flightless." After an intense battle, they finally succeeded in striking the wings of the raptor spirit beast, causing it to plummet to the ground. The creature let out an enraged roar. Yet, under the combined assault of Shanchuan and his allies, it was ultimately vanquished. They obtained the spirit ring from the raptor spirit beast, and upon absorbing it, Shanchuan experienced a further enhancement of his powers. Continuing their journey, they arrived before an ancient castle, its grand entrance firmly shut, enveloped in an air of mystery. "This castle appears quite extraordinary. There must be treasures within," Gray Shadow exclaimed with excitement. Shanchuan spoke cautiously, urging, "We must not be careless. Let us observe for a moment." They circled the castle, discovering that its walls were adorned with bizarre runes. Just as they were engulfed in confusion, the grand entrance of the castle slowly creaked open, revealing a colossal lion spirit beast emerging from within. This majestic creature radiated a golden luminescence, its gaze commanding and formidable. Its roar resonated with such intensity that it seemed capable of shattering one's very soul. "What a formidable spirit beast!" exclaimed Ling Xue in astonishment. Mountains and rivers gripped their swords tightly and proclaimed, "Fear not, everyone. Let us confront this together." They engaged in a breathtaking battle against the lion spirit beast. The lion spirit beast wielded immense power, each strike imposing significant pressure upon Mountains and his companions. "This cannot continue. We must devise a strategy to uncover its weakness," Mountains declared. After a moment of contemplation, Ling Xue suggested, "I believe its eyes may be the vulnerable point. We could attempt to strike at its eyes." The mountains and rivers nodded slightly, then addressed Talon and Gray Shadow. "You shall divert its attention while Ling Xue and I seek an opportunity to strike at its eyes." Talon and Gray Shadow immediately sprang into action, launching relentless assaults on the lion soul beast, ensuring it had no time to consider anything else. Meanwhile, the mountains and Ling Xue seized the moment to scout for an opening. At last, when the lion soul beast attacked Talon, they discovered their chance. They unleashed a potent surge of soul power simultaneously, striking true at the beast's eyes. The lion soul beast let out a pained roar and collapsed to the ground. They had triumphed over the lion soul beast and claimed its soul ring. Entering the castle, they encountered an array of enigmatic mechanisms and traps. They proceeded cautiously, ever vigilant. "This place is exceedingly perilous," Ling Xue remarked. The mountains and rivers responded, urging caution, as they believed they would surely uncover what they sought. Deep within the castle, they stumbled upon an enormous treasure chest, adorned with intricate, enigmatic runes that emanated a formidable surge of spiritual energy. "This must be a treasure," exclaimed Gray Shadow with palpable excitement. As they pried open the chest, a blinding radiance burst forth, revealing a mysterious staff nestled within. "Is this the soul artifact we have been searching for?" The mountains and rivers, along with their companions, gazed at the mysterious staff within the treasure chest, their eyes brimming with astonishment and anticipation. Ling Xue gently caressed the staff, remarking, "This staff appears remarkably formidable. It must undoubtedly be a powerful soul artifact." The mountains and rivers nod in acknowledgement, yet we must not let our guard down. Surely, greater perils await us on this island. The shadowy figure nearby bounces playfully, exclaiming, "What is there to fear? With the mighty Shanchuan by our side, we shall surely conquer all spirit beasts." However, Talon, with a composed demeanor, interjects, "Master, we must remain vigilant. The emergence of this staff may attract even more formidable spirit beasts." As Talon predicted, the moment they grasped the staff, the ground began to tremble violently. A colossal spider spirit beast emerged from beneath the earth, its body radiating a menacing purple glow, instilling fear in all who beheld it. "Everyone, be cautious," Shanchuan shouted, brandishing his sword and preparing for battle. Ling Xue swiftly summoned her soul power, conjuring a wall of ice in an attempt to impede the spider spirit beast's advance. The creature emitted a piercing shriek, unleashing a mass of viscous silk that instantly melted the ice barrier. "This silk is formidable," Ling Xue gasped in astonishment. The shadow, now taking the form of gray shadow, darted around the spider spirit beast, seeking an opportunity to strike. Yet, the spider's reflexes were astonishingly swift, consistently thwarting gray shadow's attempts. Talon, in a fit of rage, charged at the spider spirit beast, engaging it in a fierce struggle with his immense strength. However, the beast's exoskeleton proved impenetrably tough, rendering Talon's attacks largely ineffective. "This cannot continue. We must devise a strategy," Shanchuan declared. After a moment of contemplation, Ling Xue suggested, "I believe we can exploit its weaknesses. Spiders are generally averse to fire. We should attempt to attack it using fire-based soul power." The mountains and rivers nodded in agreement, acknowledging it as a splendid idea. "Shadow," they instructed, "distract its attention while Ling Xue and I prepare our fire-based soul power assault. Talon, await the opportune moment to strike at its abdomen." Without hesitation, Shadow sprang into action, darting around the spider soul beast, provoking it incessantly. Infuriated by Shadow's taunts, the spider soul beast retaliated with frenzied attacks directed at Shadow. Taking advantage of the moment, Shanchuan and Ling Xue focused their fire element soul power, preparing to launch an assault. As the attention of the spider soul beast was entirely captivated by Huaying, both Shanchuan and Ling Xue unleashed a formidable fire-based soul attack. Flames instantly enveloped the spider soul beast, which emitted a cry of anguish. Seizing the opportunity, Talon charged towards the abdomen of the spider soul beast, delivering a tremendous blow with all his might. Under the combined force of their onslaught, the spider soul beast ultimately collapsed to the ground. They had triumphed over the spider soul beast and acquired its soul ring. After absorbing the soul ring, Shanchuan experienced a significant enhancement in strength. They continued to explore the island, seeking more soul artifacts and treasures. Deep within the island, they stumbled upon a mysterious cave, emanating powerful waves of soul energy, suggesting the presence of immense treasures within. "This cave appears quite unusual. Let us venture inside," Shanchuan remarked. Proceeding cautiously into the cave, they found it dark and damp, with walls glimmering with peculiar lights. Within the depths of the cave, they discovered a long sword radiating a captivating blue glow. "This sword must undoubtedly be a formidable soul artifact," Ling Xue exclaimed enthusiastically. However, just as they prepared to seize the sword, a colossal serpentine soul beast descended from the cave's ceiling. This creature exuded a green luminescence, its eyes flashing with a fierce intensity. "Be careful," Shanchuan shouted, brandishing his sword and charging forward. The serpentine beast opened its gaping maw, lunging towards Shanchuan. With agility, Shanchuan evaded the creature's attacks while searching for its vulnerability. Ling Xue summoned her soul energy, conjuring a curtain of water in an attempt to obstruct the beast's advance. Yet, the creature's might was overwhelming, effortlessly shattering the water barrier. Huiying transformed into a shadow, swiftly darting around the serpentine beast, seeking an opportunity to strike. Meanwhile, Tailong awaited the opportune moment to deliver a decisive blow. "This serpentine beast is quite formidable. We must devise a strategy," Shanchuan stated. After a moment of contemplation, Ling Xue proposed, "I believe we can exploit its poor vision by attacking from various angles." Shanchuan nodded, acknowledging the brilliant idea. "Huiying, you shall divert its attention to the left, while Tailong, you take the right. Ling Xue and I will launch our assault from the front." They swiftly enacted their strategy. Huiying and Tailong effectively drew the attention of the serpentine soul beast from either side, while Shanchuan and Ling Xue mounted their frontal attack. The serpentine soul beast became disoriented by their onslaught. The battle between Shanchuan and his companions and the serpentine soul beast grew increasingly intense. The serpentine soul beast writhed its body, spewing forth a virulent green venom that splattered onto the ground, instantly corroding it into deep craters. Everyone, be cautious. This venom is formidable, Shanchuan shouted. Ling Xue swiftly summoned her soul energy, conjuring a protective water curtain around them to shield against the venom's assault. This soul beast is incredibly challenging. What other abilities might it possess? Hua Ying inquired, deftly evading the serpent's strikes. Talon fixed his gaze upon the soul beast, responding. Judging by its demeanor, it surely has more powerful techniques yet to unleash. The serpentine soul beast appeared to comprehend their dialogue, suddenly emitting a piercing shriek as the scales upon its body began to shimmer with an eerie luminescence. Subsequently, it unleashed a potent beam of green light from its mouth, shattering the rocks in its wake. Mountains and rivers swiftly raised the treasured sword, shielding himself from the radiant light, yet the force was overwhelmingly powerful, causing him to stagger backward repeatedly. What tremendous strength! He gritted through clenched teeth. Ling Xue, filled with urgency, exclaimed, "We must devise a strategy. We cannot withstand this assault head-on." Suddenly, Hui Ying had a brilliant idea, saying, "I have a plan. We can utilize its attack to counterstrike. When it unleashes that green light again, we shall concentrate our powers on Shanchuan's sword and rebound the light back." Tai Long nodded in agreement. It's worth a try. Thus, they awaited the serpent-like spirit beast's next assault. True to form, the beast emitted another burst of green light, and Shanchuan and the others immediately focused their spirit energy into the sword. In an instant, the sword blazed with brilliance, successfully deflecting the green light back at the foe. The serpent-like spirit beast was struck by its own attack, emitting a cry of anguish. Yet, rather than retreating, it became even more frenzied in its onslaught. "It seems we have provoked it," Ling Xue noted. The mountains and rivers spoke calmly. "Everyone, do not panic. Let us proceed according to our plan." They deftly evaded the assaults of the serpentine soul beast, seeking opportunities for counterattack. The speed of the serpentine soul beast increased, and its assaults became more ferocious. "Continuing in this manner is untenable. We must swiftly discover its vulnerability," Tyrone remarked. Suddenly, Gray Shadow had a revelation and said, "I recall a certain soul beast whose weakness lies at the 7-inch mark. I wonder if this serpentine soul beast shares the same characteristic." The mountains and rivers gleamed with insight as they proclaimed, "Indeed, let us attempt to strike at its vulnerable spot." They began to deliberately provoke the serpentine spirit beast into an attack, seizing the opportunity to locate its critical weakness. After considerable effort, they finally discerned the beast's Achilles heel. "Now is the moment," shouted the mountains and rivers, brandishing the treasured sword and plunging it with all their strength towards the spirit beast's vital point. Simultaneously, Ling Xue channeled her soul power to augment the assault. Meanwhile, Hui Ying and Tai Long engaged the serpentine spirit beast, ensuring it had no chance to evade. The sword struck true, piercing the beast's vulnerable spot, eliciting a harrowing shriek as it collapsed to the ground. They had triumphed in vanquishing the serpentine spirit beast and secured its soul ring. Upon absorbing the soul rings, the mountains and rivers experienced a further enhancement of their strength. They continued to explore the enigmatic island, in search of more soul artifacts and treasures. As they traversed the winding path of the island, a sudden low growl echoed through the air. "What is that sound?" Ling Xue inquired anxiously. The mountains and rivers vigilantly surveyed their surroundings, stating, "I do not know. But there must be a soul beast nearby. Everyone, be cautious." As the roar drew nearer, a colossal bear-shaped soul beast materialized before them, towering several meters high. Its body was covered in tough fur, and its eyes gleamed with a fierce light. "This creature appears formidable," remarked Gray Shadow. Talon clenched his fists and declared, "No matter how powerful it may be, we must not retreat." Upon noticing them, the bear-shaped soul beast charged forward with alarming speed, reaching them in an instant. Shanchuan hastily raised his sword to deflect the onslaught of the formidable bear-shaped spirit beast. Yet, the creature's immense strength left his arm numb from the impact. "Such overwhelming power," Shanchuan exclaimed. Ling Xue swiftly summoned her soul energy, conjuring an ice wall in an attempt to impede the beast's advance. However, with a mere swipe of its claw, the bear-shaped spirit beast shattered the barrier. "This creature's might is truly terrifying," Ling Xue gasped. Meanwhile, Hua Ying transformed into a shadow, swiftly circling around the bear-shaped spirit beast in search of an opportune moment to strike. Nonetheless, the beast's reflexes were astonishingly swift, consistently landing precise hits on Huaying. Talon let out a furious roar. The battle between the Mountain and River Alliance and the bear-shaped soul beast has reached a stalemate. The bear-shaped soul beast emits deafening roars. Wielding its enormous paws, each strike infused with tremendous strength and destructive power. This creature is exceedingly difficult to contend with. Ling Shui exclaimed while deftly evading the bear's ferocious assaults. The mountains and rivers furrowed their brows, responding, "We cannot confront it head-on. We must devise a strategy to uncover its weaknesses." The shadowy figure darted nearby, suggesting, given its formidable strength, perhaps speed is its Achilles heel. Talon nodded in agreement. That makes sense. We shall attempt to strike from various angles, overwhelming it with our onslaught. With that, they began to disperse, launching attacks on the bear-shaped soul beast from multiple directions. Shanchuan wielded his sword, moving swiftly around the beast in search of an opening. Lingxue summoned her soul power, conjuring a barrage of water arrows that relentlessly assailed the creature. The shadow transformed into a dark silhouette, executing sudden strikes from behind the beast. Talon, utilizing his immense strength, faced the bear-shaped soul beast head-on. Enraged by their assaults, the beast let out a thunderous roar, its fur bristling as it unleashed a torrent of flames from its maw. "Be careful," Shanchuan shouted, quickly evading the fiery attack. Lingxue hastily summoned a water barrier, attempting to shield against the flames, but the barrier evaporated instantly under the searing heat. "This soul beast's abilities are formidable," Lingxue exclaimed. The shadow urged, "We must not be daunted by its flames. Continue the assault." They resumed their attack. Yet the bear-shaped soul beast's fiery onslaught made it difficult to advance. "This won't do. We must devise a method to counter its flame abilities," Shanchuan declared. After a moment of contemplation, Talon remarked, "I recall a type of soul artifact that can counter flames. We should search for it." Thus, they began to scour the vicinity for any potential soul artifacts. In a nearby corner, they discovered a gem emanating a blue glow. "This gem appears quite extraordinary. It may very well be the soul artifact we seek," Lingxue remarked. The mountains and rivers bore witness as the gem was grasped, emanating an overwhelming force. He endeavored to channel the gem's power, and in an instant, a radiant blue glow enveloped them. When the bear-shaped spirit beast unleashed flames once more, the azure luminescence effectively shielded them from the fiery assault. "Splendid! It works!" Gray Shadow exclaimed with exhilaration. Seizing the moment, they launched another wave of attacks, gradually pushing the bear-shaped spirit beast into a precarious situation. However, the beast refused to concede, suddenly emitting a more ferocious roar as its body began to swell. "What is it attempting to do?" Ling Shui inquired with evident trepidation. With a grave expression, Mountain River remarked, "It seems it is about to unleash its final move. Everyone, be cautious." The bear-shaped spirit beast's body swelled to its utmost limit before it charged toward them with tremendous speed, its strength magnified several times compared to before. The group swiftly sought refuge, yet the extensive attack range of the bear-shaped spirit beast ensnared them nonetheless. What an overwhelming force! Talon stumbled back several paces from the impact. Shanchuan gritted his teeth and declared, "We must not retreat. We shall surely defeat it." They gathered once more, concentrating all their strength. Holding his treasured sword, Shanchuan emanated a powerful wave of soul energy. Lingxue, Huiying, and Tailong also infused their soul energy into Shanchuan's sword. The blade radiated with brilliance as Shanchuan swung it with great force, sending a formidable sword aura towards the bear-shaped soul beast. Struck by the sword aura, the beast let out a sorrowful cry and collapsed to the ground. They had successfully vanquished the bear-shaped soul beast and obtained its soul ring. After Shanchuan absorbed the soul ring, his power experienced another enhancement. Following this intense battle, they all felt somewhat fatigued. Yet, they were aware that on this enigmatic island, further challenges awaited them. "We must find a place to rest and recuperate," Lingxue suggested. Mountains and rivers nodded in agreement, stating, "Very well. Let us first seek a secure location." They scoured the island for a secluded spot to rest and recuperate. During their respite, they contemplated their next course of action. "This island undoubtedly harbors many formidable soul beasts and precious soul artifacts. We must remain vigilant," remarked Mountains and Rivers. Gray Shadow concurred, "Indeed, we must exercise greater caution. There may be creatures even more formidable than that bear-shaped soul beast we encountered." Talon remained silent, absorbed in thoughts on how to optimally harness his abilities to aid Mountains and Rivers in facing the challenges that lay ahead. After a period of rest, they resumed their journey along the path of Douluo's pinnacle. After a brief respite on the enigmatic island, Mountain River, Ling Shui, Gray Shadow, and Talon embarked once more on their challenging journey of adventure. Ling Shui expressed a mixture of anticipation and apprehension as she pondered the nature of the soul beast that lay ahead. Mountains and Rivers gripped the sword tightly in hand. With a gaze resolute, no matter what challenges arise, we shall confront them with courage. The shadow of Gray flitted through the air, eagerly exclaiming, I can hardly wait for another grand battle. Talon, steady and composed, trailed closely behind, ever vigilant. They traversed a rugged path, the atmosphere around them gradually growing eerie. Suddenly, a deep, rumbling roar echoed from the distance. An ominous presence. Instantly, Mountains and Rivers halted, alertly gazing towards the source of the sound. The group tensed, and soon a colossal avian spirit beast swooped down from the sky. This magnificent creature was adorned in vibrant plumage, its wings stretching over several meters, and its sharp talons glimmered ominously. Wow, this spirit beast is truly majestic, Ling Shui marveled. The avian spirit beast emitted a piercing cry before launching itself towards them. Mountains and Rivers swiftly raised the sword to defend. But the beast's formidable force sent him staggering back several paces. Such immense power. He gritted his teeth. The gray shadow swiftly transformed into a silhouette, circling around the avian spirit beast in search of an opportunity to strike. The beast flapped its wings, unleashing a tempest that sent the gray shadow tumbling in disarray. Talon roared in fury, charging at the avian spirit beast and swinging his fist towards its body. The beast adeptly evaded Talon's assault, then lashed out with its claws. Ling Shui promptly summoned her soul power, conjuring a wall of ice to shield against the beast's talons. This spirit beast moves with such swiftness. It is indeed a formidable foe. The Mountains and Rivers observed the movements of the avian spirit beast with a calm demeanor and remarked, We must devise a means to restrain its speed. Suddenly, the shadowy figure interjected, I have an idea. We can ensnare it with traps. The group found merit in this suggestion and proceeded to set traps around the vicinity, utilizing the surrounding terrain along with branches, stones, and other materials. They crafted a rudimentary trap. The avian spirit beast seemed to sense their intentions and grew increasingly vigilant, soaring through the air as it sought an opportunity to strike. We must lure it in, stated the Mountains and Rivers. Ling Shui nodded and then summoned her soul power, conjuring a massive water sphere which she hurled toward the avian spirit beast. Drawn to the water sphere, the beast swooped down to attack it. Just as it neared the ground, the trap was triggered. Ropes from the trap ensnared the wings of the avian spirit beast in an instant, rendering it incapable of flight. The creature emitted a furious cry, struggling desperately against its bonds. Now is our chance, shouted the Mountains and Rivers, charging forward with a sword in hand. Talon followed closely behind, swinging his fist toward the avian spirit beast. Meanwhile, Ling Shui relentlessly unleashed her soul power to assault the creature. Although trapped, the avian spirit beast continued to resist fiercely, opening its mouth to expel a torrent of scorching flames. Be careful, the Mountains and Rivers exclaimed, swiftly evading the fiery onslaught. Seizing the opportunity, the shadowy figure soared onto the back of the avian spirit beast, clawing at its feathers. In agony, the beast struggled even more vigorously. After an intense battle, they ultimately succeeded in vanquishing the avian spirit beast. As it collapsed, it transformed into a radiant light, leaving behind a precious soul ring. After absorbing the soul ring, Shanchuan felt a significant enhancement in his strength. The power of this soul ring was astonishing. As he sensed the surge of soul energy within him, he exclaimed with excitement. Ling Shui smiled and replied, Wonderful. We have grown even stronger. They continued their exploration on the island and soon arrived at a mysterious valley. A delicate mist enveloped the valley, obscuring the view within. This valley appears quite enigmatic. I wonder what lies inside, Gray Shadow remarked with curiosity. Shanchuan cautiously remarked, Let us proceed with care and explore within. They ventured into the valley, discovering a plethora of peculiar flora thriving amidst its depths. At the heart of the valley lay a vast cavern, emanating a formidable surge of soul energy. Surely, formidable soul beasts or soul artifacts dwell within, Talon declared. They tread softly into the cave, enveloped in an aura of darkness and dampness. Suddenly, a colossal spider soul beast descended from the cavern's apex. This creature was even larger than those they had encountered previously, adorned with an intricate pattern upon its form. Another spider soul beast, Ling Shui exclaimed in astonishment. The spider soul beast emitted a piercing shriek, subsequently launching a mass of viscous silk towards them. Shanchuan swiftly brandished his sword to sever the thread, while cautioning everyone, beware of its mountains and rivers, Lingxue, Gray Shadow. And Talon stood resolutely before the enigmatic spider soul beast. This creature appeared formidable. Gray shadows circled in the air, his tone laced with a hint of apprehension. Mountains and rivers firmly grasped the treasured sword, their gaze unwavering as they confronted the spider soul beast. Regardless of the circumstances, we shall triumph over it. Ling Shui stood to the side, her eyes betraying concern. Be cautious, everyone. The web of this spider soul beast is quite troublesome. Talon, flexing his muscles, proclaimed with authority, come forth, let me engage with it properly. The spider soul beast unleashed another torrent of silk, swiftly advancing toward them. Without hesitation, mountains and rivers swung their sword, severing the threads while charging at the spider soul beast. The creature nimbly evaded mountains and rivers' assault, then lunged with its sharp claws toward them. Watch out! Ling Shui shouted, promptly channeling her spirit power to summon a wall of water, intercepting the beast's claws. Shanchuan seized the opportunity to adjust his stance and once more swung his sword at the spider soul beast. The creature emitted an enraged cry, then unleashed a stream of venom from its maw. Quick, dodge! Talon shouted, swiftly pulling Shanchuan aside. The venom splattered onto the ground, instantly corroding a large pit. The gray shadow flitted through the air, searching for an opening to strike. We must devise a strategy to counter its venom and web, Ling Shui remarked. After a moment of contemplation, Shanchuan remarked, I have an idea. We can harness Tailong's strength to draw the attention of the spider soul beast, while Gray Shadow and I launch a flanking assault. Ling Shui, you shall provide support from a distance. The group nodded in agreement. Without hesitation, Tailong charged towards the spider soul beast, swinging his fists and launching a relentless barrage of attacks. Incensed by Tailong's onslaught, the spider soul beast directed all its fury towards him. As Shanchuan and Huang took the opportunity to circumvent from the side, poised to launch their assault, Ling Shui, from a distance, harnessed her soul power to conjure a barrage of water arrows, which she directed toward the spider soul beast. The spider soul beast, sensing their approach, attempted to pivot and respond, yet Talon ensnared it tightly, preventing it from diverting its attention. As Shanchuan and Huiying seized the opportunity, they approached the spider soul beast. Shanchuan raised his precious sword and struck forcefully at the beast's leg, while Huiying clawed at its body. The spider soul beast emitted a cry of agony, violently tossing Shanchuan and Huiying away. Everyone, be careful! Ling Shui shouted, swiftly channeling her soul power to conjure a soft curtain of water that caught both Shanchuan and Huiying. Shanchuan rose from the curtain of water, wiping the traces of blood from the corner of his mouth, and remarked, this fellow is indeed formidable. Talong charged once more towards the spider soul beast, engaging in a fierce battle. Shanchuan and Huiying rejoined the fray, diligently seeking the creature's vulnerabilities. After an intense struggle, they finally discerned that the abdomen of the spider soul beast was relatively soft, potentially its Achilles heel. Let us concentrate our assault on its abdomen, Shanchuan shouted. The group immediately adjusted their attack strategy, uniting their strength to target the creature's underbelly. Sensing the imminent threat, the spider soul beast retaliated with wild ferocity, spewing webs and venom in an attempt to thwart their offensive. Yet, undeterred, Shanchuan and his companions pressed on, relentlessly attacking the beast's abdomen. Ultimately, through their combined efforts, they shattered the creature's underbelly, causing it to collapse to the ground. They had triumphed over the spider soul beast and acquired its soul ring. Following the absorption of the soul ring, Shanchuan felt a significant surge in his strength. After vanquishing the spider soul beast, they continued their exploration of the island. Throughout this journey, the bond between Shanchuan and Ling Shui gradually deepened. One day, they rested amidst a breathtaking sea of blossoms. Ling Shui gazed at Shanchuan, her eyes brimming with tenderness. Shanchuan, do you think we can continue on like this forever? Ling Shui softly inquired. The mountains and rivers clasped Ling Shui's hand firmly and declared, we shall prevail. Together we will grow stronger and return to our world. Ling Shui nodded, a joyful smile gracing her face. At that moment, a formidable soul beast materialized unexpectedly. This creature resembled a colossal lion, radiating an overwhelming aura of soul power. This is bad, a soul beast. Gray Shadow immediately soared into the air, alerting everyone. Shanchuan and Tailong swiftly rose to their feet, poised to confront the onslaught of the soul beast. Ling Shui also summoned her soul power, bracing herself for battle. The lion soul beast let out a thunderous roar and charged towards them. Shanchuan hastily raised his treasured sword to parry the beast's assault. However, the lion soul beast possessed immense strength, causing Shanchuan to stagger backward repeatedly. What formidable power! Shanchuan gritted his teeth and exclaimed. Tailong unleashed a fierce roar and charged at the lion-soul beast, embarking on the journey of the Douluo warriors. Mountains and rivers, Ling Shui, Gray Shadow, and Talon were all filled with vigilance as they confronted the formidable lion spirit beast. The beast unleashed a thunderous roar, its imposing presence seemingly capable of engulfing them entirely. This creature was indeed a formidable adversary. Gray Shadow anxiously flitted through the air. Mountains and rivers tightly gripped the sword in his hand. His gaze resolutely fixed upon the lion spirit beast. No matter how formidable it may be, we must not retreat. Ling Shui stood beside him, her eyes equally filled with determination. Indeed, we shall fight together. Talon stretched his muscles and declared loudly, Come forth, let me see the extent of your prowess. The lion spirit beast lunged forward with lightning speed. Mounting a swift defense, mountains and rivers raised his sword, but was jolted by the beast's overwhelming strength, leaving his arm numb. Such immense power. Mountains and rivers marveled. Ling Shui immediately summoned her soul power, conjuring a curtain of water in an attempt to thwart the lion spirit beast's assault. The beast collided fiercely with the water barrier, shattering it in an instant. This creature is incredibly powerful, Ling Shui thought, her expression grave. The gray shadow circled above, searching for an opportunity to strike. We must devise a strategy. Talon roared in fury, charging toward the lion spirit beast and swinging his fist with great force. The lion spirit beast adeptly evaded Talon's assault before lunging forward with its claws. Taking advantage of the moment, Shanchuan launched a side attack on the lion spirit beast, his sword slicing through the air, leaving a glimmering trail of cold light. The lion spirit beast, sensing the impending strike, swiftly pivoted and lashed out with its tail, sending Shanchuan flying. Shanchuan! Ling Shui exclaimed in alarm, rushing over to assess his condition. Shanchuan rose from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. I am fine, let us continue the fight. They once again engaged in a fierce battle with the lion spirit beast. Amidst the chaos of combat, the bond between Shanchuan and Ling Shui grew ever more profound. Be careful, Shanchuan exclaimed as he noticed the lion spirit beast lunging towards Ling Shui. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed forward, placing himself protectively in front of her. Ling Shui gazed at Shanchuan with a mixture of admiration and concern. Why are you being so foolish? The mountains and rivers smiled faintly, for I cannot allow you to come to harm. The assaults from the lion spirit beast grew increasingly ferocious, and they gradually found themselves in a dire predicament. At that moment, Gray Shadow suddenly discerned something peculiar. Look, the eyes of the lion spirit beast seem somewhat amiss, Gray Shadow remarked. Shanchuan and Ling Shui scrutinized the eyes of the lion spirit beast and noticed a faint glimmer flickering within them. Could this be its vulnerability? Ling Shui speculated. Shanchuan nodded thoughtfully. It is indeed possible. Let us attempt to strike at its eyes. They began to adjust their tactics, aiming to assault the eyes of the lion spirit beast. The lion spirit beast seemed to sense their intentions and retaliated with even greater ferocity, preventing them from approaching its eyes. Tyrone, draw its attention while Ling Shui and I seek an opportunity to attack its eyes, Shanchuan instructed. Tyrone acknowledged his command and charged once more towards the lion spirit beast, engaging in a fierce battle. Meanwhile, Shanchuan and Ling Shui remained vigilant, searching for an opening. At long last, through Tyrone's relentless efforts, the lion spirit beast revealed a vulnerability. Seizing the moment, Shanchuan and Ling Shui launched their assaults on the creature's eyes simultaneously. The sword and water arrow struck true, piercing the lion spirit beast's eyes. With a pained roar, it collapsed to the ground. They had triumphed over the lion spirit beast, acquiring its soul ring. Upon absorbing the ring, Shanchuan experienced a significant enhancement in strength. In the adventures that followed, they encountered a myriad of soul beasts and challenges. With each battle, they grew stronger, and their bonds deepened. One day, they arrived at a mysterious valley, shrouded in a thin veil of mist that obscured the surroundings. This valley appears enigmatic. One wonders what secrets lie within, Gray Shadow remarked with curiosity. Shanchuan cautiously remarked, let us proceed with care and explore within. As they ventured into the valley, they were greeted by an array of peculiar flora. Deep within the valley, a vast cavern loomed, emanating a potent aura of soul energy. Surely, powerful soul beasts or soul artifacts reside within, Talon asserted. They cautiously entered the cave, which was shrouded in darkness and dampness. Suddenly, a colossal serpent soul beast descended from the cave's ceiling. This serpent was larger than any soul beast they had previously encountered, its scales shimmering with an icy luminescence. Wow! This creature is enormous, Ling Xue exclaimed in astonishment. The serpent soul beast let out a deep growl and lunged toward them. Shanchuan swiftly raised his sword to defend, but was staggered back by the beast's overwhelming force. This creature is formidable, Shanchuan muttered. Shanchuan, Ling Xue, Huiying, and Tai Long swiftly dispersed under the onslaught of the colossal serpent spirit beast, each seeking their own strategy for confrontation. This foe is indeed formidable. Huiying circled in the air, her tone fraught with tension. Mountains and rivers clasped tightly around the precious sword, their gaze fixed intently upon the serpent spirit beast. Everyone, be cautious. This creature possesses immense strength, warned Ling Xue, her expression grave. We must devise a strategy. Tai Long, stretching his limbs, proclaimed boldly, what is there to fear? Let us confront it head-on. The serpent spirit beast launched another assault, its gaping maw unleashing a torrent of black venom. Swiftly, Shanchuan swung his sword, attempting to cleave through the noxious fumes. Get back, Ling Xue cried, simultaneously channeling her soul energy to conjure a curtain of water, which shielded them from a portion of the toxic gas. The shadowy figure danced through the air, evading the venom's onslaught. This toxin is formidable, should it touch us. We would be in dire straits, it mused. We cannot remain so passive, Shanchuan contemplated. We must identify its weakness. Ling Xue nodded in agreement. Indeed. Let us scrutinize its movements closely. As they deftly dodged the serpent spirit beast's strikes, they sought its vulnerabilities. During this perilous endeavor, Shanchuan and Ling Xue exchanged knowing glances, their understanding of one another deepening. Tai Long, ever the brave one, charged forward, relentlessly attacking the serpent spirit beast in an effort to draw its attention. Tai Long, be careful, Shanchuan shouted. Rest assured, I shall be fine, Tai Long replied confidently. After a period of careful observation, they discerned that the beast's eyes appeared to be its Achilles heel. Each time they struck at its eyes, the serpent spirit beast exhibited profound rage and agitation. It seems we have discovered its weakness, Ling Xue noted. However, it will undoubtedly guard its eyes more vigilantly now, Shanchuan remarked, furrowing his brow. We can employ a feinting strategy, suggested the shadowy figure. I shall divert its attention while you strike at its eyes. A brilliant idea, they echoed in unison. The shadowy figure darted towards the serpent spirit beast, spiraling around it to disrupt its line of sight. Enraged, the beast lashed out wildly at the shadow. Seizing the opportunity, Shanchuan and Ling Xue swiftly approached the serpent spirit beast, poised to strike. Tai Long, too, lent his support with continuous attacks to divert its focus. Now, Shanchuan shouted, thrusting his sword toward the beast's eye. Simultaneously, Ling Xue summoned her soul energy to launch a water arrow aimed at the same target. The serpent spirit beast sensed their assault and attempted to evade, but it was too late. The sword and water arrow struck its eye simultaneously, eliciting a pained roar as it collapsed to the ground. They had triumphed over the serpent spirit beast, claiming its soul ring. After Shanchuan absorbed the ring, his powers surged further. As their adventure continued, they encountered a myriad of spirit beasts and challenges, deepening the bond between Shanchuan and Ling Xue. One fateful day, they arrived at an enigmatic forest. A mysterious aura permeates the forest, instilling an unsettling chill within those who wander its paths. This forest feels profoundly peculiar, remarked Ling Xue. Shanchuan nodded cautiously, warning, be careful. There may be formidable soul beasts lurking here. They treaded carefully into the forest when suddenly, an unusual sound pierced the air. What was that noise? Gray Shadow inquired warily. I am not certain. Let us investigate, Shanchuan replied. Following the direction of the sound, they stumbled upon a massive bird's nest, within which lay an injured little bird soul beast. This poor creature, Ling Xue lamented with compassion. Shanchuan observed the injuries of the little bird spirit beast with great care. It appeared to have been attacked by other spirit beasts. They resolved to assist the little bird spirit beast in its healing. Ling Xue summoned her soul power, conjuring a gentle radiance that enveloped the little bird spirit beast. Gradually, its wounds began to mend. The little bird spirit beast opened its eyes, gazing at them with profound gratitude. Thank you, little bird, Ling Xue said softly. The little bird spirit beast seemed to comprehend her words and chirped gently in response. At that moment, a colossal eagle spirit beast soared into view. Upon noticing their aid to the little bird spirit beast, the eagle spirit beast immediately charged toward them in a fit of rage. This is bad. It's the little bird spirit beast's enemy, Shanchuan exclaimed. They hurriedly prepared for battle. The eagle spirit beast was incredibly swift, reaching them in an instant. Everyone, be cautious, Shanchuan shouted, brandishing his sword towards the eagle spirit beast. Mountains and rivers, Ling Shui, Gray Shadow, and Talon swiftly entered a state of combat upon confronting the formidable eagle soul beast. This creature approaches with great ferocity. Gray Shadow exclaimed anxiously as he circled in the air. The mountains and rivers tightly grasped the treasured sword, their gaze resolute. Fear not. We shall confront this together. Ling Shui stood beside them, nodding slightly. Indeed, we will surely triumph over it. The eagle spirit beast emitted a piercing cry, its wings beating fiercely, conjuring a tempest that surged toward them. The mountain and river hastily swung their sword in defense, the ferocious winds rendering them somewhat unsteady. What a formidable gust! They exclaimed. Ling Shui promptly channeled her spirit power, summoning a wall of water in an attempt to thwart the raging winds. However, the might of the eagle spirit beast proved overwhelming, shattering the water barrier instantaneously. This creature is quite formidable, Ling Shui remarked, furrowing her brow. Talon roared with fury, charging toward the eagle spirit beast, his fist raised to strike. The beast nimbly evaded Talon's assault, retaliating with its sharp claws. Talon, be cautious, the mountains and rivers shouted. Talon swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the beast's claws. Yet, the eagle spirit beast launched a relentless barrage of attacks, leaving Talon momentarily bewildered. We must devise a strategy, the mountains and rivers declared. Ling Shui pondered for a moment before suggesting, it appears that the eagle spirit beast primarily relies on the wind generated by its wings for its attacks. If we could incapacitate its wings, we might diminish its strength. A splendid idea, the mountains and rivers agreed. Gray Shadow, divert its attention from the air, while Ling Shui, Talon, and I seize the opportunity to strike at its wings. Gray Shadow acknowledged with a nod, swiftly soaring towards the eagle spirit beast, persistently harassing it. Enraged, the eagle spirit beast began to pursue Gray Shadow. Amidst the chaos, Shanchuan, Ling Shui, and Tailong stealthily approached the eagle soul beast from various directions, seeking the opportune moment to strike. As the eagle soul beast fixated on attacking the Gray Shadow, Shanchuan seized the moment, leaping into the air and brandishing his sword toward the beast's wing. The eagle soul beast sensed the impending danger and attempted to evade, but it was too late. The blade carved a deep gash into its wing, eliciting a piercing cry of agony as it turned to lunge at Shanchuan. Ling Shui swiftly summoned her soul power, conjuring a water arrow that soared toward the eagle soul beast. Seizing the opportunity, Tailong charged forward, delivering a powerful punch to the creature. Together, their coordinated assault began to overwhelm the eagle soul beast, yet it remained defiant in the face of defeat. Suddenly, it emitted a shrill cry, its body radiating an intense glow. This is not good. It's about to unleash its ultimate attack, Gray Shadow shouted from the air. The mountains and rivers quickly made preparations for defense. The eagle soul beast unleashed a powerful wave of soul energy, causing the air around them to seem to solidify. Subsequently, it expelled a massive blade of wind from its mouth, hurtling towards them. The mountains and rivers swiftly evaded, yet the speed of the wind blades was astonishingly rapid, resulting in some individuals sustaining minor injuries. This fellow is remarkably formidable, Talon gasped, panting heavily. The mountains furrowed their brows, contemplating a strategy. Suddenly, an idea struck him. We can harness the surrounding environment to counter its razor winds, proclaimed Shanchuan. Ling Shui, employ your soul power to manipulate the nearby trees, forming a barrier. Talon, you and I shall assault the eagle soul beast to divert its attention. Huiying continued to harass it from the air. Everyone sprang into action per Shanchuan's plan. Ling Shui unleashed her soul power, commanding the trees around them to erect a formidable shield. Talon and Shanchuan charged once more at the eagle soul beast, engaging it in a fierce battle, while Huiying persistently troubled the beast from above. Through their coordinated efforts, the eagle soul beast's assaults gradually diminished. Ultimately, under the combined force of their onslaught, they triumphed over the creature, claiming its soul ring. Upon absorbing the ring, Shanchuan experienced a significant enhancement in his strength. As they continued their adventures, they encountered a myriad of soul beasts and challenges. Throughout this journey, the bond between Shanchuan and Ling Shui deepened significantly. One day, they arrived at a mysterious valley, shrouded in a thin mist that obscured the view within. This valley appears enigmatic. One wonders what secrets lie inside, Huiying remarked with curiosity. Mountains and rivers spoke cautiously. Be careful, let us venture inside and take a look. As they entered the valley, they discovered a myriad of peculiar plants flourishing within. Deep in the recesses of the valley, there lay a cavern of immense proportions. An overwhelming aura of soul power emanated from within. Surely, there are formidable soul beasts or soul artifacts inside, Talon remarked. They proceeded into the cave with utmost care, enveloped by its dim and damp atmosphere. Suddenly, a gigantic spider soul beast descended from the cavern ceiling. In the enigmatic valley's cavern, Shanchuan, Lingxue, Huiying, and Tailong encountered a colossal spider soul beast. This monstrous creature, exuding an eerie violet glow, boasted 8 furry, elongated legs that resembled sharp spears, instilling a sense of dread. "What manner of beast is this?" Tailong exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Mountains and rivers gripped the sword tightly in his hand, his expression grave as he cautioned, "Be wary, this adversary appears formidable." Lingxue furrowed her brow slightly, her gaze fixed intently on the spider soul beast. The fluctuations of its soul power are exceedingly potent. Gray shadows circled in the air, anxiously warning, "Everyone, stay alert. This spider surely possesses formidable soul beast skills." The spider soul beast emitted a chilling screech, then swiftly charged toward them. Its speed was astonishing, appearing before them in an instant. "Quick, evade!" Mountain shouted, hastily sidestepping. Lingxue responded with equal swiftness, channeling her soul power to teleport to the side. Talon, relying on his robust physique, braced himself against the spider soul beast's strike. This creature possesses immense strength. Talon gritted his teeth. The spider soul beast, having missed its initial attack, immediately launched another assault. It opened its gaping maw wide and spat forth a glob of black venom. Mountains and rivers swiftly wielded his sword, unleashing a blade of energy in an attempt to cleave through the noxious liquid. Lingxue similarly summoned her spiritual power, conjuring a curtain of water to thwart the venom's assault. "This toxin is formidable. It would be troublesome if we were to be contaminated," Lingxue remarked. Observing the movements of the spider soul beast from above, Huiying cautioned, "Everyone, heed my words. The creature's vulnerability may lie in its abdomen." Mountains and rivers nodded in agreement. "Very well. We shall seize the opportunity to strike at its underbelly." They commenced an intense battle against the spider spirit beast. Amidst the conflict, the bond between mountains and Lingxue deepened significantly. Whenever peril loomed, they would unhesitatingly shield one another from harm. "Be cautious, mountains," Lingxue exclaimed as she observed the spider spirit beast lunging toward him. Without a moment's hesitation, she summoned her soul power, conjuring a formidable ice wall to intercept the beast's assault. Shanchuan cast a grateful glance at Lingxue, expressing his appreciation. Meanwhile, Tailong relentlessly assaulted the spider soul beast, striving to divert its attention. "Behold my strength," Tailong bellowed, raising his fist to strike the spider soul beast. Enraged by Tailong's provocation, the beast pivoted and lunged towards him. Seizing the opportunity, Shanchuan and Lingxue prepared to target the beast's underbelly. At last, through Tailong's relentless efforts, a vulnerability was revealed. Without hesitation, Shanchuan and Lingxue launched their attacks upon the exposed area. The sword and water arrow struck true, causing the spider soul beast to emit a piercing cry of agony before collapsing to the ground. They had triumphed over the creature, securing its soul ring. Following Shanchuan's absorption of the soul ring, his power experienced a notable enhancement. As their adventure unfolded, they pressed onward, encountering a myriad of soul beasts and challenges. Throughout this journey, they continuously sought soul artifacts, aspiring to bolster their strength further. One day, they arrived at an ancient ruin, where an enigmatic aura permeated the air, instilling a profound sense of oppression. "What is this place?" Talong inquired with curiosity. Shanchuan cautioned, "Be careful, there may be danger here." As they ventured into the ruins, they uncovered a plethora of ancient edifices and enigmatic runes. Deep within the heart of the ruins, they stumbled upon a sword emanating a formidable wave of spiritual energy. "What an extraordinary weapon!" Lingxue exclaimed. The mountains and rivers advanced, meticulously examining the sword. "This ought to be a soul weapon. Let us take it with us." Just as they prepared to seize the sword, a formidable soul beast suddenly materialized. This beast resembled a lion, yet was engulfed in fierce flames. "What manner of soul beast is this?" Tyrone exclaimed in astonishment. The mountains and rivers furrowed their brows and remarked, "This soul beast appears formidable. Everyone, exercise caution." The fiery lion soul beast let out a thunderous roar and then charged towards them. Its speed was astonishing, and it swiftly arrived before them in an instant. Shanchuan swiftly brandished his sword to fend off the assault, yet he was forcefully pushed back by the overwhelming might of the flame lion soul beast. "This creature is remarkably powerful," Shanchuan exclaimed. Lingxue promptly harnessed her soul energy, conjuring a curtain of water in an attempt to thwart the flame lion soul beast's onslaught. However, the beast's flames were far too potent, and the water curtain was instantaneously vaporized. We must devise a strategy, Lingxue urged. Meanwhile, Huiying observed the movements of the flame lion soul beast from above and remarked, "Everyone, pay close attention. The creature's vulnerability may lie within its eyes." Mountains and rivers, the journey of breaking boundaries in Douluo. Amidst the impending threat posed by the formidable flame lion spirit beast, Shanchuan, Lingxue, Huiying, and Tai Long could not help but feel a surge of tension within. This creature appeared to be quite formidable. Tai Long clenched his fists, his gaze reflecting a sense of vigilance. Mountain and river fixed their gaze upon the flame lion spirit beast, intently advising, "Everyone, exercise caution and observe its movements." Lingxue nodded slightly, her eyes unwaveringly focused on the flame lion spirit beast. The intensity of the flames enveloping it was formidable, undoubtedly indicative of powerful spirit beast abilities. With a deafening roar, the flame lion spirit beast ignited its flames with even greater ferocity. Suddenly, it lunged forward, its speed akin to a flash of lightning. Mountains and rivers swiftly brandished their swords to parry the onslaught, the clash of steel against the fiery lion's claws resonating with a thunderous sound. Such formidable power! Mountains and rivers were jolted backward several steps. Observing this, Lingxue promptly summoned her soul power, conjuring a wall of water in an attempt to thwart the assault of the fiery lion spirit beast. However, the flames of the lion instantaneously evaporated the water wall. The intensity of these flames was overwhelming. Lingxue furrowed her brow in concern. Gray shadow circled anxiously above, exclaiming, "Everyone, think of a strategy. This creature is not easily subdued." Talon let out a furious roar and charged forward, delivering a punch towards the fiery lion spirit beast. The beast nimbly dodged Talon's strike, swiftly retaliating with a claw that sent Talon hurtling away. "Talon!" Mountains and rivers shouted in alarm. Talon rose from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. "I am fine. This creature is indeed very powerful." The mountains and rivers fell into a tranquil contemplation, devising strategies. "We cannot confront it head-on. We must uncover its vulnerabilities." Lingxue, pondering beside me, suddenly had a spark of inspiration in her eyes. "I remember now. The flame lion spirit beast is typically averse to water. We can exploit water attribute soul skills to launch an assault against it." Shanchuan nodded, acknowledging the clever idea, yet cautioning about the fiery onslaught of the flame lion spirit beast. They began to divide their tasks. Shanchuan and Talon would engage the attention of the flame lion, while Lingxue sought an opportune moment to unleash her water attribute soul technique. The mountains and rivers once again brandished their swords, charging towards the fiery lion spirit beast. Engaging in a fierce battle, Talon, standing by, relentlessly attacked in an attempt to divert the attention of the fiery lion spirit beast. Infuriated by their onslaught, the fiery lion spirit beast roared continuously, its flames burning even more ferociously. Seizing the opportunity, Lingxue summoned her soul power, conjuring a colossal water dragon that lunged at the fiery lion spirit beast. Upon sighting the water dragon, a flicker of fear crossed the fiery lion spirit beast's eyes. However, it did not retreat. Instead, it opened its mouth and unleashed a massive column of fire, colliding with the water dragon. The meeting of fire and water produced a tremendous explosion. Amidst the swirling smoke, the silhouette of the fiery lion spirit beast flickered in and out of visibility. Taking advantage of the moment, Shanchuan and Tai Long charged forward, poised to deliver a fatal blow to the flame lion soul beast. However, the flame lion soul beast unexpectedly surged forth from the smoke, moving with remarkable swiftness. Shanchuan and Tai Long hastily sought refuge. Yet they were nonetheless grazed by the claws of the flame lion soul beast. "This creature is exceedingly cunning," Tai Long cursed. Lingxue, witnessing the injuries sustained by Shanchuan and Tai Long, felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. "We can no longer persist in this manner. We must swiftly uncover its vulnerabilities." Just as they found themselves ensnared in dire straits, Huiying suddenly discerned a potential weakness in the flame lion soul beast. "Attention, everyone. There exists a lighter-scaled patch on the creature's abdomen that may very well be its Achilles heel." Mountains and Lingxue exchanged a glance, nodding in silent agreement. They resolved to launch another assault, this time targeting the underbelly of the flame lion spirit beast. Shanchuan and Tai Long charged forward once more, diverting the attention of the flame lion soul beast. Meanwhile, Lingxue stealthily maneuvered to the rear of the beast, poised to launch her attack. Enraged by the provocations of Shanchuan and Tai Long, the flame lion soul beast roared furiously, its flames blazing even more fiercely. Just as the beast prepared to retaliate, Lingxue suddenly emerged from behind, channeling her soul power to summon a sharp blade of water, which she thrust towards the beast's abdomen. The water blade struck true, piercing the lighter scales on the flame lion soul beast's belly. With a pained roar, the beast collapsed to the ground. They had triumphed over the flame lion soul beast and acquired its soul ring. After Shanchuan absorbed the soul ring, his strength received a significant enhancement. As their adventure continued, they pressed onward, encountering a myriad of soul beasts and challenges. Throughout this journey, the bond between Shanchuan and Lingxue deepened profoundly. One day, they arrived at a mysterious forest, shrouded in an enigmatic aura that sent shivers down their spines. This forest appears quite peculiar, Lingxue remarked. The mountains and rivers nodded slightly, cautioning that there may be formidable forces present here. Mountains and rivers, Lingxue, Gray Shadow, and Talon ventured into the enigmatic forest. The trees here stood tall and dense, allowing only scattered beams of sunlight to filter through the layers of branches and leaves. An air of mystery permeated the atmosphere, sending shivers down one's spine. This forest feels so eerie, Talon remarked with a furrowed brow. Mountains and rivers held tightly to the sword in hand, vigilantly surveying the surroundings. Be cautious. This place is certainly not ordinary. Lingxue nodded slightly, her gaze brimming with vigilance. The uncertainty of the dangers that lay ahead weighed heavily upon them. They advanced with utmost care when, all of a sudden, a deep, resonant roar echoed from the depths of the forest, sending shivers down their spines. What was that sound? Talon asked anxiously. The mountains and rivers paused in their course, as if to lend an ear to the haunting cries of the soul beast. Lingxue's expression became grave, indicating that trouble was imminent. They pressed onward, soon encountering a colossal soul beast. This creature bore resemblance to a wolf, yet it was several times larger than an ordinary one. Its fur was a deep black, shimmering with a metallic luster, while its eyes glowed with a fierce red light. What manner of soul beast is this? Tyrone inquired, astonished. The mountains and rivers furrowed their brows, striving to recall the knowledge acquired on the Douluo Continent. This creature could very well be the Shadow Wolf, an exceedingly formidable soul beast. Its speed is remarkable, its attack power formidable, and it possesses a remarkable talent for concealing its presence. Lingxue gazed at the Shadow Wolf, a sense of unease creeping into her heart. We must proceed with caution. This adversary is not easily dealt with. The Shadow Wolf seemed to have also detected their presence, emitting a fierce roar before charging towards them with breathtaking speed. Leaving one in a daze, Shanchuan swiftly brandished his sword in defense, yet the formidable strength of the Shadow Wolf forced him to retreat repeatedly. Such immense power, Shanchuan exclaimed. Lingxue immediately summoned her soul energy, conjuring a wall of water in an attempt to thwart the Shadow Wolf's assault. However, the creature effortlessly breached the barrier, continuing its relentless advance towards them. This beast is exceedingly powerful, Lingxue remarked, her brow furrowed in concern. With a roar of fury, Tailong charged forward, delivering a punch aimed at the Shadow Wolf. The creature deftly evaded Tailong's strike, swiftly turning to swipe him away with a paw. Tailong! Shanchuan shouted in alarm. Tailong managed to rise from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. I'm fine. This creature is indeed formidable. Gray Shadow circled anxiously in the air and urged, everyone, we must devise a strategy. This adversary is not easily vanquished. The mountains and rivers fell into a tranquil silence, contemplating their strategies. We cannot confront it head-on. We must uncover its vulnerabilities. Lingxue, lost in thought beside me, suddenly had a spark of realization. I remember now. The eyes of the Shadow Wolf are its Achilles heel. If we can strike at its eyes, perhaps we can vanquish it. Shanchuan nodded in agreement. A splendid idea. Yet we must exercise caution against its assaults. They began to divide their tasks. Shanchuan and Tailong took on the responsibility of drawing the Shadow Wolf's attention, while Lingxue sought an opportunity to strike at its eyes. The mountains and rivers once again brandished their swords, charging at the Shadow Wolf to engage in a fierce battle. Talon, standing nearby, relentlessly attacked in an attempt to divert the Shadow Wolf's attention. Enraged by their onslaught, the Shadow Wolf let out a series of roars, its attacks becoming increasingly ferocious. Seizing the opportunity, Lingxue harnessed her soul power to conjure a water arrow, aiming it directly at the creature's eyes. However, the Shadow Wolf proved to be exceedingly agile, effortlessly dodging the water arrow. This creature is exceedingly cunning, Lingxue mused, furrowing her brow. Shanchuan and Tailong continued their fierce battle against the Shadow Wolf, creating an opportunity for Lingxue. At last, during a decisive strike, the shadow wolf revealed a moment of vulnerability. Lingxue promptly seized the chance and unleashed another water arrow. This time, the arrow struck true, piercing the shadow wolf's eye. It emitted a pained roar and collapsed to the ground. They had triumphed over the shadow wolf and obtained its soul ring. After Shanchuan absorbed the ring, his strength saw a significant enhancement. In the adventures that followed, they pressed onward, encountering a myriad of soul beasts and challenges. Throughout this journey, the bond between Shanchuan and Lingxue deepened profoundly. One day, they arrived at an ancient ruin, where a mysterious aura pervaded the air, creating an oppressive atmosphere. "What is this place?" Talong inquired with curiosity. Shanchuan cautiously remarked, "Be careful, there may be dangers here." As they ventured into the ruins, they uncovered numerous ancient edifices adorned with enigmatic runes. Deep within the remnants, they stumbled upon a sword emanating a formidable aura of spiritual energy. "What an extraordinary blade!" Lingxue exclaimed. The mountains and rivers advanced, meticulously examining the precious sword. "It is likely a soul weapon. Let us take it with us." Mountains and rivers, Lingxue, gray shadow. And Talon stood amidst the ancient ruins, where a sword before them radiated a powerful wave of soul energy. This sword was undoubtedly extraordinary. Excitement shimmered in Talon's eyes. The mountains and rivers subtly nodded as he grasped the hilt of the sword, an overwhelming surge of power instantly coursing through his heart. This was indeed a formidable soul weapon. Lingxue gazed at Shanchuan, her eyes brimming with concern. "Be cautious. There may be other dangers lurking within these ruins." Just as they prepared to depart from the relics, a deep, resonant roar echoed from within the depths. The expressions of the group shifted, and they immediately became alert. It appeared that trouble was once again at hand. Shanchuan tightened his grip on the precious sword. As the roar drew nearer, a colossal soul beast emerged before them. This creature bore the semblance of neither dragon nor tiger, its body encrusted with impenetrable scales, exuding a terrifying aura. "What manner of soul beast is this?" Talon inquired, his voice laced with trepidation. The mountains furrowed their brows, striving to recall the knowledge of soul beasts from the Douluo Continent. While I too was uncertain, it was evident that the soul beast possessed formidable power. The creature opened its gaping maw, unleashing a searing torrent of flames. The mountain dwellers hastily evaded, as the flames instantly scorched the surrounding walls to a vivid crimson. The ferocity of its fire was truly astonishing. Lingshua's expression turned grave. The gray shadow circled in the air, anxiously proclaiming, "We must devise a strategy to vanquish it. Otherwise, we are in peril." Shanchuan observed the movements of the spirit beast with a calm demeanor, endeavoring to discern its vulnerabilities. "Everyone, take heed. Although the spirit beast is formidable, its actions appear to follow a certain pattern." They began to maneuver around the creature, deftly evading its assaults. Amidst this tactical dance, Shanchuan noticed a patch of lighter scales on the beast's abdomen, a potential weakness. "Lingxue, in a moment, I will draw its attention alongside Talon. Seize the opportunity to strike at its underbelly," Shanchuan whispered. Lingxue nodded in agreement, readying her spiritual energy. Mountains and rivers surged forward once more, launching relentless assaults upon the soul beast's head and limbs. Enraged, the soul beast retaliated with frenzied ferocity. In the fleeting moment when the soul beast exposed a vulnerability, Lingxue unleashed a formidable water-based soul technique, directing a colossal water arrow towards the beast's abdomen. The arrow struck true, penetrating its weakness, and the soul beast emitted a heart-wrenching roar before collapsing to the ground. They triumphed over the soul beast, acquiring its soul ring. After absorbing the ring, Shanchuan experienced a significant enhancement in strength. As their adventures unfolded, the bond between Shanchuan and Lingxue deepened considerably. Together, they confronted various perils, supporting one another and evolving in tandem. One day, they arrived at a mysterious valley, shrouded in a delicate mist that obscured the path ahead. "This valley is truly enigmatic," Lingxue remarked. The mountains held Lingshue's hand, bestowing upon her a reassuring gaze. "Do not fear, we shall explore together." They tread carefully into the valley, when suddenly, a melodious flute melody wafted through the air. The enchanting notes seemed to possess a magical allure, captivating their very souls. "From whence does this flute sound emanate?" Talon inquired. Filled with curiosity, a gray shadow danced in the air and replied, "It appears to be coming from the depths of the valley." They followed the direction of the music, and gradually, a figure materialized before them. It was a mysterious man, adorned in a flowing white robe and wielding a flute, exuding an otherworldly grace. "Who are you? What brings you to this place?" he questioned, his eyes shimmering with enigmatic light. The mountains and rivers vigilantly observed the man. We are adventurers who have inadvertently arrived here. Who are you? The man smiled slightly and replied, I am the guardian of this valley. It is home to many precious spirit beasts and spirit artifacts. But it is also fraught with peril. As the group felt a stir within their hearts, they realized that this place might hold what they sought. Shall we explore here? Ling Xue inquired. The man nodded in affirmation. Indeed, but you must exercise caution. The soul beasts within this valley are exceedingly formidable, and there exist enigmatic forces guarding this realm. They commenced their exploration of the valley, encountering a myriad of soul beasts and challenges. Throughout this journey, they also stumbled upon precious soul artifacts and soul rings. As their adventure deepened, the bond between Shanchuan and Ling Xue grew increasingly resolute. They understood that, regardless of the obstacles they faced, they would confront them together, safeguarding one another. In a fierce battle against a powerful soul beast, Shanchuan sustained grave injuries while protecting Ling Xue. With tears brimming in her eyes, she gazed at him sorrowfully. Why must you be so foolish? Ling Xue choked out. Shanchuan smiled weakly. Because you are the most important person to me, I am willing to sacrifice everything for you. Ling Xue embraced Shanchuan tightly, her heart overflowing with emotion. You must. After Shanchuan was injured, Ling Xue was consumed by anxiety. She held him tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks. You must hold on. We will surely find a way to heal your wounds, she said, her voice trembling. Talon and Gray Shadow stood anxiously nearby. Talon furrowed his brow and said, We must quickly find a safe place for Shanchuan to recuperate. Gray Shadow circled in the air and remarked, I will scout the vicinity for a suitable location. With that, he took flight. Ling Xue cautiously assisted Shanchuan to his feet, taking measured steps in a determined direction. After a considerable time, they finally discovered a secluded cave. Ling Xue gently laid Shanchuan down and began to examine his injuries. The severity of Shanchuan's wounds necessitated prompt treatment. What should we do now? Talon inquired. Ling Xue bit her lip and replied, We need to find some herbs to treat Shanchuan's injuries. I recall that there is a herb nearby called spirit healing grass, known for its potent healing properties. Talon immediately responded, I will search for the spirit healing grass, and promptly departed the cave. Ling Xue remained by Shanchuan's side, her heart filled with concern. She tenderly caressed his face and said, You must recover swiftly. We have many endeavors yet to undertake together. After a while, Talon returned, holding some spirit healing grass in his hands. Ling Xue hurriedly crushed the grass and applied it to Shanchuan's wounds. After a period of treatment, Shanchuan's condition gradually improved. Throughout the healing process, the bond between Shanchuan and Ling Xue deepened significantly. Once Shanchuan's injuries had fully healed, they resolved to continue their adventurous journey. Emerging from the cave, they resumed their exploration of the Douluo Continent. During their travels, they encountered a myriad of soul beasts. Among them, one particular soul beast captured their attention. It resembled a gigantic spider, adorned with vibrant patterns, emanating a formidable aura. What kind of soul beast is this? Talon asked. The mountains and rivers furrowed their brows and remarked, I am not entirely certain, yet the soul beast appears remarkably formidable. We must proceed with caution. Ling Xue gazed at the soul beast and said, Its aura is peculiar, as if it possesses some extraordinary ability. They cautiously approached the soul beast, keenly observing its movements. The soul beast seemed to have detected their presence, emitting a sharp cry before charging towards them. The mountains and rivers immediately drew forth their precious swords, bracing themselves for battle. The spirit beast moved with astonishing swiftness, arriving before them in the blink of an eye. It opened its colossal maw and unleashed a torrent of black venom. The mountains and rivers swiftly evaded, as the venom splashed onto the ground, emitting a hissing sound, and instantly eroding a deep pit into the earth. What a formidable poison! Exclaimed Talon in astonishment. Ling Xue unleashed her water attribute soul skill, conjuring a wall of water before them to thwart the soul beast's venom. Seeing its poison obstructed, the soul beast grew even more furious, unleashing another stream of venom while simultaneously striking at them with its claws. Shanchuan and Tai Long continuously evaded the assaults of the soul beasts, seeking opportunities to counterattack. Ling Xue, meanwhile, unwaveringly unleashed her soul skills from the sidelines, providing them with invaluable support. Throughout the skirmish, they gradually discerned the vulnerabilities of the soul beasts. The creature's eyes were their Achilles heel. An assault on this delicate point could potentially lead to their defeat. Shanchuan and Tai Long exchanged a glance and nodded in understanding. They began to coordinate their efforts. Shanchuan drew the attention of the soul beast, while Tai Long sought the opportune moment to strike at its eyes. The mountains and rivers incessantly wielded their swords, engaging in a fierce battle with the spirit beast. Provoked by the mountains and rivers, the spirit beast retaliated with frenzied attacks. Just as the beast revealed a moment of vulnerability, Talon seized the opportunity, launching a powerful punch towards the creature's eye. The spirit beast emitted a cry of agony. Collapsing to the ground, they triumphed over the spirit beast, acquiring its soul ring. After absorbing the soul ring, the strength of the mountains and rivers experienced a further enhancement. In their subsequent adventures, they encountered numerous formidable spirit beasts and challenges. Yet, they never wavered, fighting side by side and growing together. One day, they arrived at a mysterious locale. An ancient castle stood before them, shrouded in an enigmatic aura. "What is this place?" Talon inquired with curiosity. The mountains and rivers gazed upon the castle and remarked, "It appears quite mysterious here. Let us venture inside." They cautiously stepped into the castle, where an eerie silence enveloped them, with only the sound of their footsteps echoing through the halls. Deep within the castle, they stumbled upon an ancient soul vessel. This vessel emanated a formidable wave of soul energy, leaving them awestruck. "How remarkable this soul vessel is!" exclaimed Ling Shui. The mountains and rivers advanced, meticulously scrutinizing the soul artifact. "This soul artifact is undoubtedly extraordinary. We shall embark on the journey of the boundary-breaking hero." Shanchuan, Ling Shui, and Talon stood within the confines of an ancient castle, where the soul artifact before them emanated a mysterious and formidable aura of soul energy. This artifact exuded an air of extraordinary power, leaving them to ponder its unique qualities. A glimmer of curiosity sparkled in Talon's eyes. The mountains and rivers furrowed their brows slightly, and with caution, they spoke. "Better to be safe than sorry. This castle is shrouded in mystery, and this soul artifact is undoubtedly extraordinary." Ling Shui nodded gently, her gaze fixed intently on the soul artifact. "We must explore with care and refrain from hasty actions." Just as they prepared to observe the soul artifact further, a deep, rumbling roar suddenly echoed from the depths of the castle. The expressions of the three shifted dramatically, and they immediately became vigilant. It seemed trouble was once again brewing. Shanchuan tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. The roar grew increasingly closer, and a colossal soul beast slowly emerged. This creature resembled a gigantic scorpion, its body encased in a formidable exoskeleton, while the stinger on its tail shimmered with a chilling light. "What manner of soul beast is this?" Talon inquired nervously. Shanchuan diligently recalled the knowledge of soul beasts from the Douluo Continent. This creature could very well be the king of scorpions, an exceedingly perilous soul beast, whose venom is lethally potent. The king of scorpions brandished its colossal pincers and charged towards them. Shanchuan and his companions hastily evaded, as the creature's pincers struck the ground with a thunderous crash. Such immense strength, Shuangqiue thought, her expression grave. Meanwhile, Huiying circled in the air, anxiously urging, "Everyone, we must devise a strategy. This king of scorpions is formidable." The mountains and rivers observed the movements of the Scorpion King with calm precision, endeavoring to discern its vulnerabilities. It was noted that, despite its formidable strength, the Scorpion King's actions appeared to follow a certain pattern. They began to engage with the Scorpion King, skillfully evading its assaults. During this process, the mountains and rivers discerned that the carapace on the creature's abdomen was notably weaker, potentially revealing a chink in its armor. Ling Shui. "Shortly, I will draw its attention alongside Talon. You take this opportunity to strike at its underbelly," murmured the mountains and rivers. Ling Shui nodded, poised and ready to harness her spiritual energy. Mountain Stream and Talon once again charged towards the Scorpion King, relentlessly assaulting its head and pincers. Enraged, the Scorpion King retaliated with ferocity. At the moment it revealed a vulnerability, Ling Shui unleashed a formidable water attribute soul skill, sending a colossal water arrow hurtling towards the Scorpion King's abdomen. The arrow struck true, piercing the creature's weakness, eliciting an agonizing roar as the Scorpion King collapsed to the ground. They triumphed over the Scorpion King, acquiring its soul ring. Following the absorption of the soul ring, Mountain Stream experienced a significant enhancement in strength. In the ensuing adventures, the bond between Mountain Stream and Ling Shui deepened considerably. Together, they faced myriad dangers, supporting each other and growing in unison. One day, they arrived at a mysterious forest, shrouded in a delicate veil of mist that obscured the path ahead. "This forest is so enigmatic. One cannot fathom what lies within," Ling Shui remarked. The mountains and rivers clasped Ling Shui's hand, bestowing upon her a gaze imbued with reassurance. "Do not fear, for we shall explore together." They tread cautiously into the forest when, all of a sudden, a melodious song wafted through the air. The melody seemed to possess an enchanting magic, drawing one irresistibly into its embrace. "From whence does this song emanate?" asked Tai Long with curiosity. A gray shadow danced in the air and replied, "It appears to be coming from the depths of the forest." Following the direction of the song, they ventured forth. And gradually, a stunning woman emerged before them. Clad in a flowing white gown, her long hair cascaded gracefully, exuding an ethereal charm. "Who are you? What brings you to this place?" she inquired, her eyes shimmering with an enigmatic light. The mountains and rivers vigilantly observed the woman. "We are adventurers who have inadvertently arrived in this place." "Who are you?" The woman smiled faintly and replied, "I am the guardian of this forest. Here, many precious spirit beasts and spirit artifacts dwell, yet it is also fraught with peril." The hearts of Shanchuan and Lingxue stirred, for they sensed that this place might hold what they sought. "Shall we explore here?" Lingxue inquired. The woman nodded, "Yes, but you must exercise caution. The soul beasts within the forest are immensely powerful, and there are mysterious forces safeguarding this realm." Thus, they commenced their exploration of the woods, encountering an array of soul beasts and formidable challenges. Along their journey, they stumbled upon precious soul artifacts and soul rings. As their adventure progressed, the bond between Shanchuan and Lingxue grew ever stronger. They understood that no matter the difficulties they faced, they would confront them together, protecting one another. During a fierce battle with a formidable soul beast, Shanchuan sustained grave injuries while striving to safeguard Lingxue. With tears brimming in her eyes, Lingxue gazed at Shanchuan with deep sorrow. "Why are you so foolish? You always disregard your own safety to protect me," she choked out. The mountains and rivers offered a feeble smile. After Shanchuan was injured, Lingxue was consumed with anxiety. She held him tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Shanchuan, you must hold on. We have endured so much. We cannot simply give up," she said, her voice trembling. Tai Long, standing nearby, wore a face full of concern. "We must quickly devise a way to save him. We cannot let anything happen to him." The gray shadow circled in the air, emitting urgent cries. Lingxue took a deep breath, striving to calm herself. "Tai Long, you and the gray shadow should search the area for any herbs or other remedies that might heal Shanchuan. I will stay here and watch over him." Tai Long nodded and immediately set off with the gray shadow to seek assistance. Lingxue remained by Shanchuan's side, gently caressing his face. "Shanchuan, you promised me that we would create our own legend in the Douluo Continent together. You cannot go back on your word." After a while, Tai Long and the gray shadow returned, bringing with them some herbs. Lingxue hurriedly crushed the herbs and applied them to Shanchuan's wounds. After considerable effort, Shanchuan's condition finally stabilized. Lingxue sighed in relief, her heart brimming with gratitude. "Thank you, Tai Long. Without you and the gray shadow, I do not know what I would have done," she expressed. Tai Long shook his head. "We are partners. This is what I ought to do. Now, Shanchuan needs to rest properly. We must find a safe place for him to recuperate." They carried Shanchuan to a secluded cave. Lingxue meticulously tended to him, providing water and changing dressings. During the healing process, the bond between Shanchuan and Lingxue deepened. Shanchuan watched Lingxue busily caring for him, feeling a profound sense of emotion. "Lingxue, once I recover, we must continue our adventure," he declared. Lingxue smiled gently. "Yes, we shall embark on it together." After a period of recuperation, Shanchuan's injuries fully healed, and they set forth on their adventurous journey once again. Along their path, they encountered a formidable soul beast. This beast resembled a gigantic lion, emanating a powerful aura. "What kind of soul beast is this? It looks incredibly formidable," Tai Long remarked. The mountains furrowed their brows, scrutinizing the soul beast before them. It was likely the Flame Lion King, a creature of formidable strength. Its fiery assaults were exceedingly potent, necessitating utmost caution in their response. Upon noticing their presence, the Flame Lion King let out a thunderous roar and charged toward them. Shanchuan and his companions swiftly evaded its advance. The beast opened its maw, unleashing a torrent of flames. In haste, they activated their respective soul techniques to counter the fiery onslaught. "This creature's flames are incredibly fierce," exclaimed Talon. Lingxue invoked her water attribute soul technique in an attempt to extinguish the flames, yet the strength of the Flame Lion King's fire was overwhelming, rendering the water attribute technique only partially effective. The mountains and rivers observed the actions of the Flame Lion King with a calm demeanor, seeking to identify its vulnerabilities. It was noted that the eyes of the Flame Lion King might serve as its Achilles heel. They devised a strategy to target its eyes. Collaboratively, the mountains and rivers drew the attention of the Flame Lion King, while Talon and Lingxue looked for an opportune moment to strike at its eyes. The mountains and rivers relentlessly brandished their swords, engaging in a fierce battle with the Flame Lion King. Infuriated by the mountains and rivers, the Flame Lion King launched a frenzied assault. In the fleeting moment when the Flame Lion King exposed a vulnerability, Talon and Ling Xue seized the opportunity to unleash their formidable soul techniques, striking at its eyes. The Flame Lion King let out a roar of anguish and collapsed to the ground. They triumphed over the Flame Lion King, securing its soul ring as their prize. After absorbing the soul rings, the mountains and rivers experienced a further enhancement of their strength. During their subsequent adventures, they encountered numerous formidable soul beasts and challenges. Nevertheless, they remained undeterred, fighting side by side and growing together. One day, they arrived at a mysterious valley, shrouded in an enigmatic aura that instilled a sense of unease. This valley is quite eerie. One cannot fathom what lies within, Tyrone remarked. The mountains gazed down upon the valley, and a sense of vigilance enveloped their hearts. Caution is advised. Danger may lurk here. They tread carefully into the valley when, all of a sudden, an eerie sound pierced the stillness. The noise seemed to emanate from beneath the earth, sending chills down their spines. What could this sound be? Ling Xue inquired anxiously. The mountains and rivers furrowed their brows, attentively listening to the sound. This sound seemed to emanate from some kind of spirit beast. We must exercise caution. They pressed onward, discovering peculiar fissures appearing on the ground. From these cracks emanated a potent wave of spiritual energy. What could this possibly mean? Talon exclaimed in astonishment. The expression on Shanchuan's face grew grave. It seemed that a remarkably powerful soul beast lurked nearby, necessitating utmost caution in their approach. Just as they heightened their vigilance, a colossal soul beast emerged from the depths of the earth. This creature, towering like a mountain, was enveloped in impenetrable scales, each glimmering with a chilling radiance. Its eyes resembled blazing orbs of fire, emanating a fearsome glare that sent shivers down their spines. What manner of monster is this? Tyron could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Shanchuan took a deep breath, gripping the sword tightly in his hand, and declared in a solemn tone, "No matter what it is, we shall fight." Ling Xue formed hand seals, surrounding herself with a protective layer of water attribute soul power. The soul beast opened its gaping maw, releasing a cloud of black smoke that swiftly enveloped the area. Shanchuan and the others found themselves shrouded in the mist, their vision obscured. "Everyone, be cautious," Shanchuan warned loudly. Relying on his keen senses, Tai Long dashed towards the direction of the soul beast. However, the soul beast suddenly swung its claw, sending Tai Long flying. "Tai Long!" Ling Xue exclaimed, filled with anxiety, seizing the fleeting opportunity presented by the soul beast's assault on Talon. Shanchuan soared into the air, his sword aimed directly at the creature's eye. The soul beast, feeling the sharp sting, let out a furious roar. Its scales suddenly bristled, launching like arrows towards Shanchuan and his companions. Ling Xue unleashed her soul technique, conjuring a curtain of water in an attempt to thwart the incoming onslaught of scales. However, the sheer force of the scales proved overwhelming, shattering the water barrier in an instant. In that critical moment, Huaying leapt forward, using its body to shield Ling Xue from the lethal projectiles. "Huaying!" Ling Xue cried out in anguish. The eyes of Shanchuan turned crimson with fury, as the soul power within him surged uncontrollably, causing his sword to emanate a brilliant radiance. "Perish!" Shanchuan bellowed, delivering a decisive strike towards the soul beast. Sensing the might of Shanchuan's assault, the soul beast attempted to evade, but it was too late. The sword struck fiercely against its body, leaving behind a profound wound. The soul beast collapsed to the ground, barely clinging to life. Shanchuan and his companions, utterly exhausted, fell to the earth. "We have prevailed," Tai Long uttered weakly. At that moment, an extraordinary light suddenly illuminated the valley, and a mysterious portal began to materialize. "What is this?" Ling Xue inquired, gazing perplexedly at the doorway. "The mountains and rivers struggled to rise. Regardless of what lay ahead, we shall venture inside to explore. Perhaps this is our new opportunity." They supported each other as they stepped through that enigmatic threshold. Upon crossing the enigmatic threshold, Shanchuan and his companions found themselves in an utterly unfamiliar realm. Surrounding them was a desolate expanse of desert, the sun blazing fiercely overhead, waves of heat rippling through the air. Where could this be? Talon pondered, gazing at the boundless sands, his mind awash with uncertainty. Ling Xue wiped the perspiration from her brow and remarked, "I am unsure. Yet I sense an air of peril permeating this place." Shanchuan gazed at the sword in his hand, resolutely declaring, "Regardless of the obstacles, We must press onward. Just as they prepared to advance, a colossal sand scorpion emerged from the depths of the dunes. Its massive form loomed large, and the stinger on its tail glimmered ominously. Be cautious, Shanchuan warned loudly. The sand scorpion lunged towards them with alarming swiftness, and without a moment's hesitation, Shanchuan met its charge head-on. He unleashed his soul technique, the sword radiating brilliance as it engaged in a fierce battle with the scorpion. Talon and Ling Xue also summoned their respective abilities to assist Shanchuan. Witness my might. The weight of the mountain, Talon exclaimed as he leapt high, crashing down upon the scorpion. Meanwhile, Ling Xue manipulated the water element, endeavoring to restrict the scorpion's movements. After a strenuous struggle, they ultimately triumphed over the formidable creature. Phew, I'm utterly exhausted, Talon panted. Ling Xue approached Shanchuan, her concern evident as she inquired, Are you all right? The mountains and rivers shook their heads, proclaiming, I am unscathed, let us proceed. After traversing the desert for an extended period, they finally beheld an ancient fortress. The grand entrance of the castle stood resolutely shut, enveloped in an air of enigmatic allure. Shanchuan gently pushed the grand door, yet it remained steadfastly closed. It appeared that the door was equipped with a hidden mechanism, as Ling Xue remarked. While they searched for the mechanism, an eerie laughter suddenly echoed around them. Ha ha! You intruders shall not escape alive. A shadow emerged from the castle, revealing itself to be a soul beast imbued with dark attributes. The mountains and rivers firmly grasped their treasured sword, declaring, Regardless of who you may be, we shall not fear you. In an instant, the battle erupted as the dark soul beast unleashed formidable dark powers, enveloping the surroundings in an impenetrable gloom. Mountains and rivers struggled valiantly against the encroaching darkness. Everyone, huddle together. Do not disperse, Mountain River commanded. Talon and Ling Xue closely followed, lending each other support. In a pivotal moment, Mountain River suddenly grasped a new soul technique. A radiant light burst forth from him, dispelling the shadows. Seizing the opportunity, they launched a counteroffensive and ultimately triumphed over the dark soul beasts. Upon entering the castle, they discovered it concealed numerous precious soul artifacts and secret tomes. These are treasures, Talon exclaimed with excitement. However, Ling Xue expressed her concern. I wonder if there are other dangers lurking here. Just then, a low, menacing roar echoed from the depths of the castle. Following the sound, they beheld a colossal, three-headed dragon before them. This is utterly terrifying. Talon recoiled a few steps in fright. Mountains and rivers gritted his teeth and declared, Do not fear. We shall surely overcome. The three-headed dragon unleashed flames, frost, and lightning, while Mountains and his companions skillfully evaded the onslaught. Let us strike at its vulnerabilities together, Mountains urged. After an exhilarating battle, they finally discovered the dragon's Achilles heel and triumphed over it. Following a period of recuperation in the castle, they resumed their adventurous journey. One day, they stumbled upon a mysterious forest, shrouded in thick mist that obscured their sense of direction. Be cautious. There is an uncanny aura here, Ling Xue cautioned. Suddenly, an illusion-wielding spirit beast emerged, ensnaring them within a phantasm. Within this illusion, Mountains found himself transported back to his original world, transformed into an ordinary mortal, devoid of soul power and companions. No, this cannot be real. Mountains struggled to awaken from the dream. Talon and Ling Xue also exerted their will to break free from the illusion's grasp. Ultimately, through their indomitable spirit and mutual trust, they shattered the phantasm. Upon exiting the forest, they encountered a mysterious elder. The elder gazed at Mountains and proclaimed, Young one, your adventure has only just begun. Ahead lie far greater challenges awaiting you. Mountains and rivers respectfully expressed their gratitude, saying, Thank you for your guidance, esteemed elder. They pressed on, only to encounter a soul beast endowed with spatial abilities. This creature could teleport instantaneously, rendering their attacks futile time and again. What could they possibly do? Talon felt a sense of urgency. Shanchuan contemplated the strategy with a calm demeanor. We must discern the patterns of its movements. Through meticulous observation, Shanchuan uncovered the vulnerabilities in the soul beast's mobility, leading the group to triumph over it. As their adventures progressed, Shanchuan and his companions grew increasingly formidable, their renown expanding correspondingly. However, an ominous crisis loomed quietly on the horizon. A nefarious organization had set its sights on them, intending to seize the soul artifacts and secrets they possessed. Upon receiving the news, Yama and his companions resolved to take the initiative. In their battle against the malevolent organization, they encountered an unprecedented adversary. Fear not. For justice and our dreams, We shall fight with all our might, Yama proclaimed, rallying the spirits of his comrades. They engaged in a fierce struggle with their foes. The atmosphere charged with intensity. During the fray, Ling Xue sustained injuries, causing Yama to feel a surge of urgency. Ling Xue, hold on, he cried out, unleashing a formidable surge of soul power that vanquished the enemy before him, allowing him to rush to Ling Xue's side. Talon, undeterred, valiantly fought against their enemies. Ultimately, they succeeded in repelling the evil organization, safeguarding their hard-won achievements. This battle strengthened Yama and his companions' resolve to forge a legendary tale on the Douluo Continent. The path ahead remains long, filled with countless challenges and opportunities as they endeavor to inscribe their glorious saga. Following their triumph over the nefarious organization, Yama, Ling Xue, and Talon continued their adventures across the Douluo Continent. They heard whispers of a mysterious soul artifact hidden in the distant ice plains, rumored to possess immense power. Determined to procure this artifact and enhance their abilities, they embarked on a resolute journey toward the icy expanse. Along the way, the bond between Yama and Ling Xue grew ever deeper. Yama, do you think we will successfully obtain the soul artifact this time? Ling Xue inquired with a hint of concern. Mountains and rivers clasped Ling Xue's hand, bestowing upon her a resolute gaze. Rest assured, as long as we unite our efforts, nothing can impede us. Talon interjected with a teasing tone. Oh, you two should refrain from flaunting your affection and hasten on. The trio shared laughter and banter, their camaraderie palpable. Upon entering the icy expanse, a biting chill enveloped them. Suddenly, a colossal ice bear surged forth from the snow, exuding an aura of frigid malevolence. Each breath releasing frosty mist. Be cautious, this ice bear is formidable, Mountain exclaimed loudly. The bear swung its massive paw, conjuring a chilling gust. Mountain swiftly sidestepped, brandishing his sword against the beast. Behold my flame slash, he declared, as his sword ignited with fierce flames, striking the ice bear, yet leaving only a faint mark. Its defenses are too robust, Talon shouted. Ling Xue invoked her soul technique, water barrier. A curtain of water enveloped the ice bear, aiming to hinder its movements. With a thunderous roar, the bear's frost instantly solidified the water barrier. As the mountains and rivers gleamed with newfound determination, Tai Long urged, let us together strike at its frozen core. The two launched their assault in unison, inflicting pain upon the ice bear, which retaliated with even greater ferocity. Amidst the fierce skirmish, Shanchuan was inadvertently swatted away by the ice bear, crashing heavily to the ground. Shanchuan, Ling Xue cried out, her heart racing with urgency as she dashed towards him. The mountains and rivers rose with great difficulty, yet I remained unscathed, continuing the battle. After a fierce struggle, they finally discovered the vulnerability of the ice bear, its eyes. The mountains and rivers harmoniously collaborated to divert the ice bear's attention. While Ling Xue seized the opportunity to unleash a powerful water arrow aimed directly at the creature's eyes, the ice bear let out a tormented roar and collapsed to the ground. At last, it was vanquished. Exhausted, Tai Long sank to the ground. They pressed onward and ultimately discovered the fabled soul artifact. However, during the process of retrieving the artifact, they inadvertently triggered a guardian mechanism, releasing a soul beast endowed with formidable mental prowess. This soul beast had the ability to directly assault their mental realms, ensnaring them in a phantasmagoria. In the realm of illusion, Shanchuan beheld a vision of his former life, marked by mediocrity and ridicule from others. No, this is not the destiny I desire, he exclaimed, striving to break free from the confines of the mirage. Ling Xue, too, found herself ensnared in the illusion. Witnessing Shanchuan drifting away from her, Shanchuan, do not leave me, she implored. Meanwhile, Tai Long experienced a harrowing sight of his own as he perceived himself stripped of power, rendered a mere shadow of his former self. No, I cannot be vanquished. He gritted his teeth, resisting with fervor. Ultimately, through their unwavering resolve and the bonds they shared, they liberated themselves from the illusion. Having successfully acquired the soul artifact, they prepared to depart from the icy expanse. Yet, en route, they were besieged by a ferocious pack of snow wolves. The wolves encircled them, with the alpha wolf exuding a menacing glare. Everyone, be cautious. Do not let the pack scatter us, Shanchuan warned. Ling Xue pressed closely against him, affirming, we shall surely break through. The mountains and rivers revealed the power of the newly acquired soul weapon, a radiant beam of light flashing forth, repelling several snow wolves. Seizing the opportunity, Talon unleashed his assault, invoking the might of the collapsing Time Mountain. Observing this, the Snow Wolf King launched himself at Shanchuan. An intense one-on-one battle ensued between Shanchuan and the Snow Wolf King. After a harrowing struggle for survival, Shanchuan finally discerned the king's flaw and, with a single stroke of his sword, felled him. Upon witnessing their leader's demise, the remaining snow wolves scattered in disarray. Upon exiting the icy expanse, they arrived at a mysterious valley, suffused with an enchanting floral fragrance that lured them into a reverie. However, they soon discovered that the flora here was toxic, and lurking within was a soul beast adept at employing venom. Everyone, be cautious and avoid touching these plants, Ling Xue cautioned. Just then, the soul beast launched a sudden assault. Unleashing a cloud of poisonous mist, Shanchuan hastily summoned his soul power to form a protective shield, holding his breath in anticipation. Tailong searched diligently for any trace of the soul beast, which had concealed itself too adeptly. Ling Xue observed the surrounding flora and seemed to discern a pattern. Following her guidance, Shanchuan and Tailong ultimately uncovered the beast's hiding place, and after an intense battle, they triumphed over it. In the course of their subsequent adventures, they encountered a myriad of formidable soul beasts and daunting challenges. Yet, time and again, they overcame adversity through their courage, wisdom, and unity. One day, they received word of a powerful soul ring that had manifested within an ancient ruin. Without a moment's hesitation, they set forth to claim it and enhance their strength. The ruins were fraught with intricate mechanisms and perilous traps, where any misstep could lead to calamity. Be cautious of your footing, Shanchuan admonished. In a moment of carelessness, Ling Xue inadvertently triggered a mechanism, unleashing a hail of deadly arrows. Tailong bravely stepped forward, shielding them with his body. I am unharmed. Let us press on. At last, they arrived at the location of the soul ring, only to find it guarded by a formidable ancient behemoth. This creature possessed terrifying strength and a formidable hide. What shall we do now? Ling Xue asked, her voice tinged with trepidation. Mountains and rivers encouraged. Do not fear. We shall surely devise a solution. They keenly observed the movements of the colossal beast and discerned that its left flank bore a relatively weaker defense. Let us concentrate our assault on its left side, shouted Mountains. Together, the trio unleashed their most formidable attacks. After a grueling battle, they ultimately vanquished the beast and acquired the soul ring. As time passed, the renown of Mountains and his companions grew ever more resplendent across the Douluo Continent. Yet, they were acutely aware that further challenges awaited them on the horizon, and they would steadfastly advance, inscribing their own legendary saga. Upon successfully obtaining the powerful soul ring, Mountains, Ling Xue, and Tailong experienced a remarkable enhancement in their prowess. Nevertheless, they did not pause in their quest for adventure. One day, in an ancient town, they stumbled upon a mysterious legend. It was said that deep within the distant misty forest lay an unparalleled soul artifact, endowed with the power to manipulate time. This revelation ignited a fervent desire within them, compelling them to venture into the misty forest in search of it. As they entered the forest, the surrounding mist thickened, obscuring their sense of direction. This fog is exceedingly dense. We shan't lose our way, shall we? Tailong voiced his concerns. Fear not, as long as we stay close to one another. We shall be unharmed, Mountains reassured him. Ling Xue tightly clasped Mountain's hand, affirming, with you by my side, I am unafraid. Suddenly, a deep, ominous roar reverberated through the mist, and a gigantic two-headed serpent materialized before them. The serpent's eyes glimmered with a sinister light, and it exhaled a noxious fog. Caution, that fog is poisonous, Mountains exclaimed loudly. Tailong swiftly unleashed a defensive soul skill, conjuring a shield to ward off the toxic miasma. Shanchuan wielded his sword, charging towards the two-headed serpent. Behold the blade. The serpent, agile and serpentine, twisted its body to evade Shanchuan's strike, opening its maw to snap at him. Ling Xue hastily unleashed her water attribute soul skill, conjuring a torrent to assail the serpent's head, aiming to divert its attention. Talon, let us strike its weakness together, Shanchuan called out. After an intense skirmish, they discerned that the serpent's vulnerability lay in its underbelly. The trio coordinated seamlessly. Shanchuan drew the serpent's gaze while Talon and Ling Xue seized the moment to deliver a decisive blow, ultimately vanquishing the two-headed serpent. Phew, at last it is done, Talon gasped. Catching his breath, they pressed onward through the forest, confronting an escalating array of dangers. Yet, bolstered by one another's support, they overcame each challenge in turn. As they delved deeper into the woods, they finally arrived at the fabled location of the soul artifact. However, a formidable fire lion stood guard around the artifact. The fire lion, engulfed in fierce flames, unleashed scorching assaults with every pounce. This fire lion is no easy foe, Lingxue remarked. The mountains and rivers held a steadfast gaze. Regardless of the circumstances, we must obtain the soul artifact. The battle erupted in an instant, with the fiery skills of the flame lion rendering them unable to approach. Lingxue, utilize your water attribute soul technique to suppress its flames, shouted Shanchuan. Without hesitation, Lingxue unleashed her soul technique, contending with the inferno of the flame lion. Seizing the opportunity, Talon attempted a flank attack on the flame lion, only to be sent flying by a single swipe of its paw. Talon, Shanchuan exclaimed, his heart racing with urgency. I'm fine, continue the fight. Talon rose and charged once more. Amidst the fierce clash, Shanchuan discerned that after unleashing a powerful flame attack, the flame lion would experience a brief moment of vulnerability. Everyone, heed my words. When it launches its next attack, that shall be our chance, Shanchuan declared. Indeed. After the flame lion unleashed another formidable flame assault, they seized the opportunity, striking decisively at the creature's vital points, ultimately defeating it. Upon acquiring the soul artifact, they felt an overwhelming surge of power. This soul artifact is truly remarkable, Talon exclaimed with exhilaration. However, before they could revel in their triumph, a formidable force enveloped them. It turned out that obtaining the soul artifact had triggered a hidden trial. They were transported to a mysterious realm, where a phantasmal behemoth with spatial abilities stood before them. What is this creature? Lingxue gasped in astonishment. The mountains and rivers furrowed their brows, signaling that this was the final trial. The phantasmal behemoth incessantly traversed the fabric of space, launching attacks that left them defenseless. Throughout the skirmish, Shanchuan and his companions endeavored to discern the patterns of the phantasmal beast. I seem to have discovered something. Each time it materializes from the void, there is a subtle fluctuation of energy, Lingxue remarked. Excellent. Let us seize this opportunity, Shanchuan declared. After a grueling battle, they ultimately identified the creature's vulnerabilities and triumphed over it, thus passing the trial. Upon exiting the enigmatic realm, they continued their adventures across the Douluo Continent. On one occasion, they stumbled upon a village ravaged by soul beasts, where the inhabitants lived in perpetual fear. We must aid them, Shanchuan proclaimed. They began to investigate the cause of the soul beast's emergence, discovering that a dark attribute soul beast was manipulating the others. It turns out this fiend is behind the chaos, Talon commented. Shanchuan devised a meticulous plan. They would approach stealthily and then launch a sudden assault. With the villagers' assistance, they successfully located the lair of the dark soul beast. An intense battle ensued. The beast's skills were both peculiar and unpredictable, yet Shanchuan and his companions, drawing upon their prior combat experience and seamless coordination, ultimately triumphed. Rescuing the village. The villagers, overwhelmed with gratitude, proclaimed, "Thank you. You are heroes." To which Shanchuan replied with a smile, "It is merely our duty." In the days that followed, Shanchuan and his comrades continued their adventures, their names resounding ever more prominently across the Douluo Continent, transforming them into legends in the hearts of the people. After saving the village ravaged by soul beasts, Shanchuan, Lingxue, and Tailong embarked on a new journey. They had heard whispers of an ancient relic hidden within a mysterious sea, said to harbor enigmatic powers capable of enhancing one's strength. This sea appears quite enigmatic, Lingxue remarked, gazing at the tumultuous waves. Regardless, we must explore it, Shanchuan asserted resolutely. Tailong patted his chest, declaring, "With us here, there is nothing to fear." They set sail in a small boat, struggling against the surging waves. Suddenly, a colossal octopus emerged from the depths, its tentacles lunging towards their vessel. "Be careful," Shanchuan shouted. The octopus's tentacles possessed immense strength, swiftly capsizing the small boat. The three plunged into the water, desperately swimming towards a floating plank. "This creature is exceedingly troublesome," Tailong complained. As Shanchuan evaded the onslaught of the octopus monster, he exclaimed, "We must devise a way to strike at its head." Lingxue summoned her water attribute soul skill, conjuring a torrent of water in an attempt to restrain the creature's tentacles. The mountains and rivers surged forth from the water, charging towards the head of the octopus creature. "Behold my soul-cleaving strike," shouted Shanchuan as the sword in his hand gleamed with radiant light, delivering a fierce blow to the beast. The octopus creature, racked with pain, let out a furious roar and intensified its assault. Amidst the fierce battle, Talon discerned the creature's vulnerability lay in its eyes. "Shanchuan, strike at its eyes," Talon bellowed. With an instinctive understanding, Shanchuan once again unleashed a formidable soul technique, successfully blinding the octopus monster. Deprived of its sight, the creature fell into disarray, and they seized the opportunity to launch a final assault, ultimately vanquishing it. At last, we have dealt with this behemoth, Lingxue gasped, catching her breath. They continued their voyage across the sea, eventually arriving at the fabled ruins. An ancient aura permeated the remnants, and the walls were adorned with enigmatic runes. This place appears so mysterious, Lingxue remarked, her curiosity piqued as she surveyed her surroundings. Everyone, be cautious. There may be dangers lurking, Shanchuan cautioned. No sooner had he spoken than a colossal stone lion emerged from the shadows, emanating a powerful wave of soul energy, its eyes gleaming with a crimson light. What kind of soul beast is this? Talon exclaimed in astonishment. Mountains and rivers gripped the sword of destiny firmly in hand. No matter the adversary, we shall conquer it. The stone lion opened its maw wide, unleashing a torrent of flames. Swiftly, the mountains and rivers executed a defensive soul technique, successfully thwarting the fiery assault. Lingxue, standing by, provided unwavering support, continually bestowing enhancement effects upon Shanchuan and Tai Long. Seizing the moment, Tai Long circled around to the rear of the stone lion. Launching his attack, the weight of the mountains descends. Tai Long leaped high into the air, striking down forcefully upon the stone lion. Enraged, the stone lion pivoted and lunged at Tai Long. In the nick of time, Shanchuan intervened, blocking the lion's onslaught. After a fierce struggle, they finally disowned the stone lion's vulnerability and triumphed over it. Deep within the ruins, they stumbled upon a mysterious treasure chest, within which lay a precious soul ring. This soul ring appears extraordinarily powerful, Lingxue remarked. Mountains and rivers cautiously lifted the soul ring, preparing to absorb it. At that moment, a formidable force enveloped them. It was none other than the guardian of the relics making its appearance. The guardian, an immense humanoid soul beast, possessed unparalleled strength and speed. You shall not take anything from this place, the guardian bellowed. The mountains and rivers stand undaunted. We have endured countless trials to arrive at this moment, and this soul ring is ours for the taking. In an instant, the battle erupted, and the guardian's attacks were fiercely relentless, leaving the mountains and rivers struggling to cope. This approach is unsustainable. We must uncover its vulnerability, Tyrone exclaimed. After a period of careful observation, Lingxue discerned that the guardian's weakness lay in its back. Mountains, let us strike at its back together, Lingxue declared. The three, united in purpose, finally struck the guardian's weak point, bringing it to defeat. Shanchuan successfully absorbed the soul ring, greatly enhancing his strength. After departing from the ruins, they continued their adventures across the Douluo Continent. One day, they arrived at a cursed castle, shrouded in a sinister aura, rumored to be inhabited by a malevolent vampire soul beast. This castle appears truly ominous, Lingxue remarked, a hint of trepidation in her voice. The mountains and rivers reassured, do not fear, for I am here. They cautiously ventured into the castle when, suddenly, a vampire emerged from the shadows, revealing its sharp fangs. Fresh blood, haha? The vampire cackled. Mountains and rivers brandished their swords, engaging in a fierce battle against the vampire. The vampire's speed was astonishing, leaving the mountains and rivers momentarily ensnared in a predicament. Talon, use your strength to restrain its movements, cried the mountains and rivers. Talon unleashed his formidable power, temporarily trapping the vampire. Seizing the opportunity, Lingxue launched her soul technique, inflicting damage upon the vampire. After a protracted and intense struggle, they ultimately triumphed over the vampire, lifting the curse from the castle. In their subsequent adventures, the mountains and rivers encountered numerous powerful soul beasts and daunting challenges. Yet, they steadfastly supported one another, never wavering in their camaraderie. On one occasion, they encountered a unicorn soul beast in the forest, endowed with healing abilities. The unicorn was being pursued by a band of malevolent hunters and had sustained grave injuries. We cannot allow it to fall into the hands of those hunters, declared the mountains and rivers. They engaged in a fierce confrontation with the hunters and successfully rescued the unicorn. In gratitude, the unicorn bestowed upon them formidable healing powers. As time passed, the renown of the mountains and rivers spread across the entirety of the Douluo Continent. They became revered as heroes in the hearts of the people, garnering countless friendships and respect. However, they understood that their adventures were far from over, with myriad unknowns awaiting their exploration. The bloody glory of Douluo, the valiant deeds of Shanchuan, Lingxue, and Tai Long resonate throughout the Douluo Continent, their names growing ever more illustrious. Yet, they remain humble and unpretentious, continuing their adventurous journey. On this day, they arrived at a mysterious valley, rumored to conceal a potent soul tool capable of bestowing upon its wielder the power to command the elements. If we could obtain this soul tool, our strength would undoubtedly ascend to new heights, Tai Long exclaimed with excitement. Let us not rejoice too soon. The path ahead is surely fraught with challenges, Ling Xue cautioned. Shanchuan nodded, urging everyone to exercise caution and remain vigilant. They cautiously ventured into the valley. And shortly after their entrance, they were met with a deep, resonant roar. A colossal white tiger spirit beast leaped forth from the thicket, its fur crackling with electric sparks and its gaze brimming with hostility. This formidable white tiger appeared to be a daunting adversary. Talon swallowed hard. Shanchuan gripped the sword firmly in his hand. Fear not, for we shall advance together. The white tiger launched the first strike, unleashing a bolt of lightning that surged toward Shanchuan and his companions. Ling Xue swiftly conjured a water-based soul technique, creating a shimmering curtain of water to deflect the lightning's assault. Tyrone, now is your moment, Shanchuan urged. Tyrone charged forward, unleashing formidable strength in an attempt to subdue the white tiger. However, the white tiger nimbly evaded, pivoting to swipe at Tyrone with its claw. Be careful, Ling Xue exclaimed. Shanchuan arrived just in time, using his sword to deflect the white tiger's ferocious assault. This creature is far too swift, he remarked. We must devise a strategy to ensnare it, Ling Xue suggested. After a thorough discussion, they resolved that Shanchuan and Tai Long would draw the white tiger's attention, while Ling Xue would set water-based traps in the vicinity. The execution of their plan proceeded seamlessly, and the white tiger inadvertently fell into the trap, its movements now hindered. At the opportune moment, Shanchuan unleashed a formidable soul technique, piercing the vital spot of the white tiger with a single stroke. The beast struggled a few times before ultimately collapsing. Finally, the ordeal was resolved. Talon exhaled a sigh of relief. They pressed onward and eventually discovered the coveted soul artifact. However, just as they prepared to seize it, the artifact unexpectedly emanated a powerful force, forming a colossal shield that barred their entrance. What is happening? Talon inquired with confusion. It seems that obtaining the soul artifact will not be so simple, Shanchuan remarked, furrowing his brow. At that moment, a mysterious voice echoed in their ears. To acquire the soul artifact, you must first pass my trial. Immediately thereafter, a magnificent fiery phoenix materialized before them. The phoenix spread its wings, and the surrounding temperature soared dramatically. This trial is exceedingly challenging, Ling Xue remarked. Mountains and rivers proclaimed, regardless of the circumstances, we must not surrender. The battle commenced, with the fiery phoenix incessantly belching flames, while mountains and rivers evaded in every direction. We cannot remain perpetually on the defensive, Talon asserted. After a moment of contemplation, Shanchuan spoke. Ling Xue, utilize your water attribute soul skill to lower the surrounding temperature. Talon, let us strike the phoenix's wings together. They executed their plan. Ling Xue successfully diminished the temperature, while Shanchuan and Talon took the opportunity to launch an assault on the phoenix's wings. The phoenix, enraged by the attack, shrieked furiously and retaliated with intensified aggression. Amidst the fierce battle, Shanchuan discerned that the phoenix's abdomen was its Achilles heel. Concentrate our strength on its abdomen, he commanded. The trio unleashed their full might and ultimately struck the phoenix's vulnerable spot. The phoenix collapsed to the ground, dissipating into a radiant light. The protective shield vanished, and they successfully acquired the soul weapon. Splendid. We have succeeded, Talon exclaimed with elation. Ling Xue gazed at Shanchuan, her eyes brimming with joy. They departed the valley, soul weapon in hand, continuing their adventures across the Douluo Continent. Soon, they arrived at a quaint town shrouded in dark forces. The townsfolk appeared peculiar, their eyes vacant and movements sluggish. This place feels exceedingly eerie, Ling Xue remarked. There must be some malevolent force at play, Shanchuan replied. As they conducted their investigation in the town, they uncovered traces of a dark sorcerer. It turns out this fiend is behind the mischief, Talon stated. The dark sorcerer, having detected their presence, unleashed dark magic to attack them. Mountains and rivers valiantly resisted, engaging in an intense magical confrontation with the dark sorcerer. During the fierce battle, they discovered that the sorcerer's power emanated from a sinister soul ring. If they could shatter that soul ring, they would vanquish him. We must work in unison, Mountaineer declared. Together, they seized the opportunity, and with a decisive strike, Mountaineer shattered the dark soul ring. The dark sorcerer, stripped of his power, was ultimately defeated. The tranquil town returned to its former serenity, and the inhabitants expressed their profound gratitude. In the days that followed, the adventures of Mountaineer and his companions continued. They encountered a myriad of challenges and foes, Yet their resolve remained unwavering as they pressed onward. On one occasion, they encountered a colossal sandworm soul beast in the desert. The sandworm could maneuver effortlessly through the sands, launching attacks that were nearly impossible to evade. "This sandworm is exceedingly troublesome," Talon remarked. "Fear not, we shall find a way." Mountaineer reassured. Observing the sandworm's movements, Shanchuan noted, "I have observed that it pauses briefly each time it emerges from the sands. That is our moment to strike." Following Shanchuan's keen insight, they patiently awaited their opportunity. At last, Mountaineer seized the fleeting moment of the sandworm's pause and pierced its head with a swift thrust. The sandworm thrashed momentarily before collapsing onto the desert floor. Through countless adventures and battles, the bond between Mountaineer, Shanchuan, and Talon deepened, solidifying their roles as each other's staunchest allies. The road ahead remains long, and they shall continue to inscribe their own legend upon the Douluo Continent. After Shanchuan, Shanchuan, and Talon triumphed over the sandworm soul beast, they continued their journey across the Douluo Continent. They had heard whispers of a mystical snow lotus atop a distant icy peak, possessing miraculous powers of resurrection. "If we can obtain this snow lotus, we shall have an additional safeguard against future dangers," Shanchuan expressed with eager anticipation. "Then let us endeavor to seek it out, regardless of the obstacles we may face." Shanchuan replied resolutely, gazing into her eyes. Talon thumped his chest confidently and declared, "With brother Shanchuan by our side, we are bound to succeed." The trio set forth towards the icy mountain, and as they ascended closer to the summit, the temperature plummeted, and the biting cold winds assailed them. "This is unbearably frigid. I feel as though my hands and feet are turning to ice," Talon could not help but grumble. Shanchuan exhaled a cloud of white breath, urging, "Everyone, hold on just a little longer, we are nearly there." At last, they reached the mountain's peak, only to find a colossal ice dragon soul beast guarding the snow lotus. The dragon unfurled its wings and roared, unleashing a blast of frigid air. "Be cautious." Shanchuan quickly pulled Shanchuan and Talon behind him, summoning a soul power shield for protection. "This creature is formidable indeed," Talon remarked. Shanchuan gritted his teeth and declared, "Fear not, let us charge together." The ice dragon lunged at them with its colossal claws. Shanchuan sidestepped, swinging his sword to strike at the dragon's talons. Shanchuan unleashed her water-based soul technique, forming ice spikes that shot towards the ice dragon. With a ferocious roar, the dragon expelled a torrent of ice from its maw. Talon leapt with all his might, positioning his body to shield them from the icy onslaught. "Talon!" Both Shanchuan and Shanchuan gasped in unison. Rising from the ground and wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Talon reassured them, "I am unharmed. Let us continue the fight." Mountains and rivers roared with fury, their spirit powers surging forth. "Ice dragon, meet your demise." After a fierce battle, they discerned the ice dragon's vulnerability lay in its underbelly. Shanchuan, draw its attention. Talon and I will seize the opportunity to strike its abdomen, shouted Shanchuan. Shanchuan nodded, dashing towards the ice dragon, relentlessly unleashing her soul techniques to harass it. Seizing the moment, Shanchuan and Talon maneuvered behind the beast and simultaneously unleashed their most powerful strikes. The ice dragon let out a pained roar as it collapsed to the ground. "At last, we have vanquished it," Talon exclaimed with exhilaration. They successfully acquired the snow lotus and continued their journey. Soon, they arrived at a mysterious cave, rumored to conceal a potent soul artifact. Upon entering the cave, they were besieged by countless bat soul beasts. "Everyone, be cautious," Shanchuan exclaimed, wielding his sword to slay the bats. Shanchuan and Talon also employed their respective soul techniques to counter the onslaught. "There are too many bats, we can scarcely keep up," Talon shouted. The mountains and rivers surveyed their surroundings and discovered a vent. "We shall lure the bats there and employ fire as our weapon." They fought while retreating, guiding the bats towards the vent. Shanchuan unleashed her fire elemental soul technique, igniting the bats. With the bats dispatched, they ventured deeper into the cave. In the depths of the cavern, they stumbled upon the coveted soul artifact. However, to procure it, they had to unravel a perplexing riddle. "This riddle is exceedingly difficult." Talon scratched his head. Shanchuan contemplated intently, urging patience. "Let us think this through together." After considerable effort, they ultimately deciphered the riddle and secured the soul artifact. In the course of their subsequent adventure, they encountered a nine-tailed fox soul beast endowed with illusionary powers. The fox conjured illusions, ensnaring them in a terrifying dreamscape. "Where am I? How did I end up here?" Shanchuan found himself disoriented within the dream. Shanchuan, too, was engulfed in fear. "Shanchuan, where are you?" Talon fought to maintain his clarity. Everyone, wake up. This is mere illusion. Ultimately, through their unwavering resolve, they broke free from the enchantment and engaged in a fierce battle with the nine-tailed fox. During the confrontation, Shanchuan discerned that each time the fox employed its illusion, there was a brief fluctuation in its soul energy. Attack while it casts its illusions, Shanchuan shouted. After a grueling struggle, they triumphed over the nine-tailed fox. As their adventure deepened, the challenges they faced multiplied, and the obstacles grew more formidable. Yet, they remained steadfast, supporting one another through thick and thin. One day, they received news that a nefarious organization was capturing soul beasts with extraordinary abilities, intending to exploit them to dominate the Douluo Continent. We cannot allow their sinister plot to succeed, Shanchuan declared. They resolved to confront the malevolent organization in a decisive battle. During the clash, the evil organization unleashed a variety of formidable soul masters and soul beasts. Everyone, be cautious, do not scatter, Shanchuan warned loudly. Ling Shui and Talon stayed close to Shanchuan, engaging the enemy in a desperate struggle. The mountains and rivers unleashed formidable soul techniques, repelling the enemy's assaults time and again. Even in death, we shall not allow you to succeed, Tyrone roared. After a harrowing battle, they ultimately triumphed over the nefarious organization, rescuing the Douluo Continent. The names of Mountain, Ling Shui, and Tailong have become legends on the Douluo Continent. Their stories recounted and forever etched in the memory of this enchanting land. The dawn of Douluo. After vanquishing the malevolent organization, Shanchuan, Ling Shui, and Tailong emerged as revered heroes of the Douluo Continent. However, their journey of adventure was far from over. One day, they stumbled upon an ancient library, where they discovered a mysterious tome that chronicled a legend about a lost land. It was said that within this forsaken realm lay a mystical artifact capable of disrupting the entire balance of power in the Douluo Continent. The notion was utterly astounding. If such a treasure truly existed, they must embark on a quest to uncover it. Excitement sparkled in Ling Shui's eyes. The mountains furrowed their brows slightly and, after a moment of contemplation, spoke. However, this journey is undoubtedly fraught with unknown perils. We must be thoroughly prepared. Talon patted his chest and assured, with Brother Mountain River by our side, we fear nothing. Thus, they embarked on their expedition to the Lost Lands. Along the way, they encountered various inclement weather and complex terrains. This wretched weather, one moment a torrential downpour, the next a blazing sun, is truly tormenting, Talon lamented. Ling Shui, with a smile, offered words of comfort, saying, do not complain. This is merely part of the adventure. The mountains and rivers remained ever vigilant, observing their surroundings. As they traversed a dense forest, a colossal venomous spider spirit obstructed their path. The spider ejected a viscous web, attempting to ensnare them. Beware of those webs. They are poisonous, Mountain River warned loudly. Ling Shui swiftly unleashed her soul skill, creating a curtain of water to thwart the approach of the webs. Behold my might. The Mountain heavy strike. Tailong charged towards the venomous spider, intent on delivering a fatal blow. However, the spider nimbly evaded Tailong's attack and unleashed a cloud of toxic mist. As the mountains and rivers came into view, Shanchuan promptly exclaimed, hold your breath, Ling Shui, and disperse the noxious mist with your water, attribute soul skill. Through their close cooperation and after a fierce battle, they ultimately triumphed over the venomous spider. Continuing on their journey, they arrived before a wide and tumultuous river, its waters raging and treacherous. How are we to cross this swift current? Talon inquired, a frown marring his brow as he surveyed the water. Ling Shui pondered for a moment and suggested, perhaps we could utilize the surrounding trees to construct a rudimentary bridge. With a shared resolve, they felled trees and built a makeshift bridge, successfully traversing the river. At last, they reached the Lost Land, a place shrouded in an enigmatic aura, where an unsettling silence loomed. Everyone, be cautious, something feels amiss here, Shanchuan murmured softly. No sooner had he spoken than a colossal two-headed dragon emerged from the ground, unleashing torrents of searing flames and frigid air. What manner of creature is this? Talon gasped in astonishment. The mountains and rivers spoke calmly. Do not be afraid. We shall surely conquer it. The flames and icy breath of the two-headed dragon intertwined, creating an attack zone of contrasting extremes. Ling Shui unleashed her formidable water-based soul technique, striving to neutralize the dragon's assault. As the mountains and rivers seized the opportunity during the onslaught of the two-headed dragon, they leaped towards its head, their swords gleaming with a brilliant radiance. Talon, standing nearby, fervently cheered for Shanchuan and Lingxue while seeking a chance to launch an attack. After an exhilarating and intense battle, they finally uncovered the creature's vulnerability and triumphed over the dragon. Deep within the Lost Lands, they discovered a mysterious treasure, a soul ring that shimmered with an extraordinary light. Is this the legendary artifact? Lingxue inquired, her curiosity piqued as she gazed at the soul ring. Just as they prepared to seize the soul ring, a formidable barrier suddenly materialized, safeguarding it. What should we do? Talon anxiously questioned. Shanchuan meticulously scrutinized the barrier and proclaimed, "Let us all concentrate our soul power and endeavor to shatter this barrier." They united their soul energy, relentlessly assaulting the barrier. After numerous attempts, a faint crack finally appeared. At that moment, a shadowy leopard soul beast, concealed in the darkness, suddenly launched an attack, intent on seizing the soul ring. Be careful. Shanchuan pivoted to defend against the shadow leopard's onslaught. Lingxue and Tailong swiftly joined the fray, engaging in a fierce struggle with the shadowy creature. In a pivotal moment, Shanchuan successfully breached the barrier and obtained the soul ring. A surge of formidable energy flooded into his being, empowering him to unleash a potent soul skill that decisively vanquished the shadow leopard. With the soul ring in hand, they embarked on their journey homeward. However, en route, they encountered yet another challenge. A band of robbers, having learned of their possession of a coveted treasure, plotted to ambush them. "Surrender the treasure, and we shall spare your lives," the ruthless leader of the bandits snarled. Mountains and rivers let out a derisive laugh. "Do you truly believe you can rob us?" Once again, a fierce battle erupted. With their formidable strength and seamless cooperation, Shanchuan, Lingxue, and Tailong vanquished the bandits, leaving them in disarray. After a prolonged journey, they finally returned to a familiar place. "This adventure has been exhilarating," Tailong remarked. Lingxue gazed at Shanchuan with a smile. "As long as I am with you, I fear no obstacle, no matter how daunting." The mountains and rivers clasped Lingxue's hand, tenderly proclaiming, "From this day forth, we shall traverse the path together." Their tale continues to resonate across the Douluo Continent, evolving into an everlasting legend whispered among the people. Mountains and rivers, Lingxue and Tailong have traversed numerous adventures, earning widespread renown. However, tranquility did not linger for long. One day, they received a mysterious letter, which spoke of a malevolent force emerging from a distant, shadowy valley, threatening the peace of the entire Douluo Continent. "It appears we have a new mission ahead," Mountain River remarked, furrowing his brow. Lingxue gently grasped Mountain River's hand, her gaze resolute. "No matter how arduous the challenge, we shall face it together." Tailong raised his fist. "Indeed, let those nefarious powers witness our might." They immediately set forth towards the shadowy valley. Along the way, Mountain River continuously discussed strategies with Lingxue and Tailong. "This adversary may prove to be more formidable than any we have encountered before. We must remain vigilant," Mountain River stated solemnly. Lingxue nodded. "Rest assured, we will exercise caution." As they stepped into the shadowy valley, a heavy aura of darkness enveloped them. "Be cautious, there's movement," Tailong exclaimed, alert. A massive shadow wolf leapt forth from the darkness, its eyes shimmering with an eerie red light, exhaling black flames. "What kind of soul beast is this? It appears exceedingly powerful," Lingxue gasped. The mountains and rivers stood undaunted, wielding a treasured sword against the shadow wolf. "Do not fear, watch as I confront it." The shadow wolf, swift as the wind, deftly evaded several of Shanchuan's attacks. "Talon, strike from the side to divert its attention," Shanchuan commanded. Responding promptly, Talon unleashed his formidable strength upon the shadow wolf. As the creature was drawn to Talon, Shanchuan seized the opportunity to pierce its hind leg with his sword. "Awoo!" The shadow wolf, enraged, whirled around and lunged at Shanchuan. In a timely manner, Lingxue invoked her water attribute soul skill, conjuring a curtain of water that slowed the shadow wolf's advance. After an intense struggle, Shanchuan finally found the chance to deliver a fatal blow to the shadow wolf. "Phew. It is finally over," he gasped. They ventured deeper into the valley, encountering increasingly powerful soul beasts. "What is this place? Why are there so many formidable soul beasts?" Talon lamented. Lingxue reassured him, "Do not lose heart. We will surely uncover the source of the malevolent power." At that moment, a colossal rock monster, possessing the ability to manipulate gravity, obstructed their path. With a sweep of its arms, the powerful gravitational field rendered Shanchuan and his companion sluggish. "This is bad. Everyone be cautious," Shanchuan warned. Lingxue struggled to maintain the output of her soul power, attempting to resist the oppressive force of gravity. With unwavering determination, Shanchuan laboriously advanced towards the colossal rock monster. "Behold my gravity slash," he exclaimed, channeling all his strength into a single strike. The rock monster staggered back a few steps from Shanchuan's assault, but soon retaliated fiercely. In a crucial moment, Tai Long discerned the monster's vulnerability on its back. "Shanchuan, strike its rear," Tai Long shouted emphatically. Mountains and rivers echoed the call, and with a swift leap, he pierced the vulnerable spot of the colossal rock creature with his sword. As the behemoth succumbed to the ground, they finally arrived at the very heart of the malevolent force. A dark sorcerer stood before an immense magical array, from which an incessant flow of dark energy surged forth. "At last, I have found you, wretched fiend," thundered the mountain river. The dark sorcerer responded with a derisive laugh. "Do you truly believe you can thwart me?" With that, the sorcerer summoned a massive skeletal dragon spirit. The dragon flapped its wings, conjuring a tempestuous gale. "This dragon is overwhelmingly powerful. Can we truly prevail?" Tyrone expressed his concern, anxiety lacing his words. "Mountains and rivers, with unwavering gazes, we firmly believe that we shall prevail." As Shanchuan, Ling Shui, and Tai Long exchanged a glance, they instinctively launched their assault. Ling Shui continuously employed her soul techniques to disrupt the movements of the bone dragon, while Tai Long, leveraging his immense strength, drew the creature's attention. Seizing the opportunity, Shanchuan meticulously searched for the dragon's vulnerabilities. After a grueling battle, he finally discerned that the neck of the bone dragon was its Achilles heel. "Together, let us concentrate our strength and strike at its neck," Shanchuan proclaimed. The trio unleashed their most potent attacks simultaneously, and the bone dragon let out a harrowing scream before collapsing to the ground. Observing this, the dark sorcerer, filled with rage, intensified the energy output of the magic array. "We cannot allow him to succeed." Shanchuan charged towards the dark sorcerer. Amidst the fierce confrontation, Shanchuan pinpointed the core of the magic array. "Ling Shui, Tai Long, unleash all your strength upon the core of the array," he shouted. Through their combined efforts, the array was finally dismantled, leading to the defeat of the dark sorcerer. "We have triumphed," Tai Long exclaimed with exhilaration. Ling Shui leaped into Shanchuan's embrace, overwhelmed with joy and tears of happiness. The mountains embraced Ling Shui tightly, smiling at Tai Long. "Indeed, we have succeeded." Their adventure continued, with myriad challenges awaiting them in the future, yet they remained undaunted, for they were the legends of Douluo Continent. Following their triumphant defeat of the dark sorcerer and the rescue of the Shadow Valley, Shanchuan, Ling Shui, and Tai Long were once again hailed as heroes across Douluo Continent. However, before they could savor this glory, a new crisis quietly loomed. One day, while engaged in training, Shanchuan suddenly sensed a formidable and malevolent force awakening. After a thorough investigation, they discovered that this force emanated from a legendary ancient soul beast, the Dark Kirin. This Dark Kirin was said to possess the power to annihilate the heavens and earth. "We must proceed with utmost caution," Shanchuan gravely informed Ling Shui and Tai Long. Ling Shui bit her lip, resolute. "No matter what, we cannot allow it to wreak havoc upon the world." Tai Long clenched his fists, affirming, "Indeed, we shall confront it together." In pursuit of the Dark Kirin's whereabouts, they embarked on a long and arduous journey. Along the way, they encountered various formidable soul beasts and treacherous traps. "This place is teeming with mechanisms. It is quite troublesome," Tai Long lamented as he dodged the incoming poisoned arrows. Ling Shui, while utilizing her soul skills to forge a path, urged, "Stop complaining and let us move quickly." At last, they discovered the lair of the Dark Kirin within an ancient mountain range. Upon seeing them, the Dark Kirin opened its gaping maw and unleashed a torrent of black flames. "Be careful." Shanchuan swiftly positioned himself before Ling Shui and Tai Long, activating his defensive soul skills. "This creature is indeed formidable," Tai Long exclaimed. The mountains and rivers resounded with a mighty call. "Let us all unite. We must not grant it a moment's respite." Ling Shui summoned her martial spirit, the Ice Phoenix, unleashing a formidable array of ice-based abilities in an attempt to encase the Dark Kirin in frost. With a thunderous roar, the Dark Kirin emanated an overwhelming force, swiftly breaking free from its icy prison. Meanwhile, Talon wielded his colossal hammer, aiming a powerful strike at the Dark Kirin. The Dark Kirin, displaying remarkable agility, deftly evaded the onslaught while countering with a sweeping motion of its tail towards Talon. Mountains and rivers seized the opportunity to soar into the air, aiming for the eye of the Dark Qilin. The Dark Qilin reacted with remarkable speed, using its claws to thwart the attack from the mountains and rivers. Continuing in this manner was not a viable strategy. We must uncover its vulnerability, Ling Xue exclaimed. After a period of observation, they discerned that a scale on the dark Qian's abdomen was of a lighter hue, potentially indicating its weakness. Talon, you draw its attention. While Ling Xue and I seek an opportunity to strike at its vulnerable spot, mountains and rivers declared. Without hesitation, Talon charged toward the dark Qian, engaging in a fierce battle. Shanchuan and Ling Xue stood by, awaiting the opportune moment. At last, as the dark Kirin was provoked into a ferocious roar by Talon, both Shanchuan and Ling Xue launched their attack simultaneously, striking at its vulnerable point. The dark Kirin let out a pained roar and collapsed to the ground. Just as they believed victory was within their grasp, the dark Kirin unexpectedly rose once more, its aura becoming even more frenzied. This is bad. It's going to fight with all its might, Shanchuan exclaimed. The dark Kirin unleashed its ultimate skill, the Dark Destruction Wave. A powerful surge of energy surged towards them. Everyone, brace yourselves, Shanchuan shouted. The trio exerted their utmost effort, employing their strongest soul techniques to counter the oncoming Dark Destruction Wave. In the midst of the fierce clash of energies, Shanchuan and his companions gradually gained the upper hand. Ultimately, the dark Kirin's strength waned, and it fell to the ground, transforming into a dark soul ring. After the mountains and rivers absorbed the soul ring, their power experienced a significant enhancement. Finally, it's over, Ling Xue said wearily. Tai Long plopped down on the ground, exclaiming, I am utterly exhausted. However, their adventure was far from concluded. Soon, they learned of a formidable soul artifact that had emerged in a mysterious sea, attracting the competition of numerous powerful beings. This might be an excellent opportunity for us to elevate our strength, Shanchuan remarked. What are we waiting for? Let us set out at once. Tai Long exclaimed with enthusiasm. Upon arriving at the sea, they discovered that it had already been claimed by various factions. It seems that acquiring the soul artifact will not be so simple, Ling Xue observed. In the struggle for the soul artifact, they would not only face assaults from other formidable opponents, but also contend with the powerful soul beasts lurking within the waters. A colossal octopus soul beast emerged from the depths, extending its tentacles in an attempt to seize the soul artifact. In a fierce battle, Shanchuan and his companions clashed with the octopus spirit beast. Let us rally together and not allow it to prevail, Shanchuan urged. After a grueling struggle, they ultimately triumphed over the octopus spirit beast and successfully acquired the soul artifact. In the days that followed, Shanchuan and his companions continued their adventures across the Douluo Continent, confronting myriad difficulties and challenges, growing and progressing with each trial. Their names became an everlasting legend upon the Douluo Continent. As the names of Shanchuan, Ling Xue, and Tai Long became increasingly renowned across the Douluo Continent, they found themselves unfulfilled and persistently seeking the secrets of this enchanting land. By sheer chance, they learned of a powerful soul inheritance hidden within a distant, mystical forest, rumored to bestow invincible strength upon its bearer. This sounds incredibly enticing. Shall we venture forth? Ling Xue inquired, gazing at Shanchuan and Tai Long. Such an opportunity must not be missed, Shanchuan declared with unwavering resolve. Tai Long, brimming with excitement, eagerly exclaimed, What are we waiting for? Let us set off. Without hesitation, the trio embarked on their journey to the mysterious forest. Upon entering the forest, they were met with a ferocious flame tiger spirit beast, engulfed in raging flames, each strike emanating a searing heat. Be cautious. Do not let its flames scorch you, Shanchuan warned loudly. Ling Xue unleashed her ice-type soul skill in an attempt to suppress the flames of the tiger. Behold my might. Mountain smash, Tai Long shouted, swinging his colossal fist towards the flame tiger. The beast deftly evaded Tai Long's assault and turned its attention towards Ling Xue. Observing this, Shanchuan swiftly brandished his sword to intercept. This creature is incredibly swift. Ling Xue gasped, slightly breathless. After a fierce battle, Shanchuan discerned the tiger's vulnerability and struck its vital point, ultimately vanquishing it. At last, it is dealt with, Tai Long sighed, wiping the sweat from his brow. They ventured deeper into the forest, facing increasingly formidable soul beasts. This place is indeed fraught with peril, Ling Xue remarked. Yet, as long as we stand united, no challenge is insurmountable, Shanchuan reassured her. Shortly thereafter, they encountered a seductive illusion demon spirit beast, which unleashed a powerful illusion, ensnaring them in a terrifying nightmare. Where are we? Why can't I move? Ling Xue cried out in horror. The mountains and rivers endeavored to maintain clarity. Everyone, remain calm. This is merely an illusion. Focus your minds. Under the guidance of the mountains and rivers, they gradually liberated themselves from the shackles of the illusion through sheer willpower. After several arduous days of travel, they finally arrived at the site of the martial soul inheritance. However, to obtain the inheritance, they must endure a series of formidable trials. The first challenge was to confront a pack of powerful windwolves, ethereal beasts known for their swiftness and ferocity. "Be vigilant, do not scatter," shouted the mountains and rivers. Ling Shui and Tai Long closely followed, resolutely fending off the onslaught of the wind wolves. "We cannot remain on the defensive. We must take the initiative," Tai Long proclaimed. The mountains and rivers nodded in unison, leading them to launch a counterattack. After an intense battle, they successfully vanquished the windwolf. The second trial was to unravel a complex riddle. The three of them sat together, racking their brains in deep contemplation. "I think I might have a clue," Ling Shui remarked. Through their collective efforts, they ultimately deciphered the riddle. The final challenge was to conquer a formidable soul beast possessing dual soul powers. This creature was extraordinarily powerful, plunging them into a fierce struggle. "What should we do? This opponent is too formidable to handle," Talon exclaimed, a hint of anxiety in his voice. With unwavering determination, Shanchuan declared, "Do not surrender. We shall surely uncover its vulnerabilities." After meticulous observation, Shanchuan discerned that the two martial souls of the soul beast exhibited a fleeting interval during their transition. "Now is the moment. Attack," Shanchuan commanded. Seizing the opportunity, they launched a decisive strike, ultimately vanquishing the soul beast and successfully acquiring the martial soul inheritance. However, as they prepared to depart from the enigmatic forest, they found themselves confronted by a band of nefarious villains coveting their hard-won legacy. "Hand over the inheritance, and we shall spare your lives," the leader of the miscreants snarled menacingly. With a cold sneer, Shanchuan uttered, "You think you stand a chance? Dream on." A fierce battle erupted once more. Shanchuan, Ling Shui, and Tai Long coordinated seamlessly, showcasing their formidable prowess. "Allow us to demonstrate our strength," Tai Long bellowed. After an intense skirmish, they successfully repelled the nefarious foes. "This adventure has truly been exhilarating," Ling Shui remarked. The mountains and rivers smiled upon her and Talon, for they had all grown significantly, with newfound strength and courage. They continued to inscribe their own legends upon the Douluo Continent, the rebirth of Douluo through flames. After successfully obtaining the soul inheritance from the mysterious forest, Shanchuan, Ling Shui, and Tai Long experienced a significant enhancement in their abilities, thereby amplifying their renown across the Douluo Continent. However, a new mission soon descended upon them. One day, they received a mysterious invitation, beckoning them to an ancient castle rumored to conceal an unparalleled soul artifact, one possessing the power to alter the fate of the Douluo Continent. "It sounded perilous, yet we cannot let this opportunity slip away," Shanchuan remarked. Ling Shui nodded, her eyes brimming with resolve. "Regardless of the challenges, we shall face them together." Tai Long thumped his chest. "What is there to fear? With our strength, we will surely prevail." Thus, they embarked on their journey to the castle. Along the way, they encountered numerous arduous obstacles. "Why is this path so treacherous, with thorns everywhere?" Tai Long complained. "Cease your complaints and be cautious. There may be dangers lurking nearby," Ling Shui cautioned. Suddenly, a massive poisonous scorpion soul beast sprang forth from the side, its tail's venomous stinger glimmering ominously. "Be careful, this scorpion is not to be trifled with," Shanchuan shouted. The scorpion swiftly launched its attack, spewing venom in their direction. The mountains and rivers swiftly unleashed their defensive skills, successfully blocking the venom. "Behold my ice spirit arrow." Ling Shui summoned her martial spirit, launching a flurry of icy arrows that struck the venomous scorpion. In agony, the scorpion retaliated with even greater ferocity. Seizing the opportunity, Talon charged forward, swinging his fist down upon the creature. After a fierce battle, they ultimately triumphed over the scorpion. As they pressed onward, they arrived at the castle's entrance. The grand doors stood firmly shut, enveloped in an aura of mystery. The castle exuded an eerie atmosphere. Ling Shui, feeling a twinge of fear, grasped the hem of Shanchuan's garment. Mountains and rivers comforted, saying, "Do not fear, for I am here." Talon stepped forward and pushed the grand door with all his might, yet it remained steadfastly shut. "What shall we do?" Talon scratched his head in perplexity. At that moment, Mountain River noticed a mechanism beside the door. Perhaps this was the key to unlocking it. He examined the mechanism with great care. After several attempts, the door finally creaked open. Upon entering the castle, they were enveloped in a thick fog that obscured their sense of direction. "Everyone, Be cautious and stay close to me, Mountain River urged as he treaded carefully forward. Suddenly, a shadowy but soul beast emerged from the mist, lunging towards them. Watch out, Mountain River exclaimed, swinging his sword at the bat. Lingxue and Talon reacted swiftly, joining the fray. During the skirmish with the shadow bat, they discovered its ability to become invisible, complicating their battle considerably. This bat is exceedingly troublesome. It keeps eluding our sight, Talon said anxiously. Calm down. Let us listen intently for its sounds to discern its location, Mountain River advised. After a fierce struggle, they finally discerned the bat's patterns and successfully vanquished it. Delving deeper into the castle, they encountered an array of mechanisms and traps. This path is fraught with peril, Lingxue remarked. Yet as long as we persevere, we shall surely find the soul artifact, Mountain River encouraged his companions. At last, they arrived at the core of the castle, beholding the extraordinary soul artifact. However, it was ensconced within a formidable barrier, guarded by a powerful ironclad lion soul beast. The ironclad lion roared fiercely and charged at them. Prepare for battle, Mountain River commanded. Shanchuan and Tailong confronted the ironclad lion head-on, while Lingxue positioned herself in the rear to cast supportive soul techniques. The ironclad lion possessed formidable offensive power, causing Shanchuan and Tailong to be repelled multiple times. Continuing in this manner was not viable. We must identify its weakness, Shanchuan declared. After careful observation, they discerned that the creature's underbelly was its vulnerable spot. Tailong, divert its attention while I seek an opportunity to strike its abdomen, Shanchuan instructed. Tailong nodded in agreement and charged toward the ironclad lion, persistently provoking it. The mountains and rivers seized the opportunity to leap forth, striking at the belly of the armored lion. The ironclad beast roared in agony, collapsing to the ground. Yet, the barrier remained unbroken. Let us unite our strength to assault the barrier, declared Shanchuan. They pulled their soul energy together and launched an assault on the barrier. With their formidable force colliding against it, the barrier finally shattered, and they successfully claimed the soul artifact. Just as they prepared to depart the castle, its master appeared. Did you truly believe you could so easily abscond with the soul artifact? The castle's master sneered. It turned out that the master was a powerful soul master, intent on reclaiming the artifact. A fierce battle erupted once more. No matter who you are, we shall not relinquish the soul artifact, asserted Shanchuan. The castle master unleashed formidable soul techniques, directing his attacks towards them. Shanchuan and his companions worked in perfect harmony, engaging in a desperate struggle against the castle's master. Ultimately, through their indomitable will and unwavering spirit, they triumphed over the castle's ruler and departed with the soul artifact in hand. This adventure has been exhilarating, Talon remarked. Lingxue gazed at Shanchuan with a smile, declaring, as long as we are together, no challenge is insurmountable. The mountains and rivers clasped Lingxue's hand, affirming that indeed, they must confront numerous challenges together. Their adventure endures, with a myriad of uncertainties awaiting their exploration in the future. Mountains and rivers, accompanied by Lingxue and Tailong, embarked on a new journey, armed with the unparalleled soul artifact acquired from the castle. However, their actions drew the attention of various forces, including a nefarious organization known as the Shadow Alliance. Whispers circulated that these three had come into possession of an extraordinary treasure. If it could be seized, it would herald our prosperity, the sinister leader of the Shadow Alliance proclaimed ominously. Leave it to us, we will ensure the artifact is brought back. His subordinates replied in unison. Meanwhile, Shanchuan and the others remained oblivious to the impending peril. The power of this soul artifact is formidable, yet it seems further study is necessary to fully master it, Shanchuan remarked. Lingxue nodded in agreement. Indeed, we must exercise caution to avoid being consumed by this power. Tailong, with a carefree demeanor, declared, what is there to fear? With the three of us together, we can handle anything. Just then, they were suddenly surrounded by a group of cloaked figures. Surrender the soul artifact, and we shall spare your lives, the dark-clad assailants shouted. The mountains furrowed their brows. Who are you? How dare you rob us? Enough of the idle chatter, attack. The figures clad in black surged forward. The mountains and rivers immediately entered a state of combat, engaging in fierce struggles with the cloaked figures. Behold my might. With a single punch, Talon repelled several of the dark-clad adversaries. Lingxue unleashed her ice-based martial soul abilities, encasing the surrounding foes in frost. With agile movements and a keen sword technique, Shanchuan vanquished his foes. However, the dark-clad assailants continued to pour in relentlessly, their strength growing ever more formidable. This cannot go on. We must break through, Shanchuan declared. Follow me. Ling Xue identified a potential escape route and led the group forward. They fled, arriving at a secluded valley. Let us rest here for a moment to regain our strength, Shanchuan suggested. Ling Xue expressed her concern. I wonder if they will pursue us. Let them come. We shall slay one if they send a single foe, and two if they dare send a pair. Talon proclaimed with unwavering bravado. Just then, a deep, menacing roar echoed through the valley. A colossal flame-bear soul beast materialized before them. What misfortune strikes us now? Talon lamented. The flame bear unleashed a torrent of fire, charging toward them. Be cautious, Shanchuan shouted. They all unleashed their respective skills, engaging in a desperate struggle against the flame bear. This creature is tough, with thick skin and formidable strength, Talon remarked. Ling Xue responded, we must discover its weakness. After careful observation, Shanchuan identified the creature's eyes as its vulnerable point. Talon, draw its attention, Ling Xue, and I will seize the opportunity to strike at its eyes, Shanchuan instructed. Talon charged forward, confronting the flame bear head-on. Seizing the opportunity, Shanchuan and Ling Xue stealthily maneuvered behind the flaming bear and launched their assault. At last, the flaming bear succumbed to the ground, transforming into a soul ring. Wonderful! We have acquired yet another soul ring, Talon exclaimed with exuberance. However, before they could revel in their triumph, the Shadow Alliance's members pursued them relentlessly. Nowhere to escape, declared the leader of the cloaked figures. Even in death, we shall not surrender the soul artifact to you vile scoundrels, Shanchuan asserted with unwavering resolve. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle once more. As the conflict raged on, Shanchuan and his companions found themselves increasingly at a disadvantage. Is this where we shall meet our end today? Talon spoke with a hint of despair. Just then, an overwhelming force erupted from within Shanchuan. It was the manifestation of a new martial soul skill he had comprehended in this dire moment. Allow me to demonstrate my prowess. Shanchuan unleashed a formidable skill, instantly repelling numerous members of the cloaked adversaries. Inspired by his valor, Ling Xue and Talon rallied to counterattack. Ultimately, they succeeded in driving away the members of the Shadow Alliance. That was truly perilous, Ling Xue remarked. Mountains and rivers clasped her hand. As long as we are together, there is no obstacle we cannot surmount. Through this ordeal, their bond deepened, fortifying their resolve to navigate the trials of the Douluo Continent. They pressed onward, ready to embrace further challenges and adventures. The trials of the god of Douluo. After successfully repelling the Shadow Alliance, Shanchuan, Ling Xue, and Tai Long continued their exploration across the Douluo Continent. Their valiant deeds resonated throughout the land, capturing the attention of the deities inhabiting Douluo. One day, while they were resting in a tranquil forest, a mysterious beam of light descended from the heavens, revealing a deity before them. Brave adventurers, the deity proclaimed, their voice resonating with authority and solemnity. I have witnessed your resilience and courage. Yet, to truly become powerful on the Douluo Continent, you must undergo the trials of the gods. Shanchuan and the others gazed in astonishment at the deity, momentarily at a loss for words. Ling Xue was the first to regain her composure and respectfully inquired. Esteemed deity, may I ask what this trial of the divine entails? The deity smiled slightly and replied, in the distant misty valley, there resides a formidable chaos beast, possessing the power to annihilate all. Your mission is to conquer it and obtain its soul ring. The mountains and rivers clenched their fists and resolutely declared, we are prepared to embrace this trial. The deity nodded and subsequently vanished amidst a radiant glow. The three immediately set forth towards the misty valley. Along the way, they engaged in discussions regarding their strategies. This chaotic behemoth sounds formidable. We must proceed with utmost caution, Talon said, his brow furrowed with concern. Ling Xue offered reassurance, saying, do not fret too much. We have surmounted numerous challenges, and we shall surely prevail this time as well. Mountains and rivers shimmer with determination, indeed. As long as we unite our efforts, there exists no adversary we cannot conquer. When they finally arrived at the misty valley, a formidable pressure enveloped them. Is this the essence of the chaos beast? Terrifying. Talon could not help but tremble. Before their eyes appeared a colossal creature of indistinct form. Each breath it took seemed to warp the very fabric of the surrounding space. Prepare for battle, Shanchuan shouted, charging forward with fervor. The chaos beast let out a deafening roar, swinging its massive claws toward Shanchuan. Shanchuan nimbly evaded, simultaneously unleashing his soul skills in an attempt to strike the beast. Ling Xue, positioned at the rear, continuously bestowed enhancement effects upon Shanchuan, while Talon sought an opportunity to attack the beast from the flank. Roar. The chaos beast suddenly opened its gaping maw, unleashing a wave of black energy. Be careful, Shanchuan hastily warned. They all activated their defensive skills, barely withstanding the onslaught. This cannot continue. We must identify its weakness, Ling Xue urged. After a careful observation, they discerned that the beast's eyes were its vulnerable points. Talon, draw its attention. Ling Xue, and I will exploit the moment to strike at its eyes, Shanchuan instructed. Without hesitation, Talon charged toward the chaos beast, persistently provoking it. As the mountains and rivers approached swiftly, they launched a decisive strike. Success! Witnessing the chaotic beast's agonizing fall, they erupted in joyous cheers. However, just as they prepared to absorb the soul rings, a group of enigmatic soul masters suddenly appeared. Those soul rings belong to us, declared the leader of the soul masters. Not a chance. We have endured countless hardships to acquire them, Mountain River retorted, standing resolute. A fierce contest ensued between the two parties. Throughout the battle, Mountain River and his companions gradually gained the upper hand. You might as well save your efforts and leave at once, Talon shouted. Ultimately, the group of soul masters, unable to withstand the onslaught, retreated in disarray. Mountains and rivers successfully absorbed the soul rings of the chaotic behemoth, resulting in a significant enhancement of their power. As they prepared to depart from the valley, the deity reappeared. You have excelled in the trials. Henceforth, you shall receive the blessings of the divine. Upon concluding these words, a radiant light enveloped them. The mountains and rivers were filled with gratitude. This merely marks the beginning of your adventures. Numerous challenges await you in the future. After the deities spoke, they vanished. With the blessing of the divine, they continued to inscribe their own legend upon the Douluo Continent. After receiving the blessings of the gods, Shanchuan, Ling Xue, and Tailong experienced a significant enhancement in their powers, their reputations resonating far and wide. However, their actions attracted the attention of the Soul Palace, a mysterious and formidable organization that operates covertly, manipulating various forces across the Douluo Continent. Rumors circulated about a few audacious individuals who had inexplicably received divine blessings. Thus, they must be captured for the purpose of studying this newfound power, stated the cold-hearted master of the Soul Palace. Soon, Shanchuan and his companions became aware that they were being pursued by agents of the Soul Palace. It seems the Soul Palace has set its sights on us, everyone. Remain vigilant, Shanchuan cautioned. What is there to fear? Let them come. We'll face one or two without hesitation, Tailong declared boldly, brandishing his fists. Ling Xue turned to Shanchuan with concern. Shanchuan, what should we do? The mountains and rivers pondered for a moment. First, they sought a secure refuge, and then they would devise a long-term strategy. They took shelter in a secluded cave. However, hiding like this was not a sustainable solution. We must find a way to take the initiative, Ling Xue declared. Mountains and rivers nodded in agreement. I concur, yet the Soul Palace possesses formidable strength, and we must not act recklessly. At that moment, a cacophony erupted from outside the cave. They must be within. Search for them. The people from the Soul Palace have already pursued us. The mountains and rivers found themselves in a fierce confrontation with the denizens of the Soul Palace. Behold my true martial spirit. Mountain River unleashed a formidable martial spirit skill, momentarily repelling a wave of adversaries. Talon, not to be outdone, declared, the weight of Mount Tai. Ling Xue stood by, providing assistance and tending to their wounds. However, the relentless tide of Soul Palace warriors surged forth, and they gradually felt overwhelmed. Is this where our journey ends? Talon gasped, breathless. At that critical moment, a mysterious radiance flashed, heralding the reappearance of a deity. Brave children, do not despair. The deity proclaimed. The mountains and rivers seemed to glimpse a glimmer of hope. They earnestly implored the divine being for assistance. The deity smiled gently. I can aid you, but you must rely upon your own strength to conquer the Soul Palace. With that, the deity bestowed upon them a mysterious soul artifact. Armed with this artifact, the mountains and rivers felt their powers greatly enhanced, revitalizing their spirits to engage in a fierce struggle against the denizens of the Soul Palace. During the battle, they discovered that the adversaries were adept at employing various enigmatic soul beast skills. Be cautious, this is the shadow poison fog, Ling Xue warned loudly. The mountains and rivers swiftly enacted their defensive skills, successfully thwarting the assault of the poisonous mist. After a fierce struggle, they finally liberated themselves from the relentless pursuit of the Soul Palace. It was indeed a harrowing experience, Ling Xue remarked, still haunted by the ordeal. The mountains and rivers clenched tightly the soul device in their grasp, yet we shall not falter, and we shall ensure that the Soul Palace pays dearly. In the days that followed, They devoted themselves to both cultivation and the quest for the Soul Palace's vulnerabilities. During one daring expedition, they encountered a formidable thunder lion soul beast. This creature proves to be quite a challenge, Tyrone remarked. The mountains and rivers observed the movements of the soul beasts. Everyone acted according to the plan. Ling Shui unleashed her control skills, restraining the actions of the thunder lion. Seizing the opportunity, Shanchuan and Tailong launched their assault. After a fierce battle, they triumphed over the thunder lion, securing a precious soul ring. As their strength steadily increased, they ultimately located the headquarters of the Soul Palace. This is it. We must destroy the Soul Palace. Shanchuan's eyes glimmered with resolve. They stormed into the Soul Palace, confronting the Palace Master in a climactic showdown. You think you can challenge me? The Palace Master scoffed. You'll find out. Shanchuan charged forward, undeterred. In the midst of the intense battle, Shanchuan and his companions fully harnessed their respective strengths, coordinating seamlessly. In the end, they successfully vanquished the Palace Master and dismantled the Soul Palace. The Douluo Continent returned to its former peace, and the names of Shanchuan, Ling Shui, and Tailong became legendary among the people. Their adventures continued, with more challenges awaiting them in the future. After the successful destruction of the Soul Palace, Shanchuan, Ling Shui, and Tailong emerged as revered heroes on the Douluo Continent. However, they did not pause in their endeavors, for they were acutely aware that this mysterious and vast land held countless mysteries yet to be explored. One day, in an ancient ruin, they uncovered a mysterious tome that chronicled the legend of a lost artifact. It was said that this artifact possessed immense power capable of upending the balance of strength across the entire Douluo Continent. If we can find this artifact, we will be better equipped to safeguard this land, Shanchuan declared, his eyes shimmering with determination. Ling Shui nodded gently, but this will undoubtedly not be an easy task. Tailong pounded his chest, asserting, what is there to fear? With us together, there is no challenge we cannot overcome. Following the clues within the ancient tome, they embarked on a perilous journey in search of the artifact. Along the way, they encountered formidable soul beasts and treacherous traps. In a foreboding marshland, they faced a colossal venomous python soul beast. The venom it spewed was highly corrosive, sending chills down their spines. Everyone, be cautious. Avoid the venom, Shanchuan warned loudly. Ling Shui unleashed her ice-type martial soul skills, attempting to freeze the python's movements. Watch this, a powerful strike. Tailong swung his massive axe, charging at the python. The python, agile and serpentine, evaded their assaults while launching counterattacks. After an intense struggle, Shanchuan identified the python's weakness and struck it down with a precise thrust of his sword. Phew. Finally dealt with it, Tailong gasped, collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. Continuing onward, they arrived before a steep peak, shrouded in mist and exuding an air of mystery. The artifact was likely hidden atop this mountain. As the mountains gazed upon the peaks, they prepared to ascend. Suddenly, a fierce gale howled past, and a colossal soaring eagle spirit beast materialized above them. The majestic creature flapped its enormous wings, stirring a tempest that nearly toppled them. This spirit beast is no trivial adversary, Ling Shui remarked. The mountain spoke calmly, do not fear, we shall face this together. United in purpose, the three engaged in a heart-stopping battle against the soaring eagle spirit beast. Ultimately, they triumphed, reaching the summit. Within an ancient cave atop the mountain, they discovered the fabled artifact. However, as they prepared to seize it, a formidable force repelled them. What is happening? Talon inquired, astonished. In that moment, a mysterious voice echoed. To claim the artifact, you must pass my trial. Suddenly, a deity from the Douluo Continent appeared before them. This is the divine trial. Only by demonstrating your courage, wisdom, and strength shall you be worthy of the artifact, the god proclaimed. The trial commenced, transporting them to a realm filled with illusions. In this surreal space, they confronted the very fears that haunted their hearts. Mountain Stream, I am so afraid. Ling Shui clutched Mountain Stream's hand tightly. Shanchuan comforted, do not fear. For this is merely an illusion. We shall surely find our way out. After considerable effort, they vanquished their inner trepidation and emerged from the phantasm. Subsequently, they were confronted by a formidable soul beast in the guise of a flame dragon. The inferno unleashed by the dragon was exceedingly searing, making it nearly impossible to approach. Be wary of its fiery abilities, Shanchuan exclaimed. Talon surged forward, drawing the dragon's attention. The mountains and the ethereal snowflakes sought opportunities to strike at the dragon's vulnerabilities. After a grueling battle, they finally discerned the dragon's weakness and succeeded in vanquishing it. You have passed the trial. The artifact now belongs to you, the deity proclaimed with satisfaction. As they grasped the artifact, a surge of formidable power coursed through their veins. However, a new crisis loomed over the Douluo Continent. A cadre of malevolent soul masters endeavored to wield dark forces to dominate the realm, establishing a powerful organization to oppose the forces of justice. Mountains and rivers, Lingshui and Talon resolutely stepped forward, wielding powerful artifacts to engage in a climactic confrontation against the nefarious organization. During the battle, they harnessed the full potency of their divine instruments, fiercely opposing the malevolent forces. For the peace of the Douluo Continent, we shall not retreat, Mount shouted. After an exhilarating clash, they ultimately triumphed over the evil organization, safeguarding the tranquility of the Douluo Continent. Henceforth, their names became eternal legends within the realm, inspiring generations to bravely pursue justice and peace. Following their successful preservation of peace in Douluo, the renown of mountains and rivers, Lingshui and Talon spread across the entire continent. Yet, they remained unsatisfied, continuously striving to enhance their strength in preparation for greater challenges that may lie ahead. One day, while exploring a mysterious ruin, they stumbled upon intriguing news. It was said that in a distant deep sea, there existed a mystical soul beast endowed with a unique martial soul, whose power was unparalleled. If they could absorb it, their strength would undoubtedly experience a significant surge. This may be a splendid opportunity for us to enhance our abilities, mountains and rivers exclaimed, eyes gleaming with excitement. Lingshui voiced her concerns. The deep sea is fraught with peril. We must prepare thoroughly. Talon, brimming with confidence, declared, what is there to fear? With brother mountains by our side, we shall surely succeed. Thus, they embarked on their journey toward the deep sea. Along the way, they encountered numerous like-minded companions, including Ziyuef, who excelled in healing, and Taizhan, who possessed formidable defensive martial souls. Together, they ventured forth and finally arrived at the edge of the deep sea. Everyone, be cautious. The soul beasts in the deep sea are not to be trifled with, Mountains warned. Shortly after entering the depths, a colossal electric eel soul beast surged toward them. Its body crackled with formidable currents, deterring any attempt to approach. That current is formidable, Ziyue exclaimed. Taizhan stepped forward, declaring, I will stand against it. Mountains and rivers observed the attack patterns of the electric eel spirit beast, searching for its vulnerabilities. Everyone, strike at its abdomen, shouted mountains and rivers, united in purpose. They engaged in a fierce battle and ultimately triumphed over the electric eel spirit beast. As they ventured deeper into the abyss, the spirit beast they encountered grew increasingly formidable. This place is truly terrifying. Do we dare to continue? One voiced trepidation. Having come this far, how can we possibly give up? Talon encouraged. At that moment, a mysterious spirit beast with a unique martial spirit emerged. It resembled a coiling dragon, adorned with a pair of enormous wings, exuding an aura of dread. This is our target. Mountains and rivers gripped his weapon tightly. The enigmatic spirit beast launched its assault, its powers both formidable and bizarre, plunging the group into a predicament. Everyone, remain calm and adhere to the plan, Mountains and Rivers called out. Lingshui unleashed her ice-based abilities, striving to impede the spirit beast's movements, while Ziyu tirelessly tended to the injured comrades. Taking advantage of the moment, Shanchuan and Tai Long launched a fierce assault. However, the defensive capabilities of the spirit beast were formidable, rendering their attacks largely ineffective. This predicament was untenable, and Shanchuan felt a rising urgency. Just as despair began to envelop the group, the divine presence from the Douluo Continent re-emerged. Children, do not relinquish hope, believe in your own strength, resonated the divine voice within their hearts. Inspired by this celestial encouragement, Shanchuan suddenly grasped a novel combat technique. Everyone, heed my command, he proclaimed, reorganizing their offensive strategy. After a grueling battle, they finally identified the spirit beast's vulnerabilities and succeeded in vanquishing it. The next step was to absorb the spirit. Shanchuan took a deep breath. During the absorption process, he encountered tremendous challenges as the power of the spirit surged violently within him. Shanchuan, persevere, Lingshui urged anxiously from the sidelines. Bolstered by the encouragement of his companions, Shanchuan, with unwavering resolve, ultimately succeeded in assimilating the spirit. Empowered, they embarked on new adventures across the Douluo Continent. They aided vulnerable villages in repelling spirit beast invasions and resolved numerous enigmatic incidents. On one such adventure, they stumbled upon a town ensnared by the remnants of the Spirit Hall. These remnants of the Spirit Hall are truly relentless, Tai Long exclaimed in fury. The mountains and rivers calmly assessed the situation. Everyone must tread carefully. lest their nefarious schemes come to fruition. A fierce battle ensued against the remnants of the Soul Palace. During the skirmish, the mountains and rivers fully harnessed their newly acquired martial soul powers, repelling the enemy's assaults time and again. Hold firm, victory is within our grasp. The mountains and rivers rallied the spirits of the group. Ultimately, they triumphed over the remnants of the Soul Palace, liberating the town. Their adventurous tale continues, becoming an eternal legend on the continent of Douluo. The fervent journey of Douluo unfolds. After successfully rescuing the town under the control of remnants of the Soul Hall, Shanchuan and his companions continued their adventures across the Douluo Continent. One day, they came across an ancient legend that spoke of a mysterious valley harboring a 10,000-year soul beast, possessing an extraordinarily rare and powerful martial soul. If they could defeat it and absorb its soul ring, their strength would experience a qualitative leap. This is a rare opportunity. We cannot let it slip away, Shanchuan declared resolutely. Ling Xue expressed her concerns. A 10,000-year soul beast would undoubtedly be formidable. Yet, Talon, brimming with confidence, retorted, "What is there to fear? With so many of us, we can certainly overcome it." Once everyone was prepared, they set forth towards the valley. Along the way, they encountered a young soul master named Lin Feng, who, upon hearing of their adventurous plan, decided to join them. "I too wish to witness the prowess of this 10,000-year soul beast," Lin Feng said with a smile. As they entered the valley, an overwhelming pressure assaulted their senses. Before them loomed a colossal, fearsome two-headed giant python. This soul beast appeared to be at least 50,000 years old, with an exceptionally high rank. "Everyone, be cautious," Shanchuan warned. The two-headed giant python opened its massive jaws and unleashed a torrent of black venom, its skill laced with potent corrosive properties. "Quick dodge," Talon shouted. The group scattered in a frenzy to avoid the attack. "Let us strike together. We must not allow it to take us down one by one," Shanchuan urged. Each member unleashed their respective martial souls and soul skills, launching an assault on the two-headed giant python. Ling Xue manipulated water elements to form ice spikes aimed at the creature, while Lin Feng summoned flames from his martial soul, attempting to scorch the beast. However, the two-headed giant python's defenses were formidable, and their efforts inflicted minimal damage. With a powerful sweep of its tail, it sent several members flying. "This creature is too strong," Lin Feng gasped in astonishment. The mountains and rivers rose, proclaiming, "Do not surrender. We shall undoubtedly uncover its vulnerability." Amidst the fierce combat, they discerned that one of the junctions of the colossal serpent's heads was its Achilles heel. "Concentrate your assault there," mountain and river shouted. The group launched another offensive as the two-headed behemoth fiercely resisted. Just as the battle reached an impasse, a divine presence from the Douluo Continent quietly manifested. "Children, harness your courage and wisdom," the deity intoned. Inspired by this celestial encouragement, mountain and river suddenly conceived a strategy. "Talon, you and Lin Feng distract it while Ling Xue and I exploit the weakness," mountain and river declared. Without hesitation, Talon and Lin Feng charged towards the two-headed serpent, engaging in a fierce struggle. At the opportune moment, Shanchuan and Ling Xue unleashed their most powerful assault, finally striking the Achilles heel of the colossal serpent. The two-headed serpent writhed in agony before collapsing to the ground. They had triumphed at last. The crowd erupted in cheers. The next crucial step involved absorbing the martial soul. Mountains and rivers took a deep breath, beginning the process of absorbing the soul ring. However, the power of the 10,000-year soul ring was exceedingly formidable, and the body of mountains and rivers endured tremendous agony. "Stay strong, mountains." Ling Xue grasped his hand tightly. With the encouragement and support of the crowd, mountains and rivers, through sheer willpower, successfully absorbed the soul ring. After completing the absorption, they resumed their journey. In the midst of a desert, they encountered a band of robbers who were pillaging a merchant caravan. "How dare you commit such heinous acts in broad daylight?" Mountains and rivers exclaimed with indignation. The leader of the robbers disdainfully retorted, "Mind your own business, or you shall find yourselves with no return." Without hesitation, Shanchuan and his companions engaged in a fierce battle against the bandits. After a tumultuous clash, they triumphed over the marauders and rescued the merchant caravan. The grateful owner of the caravan presented them with a precious soul artifact as a token of his appreciation. Subsequently, they learned of a mysterious treasure hidden within an ancient castle, rumored to be linked to the origins of the Douluo Continent. "This promises to be an adventure fraught with challenges," Shanchuan remarked. With eager anticipation, the group set forth towards the castle. Inside, they encountered a myriad of mechanisms and traps, as well as formidable soul beasts guarding the premises. "Everyone, exercise caution," Shanchuan cautioned. Suddenly, a three-tailed fox materialized, its speed rendering it nearly elusive. "Behold!" Lin Feng exclaimed as he unleashed a unique soul technique, momentarily restraining the fox's movements. Taking advantage of the moment, Shanchuan and his companions launched an assault. After a fierce struggle, they finally vanquished the enchanting fox. They ventured deeper into the castle and discovered a mysterious treasure within a secret chamber. Just as they prepared to depart, the castle's master, a formidable soul master, appeared, intent on reclaiming the treasure. "This is something I have safeguarded for many years. You shall not take it away," the castle master bellowed. A fierce battle erupted once more. Shanchuan and his companions collaborated closely, fully leveraging their individual strengths and advantages. Ultimately, they triumphed over the castle's master and departed with the treasures. Their adventure continues, with countless challenges and opportunities awaiting them in the future. Shanchuan and his companions, armed with the mysterious treasures acquired from the castle, pressed onward. Their valiant deeds spread across the Douluo Continent, drawing an ever-increasing number of like-minded allies to their ranks. One day, they arrived at a quaint town shrouded in darkness. The townsfolk lived in fear, as a 1,000-year soul beast known as the Shadow Demon Wolf ravaged the vicinity. It was said that this Shadow Demon Wolf was 3,000 years old and possessed formidable power. Thus, caution was imperative. Shanchuan cautioned the newly joined companions. "Fear not, Brother Chuan, together we shall surely vanquish it," declared a young soul master named Xiaofeng. The group commenced their search for the Shadow Demon Wolfesh trail around the town. "Be vigilant, lest you fall into its ambush," Ling Xue warned. At that moment, the Shadow Demon Wolf leapt from the shadows with astonishing speed, lunging at one of the team members. "Watch out!" Shanchuan shouted as he rushed to the rescue. Tai Long, without hesitation, charged forward, unleashing a powerful soul skill that temporarily repelled the Shadow Demon Wolf. "This creature is too cunning," Lin Feng exclaimed in exasperation. During the fierce battle with the Shadow Demon Wolf, they discovered its ability to become invisible and release a dark mist that disoriented them. "We must not lose our formation. Let us stand back to back and support one another," Shanchuan commanded. After an intense struggle, they gradually discerned the attack patterns of the Shadow Demon Wolf. "Now is the moment. Strike together," Shanchuan called out, seizing the opportunity. Everyone unleashed their most potent soul skills, finally defeating the Shadow Demon Wolf. "Wonderful. We have succeeded," Xiaofeng shouted in exhilaration. However, before they could celebrate, another crisis loomed. The Spirit Hall, having learned of their whereabouts, dispatched a formidable force to seize the treasures they possessed. "Once again, it is the Spirit Hall. This time, we must not let them prevail." Shanchuan's eyes sparkled with fury. A fierce battle ensued, as the Spirit Hall's members displayed exceptional strength and coordination, ensnaring Shanchuan and his companions in a dire predicament. "This cannot continue. We must uncover their weaknesses," Ling Xue urged. Just as they struggled to hold their ground, the deity of the Douluo Continent reappeared. "Children, trust in your strength. United, you shall overcome them." The divine voice resonated within their hearts. Inspired by the deity's words, Shanchuan and his companions rallied, unleashing extraordinary power. "Follow my lead," Shanchuan urged as he charged towards the Spirit Hall's forces. After a brutal confrontation, they finally repelled the Spirit Hall. "This victory was thanks to our unity and effort," Shanchuan proclaimed. "Indeed, we are a team." Amidst the clamor of voices, the mountains and rivers began to absorb the soul rings of the Shadow Magic Wolf. During this arduous process, Shanchuan endured immense suffering, yet through sheer willpower, he persevered. Upon successful absorption, his strength experienced a significant enhancement. They resumed their adventurous journey, and within a dense forest, they encountered a formidable thunder bear, aged 5,000 years, possessing a high level and potent lightning abilities. "This is a tough adversary," Tyron remarked. "Yet we must not falter," Shanchuan declared. As the battle commenced, the thunder bear unleashed a barrage of powerful lightning, making it difficult for anyone to approach. "Spread out and look for openings to attack," Shanchuan commanded. Throughout the skirmish, numerous team members sustained injuries, but none wavered in their determination. "For victory, we shall fight with all our might," Xiaofeng shouted. Ultimately, through their collective efforts, they triumphed over the thunder bear. As their adventure deepened, the challenges they faced grew increasingly daunting, yet their fervor never waned, resolutely continuing along this path fraught with uncertainty. The road of glory in Douluo. After Shanchuan and his companions triumphed over the thunder giant bear, they continued their adventures across the Douluo Continent. Their renown grew increasingly prominent, drawing more allies to their side. One day, they arrived at a mysterious mountain range. rumored to conceal a 10,000-year-old soul beast, the fiery phoenix, with an astonishing age of 15,000 years and a terrifying level of power. This adversary was formidable, and everyone steeled themselves for the challenge. What is there to fear? We have always turned peril into opportunity throughout our journey, remarked the newly joined member, a Yong. With nonchalance, cautiously, the group ventured into the mountains, searching for traces of the fiery phoenix. Be careful, and do not disturb it, whispered Ling Shui. Suddenly, a resounding phoenix cry echoed through the sky as the fiery phoenix descended, engulfed in flames and radiating intense heat. This is bad. Prepare for battle, Shanchuan shouted. The fiery phoenix unfurled its wings, unleashing a torrent of flames from its beak, prompting the group to swiftly evade the onslaught. Its flames are too powerful, exclaimed Tai Long. Dodging amidst the chaos, a Yong charged forward to launch an attack, but was sent flying by a single swipe of the fiery phoenix's claw. A Yong! Ling Shui gasped in alarm. Mountains and rivers, anxious as if on fire. Everyone, remain calm and proceed according to the plan. They dispersed, launching their attacks on the blazing phoenix from various directions. However, the phoenix's speed was astonishing, and its defenses formidable. Their efforts yielded little result. Continuing in this manner would lead to futility. We must discover its weakness, said Shanchuan. Just as they found themselves in dire straits, the deity of Douluo Continent reappeared. Children, attune your senses. The weakness of the blazing phoenix lies at the base of its wings, the deity proclaimed. Upon hearing the command, Shanchuan's eyes glimmered with determination. Everyone, heed my command. Focus your attacks on the base of its wings. The crowd unleashed their most potent soul techniques, directing their efforts towards the vulnerable juncture of the fire phoenix's wings. Sensing the imminent threat, the fire phoenix retaliated with increased ferocity. Hold firm, we shall prevail. Shanchuan rallied the spirits of the group with fervent encouragement. After a grueling battle, they ultimately succeeded in striking the fire phoenix's Achilles heel. The majestic creature collapsed to the ground, barely clinging to life. Mountains and rivers advanced, preparing to absorb the soul ring. During the absorption process, the soul power within him surged tumultuously, causing immense agony. Persevere, Shanchuan, Ling Shui urged anxiously from the sidelines. Amidst the anticipation of the onlookers, Shanchuan successfully absorbed the soul ring, significantly enhancing his strength. Wonderful! Brother Shanchuan has triumphed. Everyone cheered exuberantly. Shortly thereafter, they received an urgent mission. A nefarious organization was capturing a rare soul beast cub, intending to use it for the creation of malevolent soul artifacts. Such a heinous act cannot be overlooked, Shanchuan declared vehemently. They swiftly made their way to the organization's lair, engaging in a fierce battle with the adversaries. You fools, daring to disrupt our endeavors. The leader of the evil organization bellowed. Today marks your doom, Tai Long roared. Throughout the conflict, the evil organization employed various insidious tactics. Yet Shanchuan and his companions never faltered. Be cautious, do not fall into their traps, Ling Shui cautioned. After a bloody and arduous struggle, they ultimately vanquished the malevolent organization and rescued the soul beast cub. Thank you, heroes. The villagers nearby rushed to express their gratitude. As the companions exchanged knowing smiles, they resumed their adventurous journey. During one of their escapades, they encountered an ancient frost serpent, a formidable creature that had existed for 8 millennia and possessed powerful ice-based abilities. This serpent is not to be trifled with. We must proceed with caution, cautioned Shanchuan. As the battle commenced, the frost serpent unleashed a barrage of icy spikes, putting the group on the defensive. Do not fear. We shall surely prevail, proclaimed the newly joined member, Xiaoyu. Through mutual cooperation, they gradually uncovered the serpent's vulnerabilities. Ultimately, under Shanchuan's leadership, they triumphed over the frost serpent. As time passed, their adventures became increasingly thrilling, etching their names into the annals of legend on the Douluo Continent. After Shanchuan and his companions triumphed over the frost giant python, they resolutely continued their journey across the Douluo Continent. Their heroic deeds reverberated through every corner of the land, attracting more dreamers and champions of justice to join their ranks. One day, they arrived at a mysterious swamp, rumored to be the dwelling of a 2,000-year-old nether poison lizard, a creature of considerable rank, whose venom could corrode anything in an instant. This will be a formidable battle. Everyone must exercise utmost caution, Shanchuan remarked, his expression grave. Fear not, leader, we are unafraid, exclaimed the newly joined member, Xiao Fei, brimming with confidence. The group cautiously stepped into the swamp, vigilant and observant of their surroundings. Ugh, this place is repulsive. It's all muck everywhere, Xiao Fei complained. Do not let your guard down. The nether poison lizard could emerge at any moment, Ling Shui cautioned. No sooner had she spoken than the nether poison lizard erupted from the mire, opening its gaping maw to unleash a torrent of green venom. Quick dodge, Shanchuan shouted urgently. The group swiftly evaded as the venom splattered onto the ground, instantly releasing a plume of green smoke. This creature is exceedingly toxic. We must devise a strategy to counter its venom, Talon remarked. Allow me to attempt freezing its venom with my ice-based soul skills, Xiaoyu declared, unleashing her ice martial spirit abilities to temporarily halt the spread of the toxic liquid. Shanchuan seized the opportunity to charge forward, wielding his sword to strike at the shadow poison lizard. The creature adeptly twisted its body, its tail sweeping fiercely towards Shanchuan. Be careful, Shanchuan, Ling Xue exclaimed in alarm. Mountains and rivers narrowly evaded peril, continuing the fierce battle against the shadow venom lizard. The creature unleashed formidable soul beast abilities, ensnaring the group in dire straits. This impasse could not persist. We must uncover its fatal weakness, gasped Shanchuan. Just as they were grappling with strategies, the deity of Douluo Continent reappeared. Children, the vulnerability of the shadow venom lizard lies in its abdomen, the deity proclaimed. Thank you for your guidance. Shanchuan expressed his gratitude. Listen to my command. Focus your attacks on its abdomen, Shanchuan shouted. The group unleashed their most potent assaults, targeting the lizard's vulnerable spot. Despite its desperate resistance, the united effort of the group ultimately struck true, bringing the beast crashing to the ground. The mountains and rivers began to absorb the soul rings of the ethereal poison lizard. During this arduous process, the body of the mountains and rivers endured tremendous agony. Yet he persevered through sheer willpower. Go, mountains and rivers. Everyone cheered in encouragement. Upon successfully absorbing the soul ring, the power of the mountains and rivers experienced a remarkable enhancement. Wonderful. Our leader has grown even stronger, exclaimed Xiao Fei with excitement. Subsequently, they learned of a mysterious soul artifact hidden within an ancient ruin, rumored to possess extraordinary powers. Let us investigate. It may prove beneficial to us, suggested the mountains and rivers. As the group arrived at the ruins, they discovered it was riddled with various traps and mechanisms. Everyone, be cautious, Talon warned. Throughout their exploration, several members sustained injuries. We cannot give up. We will surely find the soul artifact, the mountains and rivers encouraged. Just as they were on the verge of locating the artifact, a group of formidable soul masters appeared, intent on seizing it. We discovered it first. You shall not take it from us, shouted Xiaoyu in fury. An intense battle erupted. Mountains and rivers led the group into a fierce battle against their adversaries. After a grueling struggle, they emerged victorious, successfully acquiring the soul artifact. This triumph was largely due to their unity and bravery, declared mountains and rivers. We are a team, bound together forever, the group echoed in unison. During their subsequent adventure, they encountered a storm white tiger, a formidable beast with the power to command tempests. Having existed for 12,000 years, prepare yourselves to face this challenge, mountains and rivers proclaimed. As the battle commenced, the storm white tiger unleashed fierce winds, threatening to destabilize the group. Do not fear, we shall overcome it, shouted the new member, a Chong. Through mutual cooperation, they gradually gained the upper hand. Ultimately, they succeeded in defeating the storm white tiger. The adventures of Shanchuan and his companions continue. Their path to glory is an endless journey. The pinnacle mission of Douluo. After defeating the tempestuous white tiger, Shanchuan and his companions continued their exploration of the Douluo Continent. Their fame had spread across the entire land, and they had become revered as heroes among the people. One day, they arrived at a mysterious island, rumored to conceal a 30,000-year-old azure sea dragon, a formidable creature with the extraordinary ability to manipulate water elements. This adversary would not be easily vanquished. Everyone must exercise caution, Shanchuan remarked with a grave expression. No matter how powerful it may be, we shall not retreat. A character named A Feng, who had joined them by chance, declared resolutely. As they set foot on the island, they meticulously searched for traces of the azure sea dragon. This place is eerily quiet. Something feels amiss, Ling Xue whispered. Suddenly, the tranquil sea erupted into towering waves as the azure sea dragon leapt from the depths, unleashing powerful water arrows from its maw. Quickly, take cover, Shanchuan shouted. The group scattered in a frenzy, the scene descending into chaos. This creature is astonishingly powerful, Tyran exclaimed in astonishment. The mountains and rivers calmly observed the attacking strategies of the Azure Sea Dragon, exclaiming, "Everyone, pay attention to its movements and seek for vulnerabilities." The Azure Sea Dragon relentlessly unleashed its soul beast skills, manipulating the seawater into various forms of assault, leaving the crowd overwhelmed. "This is not a viable strategy. We must take the initiative," a phone declared. "All right, let us charge together." Shanchuan rallied the group towards the Azure Sea Dragon. Amidst the fierce battle, many sustained injuries. Yet everyone gritted their teeth and persevered. Just as the group felt their strength waning, the deity of the Douluo Continent reappeared. "Children, do not give up. Stand united, and you shall surely triumph over it." The divine voice resonated in their ears. Inspired by the deity's encouragement, they regained their resolve and coordinated closely. After a grueling struggle, they finally discovered the Azure Sea Dragon's weakness lay in its neck. "Focus your attacks on its neck," Shanchuan commanded. The group unleashed their most potent soul techniques, ultimately striking the dragon's vulnerability and subduing it. Mountains and rivers began to absorb the soul ring of the Azure Sea Dragon, a powerful force surging into his body, causing him immense agony. "Hold on, Shanchuan," Ling Xue cried anxiously from the side. With encouragement from everyone, Shanchuan successfully absorbed the soul ring, significantly enhancing his strength. "Wonderful! We have triumphed over yet another formidable foe." The crowd erupted in cheers. Subsequently, they pressed onward, arriving at a cursed valley. "It is said that a 40,000-year-old dark unicorn resides here, and it is exceedingly fierce," remarked the newly joined character, Ayu. "Regardless, we must give it a try," Shanchuan declared. As they entered the valley, the dark unicorn appeared instantly, emanating a dark aura that instilled a sense of dread. "Beware of its dark shockwave," a phone warned. The dark unicorn launched its attack, dark energy sweeping towards them. Everyone immediately utilized their defensive soul skills to withstand the onslaught. "We cannot remain on the defensive. We must take the initiative," Shanchuan urged. The group began to counterattack, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the dark unicorn. During the battle, the dark unicorn displayed its formidable might, plunging the group into dire straits. "Are we destined to fail?" Talon said, somewhat dejected. "No, as long as we draw breath, we must not give up," Shanchuan encouraged. At that moment, Shanchuan suddenly comprehended a new skill, leading the group in a final assault. After a thrilling battle, they ultimately vanquished the dark unicorn. Upon absorbing the soul ring, the mountains and rivers felt an unprecedented surge of power. "We shall undoubtedly fulfill our mission and safeguard this continent," declared the mountains and rivers with unwavering confidence. In the adventures that lay ahead, they would encounter numerous challenges, yet they remained undaunted, for within their hearts resided steadfast faith and a fervent spirit. After successfully vanquishing the dark unicorn, Shanchuan and his companions continued their adventurous journey across the Douluo Continent. Their valorous deeds resonated throughout the land, attracting numerous aspiring individuals to their cause. This time, they ventured into a mysterious forest, rumored to conceal a 50,000-year-old blazing golden rock, whose formidable power instilled a sense of trepidation. "This will undoubtedly be an arduous battle. Everyone must prepare themselves mentally," Shanchuan remarked gravely. "No matter how challenging it may be, we shall not falter," declared the newly joined member, Ayun, with unwavering resolve. As they stepped into the forest, the atmosphere grew tense. "Everyone, remain vigilant and attune yourselves to the sounds around us," Ling Xue cautioned. Suddenly, a piercing cry echoed from the heavens, and the blazing golden rock descended like a blazing inferno. "Scatter!" Shanchuan shouted emphatically. The rock unfurled its magnificent wings, conjuring a searing tempest that ignited the surrounding trees in an instant. "Its abilities are terrifying," exclaimed Tai Long, evading the onslaught. The mountains and rivers observed the attack patterns of the blazing golden rock and shouted, "Concentrate your attacks on its wings to restrict its movements." The group unleashed their soul skills, targeting the creature's wings. However, the blazing golden rock moved with astonishing speed, evading most of the assaults effortlessly. "This approach is futile. We must devise a different strategy," Ayun remarked. Just as they found themselves in a predicament, the deity of Douluo Continent reappeared. "Children, the weakness of the blazing golden rock lies in its back," the deity declared. "Thank you for your guidance." Mountain River expressed his gratitude. "Everyone, follow my lead. Find a way to divert its attention while I seek an opportunity to strike its back," Mountain River instructed. After a fierce battle, Mountain River finally succeeded in striking the creature's vulnerable spot. The blazing golden rock fell to the ground, wounded, and Mountain River seized the chance to absorb its soul ring. During the absorption, he endured immense pain, beads of sweat cascading down his face. Mountain River, keep going. Ling Shui encouraged, gripping his hand tightly. At last, Mountain River successfully absorbed the soul ring, significantly enhancing his power. Fantastic. We have made another stride forward. The group cheered. Subsequently, they learned of a mysterious soul artifact hidden within an ancient castle that could greatly amplify the wielder's strength. Let us investigate. It may prove immensely beneficial, Mountain River suggested. Upon arriving at the castle, they discovered it was enveloped by a formidable barrier. What should we do now? Ayun inquired. Let us all brainstorm. We must find a way to breach this barrier, Mountain River replied. After much effort, they finally identified a flaw in the barrier and successfully entered the castle. However, the interior was fraught with various traps and guarded by powerful spirit beasts. Be careful, Talon shouted. As they explored, several companions sustained injuries. Do not lose hope. We will surely locate the soul artifact, Mountain River encouraged. Just as they were about to uncover the artifact, members of the Spirit Hall suddenly appeared, intent on seizing it. Those from the Spirit Hall shall not take what is ours, Ayun declared furiously. A fierce battle ensued, with both sides locked in a stalemate. In a critical moment, Mountain River unleashed his newly acquired soul skill, turning the tide of the conflict. Ultimately, they triumphed over the Spirit Hall members and obtained the soul artifact. This victory is thanks to our unity and bravery, Mountain River proclaimed. We are an invincible team, the group echoed in unison. In the ensuing adventures, they encountered a thunder giant elephant aged 60,000 years, wielding terrifying lightning abilities. Prepare yourselves for a new challenge. Mountains and rivers echoed with fervor. The battle erupted in an instant as the colossal thunder elephant unleashed formidable bolts of lightning, illuminating the entire battlefield in a tempest of thunder and fury. The warriors coordinated their efforts, engaging in a breathtaking struggle for survival against the thunder elephant. After a grueling confrontation, they ultimately triumphed over the mighty beast. The adventures of Shanchuan and his companions continue unabated, as they relentlessly transcend their limits, advancing toward ever higher realms. The fearless journey of Douluo. After successfully defeating the thunder giant elephant, Shanchuan and his companions continued their exploration across the Douluo Continent. Their valiant exploits had spread throughout the land, drawing an increasing number of formidable warriors to join their ranks. This time, they arrived at a mysterious marshland, rumored to harbor a spectral spirit fox of an astonishing 70,000-year age, possessing a level of prowess that left all in awe, along with exceedingly peculiar abilities. Everyone must exercise utmost caution. This phantasmal spirit fox is not to be trifled with, Shanchuan solemnly warned his companions. Fear not, brother Shanchuan, we shall remain vigilant, replied a Feng, a randomly joined member of the group. With utmost care, the group cautiously stepped into the marsh, ever alert to the sounds around them. The atmosphere was eerie, sending chills down their spines. This place is truly unsettling, Ling Shui couldn't help but remark. At that moment, a phantom flickered past, and before they could react, several members were struck down to the ground. It's the phantasmal spirit fox. Everyone, be on guard, Shanchuan shouted. The spirit fox moved with lightning speed, its form appearing and vanishing, making it nearly impossible to apprehend. What do we do now? We cannot even catch a glimpse of its trail, Talon exclaimed anxiously. The mountains and rivers pondered their strategies with a calm demeanor. Fear not. Let us stand back to back and form a defensive circle. As they engaged in a struggle with the phantom spirit fox, the group found themselves in a predicament. Just as despair began to take hold, the deity of the Douluo Continent reappeared. Children, the weakness of the phantom spirit fox lies in its brief pause following each skill activation, the deity proclaimed. Thank you for your guidance, expressed Shanchuan gratefully. Everyone, take note and strike during its moment of vulnerability, Shanchuan called out. After a fierce battle, they ultimately discerned the flaw in the phantom spirit fox's defenses and succeeded in vanquishing it. The mountains and rivers began to absorb the ethereal soul ring of the phantom spirit fox, the formidable power surging through his body. Hang in there, Shanchuan, Ling Shui said with concern by his side. Ultimately, Shanchuan successfully absorbed the soul ring, his strength elevated once more. Subsequently, they learned of a powerful soul artifact hidden atop a perilous peak, guarded by an ancient frost dragon aged 80,000 years. This is a rare opportunity. We must acquire that soul artifact, Shanchuan declared. Upon arriving at the foot of the mountain, they beheld the frost dragon coiled in the air, exuding an icy aura. That creature looks terrifying, a Feng remarked. The frost dragon unleashed a chilling breath, instantly freezing everything in its vicinity. The group cast their skills to resist the bitter cold. We must draw closer. Only then do we stand a chance of defeating it, Shanchuan urged. As they struggled to approach, many fell injured along the way. We cannot give up. We can succeed, Talong shouted. After a grueling battle, they finally discovered the frost dragon's weakness and triumphed over it. After absorbing the soul ring, Shanchuan led the group to ascend the mountain peak, where they discovered the coveted soul artifact. However, just as they were preparing to depart, the members of the Soul Hall re-emerged, surrounding them. Surrender the soul artifact, and we shall spare your lives, commanded the leader of the Soul Hall. Not a chance. We will never allow you to succeed, Shanchuan retorted with fury. A fierce battle ensued, with both sides locked in a desperate struggle. At a critical moment, Shanchuan unleashed formidable power, successfully driving back the members of the Soul Hall alongside his companions. This victory is thanks to our unity and courage, Shanchuan proclaimed. As long as we stand together, there is no obstacle we cannot overcome. The group echoed in unison. Their adventure continued, with countless challenges yet to unfold before them. After successfully repelling the forces of the Soul Hall, Shanchuan and his companions took a brief respite before embarking on a new adventure. This time, they ventured into a forest shrouded in mist, rumored to be the dwelling place of a Night Kirin, an entity of 90,000 years in age, whose formidable level and terrifying strength deterred countless soul masters. The adversary they faced this time was likely unprecedentedly powerful. We must proceed with utmost caution, Shanchuan remarked gravely. Humph. No matter how formidable, we shall not falter, proclaimed the newly joined member, Ian, with exuberance. The group carefully entered the forest, the mist rendering their vision hazy. Stay close, and do not stray, Lingxue cautioned. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through, and the Night Kirin emerged from the fog, exuding an aura of darkness. Its eyes glimmering with an eerie light. Be careful, it is about to launch an attack, Talon shouted. The Night Kirin opened its mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of black flames, prompting the group to scatter in haste. The power of this flame is immense, Ian exclaimed. Mountains and rivers observed the movements of the Night Kirin, remarking on its formidable speed and strength. A direct confrontation would be unwise, and instead, they must seek its vulnerabilities. As the struggle against the Night Kirin intensified, the group found themselves increasingly ensnared in a quagmire, beset by the creature's incessant and varied soul beast abilities, leaving them overwhelmed. This approach is untenable. We must devise a strategy to break through, Lingxue urged. Just as despair began to settle over them, the deity of the Douluo Continent re-emerged. Children, the Night Kirin's weakness lies in its abdomen. Though approaching that vulnerable spot will not be easy, the deity proclaimed. No matter how challenging it may be, we shall endeavor to try, declared Shanchuan with unwavering resolve. Follow my lead. We will collectively divert its attention to create an opportunity for Shanchuan, Talon suggested. After a fierce confrontation, Shanchuan finally seized the moment and successfully struck the Night Kirin's abdomen. The creature collapsed, wounded, and Shanchuan immediately commenced the absorption of its soul ring. Throughout this agonizing process, he endured immense pain, his face etched with suffering. Shanchuan, you can do it, Lingxue shouted anxiously from the sidelines. At last, Shanchuan successfully absorbed the soul ring, significantly enhancing his strength. Wonderful. Brother Shanchuan has become even more powerful, Yuan exclaimed with excitement. Subsequently, they pressed onward and arrived at an ancient ruin, rumored to conceal a mysterious soul artifact of great power. Upon entering the ruins, they discovered it was riddled with various traps and mechanisms. Everyone, be cautious, watch your steps and stay vigilant overhead, Shanchuan warned. During their exploration, several companions sustained injuries. We cannot give up. We must find the soul artifact, Lingxue encouraged. Just as they were on the verge of discovering the artifact, a group of formidable soul masters appeared, intent on claiming it for themselves. That soul artifact belongs to us. You shall not take it, the opposing leader declared. An intense battle erupted, with neither side yielding. In a critical moment, Shanchuan unleashed his newly acquired soul skill, decisively vanquishing the adversaries. Ultimately, they successfully obtained the soul artifact. This triumph was made possible by our unity and bravery, Shanchuan stated. We will always stand by you, Brother Shanchuan. The group echoed in unison. In the subsequent adventures, they encountered a 100,000-year-old holy lion, imbued with divine power. This will be an extraordinarily arduous battle, yet we fear nothing, Shanchuan proclaimed. The clash commenced instantaneously. with the holy lion emitting a blinding radiance that rendered it difficult to behold. The group coordinated their efforts, engaging in a thrilling life-and-death struggle against the holy lion. After a grueling and arduous battle, they ultimately triumphed over the holy lion. The adventures of Shanchuan and his companions continue unabated, as they ceaselessly confront new challenges and forge their own legendary tales. The Saga of Douluo, the expansive journey of Shanchuan. After vanquishing the radiant sacred lion, Shanchuan and his companions continued their exploration of the Douluo Continent. They had heard whispers of an extraordinary soul weapon hidden deep within a mysterious mountain range, and with unwavering resolve, they embarked on their quest to obtain it. The treacherous terrain of the mountain was fraught with peril, and Shanchuan cautioned everyone to remain vigilant. "Fear not, brother Shanchuan, we shall surely succeed," exclaimed the newly joined character, Aya. Shortly after entering the mountains, they encountered a windstorm wolf, a creature aged 50,000 years, whose speed was akin to lightning. "Spread out, and do not allow it to concentrate its attacks on us," shouted Lingxue. The windstorm wolf unleashed its skill, Windblade, sending sharp gusts slicing towards the group. "Behold my might, Taishan Shield." Talon invoked his defensive skill, managing to deflect a portion of the oncoming wind blades. As Shanchuan seized the opportunity to charge at the Gale Wolf, a fierce close-quarters battle ensued. "Go, Shanchuan!" Io cheered from the sidelines. After a grueling struggle, they ultimately triumphed over the Gale Wolf. Delving deeper into the mountains, the atmosphere grew increasingly ominous and terrifying. This place truly sends shivers down one's spine. Io closely followed Shanchuan. Suddenly, an ancient shadow spider emperor, aged 70,000 years, emerged from the darkness, its silk laced with deadly poison. "Beware of the web," Shanchuan warned loudly. The group swiftly evaded, while Lingxue unleashed her ice abilities in an attempt to freeze the shadow spider emperor's movements. "This creature is quite formidable," Talon remarked. Throughout the battle with the shadow spider emperor, the group encountered numerous perilous situations. Just at a critical juncture, a deity from the Douluo Continent appeared. "Children, conquer it with your courage and wisdom," the deity proclaimed. Encouraged by the divine presence, Shanchuan discerned the shadow spider emperor's weakness, and together, they united their strength to defeat it. The mountains and rivers absorbed the soul ring of the shadow spider emperor, enhancing their power further. "We must exercise greater caution now," remarked Shanchuan. They finally arrived at the location of the unparalleled soul weapon. However, it was safeguarded by an imposing barrier. "What shall we do?" Yao asked anxiously. "Do not panic. Let us devise a plan together," Shanchuan replied. After much effort, they discovered a method to dismantle the barrier and successfully acquired the soul weapon. Upon departing from the mysterious mountain range, they ventured into a fantastical forest. "It appears beautiful here, yet we cannot ascertain what dangers lie hidden," Lingxue noted. "Regardless, we must remain vigilant," Shanchuan asserted. Within the forest, they encountered a Qingmu Luan bird, aged 9,000 years, capable of manipulating plants to launch attacks. "Be cautious of the surrounding trees," Shanchuan shouted. The Qingmu Luan's abilities ensnared them in a predicament, with the trees relentlessly assaulting them. "This cannot continue. We must counterattack," exclaimed Tai Long. The mountains observed the movements of the Azure Phoenix, searching for vulnerabilities. "I have found it. Target its wings," shouted the mountains. After a fierce battle, they triumphed over the Azure Phoenix. "This victory is thanks to everyone's collaboration," the mountains proclaimed. Deep within the forest, they stumbled upon a mysterious relic, which seemed to conceal immense secrets. After discovering a mysterious relic within the enchanted forest, the group, led by Shanchuan, cautiously ventured inside. "Everyone, be careful. There may be dangers lurking within," Shanchuan murmured. "Understood," the others replied in unison. As they stepped into the relic, an eerie breeze swept through, sending chills down their spines. "What kind of place is this?" complained the newcomer, Ajay. Suddenly, a 10,000-year-old spectral white tiger sprang forth from the shadows, its roar echoing ominously. "This is bad." "It's a formidable soul beast," Lingxue exclaimed. The spectral white tiger unleashed its skill, Shadow Charge, and its immense power forced the group to retreat repeatedly. "Do not be afraid. Let us attack together," Shanchuan called out. "Behold my Inferno Storm." Talon unleashed a powerful offensive skill. However, the spectral white tiger's defense was exceedingly strong, effortlessly withstanding their assaults. "This creature is too powerful. What should we do?" Ajay asked, a hint of panic in his voice. The mountains and rivers observed the movements of the spectral white tiger with keen eyes and remarked, "It pauses briefly after each attack. We shall seize this opportunity to strike." With the close cooperation of the group, they finally discovered a flaw in the spectral white tiger's defenses, delivering a significant blow. After an intense battle, the spectral white tiger collapsed to the ground, and the mountains and rivers began to absorb its soul ring. Go, mountains and rivers! Ling Shui stood by, providing protection for him. Once the soul ring was absorbed, the mountains and rivers sensed a substantial enhancement in their strength. They continued to explore the ruins, discovering an ancient tome that recorded a mysterious skill. If we can master this skill, our power will be greatly augmented, mountains and rivers exclaimed with excitement. At that moment, the deity of Douluo Continent reappeared. Children, to master this skill, you must undergo a trial, the deity proclaimed. What trial? Ajie inquired. The deity smiled faintly and replied. Within this ruin lies a 12,000-year-old purple gold qilin. Only by defeating it can you earn the right to learn the skill. The group exchanged glances. Yet none exhibited a hint of retreat. They searched the ruins for the trace of the purple gold qilin and finally found it in a vast cavern. Upon seeing them, the purple gold qilin launched an attack, its skill being thunderous fury, unleashing countless bolts of lightning towards them. Quick, evade! Mountains and rivers shouted. The group ducked and dodged within the cavern, seeking opportunities to counterattack. We cannot remain passive, everyone, together! Talon shouted. They unleashed their strongest skills, engaging in a fierce battle with the purple gold qilin. Throughout the fight, mountains and rivers continually encouraged the team, while Ling Shui healed their injured comrades. After a long and arduous struggle, they finally triumphed over the purple gold qilin. The deity appeared before them, stating, "You have passed the trial. You may now learn the mysterious skill." The group was filled with exhilaration as they began to learn the new skill. Once they had mastered it, they departed the ruins and continued their adventures across the Douluo Continent. Soon, they arrived at a mysterious island shrouded in thick fog, fraught with unknown dangers. Everyone be cautious. This island feels quite unusual, mountains and rivers warned. What does it matter? We have faced countless scenes before, Ajie replied nonchalantly. As they set foot on the island, they encountered an 80,000-year-old deep-sea dragon. The deep-sea dragon leaped from the ocean, creating massive waves. This creature will be a formidable opponent, Talon exclaimed. The mountains and rivers spoke. Do not fear, we shall find a way together. In their battle against the deep-sea dragon, they encountered numerous hardships, yet they never wavered. Ultimately, they triumphed over the formidable creature and continued their exploration of the island. Deep within the heart of the island, they discovered a sealed treasure, containing precious soul artifacts and soul rings. What a tremendous bounty, exclaimed Ajie. However, just as they prepared to depart from the island, the people of the Soul Palace appeared, intent on seizing their treasure. You shall not take what is ours, thundered the mountains and rivers. A fierce battle erupted once more. The mountains and rivers engaged in a fierce battle with the denizens of the Soul Palace. The villains of the Soul Palace shall not seize what is ours, roared the mountains and rivers, the sword in hand gleaming with a fierce radiance. The inhabitants of the Soul Palace sneered ominously. Do you believe you can thwart us with such feeble strength? Utterly deluded. Both sides unleashed an array of formidable skills, resulting in a dazzling display of light and an incessant cacophony of thunderous sounds. The newly introduced character, Amin, sustained injuries during the fray, prompting Ling Shui to rush to her aid. Amin, hold on. Ling Shui called out urgently. Mountain and Talon valiantly resisted the onslaught of the Soul Hall's forces. Everyone, let us persevere. We cannot afford to lose, Mountain exclaimed, rallying his companions. After a fierce struggle, they finally repelled the assailants from the Soul Hall. Phew, we have finally driven them away, Talon said, panting heavily. However, it was certain that the Soul Hall would not relent easily. We must swiftly enhance our strength, Mountain remarked, his expression grave. They departed the island, continuing their adventures across the Douluo Continent. Soon after, they ventured deeper into the mysterious mountains, where they encountered a fiery phoenix. Aged 150,000 years, its formidable power instilling a sense of despair among them. What shall we do? This fiery phoenix is far too powerful. Amin expressed her trepidation. The mountains and rivers consoled. Do not fear. Together we shall devise a strategy to confront this challenge. The blazing phoenix unfurled its enormous wings, exhaling searing flames that instantaneously elevated the surrounding temperature. Quick, take cover, Talon shouted. The crowd dispersed in haste, while the mountains and rivers seized the opportunity to scrutinize the phoenix's patterns of attack. I have noticed that after each fiery breath, it experiences a brief respite. We shall strike at that moment, declared the mountains and rivers, Following the guidance of their leader, everyone coordinated their assaults. Behold my ice spirit arrow. Ling Xue unleashed her ice-based ability, attempting to hinder the phoenix's movements. Through their collective efforts, they ultimately identified the phoenix's vulnerability and triumphed in their battle against it. The mountains and rivers began to absorb the soul ring of the fiery phoenix, a process fraught with agony and trials. Mountains and rivers, you must succeed, Ling Xue anxiously observed from the side. At last, the mountains and rivers successfully absorbed the soul ring, significantly enhancing their strength. Subsequently, they ventured into the heart of the enchanting forest, where a colossal beast of chaotic origins, aged 200,000 years, obstructed their path. What manner of creature is this? It appears utterly terrifying, exclaimed Jie. The chaotic beast wielded formidable powers of chaos, capable of distorting space itself. Everyone, be cautious. Do not let its power ensnare you, warned the mountains and rivers. In their battle against the chaotic beast, they encountered unprecedented challenges. What shall we do? It seems we are at a loss,